Long country. A black Volkswagen is on the road from Quanshui City to Modu Jiaotong University. For the 200-kilometer distance, Tang Luochuan had countless urges to jump out of the car. However, glancing at his father in the driver's seat and his mother in the back, he suppressed the thought. System, can I tell my parents? Tang Luochuan murmured in his mind. System prompt, the host must not reveal the existence of this system to anyone. Otherwise, the system will be invalid. This system aims to give the host a shamelessly happy life with a daily basic living allowance of 100 million yuan already transferred into your bank account through legal means. Please check. This system has no tasks, no targets. It allows the host to play freely. Stable daily 100 million. Please check. This system has no tasks, no targets. It allows the host to play freely. Stable daily 100 million. But if the host voluntarily pursues a target with a beauty rating of 9 or above, the system will grant a special reward. Ultimate AI system, physical enhancement, infinite energy, top tier charisma, etc. Tang Luochuan did not respond, just sat in the passenger seat, tightly gripping the handle, thinking that if he jumped out at this speed, he would be dead anyway, right? But now that he had money, he didn't want to go to school or military training. He wanted freedom. Luochuan, you've never seen the prosperity of Modu, right? Enjoy your college life well. Father Tang Hai thought his son was amazed by Modu's prosperity, not knowing that the boy's mind was full of escape. Mother Zhu Xiaomei sat in the back, patting her son. Luochuan, study hard. Don't slack off just because you're in college. Learn skills and get a good job in the future. By the way, Zhu Xiaomei paused for a moment, then said, by the way, bring me a daughter-in-law back. If you can bring more, even better. I won't lack any. Tang Luochuan casually replied. Now that his 100 million had arrived, how could he lack women? Zhu Xiaomei didn't catch it. Tang Luochuan quickly said, oh, I said I will study hard. Study my ass. With 100 million a day after graduation, would I work for someone else? Crazy. Start a business. Crazy. Not even a dog would dare. He clenched his newly bought 4,000 yuan phone, wanting to transfer some money to his parents, but didn't know how to bring it up. He could only wait for some time, then lie that he won the lottery or had a windfall, slowly giving money to his parents. Soon the car arrived at the gate of Modu Jiaotong University. His parents helped him settle into the dormitory, then strolled around the campus for a while before the old couple left. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaomei pulled Tang Luochuan aside. Son, is 2,000 a month enough? If it's not enough, Mom can give more. You must eat well and rest well. It's enough, Mom. If it's not enough, tell me, I'll transfer to you. Mother's eyes were full of reluctance, yet she didn't dare to stay longer, afraid her son would be reluctant too. After all, this was his first time being so far away from parents. But Tang Luochuan felt no reluctance at all. He could attend college or not. When the time was right, he would bring his parents over and settle them nearby. Waving goodbye to his parents, Tang Luochuan found the teaching building of the School of Information Engineering and started looking for his class, digital media technology major. Hey, classmate. A clear call reached his ears. Tang Luochuan turned around instinctively. The girl walking toward him wore a blue baseball cap, her jet black hair neatly tucked under the brim. She had light makeup that enhanced her clean and pretty complexion. She wore a white crop top with a matching high-waisted sports pants, looking fresh and striking. Are you a freshman? The girl asked. Tang Luochuan lingered on her face for a moment. She gave off a very fresh vibe, and her appearance, without a doubt, extremely rare. Tang Luochuan replied calmly, yes. Hello. The girl smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, very approachable. Hello, I'm a sophomore. My name is Shun Mayan. What's your major? Digital media technology, Tang Luochuan answered truthfully. Oh, a fellow major junior. Shun Mayan showed a flicker of surprise in welcoming new students here. Can't find your classroom. They'll take you. Okay. Tang Luochuan replied, feeling no excitement, still preoccupied with how to drop out. Facing a beautiful girl, it was less shocking than having an extra 100 million in his bank account. Shun Mayan led him upstairs. Our freshmen are all on the second floor, and our teaching building has an advantage. What advantage? It's close to the cafeteria. Shun Mayan was indeed cheerful, but she didn't have any special interest in Tang Luochuan. That was her personality, the same with everyone. Not funny, right? Shun Mayan walked. Tang Luochuan inadvertently looked up and caught sight of two faintly visible buttocks under the sports pants. His eyes followed her swaying perky bottom back and forth. Junior, where are you from? Shun Mayan suddenly turned back and asked. Tang Luochuan quickly averted his eyes. Where was my hometown? Oh, Quanshui City. The image just now lingered in his mind, causing him to momentarily forget where he was from. After a few steps, they arrived at the digital media technology classroom. The classroom was empty. At this hour, everyone is probably either having lunch or in the dorm. Just take note of your seat. You should be free this afternoon. There's the first class meeting tonight, don't forget. Though Shun Mayan was a senior, every smile and expression of hers was like a little sister's with a hint of playfulness. Oh, okay. Senior. Tang Luochuan glanced around and noted his seat. The girl couldn't help but take a few more looks at this handsome junior, a smile lingering on her lips. All right, I'll leave it here. I still need to pick up other new students. Okay. See you, senior. With that, they parted. Tang Luochuan didn't idle, it was just lunchtime. But he wasn't going to eat at school. After fighting like a dog through 3 years of high school, now that he was finally free and had money, he had to enjoy himself properly. At the school gate, Tang Luochuan hailed a taxi. Where to, young man? The driver asked. BMW 4S store. Oh. The driver was obviously surprised. Usually no student would go there. The car started and the driver made small talk. What are you going to do there? Looking for someone. Buying a car. Buying a car. The driver's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. A student. Buying a car. While not earth-shattering, it was certainly uncommon. And they were heading to a BMW dealership. Tang Luochuan, sitting in the front passenger seat, opened his phone to check his balance. 1,600 yuan. 100 million plus the 600 yuan living expenses his parents had given him. In truth, Tang Luochuan's family was considered average, not wealthy, but far from impoverished. Tang Hai and Zhu Xiumei were workers at a state-owned enterprise. The work was tiring but stable. Young man, we've arrived. This is the nearest BMW 4S store. What car are you looking to buy? The car had already stopped at the entrance. Tang Luochuan scanned the code, glanced at the fare, just 12 yuan for the base fee, and said the X7. I really like it. The driver responded with an "oh" and a chuckle, ambitious. That's good. The driver's tone was ambiguous, tinged with disbelief. I'm all set, driver. Tang Luochuan waved his payment screen, opened the door, and strode quickly into the 4S store. The driver checked his phone, confirmed the payment, then opened the driver's group chat, pressing the voice message button. Old Zhang. Old Lu. Let me tell you what kind of passenger I picked up today. A college student going to a 4S store to buy a BMW X7. The message sent with a swoosh. Soon old Zhang's voice replied, bullshit. Student or teacher or some relative. Get it straight. A student buying that thing. Old Lu added, there are some wealthy young masters, don't be so quick to dismiss. The three chatted intermittently. The driver looked at the ride-hailing app and sighed. Business is tough these. Around noon, the taxi parked near the 4S store. The driver got out and approached a street stall. Boss, a serving of cold noodles with sesame sauce, please. Coming right up. Inside the 4S store, the female saleswoman watched Tang Luochuan sign his name stroke by stroke. She couldn't understand. This young man who looked like a student was spending 1 million yuan on a car. And that wasn't even the shocking part. What truly shocked her was that in all her years in this business, she had never seen a customer who didn't haggle or hesitate. His first words were, I want the black X7. His second words were, pay in full by card. His third, I have a meeting tonight, so please don't waste time introducing anything. Hearing meeting, she thought she had misjudged him. Perhaps he was a young CEO with a youthful appearance, not a student. But when she casually asked about the meeting, he replied, freshman class meeting. The female saleswoman. You must be a pretty good student. Huh. A few minutes later, so you don't have to write it that stroke by stroke. The female saleswoman watched Tang Luochuan's signature, feeling a headache coming on. His handwriting was beautiful, but too meticulous. Tang Luochuan looked a little embarrassed. Sorry, I just graduated from high school. Back then my teachers told me to always write neatly. After signing several names and completing the payment, the saleswoman's eyes gleamed. Earning money this easily, she wished for more clients like this. And Tang Luochuan finally got his car keys, along with the matte black BMW X7. Driving out the gate, Tang Luochuan's stomach growled. He didn't drive far before stopping at a small street stall. Boss, order of zhajiang noodles. Tang Luochuan found a random seat and sat down. Right across from him, the taxi driver sat staring in disbelief. Kid, you really got the car? Tang Luochuan was taken aback. Oh, you're eating too? Yeah, I got it. By the way, driver, is the nearest Porsche dealership far from here? The driver's heart swirled with inexpressible shock, a sour taste rising. Go out. This street, turn right, and you'll be there. The entire afternoon, Tang Luochuan ordered a purple Porsche Taycan, a black Panamera. Then he went to the Lamborghini dealership and ordered a multicolored Aventador. Unfortunately, none of these cars were in stock. He would have to wait a few days. Afterwards, he went shopping for clothes and bought the latest triple-fold phone. In the evening, the X7 slowly rolled into the campus, drawing little attention. There were far too many luxury cars in Shanghai for an X7 to stand out. Until the car stopped near the cafeteria. Through the window, Tang Luochuan spotted the senior student Shen Mayan from noon, playing badminton with a classmate on the open ground. The young man stepped out of the car still in the same ordinary clothes as daytime. Hello, senior. He hadn't intended to show off the car to the girl. He was just hungry and came to eat. Off. Shen Mayan turned around at the sound just in time to see him getting out of the car. Luxury car. Handsome guy. Junior. 3 words flashed through her mind. Mine. A classmate called out as Shen Mayan was startled. The incoming badminton shuttlecock, by unlucky chance, landed right on her head. Ouch! Shinmayan was startled, but her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Hello, Junior. Your name is Tang Luochuan, right? That's right. They'll go eat first. Tang Luochuan gave a brief greeting and a shallow smile. Before Shinmayan's gaze flickered between the car and him, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. Mayan, who was several female classmates quickly gathered around. Who wouldn't want to know about a handsome guy? Shinmayan replied. Oh, the new junior Tang Luochuan. A BMW X7, this kid's family must be pretty loaded. Wow, driving to school, that's rare. He's absolutely prime husband material. Hey, what kind of girl do you think he likes? These freshmen always want to date as soon as they arrive. This one, do you think we should give it a try? The girls chattered noisily. Shinmayan said nothing as she herself was not without suitors on campus. But with her celestial beauty, her standards were naturally high. Moreover, she could tell the difference between someone with a bit of money and someone truly wealthy. And finding a boyfriend was indeed difficult for her. Not because she didn't want one, but because an invisible protective circle had formed around her on campus. All the boys who had pursued her had arbitrarily claimed her as part of their personal territory. Whenever a new guy dared to approach or show her kindness, he would soon be ganged up on by this group, warned openly and secretly forced to stay away from her. These people knew they could never have her, yet they insisted on staying as friends, clinging stubbornly. And on the sly, they would assert sovereignty in various ways. But all these guys shared one trait. They were a bit well off, leaving each other alone, silently indulging in fantasies. Maya, just as she thought of this, a voice she found repulsive appeared. The finance department's genius Zhou Ziyu appeared behind her. This self-proclaimed genius title was truly nauseating. Normal people would never give themselves such a label. And rumor had it that he himself came up with that genius moniker, even more pathetically asking a few friends to pretend to boost him in front of others. Yet he still had to play the modest role. Haven't eaten yet. Want to join me? Zhou Ziyu approached quickly, holding a bag of snacks, handing it to Shinmayan. Bought these for you. Don't think little of them. Shinmayan glanced at it. That bag of snacks had to be worth 300 or 400 yuan, a considerable amount for no need. Shinmayan had learned her lesson. Last year when she first enrolled, Zhou Ziyu had also given her snacks. But back then it was just a small packet of instant noodles worth only 1 yuan. She hadn't thought much of it, assuming he was just being friendly. But because she ate that one pack, she inexplicably became known as his girlfriend. Rumors spread everywhere Shinmayan's boyfriend gave her snacks. How sweet they were. Then even more disgustingly, after she learned her lesson and refused snacks from others, Zhou Ziyu shamelessly declared, "See, Mayan only accepts what I give." But in truth it was only that one time. Looking at Shun Mu Yan's cold demeanor, Zhou Ziyu could no longer contain himself. After a year, the other party remained unchanged. Fortunately, Shin Mu Yan had a good temper and did not scold him directly. He had been clearly rejected many times in private, but with such divine looks it was worth the continued effort. However, this did not stop Zhou Ziyu from dating girls. He casually dated girls from time to time, but in his eyes they were far inferior to Shin Mu Yan. Mu Yan, don't be like this. I broke up with Zhang Ting, please don't be angry with me. Shin Mu Yan nearly cursed upon hearing this. What does your relationship with Zhang Ting have to do with me? I'm not angry with you, but it's just that we aren't even friends. I don't want to get to know you, okay? Her voice was soft, not wanting to attract attention. But with the school's top goddess present, how could the past students not steal a few glances? Next to her, the X7 was utterly unappealing. Who knew whose parents had come to drop off their child? But Tang Luochuan was concerned the goddess wasn't his, but the car was. Suddenly he ran out again. He glanced at Zhou Ziyu, whose face was ashen, then turned his gaze back to Shin Mu Yan. Shin Mu Yan smiled sweetly. What's wrong? She herself was unclear why she was using such an expression towards a boy she had just met. The school cafeteria requires a meal card to buy. I think I haven't gotten one. Caught up in buying a car, he had neglected to get a meal card. The cafeteria only had a few special windows for scanning payments, and they didn't serve food he liked. Oh, the cafeteria office. They must be off duty by now. You'll have to go tomorrow morning. Shin Mu Yan took out her meal card. Let's go, I'll treat you. Off. Tang Luochuan felt a bit embarrassed. Is that okay? Shouldn't I? Find a classmate. But I don't know anyone. Today was the first day of school. He had just checked out his dorm and looked at the classroom door. Not a single classmate was seen. Everyone else was getting to know each other in the afternoon. He himself had gone out to buy a car. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry, handsome guy. The older sisters will treat you, said one of Shun Mu Yan's female classmates, raising her voice, as if afraid Zhou Ziyu wouldn't hear. However, Zhou Ziyu maintained a faint smile. No need to trouble yourselves. I'll treat the junior. Huh? Only then did Tang Luochuan take a proper look at Zhou Ziyu, feeling very displeased with her forced smile. He continued, since Senior Shun is treating me, I won't trouble you. I want to be treated by the senior. I'm familiar with her. Zhou Ziyu's smile instantly froze, like someone had thrown a cup of ice water in her face, leaving her unsure how to respond. Familiar? He pondered the word repeatedly in his mind. Was this guy new here? How could he be familiar? Shinmu Yin was not the type to easily get close to others. This woman indeed maintained a bright demeanor towards strangers coupled with just the right amount of distance. It was easy to misunderstand, mainly when boys faced such warm girls they often overthought. However, Shinmu Yin did not think that much. She simply found this junior's straightforwardness somewhat adorable. She shook the meal card in her hand. Let's go. If we dawdle, all the good food in the cafeteria will be gone. All right. Tang Luo Chuan waved goodbye to Zhou Ziyu. See you later, senior. His tone and demeanor were akin to bidding farewell to a security guard. Zhou Ziyu clenched the bag of snacks, her gaze fixed on Tang Luo Chuan, harboring a hint of resentment. Just a hint, as she had seen many boys like him. Did he really think he could pursue Shinmu Yin? In the cafeteria, Shinmu Yin slightly regretted inviting him to dinner. Because this guy ordered way too expensively, everything he picked was pricey. He even ordered a mountain of food totaling 260 yuan. The table was filled. Oh, we're all rich kids like this. Junior, can you finish all this? A female student asked. Tang Luo Chuan gestured for everyone to sit down. I'll treat you all. I'll transfer money to the senior later. This meal is on me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Shinmu Yin quietly said no. She wanted to refuse, but 200 yuan was about her entire monthly living expenses. She had to save a little for when she had time to buy clothes or go out for fun. Then. All right. Shinmu Yin reluctantly opened her phone, her expression quite unnatural. I'll add you as a friend. Tang Luo Chuan pulled out his newly purchased folding phone and opened WeChat. Wow. A folding phone? Your family must be well off. A nearby girl teased. Tang Luo Chuan didn't mind already taking a bite of his steamed bun while holding chopsticks in his other hand. Oh, it's all right. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Luo Chuan directly transferred 300 yuan over. That's more than enough. It's fine, keep it. Consider it my thank you. Tang Luo Chuan didn't even look at Shinmu Yin, focusing on eating his meal. After a day of traveling from his hometown, he had only eaten a bit for lunch, and in the afternoon went around buying a car, clothes, shoes, and even a phone. The kid was starving. So good. Tang Luo Chuan devoured the food and called out to everyone, sisters, don't hold back. One of the senior girls frowned, glancing at Shinmu Yin, then shook her head. She had wanted to tease her several times, wondering if she had a crush on Shinmu Yin. But this guy's attitude was completely genuine. He looked truly hungry. It was also true that he didn't have a meal card. Usually to treat Shinmu Yin and pursue her, one would have to say some nice things. Communicating feelings aside, at the very least one should pretend to be a gentleman. At this moment, Tang Luo Chuan had already finished one bun and was vigorously shoveling another bowl of rice. He was completely too preoccupied to talk. At most he would say, wow, so good. Finally, after eating and drinking his fill, they sat for a moment. Tang Luo Chuan wiped his mouth and spoke, senior. The senior girl immediately shot Shinmu Yin a look. Here it comes. He's about to flirt. Shinmu Yin felt a little nervous, fearing he would directly ask, will you be my girlfriend? Such directness was unacceptable to her, but this boy before her did indeed catch her interest. What's up? Is there any way to avoid military training? Huh. Shinmu Yin felt her ears were malfunctioning. Oh, why was he asking this? Ha ha ha. A nearby girl couldn't help but laugh. After pondering for a moment, Shinmu Yin blinked her eyes. You don't want military training? Yeah. It's too tiring. I can't handle any hardships right now. He was currently worrying about how to spend wildly. Military training lasted at least 7 days, extending to 14 days. Who could endure that? Looking at the other person's silly expression, Shinmu Yin felt her heart melt. When is a boy the most attractive? It's when he is serious without a trace of pretense. At this moment, Tang Luo Chuan's expression was just like that, earnestly waiting for the other person's reply. Well, unless you have a serious illness, then you can apply for leave. But you have to find a teacher, Shinmu Yin replied, her eyes unable to help but scan the other person. Tang Luo Chuan frowned, remaining silent. Seeing him like this, Shinmu Yin was shocked. You really don't want to participate? What else? I thought you were joking. Don't think about that. Participate in the class meeting later. As your senior in the second year, I'm also in the student council. They'll lead you all and no tardiness is allowed. Shinmu Yin said, playfully puzzled about why it felt so easy to get along with this boy. Boom. Suddenly a loud sound erupted outside the cafeteria and a lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Everyone flinched at the thunder, as it had been a clear day and no one expected such a sudden change by evening. What the hell? Tang Luo Chuan suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. Heaven is helping me. Shinmu Yin was startled by his reaction. Why are you so dramatic? Tang Luo Chuan had already pulled out his phone, his fingers sliding quickly as he murmured, let me see. In the next 10 days. Thunderstorms. Localized heavy rain. His voice grew more excited and he laughed out loud. Ha ha. The heavens are trying to cancel military training. It's not my fault. Are you crazy? A nearby senior girl couldn't help but retort. Why are you happy about the rain? Tang Luo Chuan put away his phone, his expression mysterious. You don't know this, but at the Traffic University in this magical city, there's a fine tradition of no training on rainy days. Huh. Shin Muyin was taken aback. Is that true? It must be. Tang Luo Chuan said seriously. I just bided at it last year during freshman military training. It rained for 3 days and training was cancelled for 3 days. Shin Muyin. Oh right, I totally forgot. And Tang Luo Chuan lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Did you not notice? The school's playground has a terrible drainage system. It floods as soon as it rains like a swimming pool. A few girls exchanged glances. It seems. That is indeed the case. One senior girl hesitated. So, Tang Luo Chuan slapped the table, making the chopsticks jump. If it rains for 10 consecutive days, I can just lay down for 10 days. Shin Muyin looked at him, both amused and annoyed. Do you really not want military training? Senior, do you know how comfortable it is to lie down every day, eh? Oh no, I mean, do you know how meaningful it is to lie down every day? Contemplating life. Did you just say a billion? Shin Muyin squinted her eyes. You misheard. Its meaning, the meaning of life. Outside, the thunder rumbled and raindrops began to patter down. Tang Luo Chuan looked out at the curtain of rain, a wild grin spreading across his face. This rain is falling at just the right time. As they prepared to leave, a cold gust of wind rushed in when the cafeteria door opened. Brr, it's a bit cold. Shin Muyin couldn't help but shiver, as she was still wearing the same white t-shirt from the day. Seeing this, Tang Luo Chuan quickly said, wait. He took a couple of quick steps, pressed the car key, and pulled out a newly bought piece of clothing from the trunk. A men's nylon short jacket bought from Prada, costing 21800 yuan. Here, take this. Put it on. It's new, and I haven't worn it yet. Tang Luo Chuan had a great sense of timing, and of course he was fortunate to have new clothes. Looking at the label, Shin Muyin was taken aback, then shook her head. No need. You haven't worn it. How can... It's fine to just wear it. Otherwise, do you want to go back to the dorm to get something? The girls' dorm is not close. After thinking for a moment, Shin Muyin considered that it was new clothing, so she had no reservations about the gender norms. Thanks a lot, I'll return it after wearing it. No need to be polite. As mentioned during the day, the cafeteria is very close to the teaching building, so they didn't even need to drive. They quickly walked a few steps and arrived. In the classroom on the second floor, many people were already seated. The moment Tang Luo Chuan walked in, several girls looked up and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. However, there weren't many familiar faces in the class, so he planned to sit in a corner first. Hey buddy, you're from dorm 502, right? A boy suddenly called out softly. Tang Luo Chuan was slightly taken aback, then smiled. I'm Tang Luo. Chuan, are you also from 502? Yes, the boy nodded. I'm Zhou Qi. How did you know I'm from 502? Tang Luo Chuan naturally sat beside him. Zhou Qi smiled slightly. The boys in the class, except for you, I know them all. There's a bed in the dorm that someone occupied, but I couldn't find that person all afternoon. That must be you. Tang Luo Chuan gave a thumbs up. How many people are in the dorm? Just me and you. There are 3 of us. Im Zhongming. A guy behind him, wearing glasses, patted his shoulder. Nice to meet you. Tang Luo Chuan also showed his friendly side, and the 3 boys quickly hit it off. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Zhou Qi suddenly asked. Tang Luo Chuan was a beat slow, thinking he was asking if he had a high school romance, and shook his head. I had one in high school, but we broke up. Tisk, I meant now, have you found anyone in college? Huh, didn't we just arrive a day ago? So what? Are you looking? So fast. I just started talking to someone. Do you want me to have my girlfriend introduce you to other girls? Tang Luo Chuan gasped, realizing that he hadn't rested all afternoon, while his roommates also hadn't been idle. Not yet, I'll look again. Just as he said that, Zhang Ming suddenly lowered his head and whispered, She's here. She's here. That girl Zhang Jinyu. Tang Luo Chuan felt that Zhang Ming was shy and followed his gaze. At the classroom door, a figure stood against the light. The curtain of rain outside served as her backdrop. Zhang Jinyu. She wore a minimalist black outfit, a high-neck thin top that made her neck appear long like a crane. Her wide-leg pants revealed a segment of her fair ankle, and she wore clean white canvas shoes. No jewelry or makeup, yet she looked like a person who walked out of an ink painting. The moment she walked in, everyone couldn't help but look at her. The girl's eyes held envy while the boys' eyes were filled with anticipation. But Zhang Jinyu gave off a very cold vibe. She had no friends around her, just all alone. The tips of her hair were damp from the rain, making her appear even cooler. No one dared to approach her. Wow, she's so beautiful. Zhou Qi couldn't help but mutter, compared to the one I just found, she's simply crushing it. Tang Luo Chuan laughed at this. Why don't you talk to her? Buddy, look at someone like her. Is she someone we can approach? Zhang Ming's voice suddenly dropped even lower. She's coming over, she's coming over. Tang Luo Chuan, however, looked at the girl openly, his eyes filled with curiosity. This woman acts so pretentious. There were 2 empty seats in front of him, but the girl didn't look at anyone. She simply walked past, quietly set down her bag, and sat down. The whole time she didn't lift her gaze, as if the dozens of people sitting in this classroom had nothing to do with her. After Jiang Jinyu sat down, the classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Ming nudged Tang Luo Chuan, who leaned in to ask, "What is it? Why don't you give it a try?" Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow, indicating for Tang Luo Chuan to strike up a conversation with Jiang Jinyu. "Why don't you try? I'm not good looking enough. Look at her, does she seem like someone we could win over?" Zhang Ming smiled sincerely. Indeed, Jiang Jinyu gave off a vibe that was too cold. Compared to her, Shen Mu Yin was like the sun, while Jiang Jinyu resembled the moon. Tang Luo Chuan shook his head, having no interest in Jiang Jinyu. There were plenty of women. Shen Mu Yin was quite decent, at least she appeared approachable. He was rich, but didn't want to be a wealthy sycophant. "Classmates." A clear voice rang from the door as Shen Mu Yin walked into the classroom, holding a stack of materials, still wearing that Prada jacket. She scanned the room, her gaze lingering on Tang Luo Chuan for half a second. "I'm Shen Mu Yin, a sophomore, and I'm from the Student Council's Cultural Department. I will host tonight's class meeting." She placed the materials on the podium and clapped her hands. "First, welcome everyone to the Digital Media Technology major. Our major has a fairly balanced gender ratio with 28 boys and 26 girls, so there are plenty of opportunities to find a partner." A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. "Next, let's have everyone introduce themselves." Starting from the first row, the first boy to stand up stammered nervously, clearly anxious. Tang Luo Chuan wasn't paying much attention. He was busy searching for the most expensive restaurant in Magic City on his phone, thinking that if it continued to rain tomorrow, he would go and try it. "It's your turn." Zhou Qi poked him. Tang Luo Chuan looked up and found that the whole class was focused on him. Even Jiang Jinyu in front turned around to look at him calmly. Of course, everyone's attention was not just on his face, but also on his new foldable phone. My name is Tang Luo Chuan from Quanshui City. What are your hobbies?" Shen Mu Yin smiled at him. Tang Luo Chuan thought for a moment and realized he didn't have anything particularly liked, so he casually said, "I like playing ball." In truth, he didn't like it at all. He merely played to kill time when he was bored. It was a very ordinary answer. Then the others continued with their introductions. A boy wearing a trendy t-shirt stood up, a seemingly expensive watch on his wrist, deliberately waving it as he spoke. "My name is Chunhao. I'm a local, and my family runs a small business. I enjoy playing golf and am quite familiar with the course next to our school. If there's time, I can take everyone to check it out." He said this while seemingly glancing at Jiang Jinyu. Jiang Jinyu was looking down at her notebook, the pen tip gliding lightly over the paper, not even lifting her head. Chunhao's smile froze for a moment, and he reluctantly sat down. The next boy stood up, wearing a plain white t-shirt that didn't show a brand, but the fit was excellent. "I'm Zhao Kai. I have varied interests, and recently I've become obsessed with hand-brewed coffee. I'm used to the one at home, so I really can enjoy the ones from outside." He smiled. "I also like to explore the surroundings on weekends. There's a guest house in Mogan Mountain that I often visit. I'm familiar with the owner, and the environment is decent, but there are many mosquitoes." After he finished, he seemed to glance at Jiang Jinyu as if waiting for a question about which guest house. Jiang Jinyu lifted her eyes briefly, politely nodded, and then looked down again. Zhao Kai touched his nose and sat down. The third boy was even more subtle, adjusting his glasses, exuding a scholarly air. "I'm Sun Lei. I usually love to read. Recently, I'm rereading 100 Years of Solitude. The magical realism of Gabriel Garcia Marquez really needs to be read in the original version to savor it." He paused. "I spent 2 years in the Spanish class in high school, so my speaking skills are decent, but I haven't practiced in a long time, and I've regressed quite a bit." He finished, looking around as if waiting for applause. The classroom was silent for 2 seconds when someone quietly asked, "So, you read the original Spanish version?" "Ah, yes." Sun Lei adjusted his glasses. "I have a set on my bookshelf at home, bound in sheepskin, quite heavy, but it's inconvenient to bring to school." After he finished, he finally looked at Jiang Jinyu's eyes filled with anticipation, as if to say, "You should understand." This time Jiang Jinyu didn't even lift her head, merely turning a page in her notes, the paper rustling softly. Tang Luo Chuan couldn't help but chuckle beside her. These guys one higher level than the other. They discussed skiing without mentioning equipment, only the quality of the snow coffee without discussing prices, just saying "I'm used to it." Reading without mentioning collections, only saying the sheepskin cover is quite heavy. Every word avoids the topic of money, yet every sentence speaks of wealth. Yet Jiang Jinyu seemed to carry a shielding aura, remaining unmoved amidst the storm of opinions. "It's your turn." Shen Mu Yan's gaze turned to Jiang Jinyu. This girl had caught her attention early on, or indeed, she was quite beautiful. In the entire school, she had never seen anyone who could compare to her, and now she truly encountered a rival. Just as Shen Mu Yan's gaze shifted toward Jiang Jinyu, it inadvertently swept past Tang Luo Chuan. All the boys in the class were eagerly anticipating Jiang Jinyu's self-introduction, while only this guy was playing on his phone. This was because Tang Luo Chuan had too many things to buy. He had just ordered the latest laptop, and the online game he loved still needed recharging. He had just bought a car and was thinking about the nearby housing prices to see if there was something suitable to buy. A villa or a large flat. While he was pondering, Shinmu Yin reminded him, Tang Luo Chuan, don't zone out. Her voice remained as gentle as ever. But many people couldn't help but feel intrigued. This senior sister was quite impressive. Unfortunately, she was a senior. They didn't know if she had a boyfriend. Ever since she entered, everyone had noticed that Shinmu Yan's beauty was on par with Jiang Jinyu's. However, due to her identity as a senior, no one dared to act recklessly for the time being. Oh, Tang Luo Chuan quickly put away his phone. When he looked up, he found Jiang Jinyu was also looking at him. I'm sorry. Tang Luo Chuan calmly apologized. Jiang Jinyu responded calmly, it's fine. This was the first sentence she spoke in class. The girl was composed, my name is Jiang Jinyu, I'm a local. I live in the Bund. Just the mention of the Bund made the air go quiet again. Many people knew what that implied. Oh, what were the prices of houses over there? What type of layout? Old Western-style houses. Someone couldn't help but ask. Jiang Jinyu finally smiled slightly, a faint smile, yet it seemed to confirm it. Everyone understood, so she was a princess of the Bund, and the price of those old Western-style houses didn't need to be elaborated on. Even if the housing market was not good, the minimum would still be around 90 million or more. That's it. Shinmu Yin was taken aback, not expecting such a brief introduction. That's it. Jiang Jinyu turned back, leaving everyone with a cold view of her back. Old Western-style houses. The Bund. These two terms were absorbed by Tang Luo Chuan, sounding expensive. Quite suitable for him. The class meeting ended, and everyone prepared to leave. The rain outside gradually. Jinyu. Shinmu Yin suddenly called out to Jiang Jinyu. What's wrong, senior? Why are you alone? Where's your roommate? Oh, I haven't had the chance to meet her yet. Shinmu Yin noticed Jiang Jinyu was by herself and wondered if the girl felt neglected, so she wanted to show. Jiang Jinyu also noticed the jacket Shinmu Yin was wearing, and to strike up a conversation, she asked, Senior, do you like Prada? But isn't this a men's jacket? It's a bit big. Oh, what Prada? The clothing. Yes. Oh, this isn't mine, Bits. Shinmu Yin felt a bit embarrassed having worn a junior's clothes. How could she explain? Jiang Jin, you seem to understand. Oh, is it your boyfriend's? That's a good catch. Why do you say that? This jacket costs over 20,000. Jiang Jin was familiar with luxury goods from a young age, so she recognized it at a glance. Hearing this, Shin Mayan was stunned, incredulously touching her clothes. How much did you say? More than 20,000, Jiang Jinwei replied. More than 20,000. Shin Mayan's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. This broken piece of clothing costs 20,000. She looked down at the dull gray nylon jacket she was wearing, inspecting it closely, yet she couldn't find anything worth 20,000. There wasn't even a logo. If Jiang Jinwei hadn't said anything, she would have thought it was a discounted item from some sports brand. At this moment, Tang Luochuan also stepped out, looking solemnly at the sky outside the window. Shin Mayan could no longer care about feeling embarrassed, as she had just been trying to avoid getting the other person dirty, but she still splashed a bit of rainwater. She couldn't afford to pay for it. Tang Luochuan, your clothes cost more than 20,000. Shin Mayan's words drew everyone's attention, and the students all stopped to look over. A jacket costing more than 20,000 is indeed eye-catching. Tang Luochuan snapped back to reality from Shin Mayan's shout and said, I don't know, I bought a bunch, and I don't know how much each one costs. Did you not ask? What was the point of asking? They can't negotiate the price. Everyone. Shin Mayan was rendered speechless by Tang Luochuan's logic. Wasn't it about whether one could afford it? Shouldn't it be a matter of whether one can afford it? Yet the boy's financial capacity still shocked her. Several girls began to scrutinize Tang Luochuan, carefully, seemingly calculating something in their minds. Jiang Jinwei also cast a curious glance. The clothes are yours. All right. Tang Luochuan replied casually, then looked outside. The rain was about to stop, and he felt extremely annoyed. The weather forecast clearly stated it would rain for several consecutive days. If tomorrow turned out to be sunny, wouldn't they still have military training? What are you looking at? Jiang Jinwei looked at the boy, very curious. Tang Luochuan muttered, just checking if it will stop raining. I don't want military training. Puff. For some reason, this sentence hit Jiang Jinyu's funny bone, making her unable to hold back her laughter. Zhou Qi also walked over. Luochuan, your clothes cost more than 20,000. Yeah. Wow. I couldn't tell you have so much money. Whether I have money or not, I can't go to school bare-bottomed. Puff. Huh. Jiang Jinyue could no longer contain herself. The boy's remarks were simply unbearable. Tang Luochuan looked at the girl whose personality had suddenly changed, furrowing his brows. Did I hit your funny bone? You. Jiang Jinwei held back her laughter, unsure why her sense of humor was different from others. The more he spoke, the more she wanted to laugh. You. Huh. Just stop talking. Jiang Jinwei covered her stomach, her cool persona shattered, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. Tang Luochuan looked perplexed and turned to Shin Mayan. Is she really that easy to make laugh? How would I know? Shin Mayan was still concerned about the clothes. If they got a bit of rain on them, it'll wash them and return them to you. No need to just keep wearing it. I can't wear it anyway. Tang Luochuan waved his hand, his gaze drifting back to the window. Why is the rain getting lighter and lighter? As he spoke, a sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Mayan. A boy in a checkered shirt hurried over, holding 2 umbrellas in his hands, a polite smile on his face. I saw the rain was about to stop, but the ground is still wet, so I came to pick you up. Shin Mayan's brows furrowed instantly. She recognized this person, a sophomore from the computer science department, named Lu Yang. She had coincidentally bumped into him 3 times last week in the library, and this week he had happened to sit at the table next to hers in the cafeteria. No need, I can go back by myself. She leaned closer to Tang Luochuan. Lu Yang seemed oblivious to her resistance. His gaze fell on the Prada jacket, pausing for a moment before smiling. This jacket looks quite authentic. The quality of counterfeit goods has really improved lately. Suddenly the air became. Tang Luochuan finally withdrew his gaze from the window and looked Lu Yang up and down. You have a keen eye. Oh, can you really tell the difference from 3 meters away? Of course, my cousin works in procurement and has seen many. Lu Yang puffed out his chest. This cut, this stitching, it does indeed look like it, but the authentic lining has special. Lu Yang. Shin Mayan interrupted him. Are you done yet? Lu Yang awkwardly said, if this jacket were real, it would cost more than 20,000. What student in our school could afford that? I can afford it, Tang Luochuan said, digging in his ear. Is there anything else? If not, please move aside. You are blocking my view of the rain. Lu Yang's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Luochuan. You left your keys on the desk. Zhang Ming ran out from the classroom, shaking a car key in his hand. Is this yours? Tang Luochuan checked his pocket, and indeed found the key was not with him. He hurriedly took it, mumbling, my mom keeps scolding me for being forgetful. Turns out she was right. Thanks, bro. Then he looked at Shin Mayan Sr. Let me drive you. Didn't you say the girls' dormitory is far? Shin Mayan recalled his BMW X7 and felt her heart racing. Today's freshmen were just a year. Why are there so many wealthy people? There's really no need. That would be too much. It's fine. It's just a matter of stepping on the gas. Tang Luochuan said casually. The difference between him and Lu Yang and Zhou Ziyu lay in their attitudes. The latter two always carried a superior demeanor, believing themselves to be exceptionally talented. They could put on a gentlemanly facade. Yet Tang Luochuan was very casual, and this was also because he currently had no particular thoughts about Shin Mayan. Lu Yang stood to the side looking at the car key in Tang Luochuan's hand, only knowing it was a BMW. But he had no idea which model it was. What car do you drive? X7. 03. Lu Yang's lips had already curled into a mocking arc, waiting for the other person to say the word 3. The 3 Series entry-level model, which costs less than 300, when purchased. His cousin bought one last year and had been scolded by his family for overinflating his worth. He had even prepared his lines. The 3 Series. No one buys it anymore. The second-hand market has plummeted. It's worthless. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he abruptly stopped. X7. He turned the thought in his mind 3 times before connecting the letter with that massive vehicle. Didn't that car cost over $1 million? That's quite good. Lu Yang forced out 3 words, the 2 umbrellas in his hands suddenly feeling incredibly heavy. Tang Luochuan finally looked at him, his eyes carrying a hint of genuine confusion. Do you understand cars? I know a little, just a little. Lu Yang took half a step back. I have something to do. I'll leave first. You don't want the umbrellas. Tang Luochuan pointed to the 2 unopened umbrellas in Lu Yang's hands. Ill. Give them to you. Several people walked out of the teaching building. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, let's go together. We can head back to the dormitory just in time for 5 of us, Tang Luochuan called out to his 2 roommates. The 2 of them were not shy, following closely behind. Naturally, the front passenger seat was given to Shin Mu-yin. The other 3 seemed to notice something, especially since Shin Mu-yin was wearing someone else's clothes. Senior, you sit in the front. Zhang Ming kindly opened the car door. Shin Mu-yin opened her mouth, realizing that the other party had misunderstood. I should explain. I should explain that he and I are just friends. No, just classmates, a relationship between senior and junior. She thought this in her heart. Yet she honestly replied, okay, thank you. After the car started, Tang Luochuan suddenly felt in high spirits because it started to rain again. Heaven is not deceiving me. Inside the car, the 5 of them remained silent. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were squeezed together, feeling that Jiang Jinyu beside them seemed to emanate a chill. And Shin Mu-yin also stole glances at Tang Luochuan beside her. Was he so happy because I agreed to sit in the passenger seat? Just then, everyone's phones rang simultaneously. It was a message from their counselor in the group. Shin Mu-yin was the first to glance at it and said, the military training has indeed been cancelled, but you all have to attend self-study tomorrow. Self-study is better than military training. Zhang Ming's voice came from behind. Those people in the group are showing off again, such pretentiousness. Tang Luochuan remained silent. He didn't dislike school, but he disliked doing things that lacked meaning to him. I heard there's a Huangting banquet nearby. Who among you has been there? He suddenly asked. What? The others didn't understand what he was talking about except for Jiang Jinyue, who replied, I've been there. Their New Year's Eve dinner is quite good. What about the usual dishes? They're okay, suitable for entertaining friends. How much does a meal cost approximately? Anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands, but the drinks make it even more expensive. Oh, this restaurant was the closest five-star hotel he found online. It wasn't for the food, but for the novelty. After all, it was just a single visit. They'll treat tomorrow. Are you going? Let's have a drink. Tang Luochuan called out to everyone. For a moment, no one responded. Would he treat right after just getting to know them? It wasn't just a couple of hundred for a small barbecue. Earlier, Jiang Jinyu mentioned that a meal could be a few thousand, and the expensive ones were over 10,000, not including drinks. Anyone with some decency wouldn't easily mooch off this meal. Everyone was puzzled. Was Tang Luochuan's family rich or something? Is there? Tomorrow night. Tang Luochuan appeared like a nouveau riche. He couldn't become a young master just like that. The system provided him with money, not ideals. Luochuan, let's not go overboard with spending. Zhou Qi was the first to speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he was somewhat shocked. A piece of clothing costing 20,000 was already enough to astonish him. You're not going. Then I'll go by myself. Tang Luochuan was determined, planning to find a high-end restaurant. In a few days, he would try out luxurious hotel suites. He would also go play at Disney, and after a week, he would say he made money from stock trading. He would transfer some money to his parents and continue to live freely. As for the girlfriend situation, he glanced at Shenmu Yin and caught a glimpse of the silent Jiang Jinyu through the rearview mirror. The former was fine. He could approach her naturally. In truth, once he had money, it was either to avoid relationships altogether or just for fun. Talking about feelings would make one feel somewhat guilty. He would always wonder if the other person was after his money. So he preferred to rely on feelings without intentionally showing off. It was like turning a blind eye. If the feeling was right, he wouldn't think too much. On the side, Shenmu Yin felt a bit conflicted. She wanted to go, but felt embarrassed to say it. Tang Luochuan indeed satisfied her criteria for a boyfriend. He even exceeded her expectations in both financial capacity and looks. But still, it was only the first day. Moreover, the others hadn't expressed their opinions, so she couldn't rush. Senior, are you going? Tang Luochuan noticed the girl's thoughts and deliberately called her out directly. I have something. Shenmu Yin turned her face away, looking at the scenery outside. Students on the road hurried by with umbrellas, while she sat in a car worth over $1 million. In an instant, that invisible sense of class disparity surged into her heart. It was subtle like an illusion, yet made one involuntarily feel a sense of inexplicable superiority. There were always many boys pursuing her, but hidden in their attentiveness was calculation, and their care was wrapped in performance, making her weary of their insincerity. Not to mention any sense of superiority. But Tang Luochuan was different. Just that one glance, a thought suddenly surged into her mind. If she became his woman, would she then live a life envied by others? Look, you all aren't going, and the senior isn't going either. Tang Luochuan was quite straightforward, sensing the others' emotions and directly voicing their thoughts. However, this kind of honesty made the atmosphere in the car ease up. Zhang Ming leaned on the front seat, poking his head forward. If you put it that way, why not? I'll go. Are you going or not? I'm going. That's decided. Zhou Qi hurriedly added, I'll go too. Shenmu Yin continued to maintain her ladle-like image, but her words started to lose coherence as she quietly said, how about we split the bill? Then I won't go. Who can afford to split the bill with him? Zhou Qi immediately began to complain. That's true. Shenmu Yin realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to amend it. I'll treat you to milk tea. Her voice grew smaller, lacking confidence. Yet Tang Luochuan felt the girl was quite nice. At least she didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but after this meal, she wouldn't be able to repay that favor. All right, no need for milk tea. Since everyone is going, let's meet up tomorrow afternoon after class. After Tang Luochuan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the car shifted again. Jiang Jinyu leaned against the car door with a slightly furrowed brow, clearly ignored. But perhaps she was meant to be ignored. She was merely hitching a ride. Luochuan, there's also classmate Jiang, someone reminded. Oh, right, there's one more person. Jiang Jin, where are you going? Tang Luochuan called out her full name. His tone was neither gentle nor soft, but very straightforward. It sounded like a simple inquiry. Tang Luochuan understood that this girl was too aloof, or she wasn't his type. Moreover, she came from a good family background and wouldn't deliberately flatter him just because he had some money, so she definitely wouldn't go. Jiang Jin, you remained silent for a few seconds before answering, sure, since you're treating. Tang Luochuan misjudged the other party's meaning and replied directly, all right, since you're not going, it will just be the four of us. Zhang Ming patted him again. She said she would go. Oh, okay. Tang Luochuan glanced at Jiang Jinyu a few more times, thinking to himself, this girl is quite unpredictable. She isn't short of money, so why is she following along? He couldn't believe that the other party was interested in him. After all, she was a wealthy girl from the bund. Did she really think so highly of him just because of an X7? The car stopped near the girls' dormitory. Shen Mayan and Zhang Jinhua prepared to get out, noticing that many people were entering the dorm, many of whom were paired up. Many boys were holding umbrellas for the girls, clearly there to pick up their girlfriends from school. As the car door opened, all eyes turned toward them. While not everyone in the school knew Shen Mayan, she was definitely a celebrity in this dorm area. Of course, there were also those who enjoyed stirring up trouble. Oh wow, Mayan. Who brought you back in the car? Who is that handsome guy? I've never seen him before. What's their relationship? Mayan, you're blushing. Is he a freshman? Mayan, you're quick to make your move. Don't bully our Mayan little bro. A few girls who were friends with Shen Mayan joked around. Shen Mayan repeatedly waved her hands, saying, no, it's not. Not what you think. One girl teased, not what we think. Then why didn't we get a BMW? Yet more gazes were filled with envy. Many boys stood there, their eyes sweeping over the X7, trying not to feel jealous or envious, yet unable to help themselves. Looking at Shen Mayan's beauty, they sighed internally. Among the girls who wouldn't fantasize about having a boyfriend as wealthy as that. At that moment, Zhang Jinhua came down with her bag. Hiss, came a chorus of gasps around her. One beauty was fine, but another. Our beauty's so cheap, isn't an X7 enough to impress two girls? However, Zhang Jinhua ignored anyone and simply walked up the steps, whispering to Shen Mayan, sister, let's meet tomorrow afternoon as planned. Shen Mayan nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll head out. Tang Luochuan waved and drove away. Hey Luochuan. Shen Mayan suddenly called out, her tone becoming more intimate. What is it? Tang Luochuan had just opened the car door preparing to get in. Shen Mayan waved, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The car left and the news spread. Tonight some people were bound to stay awake. Zhou Ziyu sat in her dorm feeling quite uncomfortable as she looked at the group chat images of Shen Mayan in the BMW X7. Hey Zhou, what's wrong? Did your image collapse? Did someone snatch your love? Joked her roommate. Zhou Ziyu looked displeased and didn't even glance at her, annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. That new freshman is quite wealthy, huh? Are you talking about the one driving the BMW? You know about him too. Oh wow, he flirted with Shen Mayan on his first day? Who doesn't know that? It's already spreading among the juniors. Zhou Ziyu felt helpless putting down her phone, as she certainly couldn't afford a car. Not to mention asking her family to buy one right now. Given her family's financial situation, perhaps she could buy a car worth 300,000 to 400,000, but over $1 million. That was a dream. Her roommate suddenly said disdainfully, these freshmen know how to play, damn it. Renting a car can get you girls genius. Why didn't I think of that back then? Rent a car. Zhou Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying that car is rented? Of course. A freshman. What kind of family conditions do they have? Her roommate sat up from the bed saying, let me tell you, even if his family is wealthy, can they afford to buy a car for their kids while they are in college? Just think about it, how many of our peers are wealthy? Li Mingho's family is rich, right? His dad makes 3 to 4 million a year in building materials. Did they get him a car? Sun Junkei's family is in the restaurant business and is also wealthy. They have 3 houses and 2 cars. Did his dad let him drive to school? Oh, now that you mention it. Zhou Ziyu suddenly became excited. That's right, they're all students. Even if their families are wealthy, they wouldn't easily provide a car. They would still encourage studying hard. Hiss. That kid must be renting. Without any solid proof, they both only believed what they wanted to believe. Thus they concluded that Tang Luochuan was renting a car. Her roommate continued, let me tell you something about Li Mingho and Sun Junkai. Actually, they also rent cars outside. Even if their families won't buy them one, those two occasionally rent a Ferrari or Lamborghini to pick up girls at other campuses. Really? Zhou Ziyu's eyes brightened even more. Why not do it on our campus? Because there are too many people they know on campus, it's easy to get exposed. They've known each other for over a year. Everyone knows their circumstances. That guy driving the BMW must be relying on being a freshman, so others aren't familiar with him, thus flaunting a luxury car. But after some time, everyone will know his situation. Pretending will be impossible. Wow. If you put it that way, I want to rent a car too. Do you have a channel? A channel? Yes. I know a guy who rents it for $1,200 a day, same model X7. Usually it's $1,500. I want to rent a Porsche. Don't girls love Porsches? Porsche, let me ask. From the conversation, Zhou Ziyu was already excessively excited. This was simply a golden opportunity in the girls' dormitory. As soon as Shen Mayan entered, the girl she had played badminton with hurried over, saying, Mayan was that guy who brought you back today. The girl was her roommate and close friend, Wang Fangfang. Shen Mayan felt exhausted, mainly mentally. Yeah, I forgot to give him my clothes. I'll wash them and return them later. She took off her jacket, revealing her sexy sports outfit that truly made her figure enviable. My boyfriend mentioned that. The boys from Zhou Ziyu's class and Lu Yang from the neighboring class seemed to be in a bad mood. Another roommate, Li Jiaqing, turned over, her gaze scrutinizing. Oh, those two are really annoying. Shinmine didn't say much as she found it very off-putting when college girls referred to their boyfriends as hubby. How clingy could one be? Li Jiaqing was different from her and Wang Fangfang. She was someone who knew how to play the game. Over the course of a year, she had dated 3 or 4 boyfriends, each wealthier than the last. She had them wrapped around her finger, and every day it was either bringing her meals or fetching water. Li Jiaqing would occasionally brag that she hadn't spent a dime in a month, though all the boys were spending on her. Wang Fangfang delicately touched a piece of clothing worth over 20,000, saying, "This dress is over 20,000. I heard that from someone else." Shinmine casually replied, "Don't ruin it, I can't afford to compensate." "Oh." Li Jiaqing sat up looking over from 4 or 5 meters away and suddenly had the confidence to say, "The color is off. The style has problems. It doesn't look real. Let me see it." Wang Fangfang was stunned and Shinmine exchanged glances with her, nodding slightly in agreement. Wang Fangfang foolishly handed the clothing to Li Jiaqing and asked, "How did you notice?" "I've seen so many I can tell." Li Jiaqing pretended to examine it with her fingers, looking very professional, and declared firmly, "The texture is also off. It's a knockoff." Li Jiaqing raised the Prada jacket under the light, squinting for a moment, a confident smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Muyin, you have misjudged this time." She shook the jacket. "The stitching and the metal fittings are clearly high-quality fakes from Baiyun district in Guangzhou." Saying this, she handed the jacket back to Wang Fangfang. Wang Fangfang was stunned. "No way. That junior looks quite wealthy driving a BMW X7 car." Li Jiaqing sneered, jumping off the bed and walking over to Shin Mu-yin in his slippers. "Mu-yin, today's young boys are quite clever. They rent a car to show off." "Who can say? I just checked the group chat as someone confirmed that the junior rented the car." In fact, Li Jiaqing didn't really understand luxury goods. He just often browsed online or in physical stores. Some of her previous boyfriends had indeed bought her some light luxury items, either completely useless silk scarves or some high-end lipsticks. Back then, when she was with her wealthiest boyfriend, she wanted a Chanel worth more than 200, which directly discouraged him. Although she couldn't tell the authenticity of the clothing, she could still put on an act. After all, she learned the poses from short videos. However, she was indeed an expert among girls when it came to luxury goods, as other girls were completely clueless. If she encountered someone who could talk for a while and use a few professional terms, she would naturally believe them. If it were before, Shin Mu-yin might have actually trusted her. But today someone else identified the authenticity of the clothing, and that was Jiang Jinyu. 2 fraudsters. No way. If Jiang Jinyu also misjudged, does that mean she doesn't understand? But what was she after? She wasn't interacting with anyone and had no friends. Wang Fangfang blinked, somewhat incredulous, and quickly opened her phone to check the messages on campus. Indeed, many groups were discussing this matter. Some even demanded that the school provide handling opinions regarding the punishment for students flaunting wealth by renting cars. "Mu-yin, should we tell that Tang Luo Chuan?" She handed her phone to the other person. Shin Mu-yin glanced at it, feeling a surge of emotions. How could so many people know about this in such a short time? It was just shy of making a PowerPoint presentation for herself. Various versions of the story had already surfaced, even including Tang Luo Chuan's personal background story screenshots from various campus group chats. Version 1. The poverty-stricken student's comeback. According to insiders, Tang Luo Chuan comes from a poor county in Quanshui City, with both parents being laid off, workers living on subsistence allowances. This student excelled academically in high school, completing his studies with the help of poverty assistance. After entering university, he became mentally unbalanced, and in order to fit in, he borrowed money to rent a car and buy counterfeit goods, accumulating over 100 in online debt. Version 2. Professional scammer. Alert attention, ladies. Tang Luo Chuan is a professional emotional. He has a criminal record from high school, specifically masquerading as a rich second generation to deceive girls for their affection, and after succeeding, he borrowed money under various pretenses, with 3 girls already victimized. He is currently lurking at our school. Please keep your eyes wide open. Version 3. Sugar baby version. This version is the most widely spread, a shocking revelation. Tang Luo Chuan's BMW X7 is actually a gift from a rich woman. According to unreliable sources, this student worked at a club during the summer and was noticed by a 40-year-old female boss, becoming her adopted son. The car and clothing were both gifts from the female boss, and the money for today's meal was also pocket money given by her. Magic City Transportation University confession. Wall, I want to submit. Today, that freshman driving the BMW X7, my brother works at a BMW dealership and checked his purchase records. There's no such name at all. The car is definitely rented. As for that Prada jacket, my cousin is an appraiser, and it's a fake. Don't be fooled, everyone. Comments section. I said, how could a freshman drive an X7? Is his dad Ma Yun? Shin Mu-yin is also unfortunate. On her first day, she caught the attention of such a guy. I've forwarded this to the counselor. This kind of atmosphere must be curbed. Seeking rental car channels, I also want to show off a bit. Shinmu Yin looked at these group chat records, her frown deepening. This is too ridiculous, right? There's no smoke without fire. Li Jiechi with a knowing look said, Mu Yin, sharpen your eyes. Some of this information looks very fake, but a fly doesn't buzz around a seamless egg. If he really had no issues, others wouldn't be able to say anything. Surely he has some problems, but maybe not this serious. These boys are always like this, loving to exaggerate. What should I do then? Shinmu Yin was also a bit flustered. This matter had already blown up at school. What is to be done? Li Jiechi said, tomorrow give him back the jacket and part ways. After some time, everyone will forget. That does sound decent, but Shinmu Yin still had some doubts. At the very least, Tang Luo Chuan didn't seem like that kind of person. If he really was driving to deceive women, shouldn't he be more attentive? At this moment in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were anxious. Meanwhile, Tang Luo Chuan seemed completely unconcerned, lying on the bed scrolling through short videos. I'll give you a tip. Upon seeing a flirtatious beauty, Tang Luo Chuan unhesitatingly tipped a few hearts, successfully spending 0.5 yuan. He was wealthy, but not a fool, and he definitely wouldn't look for female streamers online. No need to think those entertainment streamers with a bit of popularity and appearance, can they really be clean? Why do boys tip streamers? Isn't it just for that reason? Luo Chuan, aren't you anxious? Aren't you angry? Zhang Ming leaned on his bedside and asked. Tang Luo Chuan continued staring at the screen. What am I angry about? The school might get involved. They say it's an unhealthy trend. What does buying a car have to do with being an unhealthy trend? But what if they expel me? Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have to go to school? Thinking of this, Tang Luo Chuan laughed. It wouldn't be his fault. Buying a car, and the school wants to expel him. Even if it turns out he isn't renting the car to show off, if they ask him to come back to school, he wouldn't look back. The vast world is waiting for him. Thinking this, he opened a travel app, planning where to go after being expelled. Early the next morning, Tang Luo Chuan was awakened by Zhou Qi shaking him. Get up, have some breakfast, and go to self-study. Tang Luo Chuan glanced at the time. It was only 6:30. A new day, a million had already been credited. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and the downpour was getting heavier. Just after getting up and finishing his wash, his phone received 2 messages. One was a friend request from Jiang Jinyu. The other was a message from Shinmu Yin. I'll give you your jacket later. It was washed yesterday and hasn't dried yet. Tang Luo Chuan accepted Jiang Jinyu's request and replied to Shinmu Yin, okay. When he stepped out, Tang Luo Chuan didn't drive this time. Walking side by side with umbrellas, the 3 boys chatted and laughed. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi didn't believe the information online. It wasn't that they were foolish, but their eyes weren't blind. Just last night, they had seen Tang Luo Chuan playing a mobile game, spending on 100 packages of 648. A total of over 6,000 yuan. Zhang Ming asked, Luo Chuan, why do you play that kind of game? Which one? The role-playing one. Why not play LOL or Honor of Kings? If I play that kind of game, I will lose. Who wins all the time? This game is all about fair competition. And it's not pay to win. I have money, so why should it be fair? Just then, a few people walked past the girls' dormitory. Jiang Jinyu held an umbrella, wearing a black high-neck knitted sweater and a warm yellow long cardigan. Yet her demeanor remained as cool and aloof as ever. Only there were now a few more boys around her. Tang Luo Chuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, looks like she's just lost a man. Chill, keep your voice down. Zhou Qi quickly tugged at his sleeve. What if someone hears? At that moment, a boy in a trendy hoodie was eagerly handing her a plastic bag. Inside the bag were steaming buns and soy milk. Jinyu, I saw you didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I specifically went to the cafeteria to buy this. Jiang Jinyu didn't even lift her eyelids. No need. Take it, it's still warm. I said no need. She moved half a step to the side, leaving the boy awkwardly holding the bag in midair, his smile frozen on his face. Another boy jogged over, holding a bouquet of baby's breath with water droplets on the petals, unsure if it was rainwater or some kind of preservative spray. Jiang, this is for you. I think your vibe suits these flowers perfectly. Jiang Jinyu finally looked up at him. I don't like them. Huh. Then. Besides, she paused. These flowers are on sale at the flower shop for 9 yuan each. If you want to give someone a gift, at least choose something decent. The boy's face turned bright red, and the bouquet in his hand suddenly felt like a hot potato. Tang Luo Chuan mumbled again. You should be grateful. Just giving you some flowers is already generous. And yet you're picky. He was now wealthy, but only for about 24 hours. His emotional perspective still stood from that of an ordinary man, as he had been that kind of person for 18 years. It was unlikely for him to change his thinking all at once. Therefore, Tang Luo Chuan's complaints were mostly directed at Jiang Jinyu, while he felt the boys were quite thoughtful. They just met. Can they give you a house? Tang Luo Chuan muttered quietly. Just then, the third boy made his appearance. This one seemed better prepared, carrying a delicate paper bag with the logo of a well-known cosmetics brand printed on it. Jiang Jinyu, I saw that your skin is so good you must pay attention to skincare. This is their star cream. I specially asked someone to bring it from the counter. Zhang Jinhua actually accepted it, this time looking down at the packaging with surprise in the boy's eyes. This cream. She glanced at it. The texture is too thick and clogs pores. No. It can't be. The reviews online are very good. Besides, she handed the paper bag back. I use Lamer. This brand is too cheap. How much? Is it over 3,000 for a bottle? I can't remember. If you're going to give a gift, at least put in some effort. As soon as she said this, the boys present fell silent. Did it mean she was materialistic? But her family background was already affluent, so there was no need for that. Did it mean she wasn't materialistic? Without some confidence, one truly couldn't catch up. Many people already knew that Zhang Jinhua had outstanding conditions, but they regarded her merely as an ethereal swan, a naive little princess. They thought she had never seen the world and was filled with unrealistic pure love. But no one expected. She was not foolish at all and was very real. Luochuan, can you even pursue her? Zhou Qi asked curiously. Tang Luochuan frowned slightly. I just cursed her to lose her man. Now you want me to pursue her? Get lost. Just as the three were about to leave, Zhang Jinhua noticed him and called softly, Tang Luochuan. The boy turned back. Are you going to the cafeteria? I. Watching the boy stammering, everyone thought he was. After a while, Tang Luochuan shyly replied, I don't bring food for others. Only a simp would bring food for a girl. If it were a girlfriend, that would be another story. But just a day in, he had barely spoken a few words with Zhang Jinhua, and now she wanted him to bring her food. No way. Zhang Jinhua finally showed a change in her expression, covering her mouth and chuckling. Let's go together. I'm going too. I won't let you bring food. Saying this, she took out her card. I can treat you. After all, you'll treat me tonight, right? Tang Luochuan saw that meal card and touched his pocket, realizing he hadn't even gotten one yet. He had planned to borrow Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi's for a while. But since Zhang Jinhua said so, he felt he couldn't refuse. All right, let's go together. After finishing his sentence, just as he was about to leave, another girl came out of the dormitory. Wait for me. Regarding yesterday's group chat, some people's comments seemed to be aimed at her. It did indeed affect the girl's mindset, but when she woke up this morning, she felt she hadn't suffered any loss. At the very least, someone genuinely sent her over. However, she couldn't guess the boys' true intentions. So she wanted to try and engage. As long as they didn't drink or act recklessly tonight, just a simple meal would be fine. What could be wrong with that? Shinmayan changed her outfit today, wearing a light blue knitted dress with a short beige trench coat over it, her hair loosely tied back, a few stray strands falling by her ears, looking much more graceful than her sporty attire yesterday. Senior Mayan. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming greeted in unison, their tones filled with excitement. Hello. Shinmayan still presented a gentle and refined image, giving a warm impression. Tang Luochuan greeted her with a smile. He hadn't made any explanations online if the girls distanced themselves from him just because of a few words he understood, but that was the end of it. Luochuan, your clothes are drying in my dormitory. The weather is bad. They're not dry yet. It's fine. Tang Luochuan expressed that he didn't mind. The group looked to be in high spirits, but only Zhang Jinhua frowned slightly. Senior. How did you wash them? Shinmayan said. I just put them in water and washed them. There are a few places with a little bit of stains from fallen leaves. I rubbed them a bit. Very clean. Zhang Jinhua replied. That can be hand-washed, but it can't be soaked or scrubbed. You didn't know? Shinmayan froze, a hint of panic flashing across her face. You can't scrub? Then what do I do? It's fine as long as you can wear it, Tang Luochuan said. No. Zhang Jin, you looked at him, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. This person truly did not care. It was not an act, nor was it a facade to save face. He genuinely felt that there was no difference between a 20,000 yuan outfit and a 200 yuan one. If it was ruined, so be it, as long as it could be worn. This attitude inexplicably relieved her. Throughout her life, she had seen too many people trembling in front of luxury goods. Some would save every penny just to buy a designer item, almost as if they were worshipping it. Some who clearly did not understand would pretend to be connoisseurs. Others treated logos as symbols of status, afraid of creases, even while walking. And Tang Luochuan. You? Zhang Jin, you rarely took the initiative to speak. Aren't you heartbroken? Tang Luochuan replied. You. Why are there so many issues? Zhang Jin, you said. The few of them walked towards the cafeteria, the rain easing up and the air filled with the scent of grass and soil. Shenmu Yin walked beside Tang Luochuan, secretly stealing glances at his profile. Yesterday's rumors, she had been half in doubt. But Zhang Jinyu's reaction just now completely dispelled her doubts. Who was Zhang Jinyu? She grew up in an old foreign house in the Bund, having been exposed to luxury goods more than her textbooks. If she said that outfit was genuine, it was definitely real. Moreover, Shenmu Yin recalled Li Jieqi's professional appraiser demeanor from last night and suddenly found it amusing. What did that woman understand? She must have learned it from somewhere imitating without understanding. Luo Chuan, Shen Mu Yin softly began, about last night. I'm sorry I didn't say anything for you. What about it? It's about those rumors in the group. Oh, that one. Tang Luo Chuan was nonchalant. Let them say what they want, him not losing any flesh. But I heard the school is going to intervene. Shen Mu Yin still felt a bit worried. Tang Luo Chuan pondered for a moment and with anticipation said, do you think they'll expel me? He truly felt helpless. Just last night, he was contemplating whether to find someone to fight, and now he might just get expelled. But such an approach was indeed not advisable. Shen Mu Yin shook her head and said, that shouldn't happen, they'll just make you tone it down a bit, and if that car really is yours, it won't be a big issue. Jiang Jin, you suddenly interjected. The school expelling someone for a car isn't a big issue, it's just that someone is jealous. Jealous? Tang Luo Chuan turned to glance at her. You see things clearly. Jiang Jin, you did not respond, merely smiling faintly, that smile fleetingly vanishing so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. This left a good impression on Tang Luo Chuan. Although Shen Mu Yin was a year older, she was too naive. Jiang Jin, you, a being of similar age, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, it was a perfectly normal situation. If it weren't for someone stirring the pot behind the scenes, it wouldn't have attracted any attention. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, and the three of them grabbed their meals and found a corner to sit down. Tang Luo Chuan was still the same, burying his head in his food, as if that bowl of porridge was a delicacy. With one hand holding his phone, he was engrossed in a game. He had spent over 60,000 yuan buying plenty of outfits and mounts. It felt exhilarating to take out opponents instantly. Originally, Tang Luo Chuan disliked such pay-to-win games and had even complained about them online. Now he realized it wasn't that the game was bad. Rather, it was because he had no money that he had such limited experiences. What are you laughing at? Shen Mu Yin had a smile on her lips. She wasn't actually curious about what he was laughing about. She understood that he was playing a game, but Tang Luo Chuan held his phone like that without chatting with them. Yet Shen Mu Yin wanted to know him better. Look, this guy cursed me to death. You're happy even when they curse you? They're cursing because they can't beat me. How can I not be happy? So you're quite skilled. Shen Mu Yin took out her phone, casually playing games like Candy Crush occasionally. She knew that boys usually played Honor of Kings, and while she didn't know how to play, she could be a beginner. Getting closer to him, she could offer him her admiring gaze at any moment. Tang Luo Chuan sighed. Just average, I play occasionally. The game I'm currently playing is different. But even playing something else is impressive if you're defeating others. Can you take me with you? This doesn't require skill. Then what does it require? You just need to spend money to become powerful. Tang Luo Chuan replied seriously. Shen Mu Yin was a bit surprised. How much do you need to spend? Not too much. Then I'll spend too. I don't need to be very powerful, just be behind you and let you carry me. She was still thinking too simply. In her worldview, spending a few hundred on a game, a few thousand. She had heard that the hottest game, Black Myth Wukong, cost just a few hundred, right? For such a wildly popular game, how much could the mobile games cost? Senior Luo Chuan spent 60,000 last night. I think you might want to reconsider. Zhou Qi looked at her, barely able to hold back laughter. 60,000. Shen Mu Yin nearly dropped her chopsticks into the bowl, her eyes wide open, as if she had heard some unbelievable tale. Just for a mobile game. Tang Luo Chuan nodded seriously. The server just opened yesterday, and the first recharge rewards are quite worthwhile. This is considered worthwhile. Shen Mu Yin looked at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi beside her, wanting to confirm. Did you guys miss C? I guarantee my eyes are fine. Zhang Ming pointed at his own eyes, which were hidden behind thick lenses at least 400 to 500 degrees. All right, let's finish eating and head out. Tang Luo Chuan wanted to end this topic quickly. He didn't want to discuss money with them too much. Not flaunting wealth, not over-explaining, not deliberately low-key. Complete freedom, enjoying life. That's what he wanted to do. Jiang Jin, you raised her eyebrows upon hearing that number. It exceeded her expectations. She had seen her cousin spend over $1 million on a game. But her perception of Tang Luo Chuan had never reached that. Just as Tang Luo Chuan finished the last spoonful of porridge, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the counselor. Tang Luo Chuan, please come to my office shortly. Tisk, that was fast. Tang Luo Chuan wiped his mouth and tucked his phone into his pocket. Shen Mu Yin immediately became anxious. It's from the counselor. Yeah, they're probably going to talk about yesterday's incident. Tang Luo Chuan stood up, stretching lazily. Just right, saves me the trouble of looking for him. They'll go with you. Shen Mu Yin also stood up. I can testify that the outfit is genuine and the car is no need. Tang Luo Chuan waved his hand. If you go, it might cause trouble, making it seem like we have something going on together. His straightforward words made Shen Mu Yin blush, and she sat back down. Jiang Jin, you glanced at him and said lightly, good luck. Thanks. Tang Luo Chuan smiled, turning to walk out of the cafeteria. Watching Tang Luo Chuan's solitary figure leave, Shen Mayan already had an answer in her heart. She truly had developed the intention to draw closer to this boy. She was very much like Jiang Jinyue at her core, both strikingly beautiful and acutely self-aware. Those who are good-looking are inherently more aware of the assets they possess from a young age. Being favored is the norm and preferential treatment is commonplace. Over time, one's standards naturally become extremely high. With her education, looks, and vision, her criteria for a partner are ingrained deep within her. People who can make her willing to approach them and interact more have always been few. Tang Luochuan was the first one she felt inclined to pursue actively. The reason is simple. She had never encountered someone who spent so much on gaming, drove a luxury car worth $1 million, or wore clothes that cost $20,000. The difference between her and Jiang Jinwei lies in their backgrounds. Hers was ordinary, with her encounters with the wealthy limited to a classmate whose family had a few million, a relative who made $100,000 to $80,000 a year. The rain fell heavier. Tang Luochuan, holding an umbrella, strolled leisurely toward the administrative building, contemplating how to address the situation later. Should he directly admit his mistake to seek leniency, or stand his ground? Forget it, he would adapt as needed. The counselor's office was on the second floor with the door ajar. Tang Luochuan knocked, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw 3 people seated inside. Counselor Wang Jiangwo, in his 30s, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a serious expression. Beside him sat 2 student council officers, 1 male and 1 female, holding notebooks as if they're to take notes. Tang Luochuan, right. Take a seat. Wang Jiangwo pointed to the chair opposite him. Tang Luochuan sat down confidently, sitting up straight. Do you know why you were called in? Wang Jiangwo got straight to the point. Yes, it's about the car. The car. Wang Jiangwo frowned. It's not just about the car. Rumors are spreading all over campus saying you flaunt wealth by renting a car, wearing counterfeit goods, and being kept. Tang Luochuan nearly laughed out loud. These people really have rich imaginations, even suggesting he was being kept. Teacher Wang, he cleared his throat. The car is mine, bought outright. I just picked it up yesterday. And the clothes are real. As for being kept, that's completely unfounded. Then why did you buy the car? The female student council officer suddenly spoke up. A freshman buying a car worth over $1 million right after starting school. What else could that be but flaunting wealth? Is it wrong to have money at home? How can you prove it was you who bought it? The female student council officer still didn't believe him. The male student council officer added, classmate, this matter is very serious. We in the student council have discussed this as well. Even if you bought it yourself, it is still considered flaunting wealth. Just as Tang Luochuan was about to retort, his phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. He spoke calmly, showing no sign of agitation. Hello. He answered the call in front of the counselor and the 2 student council officers. Wang Jiangwo and the 2 student council members exchanged cold glances, feeling the other party was quite rude. They thought he had no regard for the situation. Hang up the phone. Whatever it is, discuss it later. Focus on the present. The male student council officer signaled for him to hang up. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand, giving a hint to let him take the call. Tang Luochuan heard a voice on the other end. It was the Porsche dealership calling. The Porsche Taycan and Panamera have arrived. He also received a message from the Lamborghini dealership that his car would arrive soon. According to the requirements from when Tang Luochuan signed the contract, they would deliver directly to the school. Originally, Tang Luochuan planned to live on campus and could not move out temporarily. He intended for both stores to deliver to the dormitory downstairs. But now it seemed the situation had changed. Just leave it at the school gate and send someone to wait. I might have to change where I park the car. Okay. How long? 30 minutes, right? All right. After hanging up, Tang Luochuan put on a good student facade. Sorry, teacher, I have a bit of an urgent matter. Urgent matter? The female student council officer scoffed. What urgent matter could be more important than a school punishment? Tang Luochuan glanced at her, but did not respond. He had no desire to argue with her, feeling it pointless to engage in a debate with someone so foolish. He decided to just wait for the outcome. All right. Wang Jiangwo interrupted her, rubbing his temples. Tang Luochuan, the school doesn't prohibit you from spending money, but you have to consider the impact. The public opinion is making a huge fuss right now, and the school is under a lot of pressure. I accept any punishment. Tang Luochuan cut to the chase, feeling anxious. Just hurry up and give me a harsh 6-month reflection period so I can go out and have fun. After deliberation by the college, we have decided to give you 7 days to reflect at home, during which you will write a reflective essay of no less than 3,000 words, deeply contemplating your actions. 7 days. Tang Luochuan's eyes lit up. He thought 6 months was a joke, just indulging in some wish, but 7 days. That's not bad. No problem. He jumped up. I'll go pack my things now, and I promise to submit the reflection on time. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback. He had dealt with many students who violated rules. Some cried for mercy, some argued their case, and some accepted their fate in silence. But it was the first time he encountered someone as proactive in admitting their mistakes as Tang Luochuan. Wang Jiangwo felt a softening in his heart. He was unlike those young student council members who were petty-minded. He still considered the future of these kids, understanding that a bit of arrogance in youth could be tolerated. Luochuan, your attitude is commendable. You can go back for now. They'll talk to the school to see if I can help reduce your punishment. Tang Luochuan. He quickly waved his hand and bowed deeply. Teacher, no need. I've realized my mistake in this matter, and I don't want to trouble you to help me. I believe the school's handling is correct. Wang Jiangwo was stunned for a few seconds. This kid was quite impressive. When he answered the call earlier, though it seemed impolite, it could have been a sign of composure and a stable mindset. Thinking deeply, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Moreover, upon entering, he did not appear as nervous as other students who often acted timid. His speech and demeanor were quite proper. Luochuan, it's good that you can think this way. This week is supposed to be military training, even though it's been paused. Classes are all self-study, so it won't hinder your studies. Wang Jiangwo stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Remember, you must learn from this lesson. This matter is not about whether you rented the car, but about your flaunting, which has given some people an opportunity. His final words were also a subtle reminder to Tang Luochuan. Driving an X7 to school is nothing. The school isn't punishing him just for driving. It's because the public opinion has stirred up. Tang Luochuan had a good impression of the counselor. This matter was one where the elder was right, but others insisted on accusing him of flaunting wealth. It was merely a matter of magnitude. The counselor was also receiving a salary for their duties. When instructed from above, they could not refuse to act. However, those two student council officers were a bit nauseating, coming over just to take notes. The resolution was not up to them, yet they insisted on arguing. Then I'll head back first, Teacher Wang. Okay. By the way, you still need to write a reflection. I'll make it 1,000 words. Sure. Upon exiting, Tang Luochuan headed straight to the dormitory, while also messaging Shenmuya and Zhang Ming. Reflecting at home for 7 days, the plan for the royal banquet tonight remains unchanged. He then opened his phone to search for nearby hotels and suitable houses. Time was tight, and he was not prepared to buy a house, so he could only stay in a hotel for a few days. Fortunately, this matter was not reported to his parents, so otherwise he would have been scolded again. After quickly packing his belongings, Tang Luochuan's phone rang. What's up? Tang Luochuan answered the call. The staff from the Porsche dealership replied, Mr. Tang, I apologize. The security at the school gate allowed us in, but parking at the entrance is quite obstructive and impedes traffic. What should we do now? Oh, then go to the 6th teaching building. Follow my car. Tang Luochuan packed a few daily necessities and prepared to go downstairs. He still needed to stay at the dormitory. It was more convenient for attending classes and resting. If there were any activities, or if he wanted to have a drink with his roommates or classmates, he could simply stay in the dormitory when tired. Inside the car, a pile of luxury goods purchased yesterday remained unopened. Tang Luochuan was briefly intrigued by the luxury items, but at this moment he had lost all interest in them. At this moment he began to understand that the handsomeness he had been proud of for so many years was insignificant in the face of wealth. The car started and headed directly to the teaching building. It was now the break between classes, and the first period had just ended. Shenmuya saw his car from the 2nd floor and hurriedly ran down. Luochuan. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, and many people's eyes were focused on the two of them. Why was that the guy who drove the X7 yesterday? Did Shenmuya really get close to him? Look at how starry-eyed she is. Something must be going on. Isn't that too fast? How many people pursued Shenmuya last year, and she didn't pay attention to any of them? Did this freshman manage to win her over in just one day? He has a car, though. So what? Didn't they? Who knows, it could be true or false. But I heard there's a new goddess in freshman year named Jiang Jinhua. She's no worse than Shenmuya. Should we go check her out? I know I just heard someone mention it. But she's hard to pursue. I heard her family is particularly wealthy. Surrounding people were gossiping, and everyone tacitly avoided staring directly at Shenmuya and Tang Luochuan. Everyone pretended to be busy with their own affairs, but secretly watched. Shenmuya gritted her teeth, fully aware that many people were watching them, a reality she had already grown accustomed to. Luochuan, what's going on? Reflecting at home for 7 days. Yeah, senior. Just call me. Shenmuya was becoming anxious. If they had known each other for a year, it would have been understandable. 7 days wasn't much time. But having just met for a day, for the boy to have to reflect for 7 days could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Luochuan, how about I ask the student council for you? What good will the student council do? This is an order from the school leaders. 7 days is just a bit short. Shenmuya was taken aback. Wasn't 7 days already short? She brushed her hair back, her gaze somewhat awkward. She needed to take the initiative. If she waited until he left, it might be too late. And who knows what kind of women he might encounter in these few days. Shenmuya was innocent, but not foolish. She understood that a wealthy boy like him wouldn't just stay at home obediently. This weekend do you have time? I've arranged to hang out with friends, so I wanted to invite you. Shenmuya had no such plan, she was just making it up on the spot. Even in the past, she had always been invited. She had never taken the initiative to invite anyone. Even her good friend, Wang Fangfang, usually proposed going out, and she just went along with it. How many friends? Just us and Wang Fongfong. Oh, 3 people, that's a bit much. Shinmuya paused slightly, looking at him nervously. She said tentatively, it's just hanging out. Don't think too much of will you go or not. Sure. Tang Luochuan laughed. The girl's intentions were quite clear, and refusing would be foolish. Why not take an opportunity that presented itself? Shinmuya did not have the courage to directly invite Tang Luochuan alone, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. So she brought Wang Fongfong along to make it less awkward. Hearing the answer, Shinmuya finally looked up, meeting his gaze with courage, saying, it's a deal. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Her heart had almost leaped out just now. She had only ever had others confess to her. This was her first time confessing to someone, especially under the watchful eyes of so many people genuinely fearing rejection. Okay. Just as the two made their agreement, a Porsche 911 made a sharp turn and suddenly approached in front of the teaching building. Slow down, you'll have to pay for any damages. The passenger seat was reminded by a roommate of Zhou Ziyu. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu was unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, you get what you pay for. This was his first time driving such a good car. His father had a Tesla and an Audi A5L. The two cars together were worth only about 600,000 to 700,000. His family condition was fairly good, at least better than Tang Luochuan's. His father Tang Hai drove a Volkswagen Magotan. The car stopped and his roommate opened the door softly, reminding, don't forget to return it by noon tomorrow. This was a reminder about the return time. Exceeding it would incur significant extra charges, making it not cost-effective. Got it. Zhou Ziyu also replied softly, fearful of being overheard. However, many second-year students knew Zhou Ziyu's conditions. He absolutely could not afford this car. Muya. Zhou Ziyu strode over, standing tall, his steps confident and composed. At this moment, he radiated brilliance as an outstanding senior. He exuded the aura of a domineering CEO. He was the envy of everyone present, a figure who naturally drew admiration. The boys around looked on with jealousy, while every girl secretly harbored feelings of affection. At least that was how he felt. Shinmuya rolled her eyes and muttered, what an idiot. This expletive was overheard by Tang Luochuan, who was surprised. He didn't expect his gentle and lovely senior to have a moment of anger. This contrast was quite unexpected. Shinmuya's face turned red as she quickly explained, I didn't curse. I'm sorry. This statement was contradictory. She claimed not to have cursed, yet apologized. But she truly disliked Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Ziyu walked up to them and glanced at Tang Luochuan. The latter stared blankly at him. Why was this guy acting so grand? This weekend, best seats in the IMAX theater. Muya, can you do me a favor? Saying this, he pulled out 2 movie tickets from the pocket of his tailored suit. If one chose a better angle at this moment, focusing solely on Zhou Ziyu, it would exude an overwhelming CEO vibe. But it all felt too pretentious. Every move and expression seemed rehearsed. Zhou Ziyu's dream was to become the domineering CEO in a TV drama. Although his financial resources were insufficient, he compensated for it with showiness. Shinmu Yin did not even glance at the movie ticket, stepping back half a step to stand side by side with Tang Luochuan, and said no need. Zhou Ziyu still had a bit of indomitable spirit, having been rejected by Shinmu Yin countless times. Aside from the bag of snacks given during their first meeting, it was vividly etched in her memory. Don't worry. Zhou Ziyu felt much more confident with a Porsche backing her. He looked at Tang Luochuan and said, bro, if we're renting a car, we should at least get a decent one. Don't girls like Porsches? Huh. I haven't researched that. Tang Luochuan was a bit confused. He could tell the other party wanted to show off. But he couldn't muster the interest to retort. This guy's car was clearly rented. You can't bite back at a dog that bites you, right? Zhou Ziyu also knew she couldn't keep up the act for long. I'm not afraid of others knowing I rented a car, but how many can afford a 911? And both Tang Luochuan and I are renting cars, so neither of us can look down on the other. I have no classes this afternoon, want to take a ride together. Zhou Ziyu walked to the car and opened the door. Want to join? Tang Luochuan scratched the back of his head. Maybe not. Zhou Ziyu frowned slightly, while Shinmu Yin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I meant Mu Yin. Mu Yin, I have a lot to say to you. This car is indeed rented. I just want to let you know if he can afford it, so can I. Also, I'm a local from Magic City, and I can directly register my household there. I have 2 apartments in Magic City. One 110 square meter for my parents, and another 120 square meter kept for my future marriage. Ziyu. Shinmu Yin felt a bit embarrassed hearing such straightforward words. Say it. Zhou Ziyu noticed that her tone was not as decisive as before, feeling hopeful. Shinmu Yin thought it would be better to be straightforward, so she said, actually, you're quite decent. Zhou Ziyu smiled slightly. That's natural. I meant as a person you're not bad, but you really know how to show off, don't you? You're not that excellent at all. Why do you act like you're the best in the world? Also, you're really not handsome, at least nowhere near Tang Luochuan. No, actually, you two can't even be compared. Even in your class, you wouldn't be considered handsome. Moreover, among those chasing me, there are quite a few with Magic City household registration, more handsome and better qualified than you, yet I've never been moved by any of them. Among those pursuing me, you only rank around the middle. Stop pretending by renting a car. Why not just ask if you can return it to save some money? Shin Mu-yen finished her statement in one breath. The air around them suddenly fell silent, and everyone was watching the spectacle excitement evident on their faces. Such a blunt and unrelenting response was indeed a first. Shin Mu-yen had even stopped handing out nice guy cards. This wasn't surprising, as Zhou Ziyu had received at least a dozen, if not dozens, of nice guy cards from her. But this guy just wouldn't change. Moreover, he was becoming increasingly outrageous, even claiming privately among friends that he was her boyfriend. Shin Mu-yen had had enough. That's too much. A deep voice suddenly rang out. It was Tang Luo Chuan. He felt uncomfortable all over, awkwardly fidgeting with his hands and feet. Shin Mu-yen's tone was so gentle and sincere, yet her words were piercing, hitting hard. As an onlooker, Tang Luo Chuan felt embarrassed for Zhou Ziyu. If Shin Mu-yen had been a bit harsher or snobbish, it would have been easier to bear. Most people would just call her materialistic or snobbish. But her demeanor genuinely seemed to care for Zhou Ziyu, as if advising a friend who was lost in obsession. This sincerity instead made the situation even more awkward and hurtful. Both Zhou Ziyu and Tang Luo Chuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. The former's face turned instantly red. The latter bit his lip, a mix of emotions swirling within, wanting to laugh, feeling awkward, pitying Zhou Ziyu, yet also feeling amused. It was like having a pimple on the sole of your foot. The more you scratch, the itchier it gets. Zhou Ziyu stood beside the Porsche 911, his face burning from his neck to his ears, his hand gripping the car door with veins bulging. He opened his mouth wanting to retort, but found that every word from Shin Mu-yen felt like a nail hammered into place. He was indeed renting the car, he was indeed showing off, and his looks were average. But he was unwilling to admit it. Immersing himself in such enjoyment, suddenly being exposed by someone else, was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. I never said I was amazing, nor did I show off. I'm just being myself. Then I don't like you. Not at all, never. And Shin Mu-yen could hardly hold back anymore. Remembering those matters frustrated her, and she raised her voice. Please tell your friends that I have nothing to do with you. There has never been any special relationship. Stop looking at me with that they understand look. I'm not shy or embarrassed to say it, I just find it too shameless. Once she started, Shin Mu-yen's emotions erupted. She directly revealed all the troublesome matters from the past year. Zhou Ziyu suddenly looked up, his eyes mixed with shame and astonishment. Tang Luo Chuan lowered his head, not daring to speak, his toes pressing hard into the ground. If such a thing happened to him, he would want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Many people had gathered around as students passing by stopped. Some peeked out from the teaching building, and a few who were originally playing badminton dropped their rackets, their gazes fixed on him. There were curious, mocking, and schadenfreude looks, but none of the envy he had hoped for. Mu-yen, do you have to be so harsh? Zhou Ziyu's voice trembled. You're really going to be this absolute? It's not me being absolute, it's you pushing me. Shin Mu-yen's voice had calmed down. I've given you face many times, but you don't want it, you only escalate things. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the rented Porsche 911, having vented her anger. Girls still have a softer side. Her tone softened again. You should hurry and return the car, see if you can get some money back. Renting it for a day shouldn't be cheap. Then why don't you tell him? Zhou Ziyu abruptly threw the movie ticket on the ground, pointing at Tang Luo Chuan and shouting, he rented too. Why are you targeting me? Tang Luo Chuan touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. No. That was. Shin Mu-yen said, Luo Chuan is different from you. At the very least, he is genuine. And the car isn't rented by him. His clothes are real. Some people online are just talking nonsense. Zhou Ziyu seized the opportunity, shouting no. The school even punished him to go home and reflect. You're saying that's not rented? Hey, how do you know so fast? Tang Luo Chuan was bewildered, then quickly understood. It must be that among those two student council members someone informed him. At least Wang Jianguo as a teacher wouldn't behave so shamelessly. What are you doing? Wang Jianguo led two student council members out. Just now he noticed that these students were crowding by the windowsill or in the lobby on the first floor watching the commotion. Zhou Ziyu exchanged a glance with the male council member and quickly looked elsewhere. The reason she received the news so quickly was because of the message sent to her by the other party. Upon learning that Tang Luo Chuan had returned to school, he couldn't be happier. Luo Chuan, you should head home early. You should reflect while staying at home, and you too. Zhou Ziyu, a sophomore, what does this mean? Wang Jianguo pointed at the Porsche 911. We just dealt with Tang Luo Chuan, and you are committing the same offense again, right? Zhou Ziyu looked flustered. I'll leave right away. I just have no classes this afternoon and wanted to go out, so I came to school to get something. Lying. Shin Mu-yen looked down on her even more. Oh, wasn't she here to confess her feelings to him? Again, it was about getting something. Wang Jianguo sighed. No matter your family's circumstances, this is a play. If the students have no objections, we wouldn't bother. There are students who drive to school, but this is a special case. You need to understand the school's position. If this blows up, how do you think we will resolve it? This isn't just a 7-day reflection matter. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Ziyu nodded repeatedly. Tang Luochuan then asked, Teacher, what qualifies as big? Will we be expelled if it gets serious? What do you mean? I was just asking casually. Just as he finished speaking, several container trucks slowly drove over, completely blocking the teaching building. Is this big enough? Tang Luochuan wondered. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, several suited staff members from the 4S dealership jumped down from the truck. They immediately spotted Tang Luochuan from yesterday. Mr. Tang, I am from the Porsche 4S dealership. Mr. Tang, I am from the Lamborghini dealership. Your cars have arrived. Tang. Mr. Tang. Wang Jingwo looked at Tang Luochuan in astonishment. Zhou Ziyu was even more confused about what was happening. However, the people around had already guessed smartly. This container must be carrying cars. I've seen trucks delivering cars, but there are usually several in the back. This can't be true. Those are regular cars. Luxury cars are delivered like this. Moreover, this is for the 4S dealership, and private deliveries are always like this. Is it for real, eh? Is it not a rental? No. Then this kid. Wow, is he really wealthy? Everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. The two male and female student council members were filled with disbelief. Tang Luochuan turned around feeling a bit embarrassed and politely said, Teacher, I really had no choice. My cars have arrived, they were delivered, and I don't have a place to park in Modu. I let them deliver to the school first. Later I'll find a suitable place and have them drive away. Wang Jingwo was momentarily stunned. Oh, he was now more shocked than rational and didn't know how to handle it. Unloading the cars. The staff shouted to the driver at the back. The three containers immediately opened. The tailgate of the container slowly lowered, and the hydraulic rods emitted a low hum. The first Porsche Tycoon's purple paint shimmered in the rain. The second Panamera was matte black with sharp lines that seemed to cut through the air. The last Lamborghini Huracan, which Tang Luochuan specifically chose, had a colorful design that was very eye-catching. Mr. Tang, please inspect the cars. The Porsche sales manager handed him a pair of gloves. As per your request, the interior is fully customized, and the Berlin sound system for the Tycoon and the SC components for the Panamera are all equipped. Tang Luochuan took the gloves, but didn't rush to put them on. He turned to Wang Jingwo with a sincere look in his eyes. Teacher, driving an X7 isn't just for show. I just found a car at the BMW dealership yesterday. Wang Jingwo opened his mouth, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. He had been a counselor for 8 years dealing with cheating, fighting, dating, and even last year there was a student who lost tuition money by trading Bitcoin in the dormitory. But this scene before him. 3 luxury cars delivered in containers to the school, and the owner was the new student he had just punished for showing off. This exceeded his professional recognition. Oh, teacher, I understand. The other 2 student council members, the boy gazed at the 3 luxury cars filled with the rainy day. The visual impact was extremely strong. He recalled how he had pretended to be authoritative earlier, treating the other party with a superior attitude, feeling instantly ashamed. No wonder the other party didn't even glance at him. What a joke. He couldn't even afford these cars if he sold himself. Earlier, he had reprimanded the other party in the office for showing off and bad influences. This felt like countless slaps on his own face. The female student council member pursed her lips, also feeling the shock in front of her. It's over. I just gave him the cold shoulder. Does that mean I missed my chance? Who doesn't love an outstanding boy? At this moment, the girl was thinking about how to ease the relationship with him, how to catch his attention. But seeing Shun Muya, who was already lost in thought beside her, her heart sank. Shun Muya, a foreman with that good looks and figure. She couldn't compare. Tang Luochuan didn't waste any time and simply inspected the cars. All right, I just checked a place nearby, a hotel. Let's park there for now. I don't have a home in Modu. I'm planning to buy a house nearby. Oh, sure. I'll arrange for someone. The Porsche sales manager smiled slightly, but his heart was racing. Planning to buy a place since he doesn't have one in Modu. A freshman just enrolled, saying this to himself. Did he think he was at a market? Wang Jingwo finally regained his voice with a sense of fatigue, as if he had given up. Tang Luochuan, just park the car. Find a place to park it properly. As for the punishment, he took off his glasses and wiped them. I'll report to the college leaders later to see if we can revoke it. No, teacher. Tang Luochuan was anxious. 7 days is fine, really. I've already informed my family. He was speaking the truth. He had booked a suite at the W Hotel on the Bund for 7 nights, an executive Riverview room, thinking it would be perfect to visit all the Michelin restaurants in Modu during those 7 days. If the punishment was revoked, wouldn't he have to come back for self-study? Senior, you should go to class. Don't forget to gather at the entrance in the evening. Oh, okay. I actually have nothing to do this afternoon. Shinmuya quickly said that she had no classes in the afternoon. In contrast, the freshman had classes, and now that Tang Luochuan was sent home, he naturally had enough time. Hearing Shinmuya say this, Zhou Ziyu was no longer angry. Her face was not just warm, it was flushed hotter than a branding iron. His own 911 wasn't cheap either, but it was a rental. However, the other party's actions at this moment clearly indicated that he had bought them. What made him even more desperate was that Tang Luochuan's attention was either on the cars or on Shenmuya. He hadn't even glanced at him. I am a talented student. I am from the finance department. A talented student. A hysterical cry erupted deep within. He understood, but didn't want to admit it. The gap was just too great. He was simply a joke. Facing Shun Muyan's hints, Tang Luochuan touched his nose. His plan was to spend the afternoon at the hotel, have dinner in the evening, and check out the rooms tomorrow. This senior told herself, "Are you free in the afternoon?" According to her plan, that would mean going to the hotel. I have the afternoon free. Temporarily staying at the hotel. Tang Luochuan glanced at Wang Jiangua. Wang Jiangua gasped. He couldn't stay there any longer, or he would witness a student directly arranging a meeting. Hurry and leave, he reminded before quickly heading back to the classroom. Shen Muyan's mind raced. Hey, I know a particularly delicious clothing store. Would you like to go? Tang Luochuan. People around him already started laughing. What does it mean to have a particularly delicious clothing store? Then go play. Shen Muyan's face flushed. She rarely went out and had no idea what was fun. All right, let's go try the dishes at that clothing store, shall we? They'll come pick you up at noon. Tang Luochuan waved his hand. Please give me the Lamborghini keys. I'll drive that one. With a car, he naturally chose the most expensive one. The prices of the 3 cars were Porsche Taycan about 1.5 million, Porsche Panamera 1.4 million, Lamborghini Aventador 8 million. Altogether over 10 million, just a little more than a tenth of Tang Luochuan's daily income. As the Lamborghini's door opened, Tang Luochuan got in the car and waved to Shun Muyan. Just the two of us this afternoon? Yes. The girl replied very decisively. Her gaze locked onto the boy's face, and with the luxury car as a backdrop, Shun Muyan's conviction grew stronger. The only concern was how to enhance the relationship between the two, making their feelings more genuine and stable. She didn't want to be just a fling only to be discarded later. The car left under the gaze of the crowd. Shin Muyan glanced at the dazed Zhou Ziyu. She understood that the latter would definitely give up. There was no deep grudge. The girl was kind and gently said, Ziyu, what I said earlier was excessive. I'm sorry. Please understand. Oh. At that moment, Zhou Ziyu was on the verge of tears, having been deeply hurt. Watching Shun Muyan's departing figure, the last shred of her dignity finally shattered. Back in the classroom, Shin Muyan returned to her seat. All the students were discussing the earlier incident. She pretended as if nothing had happened, quietly opened her phone, and began searching for nearby good places to eat and have fun. It can't be too expensive, or I can't afford it. Shin Muyan smiled as she quietly murmured to herself. She planned to treat the boy to a meal first, showing that she wasn't materialistic. After establishing an equitable friendship, she could further develop the relationship. Muyan, I'm so envious of you. Wang Fangfang leaned over. That Tang Luochuan is so impressive. Oh, I'm not sure. It's just, he gives me a good feeling. Shin continued scrolling through her phone. Wang Fangfang turned to glance at another roommate, Li Jiaqi. Your judgment isn't great. You said his clothes were fake. What about now? Do you still think they're fake? The lighting wasn't good last night. I might have misjudged. Besides, rich people can be stingy. Counterfeit goods aren't non-existent. Driving a luxury car already proves one's wealth. Wearing a counterfeit, no one would dare question it. Li Jiaqi thought of her pretentious analysis from last night and felt embarrassed. Although she couldn't tell the authenticity, such things were hard to prove. Even if the boy was wealthy, in her mind, he was just someone living on a few thousand a month. Parents would definitely keep it under control. Who knew she'd encounter a child whose parents didn't care and he drove 4 luxury cars at once? Aren't rich families supposed to be well-mannered? How could he not focus on studying in college, spending all day indulging in pleasures? Even with money, it shouldn't be this way. She clearly saw the earlier scene downstairs. The 3 luxury cars were indeed eye-catching. Jealousy gnawed at her like a poisonous snake. Muyan. Li Jiaqi suddenly spoke. Are you really going out with him? Shin Muyan didn't look up, her fingers still swiping on the screen. Yes, he's picking me up this afternoon. I advise you to be cautious. Li Jiaqi lowered her voice, leaning in a bit closer. I've seen many boys like him. They cast their nets everywhere with a bit of money specifically to deceive innocent girls like you. Shin Muyan paused, her fingers. Li Jiaqi caught the moment of hesitation and immediately pressed on. You know my ex-boyfriend, right? The one who drove a Maserati. He was even more attentive than Tang Luochuan when he was pursuing me. What happened? After sleeping together, he became cold and switched to the next one. Both Shin Muyan and Wang Fangfang knew about Li Jiaqi's ex-boyfriend. He wasn't a student, he was a social person. Supposedly, he started his own business. Back then, Li Jiaqi was extremely proud, claiming she had crossed social classes. She said relationships between students were too naive. It was the older brothers outside who knew how to care for people. She looked down on those couples in school who only sent breakfast or flowers or picked them up after school. There was no sincerity at all. But in the end, she was still dumped. Luo Chuan isn't that kind of person. You've only known him for 2 days. Li Jiaqi had a look of disappointment. This kind of top-tier rich second generation, does he lack women around him? Why is he being so nice to you? What does he want from you? Your sophomore status. Your position in the student council's cultural department. Isn't it just because you're pretty? Can't you figure it out? Shenmu Yin fell silent. She remembered Tang Luo Chuan's nonchalance when he swiped his card for the X7. It recalled his casual remark about not being able to wear all the clothes and thought of how he casually mentioned spending 60,000 in a game. That kind of desensitization to money indeed didn't resemble anyone she knew. Li Jiaqi saw the moment was ripe side and spoke earnestly. I'm not against you dating, I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. Boys from this social class are in a completely different world from us. They can afford to play Akinyu. Shenmu Yin didn't know what to say as she couldn't discern whether he truly cared for her or had ulterior motives. Wang Fangfang beside her also remained silent, her expression serious. Because what Li Jiaqi said indeed made sense. So what do you think we should do? Wang Fangfang asked, genuinely concerned for Shenmu Yin not wanting her friend to be deceived by a scumbag. Shenmu Yin bit her lip, also curiously looking at Li Jiaqi. Li Jiaqi felt a thrill of joy in her heart, but showed a troubled expression on her face. How about this? I'll accompany you this afternoon. It'll help you observe and see what kind of person he really is. If he's sincere, I'll fully support it. If he's a scumbag, I can help you cut your losses in time. This. Shenmu Yin hesitated, but I already agreed to go with him alone. Just say your best friend also wants to broaden her horizons and insists on tagging along. Ask him if him with Fang Fang, what do you have to worry about? If this afternoon he tries to take you to a hotel claiming he forgot something, once you enter the room, you won't be able to. And if you drink a bit. TSK. Just think about it. If this gets out, even if nothing happened between you two, it won't sound good. With the 4 of us, there won't be any rumors, right? Upon hearing the word hotel, Shenmu Yin's face flushed bright red. She hadn't thought much of it, only believing that Tang Luo Chuan stayed at the hotel because he had been punished and had nowhere else to go. But now, after Li Jiaqi's reminder, she realized the underlying implications. She glanced at Wang Fangfang. Compared to Li Jiaqi, she trusted Wang Fangfang more. Wang Fangfang hesitated at this moment, unsure if the other party was truly unreliable. However, as long as Shenmu Yin maintained her integrity, there shouldn't be any problems. But then she thought perhaps this scoundrel was particularly cunning, just like many telecom fraudsters. With too many tricks and high levels of skill, even those who consider themselves too smart to be deceived can easily fall victim. Thinking this, she nodded it's best to be careful. Then, all right, Shenmu Yin replied reluctantly, I'll let him know. At this moment, Tang Luo Chuan lay in a luxurious suite at the W Hotel on the bund, stretching lazily. Over 4,000 for a night was not expensive for him. The car was parked in the hotel's underground parking lot and had to be left there for the time being. At that moment, 2 messages came in. Shenmu Yin, can I bring my roommate along this afternoon? They insist on coming with me to see the world. Sorry. Defensive Jiang Jinyue, aren't you going to class? Tang Luo Chuan looked at the 2 messages a bit surprised. He didn't expect Shenmu Yin to suddenly want to bring a friend, nor did he expect the usually cold Jiang Jinyu to actually ask him why he wasn't going to class. Jiang Jinyu was unaware that Tang Luo Chuan had been forced to reflect on his actions. However, she naturally saw what happened in front of the teaching building. But a girl's attitude was generally like this, and it was already quite rare for her to take the initiative to inquire. Sure, Tang Luo Chuan first replied to Shenmu Yin. He thought about it and felt it was normal. As a girl, it was better to be cautious, which he could understand. As for Jiang Jinyu, Tang Luo Chuan replied, he was sent home for showing off, reflecting for 7 days. Inside the school, Jiang Jinyu sat expressionlessly in front of her laptop. She casually browsed some study materials and found it quite boring. There were no classes at the moment. Beside her, there was a boy named Chun Hao who had introduced himself last night, a local from the Magic City whose family was in business and who loved playing golf. Jiang Jinyu, what do you usually like to do for fun? Tonight my roommate and I are going to have dinner with your dorm's roommates. Are you coming? The boy sat next to her shamelessly, as university seating is generally free. Jiang Jin, you didn't think, but the girl found it amusing he was going to such lengths just to connect with her, finding her roommates and then linking them to his roommates. Then find her own roommates. I'm not going to, I've made plans. Who with? Tang Luo Chuan. Chen Hao's heart sank. He didn't know who that was, especially since it was Tang Luo Chuan. Last night in the freshman group, many were chatting, idly talking. Some discussed games, some talked about car rental incidents, and others planned to hang out to bond. There were also those seeking introductions, and some were showing off, whether boasting about a 2,000 yuan laptop or flaunting a pair of shoes worth thousands, not to mention boasting about high-class hobbies. But only Tang Luo Chuan, after searching through the entire chat history, had not said a word. However, today's events made everyone realize one thing. It wasn't that Tang Luo Chuan was low-key, rather he believed these people were beneath him. Do you know him? Chen Hao thought. Jiang Jin, you probably hadn't been won over by Tang Luo Chuan yet, at least not on the surface. Just met. Oh, haha, it seems he's with senior sister Shen, right? Chen Hao seemed to remind her, intentionally thinking that with Jiang Jin Yu's character, she wouldn't be willing to be the second choice. Jiang Jin Yu continued to stare at her laptop without looking at him, replying, I don't know. Well, I heard from others that you were also involved with him. Is that true? Chen Hao's question reflected what many boys were thinking. Suddenly the boys in this small area fell silent. No, we are just classmates, don't spread rumors. The girl finally showed some emotion, but it wasn't shyness, it was seriousness. Jiang Jin Yu's tone carried a hint of threat, and Chen Hao's heart fluttered, but he quickly became happy again. Since they weren't dating, there was still hope. Perhaps Miss Jiang was not swayed by money. Jiang Jin Yu herself didn't seem to lack it. According to her roommate, her outfits ranged from a couple of hundred to tens of thousands. 3 bags, one over 100, another several thousand, and one worth over 100,000. This was a typical cultured rich girl, not dismissing cheaper items, nor unable to afford expensive ones. She simply enjoyed them. How about we invite Luo Chuan to dinner tonight? Chen Hao suggested. Jiang Jin Yu rolled her eyes. You can ask him. Throughout the girl remained cold, warning herself not to spread rumors. Everyone was puzzled as to why she had such an attitude. But only Jiang Jin Yu understood her standards for a partner had naturally locked her due to family reasons. This lock could not be opened without some strength. Either extremely excellent or a good match in status. She didn't disdain love, but without her parents' blessing and an equal relationship, it was destined not to last. Whether marrying down or climbing up, both were very risky. She had always been aloof, not because she looked down on others or thought all boys were bad. She was simply afraid that if she really met someone she liked, she would recklessly rush in, only to end up hurt due to these external factors, even causing harm to both sides. It was too hard to find someone who could be recognized by her parents and whom she liked. Thus, this lock had helped her reject many people from the start. She had tried to interact as friends, but would boys really be sincere friends with her? Who would purely want to be friends unless in Chengdu, where pure friendships between the opposite sex could be found? But there was none here. Chen Hao was at a loss for words. How could he talk to Tang Luo Chuan? Dinner tonight. He went to upscale places. Could he even afford to split the bill? Chen Hao had some money. His monthly allowance was 6,500, which was quite high among students. But for Tang Luo Chuan, that was clearly not enough. Chen Hao nervously asked, where are you going for dinner tonight? Huangting Banquet. With those 3 words, his confidence. Clearly this dinner was being treated by Tang Luo Chuan. He absolutely wouldn't split the bill. He didn't have the money for it. This meal, even if it was cheap, would still be several thousand. Ordering drinks could easily run to tens of thousands. Jiang Jin Yu picked up her phone and after a while wanted to see if Tang Luo Chuan had replied. As soon as she opened WeChat, she saw Tang Luo Chuan's message showing off got sent home. Reflecting for 7 days. The girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Jin Yu's laughter was like the melting of ice and snow, leaving the few boys who had been secretly watching her dumbfounded. What's making you so happy? Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Jinyu quickly restrained her expression, returning to her cold demeanor, her fingers flying across the screen as she typed deserved it. After sending that message, she thought for a moment and added, do you need me to bring your textbooks for the royal dinner tonight? She felt no pressure while chatting with Tang Luo Chuan, because the other party had already unlocked the first lock and was even starting to unlock the second. Facing Chen Hao's inquiry, Jiang Jinyu smiled at him for the first time, casually telling Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi on the other side, Tang Luo Chuan was sent back home. Did you know? Zhang Ming turned back. Yeah, he sent a message to me and Lao Zhou. It said to be for 7 days. This little brat. Jiang Jinyu's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. This inevitably led everyone to doubt whether this girl was lying. She had already been talking to the other party, just feeling too shy to say so. Meanwhile, Tang Luochuan's message came back, burn it over. With a lighter, Jiang Jinyu's smile grew even brighter as she quickly replied, get lost. She put down her phone and looked around. Everyone looked at her with an expression of confusion. What's wrong? Jiang Jinyu restored her goddess image, her aura clearly indicating that if you had no money or resources, you should just walk away. Chen Hao said nothing more, but felt a deep discomfort in his heart. This woman was just too appealing to him. She stirred an overwhelming desire for conquest within him. To have such a girl beneath him was the dream of countless boys. How about this? Suddenly spoke another boy, Zhao Kai, the one who liked hand-brewed coffee. Let's invite Luo Chuan and other classmates. Let's have dinner together tonight. We're all freshmen, it would be nice to get to know each other. Yesterday, we just had a brief introduction, and I didn't really recognize everyone. Right? Immediately, someone chimed in, hey, this suggestion is good. Wasn't Luo Chuan also supposed to have dinner with you guys? Let's all go together. This? Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Zhou Qi also appeared a bit unhappy as he hadn't been to the royal dinner yet. A class gathering. Where could they go? Just find any restaurant. I'll contact him. A boy said, taking action and directly tagging Tang Luochuan in the group. Tang Luochuan, let's have dinner together tonight, class gathering. Are you coming? At this moment, Tang Luochuan was lying on a big bed looking at the nearby houses. Most of them were large flat floors. His family owned 2 houses, one over 90 square meters in an old neighborhood where he lived with his parents, and the other a farmhouse belonging to his grandparents. He preferred large flat floors over villas for their better views. 400 square meters, 30 million. 785 square meters, 50 million. That's not bad. Villas, 200 million. Too desolate. After searching for a while, he decided to choose a 50 million flat floor near the school. It had a view of the Huangpu River and was a 20-minute drive from school. The Bund and Lujiazui were also close. A message popped up, and he opened WeChat, finding an invitation from his class to attend their gathering. Tang Luochuan hesitated as he was still planning to have a good chat with Shun Muyin tonight. Although he wasn't a scumbag, he didn't mind being lecherous. Just sleep with whoever was responsible for it. Troublesome. Tang Luochuan wanted to refuse. But at this moment, many classmates other than him had already begun to respond. Sometimes it was really hard to refuse such collective activities. Student A, where to? What time to gather? Student B, I searched, and there's a nice farmhouse nearby. The price is reasonable. Chen Hao, I know a private chef, he can give us a discount. Zhao Kai, how about we go to Juxian Go? It's 300 per person, still pretty reasonable. Student C, too expensive, can't afford it. Let's keep it under 100 per person. Student A, right, just started school, we should save our living expenses. Tang Luochuan looked at the messages in the group, smirking coldly, at this time still putting on airs. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment, wanting to decline, but the messages in the group all started pointing towards him. Tang Luochuan, come on. Everyone is waiting for you. Luochuan, give us a favor. Your self-introduction yesterday was too brief, everyone wants to get to know you. Yeah, Tang Gu. Let's get to know each other, we're all classmates. Let's all go together. Tang Luochuan. Messages kept popping up, and in the blink of an eye dozens of them had accumulated, as if the whole class was waiting for him to respond. Tang Luochuan felt his eyelids twitch. Had these people conspired? Except for a few like Chun Hao, most wanted to take this opportunity to observe the relationship between Jiang Jingyue and Tang Luochuan. The others truly wanted to get to know Tang Luochuan. The girls were looking for opportunities to become part of a group of 3, 4, 5, or 6. While the boys thought of him as a top-tier rich kid, making friends with him would be beneficial for the future. It was normal for wealthy people to be fawned over. Tang Luochuan, all right, but I might need to bring a few people. Is that okay? No problem, I'll bring my girlfriend. Right, those with partners can bring them. The group naturally didn't mind, but those choosing to bring partners were mostly boys bringing their girlfriends. Currently, only 3 or 4 boys in the class were dating, and most were those who had come to the Magic City together from high school. The group chat ended. Tang Luochuan sent a message to Shun Muyin, plans have changed, we'll continue to hang out in the afternoon. The royal dinner tonight has changed to a class gathering, you should come with me. Shun Muyin, your class gathering. Is it inappropriate for me to go? Tang Luochuan, they said I can bring my girlfriend, several classmates are bringing theirs. Girlfriend? Shun Muyin tightened her grip on her phone, carefully looking at those words. She hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend, and Tang Luochuan hadn't made it clear. He only mentioned that the gathering allowed bringing girlfriends, so he was bringing her. Their relationship wasn't confirmed, should she attend dinner as his girlfriend. The ambiguous feelings surged through her entire body, and Shun Muyin immediately blushed. What to do? Continue being ambiguous? Or refuse? Or should she just simply reply with okay? Waiting for the boy to muster the courage to confess again. What are you thinking about? Wang Fangfang noticed something was off. Shun Muyin quickly turned off her phone screen, stammering. Luochuan said that the plan for noon remains unchanged, he'll take us out to play. And then tonight. He wants me to attend their class gathering. Is it their class inviting you as a senior? Or, he said that the class allows bringing girlfriends. Some classmates are bringing them, so this was quite clear, but it was a class gathering. If a certain boy brought someone not from the class, they definitely couldn't just be a regular friend or buddy. Wouldn't that just be coming over to mooch food? It must be a partner. A girlfriend. Wang Fangfang's eyes widened, then she broke into an indulgent smile. Well done, Muyin. You're moving fast. No, we haven't even. Shun Muyin's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Li Jiechi watched coldly from the side, already calculating a class reunion. Muyin, think carefully, Li Jiechi said earnestly. Appearing there as his girlfriend would effectively confirm your relationship. And if he turns out to be a scoundrel, and you break up later, how will you ever face people on campus again? Shun Muyin bit her lip silent. At that moment, Li Jiechi's words no longer swayed her. Instead, uncertainty churned within her own heart. What did he truly mean? She needed a clearer signal. Oh my God. A sudden resolve hardened in Shun Muyin's gaze. She quickly typed back, I can go, but what capacity am I attending in? Smiling, she deftly passed the question back to Tang Luochuan. Waiting for his reply, she assumed he'd need time to consider. But his response arrived almost instantly. Nothing special. That single line struck her like lightning. Even Wang Fangfang blinked in stunned disbelief and snapped, "What does this guy mean? Is he toying with her? Damn him." Li Jieqi chimed in. "See, I told you, he's tight-lipped. He'd never give you a straight commitment so easily. Maybe skip seeing him this afternoon altogether." Shin Muyan's finger hovered over the screen, as she bit her lip, a bitter ache rising in her chest. His answer had left her profoundly disappointed. Was this about male pride? Then fine, she'd grant him that dignity. "Forget it. I think I have something else going on this afternoon." Before she could finish typing, another message from Tang Luo Chuan appeared. "I genuinely admire senior sister. I want to get to know you better. Is that okay? Please give me a chance. I'd like to start as friends and gradually build something deeper between us. Use this opportunity to truly get to know me too." Shin Muyan stared at her phone screen, her eyes warming, not with sorrow but with the startling, breathless impact of being truly seen. She'd witnessed countless scripts before, self-congratulatory attentiveness, circuitous probing, and all those calculated coincidences disguised as chance encounters or shared routes. Shin Muyan's voice trembled as she handed her phone to Wang Fangfang. Wang Fangfang read it and immediately slapped her thigh. Now that's a normal person. No beating around the bush, no empty promises, just plain honest desire. If he wants to pursue you, he lays it all out. Hurry, say yes. Go, go, go. Wang Fangfang urged, nearly bouncing with excitement. A quiet smile tugged at Shin Muyan's lips. She'd assumed he'd avoid directness to preserve decorum. Just as she lifted her finger to reply, another message popped up. "When you saw my first message, did your roommate say anything bad about me?" Whoa. Wang Fangfang whipped her head around, then glanced sharply at the window. This damn guy. Could he possibly be watching us right now? Li Jieqi gave an awkward chuckle and sank back into her seat. The boy had spoken plainly. There was no point stoking drama anymore. Breaking them apart was impossible now. Yet, perhaps she still held a sliver of opportunity. Shin Muyan pressed her lips together, knowing full well he was teasing her, and replied just as playfully, "Junior brother, how mischievous you are. I'm upset. Something's come up this afternoon. I won't be able to go." Angry face, sneaky smile. Tang Luo Chuan, "Then I'll drive back at noon, claim another 7-day holiday, and kidnap you." The moment he sent it, Tang Luo Chuan froze. He'd meant kidnap, but his input method betrayed him, spitting out the far more sinister rape. He scrambled to retract it, but she'd already seen it. He did that on purpose. Wang Fangfang muttered, cheeks burning as her imagination raced ahead. Shin Muyan sighed faintly. Must have been a typo. Sure enough, Tang Luo Chuan corrected himself instantly. "Then I'll drive back at noon, claim another 7-day holiday, and kidnap you." Back and forth they bantered, chatting all the way until noon. Tang Luo Chuan hurriedly freshened up, slipping into the luxury outfit he'd bought the day before. His hairstyle remained effortlessly handsome, no extra fuss needed. He climbed into his newly purchased Panamera and pulled up to the gate. "Are you a student here?" the security guard asked. "Yeah, exactly. Go on in." "Actually, I won't be going in." "It's fine, students are allowed. I'm serving self-reflection at home." "Why's that?" "Because I drove in." The rain softened to a gentle hush. By lunchtime, Tang Luo Chuan waited patiently at the gate, until finally she emerged, flanked by Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi. Shin Muyan had changed outfits deliberately for their outing, hence the slight delay. This morning's look, though warm and approachable, had felt too much like the friendly older sister, lacking allure. So she'd switched, stepping through the school gates beneath a black umbrella, her raven black hair lifted softly. She wore a crisp white t-shirt beneath a chic black tweed jacket inspired by classic Chanel styling, paired with sleek black leggings that sculpted her long, supple legs with elegant strength. The ensemble balanced scholarly poise with a quietly confident, magnetic femininity. "Shin Muyan." Tang Luo Chuan waved. "Senior sister." "Here I am," she replied, quickening her pace in high heels, like a young woman reuniting with her beloved after too long apart. She stopped beside him, tilted her head up, and blinked playfully. "You're taller than I expected." A gentle smile curved her lips. Tang Luo Chuan raised his hand palm flat above her crown, then smoothly slid it down to align with his own eye level. "You come exactly to my eye height." That simple gesture startled her, yet warmed her deeply like the tenderest head pat. Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi stood aside, momentarily speechless. Their ease with each other felt timeless, as if they'd known one another for years. "Nice to see you again, senior sister." Tang Luo Chuan greeted Wang Fangfang, recalling yesterday's badminton match they'd played together. Then turning politely to Li Jieqi, "Hello." "Hello." Li Jieqi couldn't help studying him closely. She couldn't distinguish genuine luxury from counterfeit. She'd barely encountered either. But she could spot scoundrels and players. After all, she herself was a queen of the game. With just one glance, Li Jieqi labeled him in 2 words: high grade. No, for absolutely high grade. His gaze was clear, calm, unhurried. Some scoundrels project an air of serene composure, polished gentlemanly. Yet upon closer inspection, impatience flickers beneath their stillness. Or their words carry veiled flirtation, circuitous attempts to seduce you. But Tang Luochuan's glance at her had held only polite neutrality, nothing more. Not a trace of ulterior motive. And when he looked at Shen Muyan, his expression softened, tinged unmistakably with tenderness. Damn it, am I even in his league? Li Jieqi's pulse fluttered uneasily. His wealth unsettled her, making her feel strangely inadequate. Yet part of her hoped he'd be gullible. After all, while she might not rival Shen Muyan's beauty, she wasn't lacking. Far from it. Most importantly, she possessed her own arsenal of skills. Tang Luochuan greeted everyone to get in the car. The matte black body of the Palamara glinted with a cold sheen under the post-strained sunlight, captivating the three girls. Even Shen Muya, who was not materialistic, found herself attracted by the car, a flicker of vanity beginning to surface. Suddenly Li Jieqi stepped forward enthusiastically and said, "Junior, where are we going? Let me navigate for you. I know this place well." The implication was clear as she wanted to sit in the passenger seat. Shen Muya, naive as she was, believed it, and quietly walked towards the back seat. This was a mid-level tactic, but Junior Tang preferred to be straightforward. But I want to sit in the front with Sister Muya. Shen Muya quickly touched her face, hoping she wouldn't blush again, as she had turned red several times that day. "Oh, Muya, you don't go out much, do you?" Li Jieqi glanced at Shen Muya, subtly reminding her. Shen Muya nodded. "Well, I'm not familiar with places to hang out, but I really want to sit in the front. If any of you can drive, I can sit in the back with Sister." Tang Luochuan's attitude was quite clear, albeit a bit shameless. He wasn't usually so direct, but with money he had the confidence not to beat around the bush. Of course, he couldn't do whatever he pleased, or as long as it was a normal tactic most people wouldn't refuse. Neither Li Jieqi nor Wang Fangfang could drive, so they had no choice but to let Shen Muya sit in the passenger seat while Tang Luochuan drove. Once in the car, Tang Luochuan opened the satellite map. "I found a mall. There's go-karting and food inside. It's raining, so we won't go to Disney. I'll take Sister there another day." His flirtation became increasingly obvious. Shen Muya sat in the passenger seat, flustered as she fumbled for the seatbelt, growing more anxious as she couldn't find the buckle. This guy is high-level. Li Jieqi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Every line was perfectly ambiguous, straightforward, yet not greasy, with a hint of the junior's unique cleverness that made it impossible to dislike him. Click, click. Shen Muya's fingers scrambled along the side of the seat, still unable to find the seatbelt. Tang Luochuan leaned over, his voice lowering. "Sister, let me help you." No, I can do it myself." Before she could finish her sentence, the boy had already leaned over. His left hand rested on the edge of Shen Muya's seat, while his right hand reached toward her waist, his upper body almost crossing into the passenger side space. It was too close. Shen Muya instinctively shrank back, but the back of her head pressed against the headrest, leaving her nowhere to retreat. "Don't move." Tang Luochuan whispered. "Got it." He maintained that position, his profile nearly pressing against Shen Muya's chest. From the back seat's perspective, it looked as if the boy had buried his face into the senior's embrace. Shen Muya's body stiffened, as she couldn't move. She distinctly felt, just in that moment, his ear brushed against something soft. He must have touched it. "Is it done?" Shen Muya's voice held a hint of grievance. Tang Luochuan secured the seatbelt. Click, the seatbelt was fastened. Only then did Tang Luochuan sit back upright leisurely, as if nothing had happened, winking at her. "All set. Sister smells so good. Let's go." He still wore that harmless expression. Shen Muya's body tensed, not daring to move. A feeling of being violated by someone she liked surged within her. It was quite contradictory. Clearly the other party had crossed a line, yet he was someone she liked. In the back seat, Li Jieqi observed the entire scene, his pupils trembling. What level is this? She had seen too many tricks. Greasy guys who deliberately created physical contact, pretentious gentlemen who were secretly calculating, and those lowly individuals who touched without hesitation. But Tang Luochuan's move was nothing short of art. Natural, helping to fasten the seatbelt. What a legitimate reason. Brief a touch, and then parting, leaving no room for further action. Innocent, that expression of "I'm just being helpful" combined with youthful looks. Who could bear to blame him? Ambiguous, the angle, the distance, and that remark, "Smells so good," all clearly flirtatious. The most crucial point was, he left Shen Muya unable to voice her grievances. To say she was taken advantage of, he merely fastened a seatbelt. To say she felt nothing. Whose heart was pounding like a drum. Li Jieqi pinched his thigh in the back seat, his expression complicated as he stared at Tang Luochuan's head. This junior was definitely a master. Moreover, he was the type who knew he was flirting with her, and she knew it too, yet she had no way to deal with him. A top-tier hunter. She glanced at Wang Fangfang, who was still oblivious, then at Shen Muya in the passenger seat, her ears flushed, yet unable to resist stealing glances at Tang Luochuan's profile. Suddenly she felt that coming today might have been like watching a teaching case. But all of this had a prerequisite. The boy had to be handsome, rich, and tall. not even a little bit less. If a short rich boy acted like a younger brother, then he was a real younger brother. Height was a deal breaker. Not rich. That was purely being a rogue deserving a slap. Tall, rich, and ugly. Hell, without the youth's charm and innocence. Just disgusting. Tang Luochuan stepped on the gas, and the Palamara glided smoothly out. Minutes later, no one spoke. The atmosphere grew somewhat dull. What is the junior usually like? At this moment, only Li Jieqi could bring up a topic. Shenmuya was still lost in the warmth at her chest, which was clearly just a fleeting brush. Wang Fangfang, on the other hand, had no idea about this and just enjoyed the show. Oh, I usually just play games, play basketball and soccer. Or sleep, watch anime. Watch movies, scroll through I like strawberries, grapes, cantaloupes, mangoes. I enjoy drinking milk tea, Luckin coffee, and lemon water from Mishue Ice City. Oh right, I have a consumption record from Mishue Ice City. Can I shop at the mall in Magic City? Tang Luochuan suddenly referenced an online joke claiming that Magic City had its own Shanghai currency with high spending limits. Low-end crowds are not allowed to enter, especially those with consumption records from Mishue Ice City classified as low-income groups. Of course, this was just a joke. Li Jieqi remained silent, once again scrutinizing the boy's back. She didn't know if he was usually talkative, but clearly all those words just now were not for her. They were meant for Shenmuya. To let the girl know more about him, so she'd find common topics. You like watching anime too, and love milk tea. As expected, Shenmuya found common ground. Tang Luochuan felt pleased. He couldn't say he liked it much, it was just casual talk. With so many hobbies, there would surely be overlapping interests with Shenmuya, and here they were. Sister, how about treating me to some milk tea? Is that okay? Tang Luochuan suddenly said, pressing on the gas. Huh, ill treat. Shenmuya snapped back to reality, her face full of astonishment. Li Jieqi rolled his eyes from the back seat. This was clearly not about letting the senior treat. It was obviously Tang Luochuan offering a favor. It was merely about getting Shenmuya to buy a few cups of milk tea, after which he would turn around and use returning the favor as an excuse to present an expensive gift. Not abrupt, not greasy, while making the girl seem very accommodating. Everything was executed flawlessly. This guy is really something. Li Jieqi muttered to himself. In less than half an hour, the car pulled into the underground parking beneath the mall. 4 people stepped out. Li Jieqi looked listless. She had not stopped flirting along the way. Yet Tang Luochuan always found a way to steer the conversation back to Shenmuya. He had become the inadvertent facilitator. Once on the ground floor, Tang Luochuan insisted on milk tea, behaving like a bright, cheerful little puppy. Keep pretending. Go on, I give up. I can't figure you out. Li Jieqi sighed, exhausted. She had deliberately asked Tang how many girlfriends he had had, only for him to brazenly claim he had never dated anyone. There was not the slightest flaw to catch. Then he began to hint both openly and subtly to Shenmuya not to accept others' gifts lightly, lest she be unable to repay them. Tang Luochuan naively agreed and kindly told Shenmuya, Senior Li Jieqi has plenty of experience. Senior Shin should learn from her. This is all just knowledge. Li Jieqi scoffed inwardly. Knowledge, my foot. Aren't you just mocking me for having had more relationships? She knew she had been seen through, yet since they were already there, she forced herself to play along. Shenmuya and Wang Fangfang went off to buy milk tea together. Li Jieqi had no interest and stayed where she was, glancing over at Tang Luochuan. Junior, the girl said in a voice laced with a teasing lilt, very alluring. That was a perfect chance to ask for WeChat. She intended to make one last attempt. All right, Senior, don't make a scene. Just enjoy life. I'm not interested, Tang Luochuan said, his expression shifting. There was a sudden sharpness in his eyes. Huh. Li Jieqi felt momentarily disoriented, as if she no longer recognized the boy before her. Tang's tone was steady now, with not a trace of the puppy act. I'm worn out from all this. I'm tired too. I have feelings for Senior Shenmuya. She's a good girl, but you're dangerous. Today I'll treat. Lunch go-karting. He produced his phone and opened WeChat. Add me. Look after Senior Shun. Oh, if anything happens, tell me. Making a friend is better than making an enemy. Li Jieqi was stunned, as she had not expected him to change so abruptly. Her temper flared. Do you think this is I'm not playing. Don't say that. I mean, is it amusing to deceive us? Tang gave a light laugh, certain. The puppy act was an act, but my pleasure is genuine. If you hadn't been here today, I wouldn't have bothered with the farce. Be honest, stop using tricks. Li Jieqi hesitated for a few seconds, then relaxed and murmured, have fine. She had nothing more to say, or further words would only lead to exposing faults and quarrels. All right then. She fell silent. There was no point in continuing the argument. After all, Tang was right. Having a friend was better than collecting another enemy. In an instant, Li Jieqi's fondness for the boy swelled. Even though she knew nothing would come of it, that did not diminish the feeling. At least it showed he could be mature. They added each other as contacts. Milk tea's here. Shenmuya and Wang Fangfang approached with the drinks. Tang Luochuan put on a genial smile. Thanks, Senior. Let's go eat. In front of the Japanese restaurant, Tang did not bother to be frugal. Try something new, he said as he went inside. As they entered, Shun tugged at his arm. Tang Luochuan turned. What's wrong? Shin glanced at the attendant and forced a smile, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, Luochuan, this place looks expensive. I know you have money, but for our first outing something modest will do. I've been eating casually for years today. I don't want to be casual, he replied. He stopped mid-sentence. Shin frowned. And, sister, you smell wonderful. Shun immediately stepped back, nervous and a little reproachful. The two had been standing uncomfortably close. One of the girls muttered, not very proper. Come on, it's my first time here too, Tang said, and without hesitation took the girl's arm gently. Shin obediently followed them inside. Warm amber light fell upon the wood-paneled partitions, and a faint scent of sake hung in the air. With a sweeping gesture, Tang reserved a small private booth. The server handed over menus, but he did not glance at prices. His finger flew across the iPad as he ordered this and this. 2 sashimi platters, A5 wagyu. Do you have sea urchin? If it's fresh, 4 portions. Hey. Shin hurriedly interrupted, we can't eat that much. I'm not very hungry. She remembered clearly that Li Jiechi had warned her before, when someone treats you to an extravagant meal, you must pay attention to the price. If you accept without thought, and the conversation goes poorly, they might ask you to split the bill. That made sense. Wang Fangfang also recalled it vividly. Shun filed the warning away, hopeful yet cautious. It's fine, eat. He's treating us, don't embarrass him by refusing, Li Jiechi suddenly said. Shun and Wang both turned to look. This was not how Li Jiechi had been speaking earlier. Why are you staring at me? Luochuan's treating, and we're poor students. We can't afford this, so let's enjoy it, Li Jiechi replied with a half-smile and a hint of flirtation. She patted Shun on the shoulder. Mayan, it's mostly about basking in your glow. Her words were a thinly veiled prompt. Tang Luochuan felt pleased. Li Jiechi had turned the conversation around and become unexpectedly useful. Nice assist, he thought happily. Her detour had indeed helped him. What does that have to do with me? Shin kept her head down and spoke softly. She had no dating experience, and Li Jiechi's earlier meddling had left her head spinning. Now Li's attitude shifted again, and Shin did not know how to respond. Dishes arrived one by one. Everyone was hungry and began to eat. Li Jiechi and Wang Fangfang had no qualms and ate with relish. The food tasted exquisite. Tang made casual conversation now and then, mainly asking when first-year classes would ease up. She thought that a pleasant university life would be nice. College romances felt relatively innocent, and finding a girlfriend seemed appealing. Learning that things would only get easier after National Day on October 1st left Tang somewhat disappointed. Shin meanwhile ate in small bites, feeling like a peripheral presence. Yet she understood that beneath the easy atmosphere, the true center of attention was the bond between her and Tang Luochuan. Li Jiechi poured himself another cup of clear wine, saying, Luochuan, my dear junior, I toast you a cup, thank you. Tang Luochuan smiled and raised his cup, clinking it with hers. Li Jiechi looked at him, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. This guy is really generous. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shin Mu Yin beside her. Mu Yin was nibbling on a piece of tuna. She was all too familiar with this feeling. People who were used to poverty, when suddenly treated with real gold and silver, their first reaction is not joy but fear. They say money is for women to see, not to be spent on them. Junior, you are quite something, willing to spend money on Mu Yin, Li Jiechi suddenly remarked. This also made the atmosphere a bit ambiguous. Who says a junior is just being kind? I see he has ulterior motives. Huh. This remark amused Tang Luochuan, and the boy replied, Sister, what you just said seems reasonable, but in reality it raises the cost of dating for boys. Why? Because girls also know this saying, and they worry that boys will think of it as showing off without actually spending money on them. So, he sighed. Now girls, they won't settle for anything less than a guarantee. They've become quite clever. Li Jiechi pondered. Indeed. Girls have learned their lesson here, making the cost of dating naturally higher. Not including me, Shin Mu Yin suddenly interjected. It was originally just a casual conversation between Tang Luochuan and Li Jiechi, but Shin Mu Yin felt every word was a hint directed at her. I didn't mean you. Li Jiechi rolled her eyes. Don't take everything personally. Oh, we're just chatting. Oh. Shin Mu Yin still nervously glanced at Tang Luochuan, who kindly handed her a tissue, saying, Sister, wipe your mouth. Li Jiechi had completely given up on the idea of flirting with boys, so she actively helped to promote the relationship between the two. She elbowed the boy sharply. Can't you help her wipe it? Can't you even do that? Tang Luochuan was momentarily stunned. This girl was a bit too forward. No need, I'll do it myself. Shin Mu Yin quickly took the tissue. After the meal, the group was well sated. As they stepped out, Li Jiechi hugged Shin Mu Yin and whispered in her ear, Mu Yin, this boy is quite good. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Huh? How do I seize it? I don't know how. Just listen to him, he will. At the karting club, Shin Mu Yin hesitated. 180 for 2 people, 8 minutes. This price-performance ratio was a bit low for Shin Mu Yin and Wang Fangfang. 180 is just for a few minutes, it's not worth it. Shin Mu Yin tugged at the boy's sleeve. Let's just enjoy ourselves without talking about money. Let's go for a few more rounds. But Shin Mu Yin wanted to say more, but remembering Li Jieqi's reminder, she decided to give up. She didn't have any tricks up her sleeve, so she could only obediently listen. Tang Luo Chuan rented a cart for Wang Feifei and Li Jieqi, each letting them play freely. He and Shen Muyin shared a double cart. He let her take the driver's seat. He was here to charm her not to drive. Sister, relax, don't be nervous. Oh, have you played before? No. It's my your first time is actually with me. As soon as Shen Muyin grasped the steering wheel, she was taken aback by this. She didn't even dare to respond, wondering what it meant that her first time was with him. Tang Luo Chuan was quite pleased with the current situation. The girl was already heated by his teasing. Just a little more push. Just as he thought this, the girl started the car. Vroom. Shen Muyin slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the cart shot out like a wild horse. Whoa, sister, slow down. Tang Luo Chuan was thrown back in his seat by the inertia, nearly biting his tongue. Shen Muyin gripped the steering wheel tightly, her mind blank, unable to hear Tang Luo Chuan's voice. She couldn't even sense the speed of the car and was driving on pure instinct. Relax. Relax. Don't grip the steering wheel so tightly. Tang Luo Chuan's voice trembled from the back seat. He regretted this, truly regretted it. Had he known, he wouldn't have teased her so fiercely. This isn't just flirting, this is playing with fire. I can't relax. Shen Muyin's voice trembled. What you said earlier. My mind is all jumbled up. I'm scared. Hit the brakes. Oh, just after he said that, Shen Muyin pressed the accelerator even harder and the cart sped up. With a loud bang, the buffer tires on the side were crushed in and the cart finally came to a stop. Both of them were gasping heavily. Shen Muyin leaned on the steering wheel, tears uncontrollably streaming down. She wasn't angry at Tang Luo Chuan as she was frustrated with her own incompetence. Clearly the boy was bullying her, yet she couldn't retaliate with words like Li Jieqi. She could only endure silently. It wasn't about turning against him, but feeling unable to connect with Tang Luo Chuan. And she had crashed the car, truly the epitome of foolishness. Muyin, are you okay? Tang Luo Chuan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and immediately hugged the girl beside him. On the other side, Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi were having a great time and also noticed what was happening over here. Did Muyin crash? Wang Fangfang had just finished a lap and said, let's go take a look. Li Jieqi was driving the cart behind them and shouted, don't go over, I can feel how happy Tang Luo Chuan is just from being here. Look at him holding Muyin with a smile he can't suppress. Shen Muyin nestled in the boy's embrace, softly sobbing, I'm sorry I messed up. It's okay. Let's not play this anymore, let's see what else is available, alright. Tang Luo Chuan helped the girl down. Shen Muyin was completely unaware of how intimate their movements were now. She was still immersed in the moment of her first time and the instant of the crash. This was not what she had imagined. It should have been a fun time, but she ended up crashing. Shen Muyin felt very guilty. I'm sorry for ruining your fun. Tang Luo Chuan secretly felt happy. I'm having a great time with you right now. However, he said, it's alright, that's not important. On the other side in the classroom, the self-study period was no longer a self-study period. Everyone was chatting and playing games. The location for the class gathering was set at a local restaurant costing only 100 or so. I think if we can't decide, let's have Western food next time. My sister and I often go to a Western restaurant in Xinjiang. I think a private kitchen is nice. 300 yuan is not expensive. Chen Hao Sun, Lei Zhao Kai, and a few other boys were still chattering away. Zhang Ming leaned on the table and quietly said, if only Luo Chuan were here, everyone wouldn't be pretending to be upper class. Jiang Jinyue also felt a bit tired. Who could endure a whole day of self-study? She turned her head to look at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. What time is Tang Luo Chuan coming? Is he coming back to school? The girl's voice was cold, yet it did not create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Zhang Ming glanced at his phone. He seems to have gone to watch a movie with a senior sister. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi subtly kicked Zhang Ming, signaling him to speak less. He also secretly sent a message to him, old Zhang, just say you don't know. Jiang Jinyue is hard to read. I wonder if she has any feelings for old Tang. Better not mention senior sister Shun. Zhang Ming got it, it's a chaotic scene. I understand. Both boys knew that Jiang Jinyue spoke to them not because she wanted to make friends. It was purely because of Tang Luo Chuan. Every time her words revolved around him. But Jiang Jinyue was inherently proud. She wouldn't take the initiative to talk too much to Tang Luo Chuan, only pretending to be casual while asking Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi about him. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang and Jiang Jinyue stretched lazily. She couldn't help but think about whether Tang Luo Chuan was having a great time with Shen Muyin. She took out her phone, opened the selfie camera, and looked at herself on the screen. She then thought of Shen Muyin's face. Shouldn't they be evenly matched? This guy, why didn't he invite me out to play? The entire afternoon Tang Luo Chuan hadn't sent a single message to Jiang Jinyue. It wasn't surprising that the girl was proud, as she had lived like this for over a decade. Especially during high school, every boy who added her as a friend was overly attentive. Yet this guy, their conversations ended after 2 sentences, and he didn't say more. Just as Jiang Jinhua stuffed her phone into her bag, a commotion suddenly erupted from the back door of the classroom. Wow, what's going on? Is that a rose? She frowned and turned around only to see a crowd gathering in the corridor. Chun Hao and others were also bewildered. Roses. This is a confession. In the next moment, a boy dressed in a high-end suit walked in, followed by several people carrying an enormous bouquet of roses. The bouquet was absurdly large, with 999 Ecuadorian roses layered and wrapped in gold foil paper. Jinhua. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jiang Jinhua, scanning back and forth between the two. However, one thing was certain. This person was not someone heard of in the school. The huge commotion attracted many students. There were even second and third-year students who confirmed that this boy was not part of the school. Who is this guy? A senior. No, a Rolls-Royce Phantom is parked downstairs. This dude looks decent. If he were a student here, I would have definitely heard of him over the years. Wow, this freshman girl is pretty good too. Jiang Jinhua, I heard her family is impressive. How do you know that? Any girl who is somewhat attractive will get attention. Isn't it normal to know a little? The boy looked somewhat older, not quite resembling a student. His demeanor and posture were more like that of a successful person in society. Gao Gu. Jiang Jinhua felt a bit dazed. How could she not recognize this person? 10 years ago, they were friends when she was just in elementary school. He was her father's business partner, Uncle Gao's son Gao Mingxian. Gao Mingxian's voice was warm like jade. He was 4 years older than Jiang Jinhua. Tall with long legs, he possessed the calm demeanor unique to children of prestigious families. Congratulations on reaching adulthood. He handed over the flowers, and his assistant presented a box which contained a high-end cardi, a customized necklace, just a token of my regard. The classroom instantly erupted. Is this a confession? What's going on? Call Tang Luochuan. Which Tang Luochuan? The one who drove the luxury car today. If he didn't drive it home, that would be interesting. Jiang Jinhua bit her lip. If the gift wasn't roses, she would have accepted it. But now it was different, as she had become an adult. And she understood what roses represented. Does Uncle Gao know you? She needed to confirm whether this was Gao Mingxuan's own intention or that of the Gao family. Gao Mingxuan's smile froze for a moment before returning to normal. Of course, my dad asked me to send his regards to Uncle Jiang. The two families have had a relationship for so many years. I was abroad during your comingafage ceremony. I regret missing it, so I'm here to make it up to you today. Jiang Jinhua was startled. The Gao family had indeed sent him, and her father had been quite precise. Jiang Jinyu's father did not support family marriages. He was quite open-minded, but would not allow Jiang Jinhua to mess around. There were still standards to meet when looking for men. As for the Gao family, the current situation was not optimistic, facing huge risks with tight funds. Jiang Deming had already anticipated some situations and specifically advised her to keep a distance from the Gao family. Maintain basic politeness, but do not get too close. So at this moment, Jiang Jinhua felt no pressure for a family marriage, as she was just amazed by her father's foresight. Indeed, he guessed it correctly. I won't accept the gift or the flowers, thank you, brother. Welcome back. If Shen Mu Yin had said this, it would have sounded extraordinarily gentle. But Jiang Jinhua almost recited it like a script devoid of any emotion. Gao Mingxian maintained a polite smile. Did I make too big of a show? Haha, my apologies. His gaze swept over Chun Hao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei. He thought to himself, no threat here, average looks, average style. Their demeanor is rather frivolous. So he couldn't appear too eager. Gao Mingxian retracted the gift box. If you want, take it then, so be it. What about this? How about I treat you to dinner tonight? You used to follow me around all day when we were kids. They did have a good relationship as children, but that was just the bond between young friends. Maybe another day. I've made plans to have dinner with my classmates today. Another day? Sure, it's up to you. This reason was quite sufficient. Gao Mingxian remained composed and stepped forward. Jinhua, study hard. If you need help, just let me know. I just took over a project this time. He paused intentionally. A 200 million investment. The location is not far from your school. Just call me anytime. Let me know when you have time, and I'll come pick you up. The boy maintained the perfect distance, making it hard for people to find him repulsive. Jiang Jinhua nodded slightly. Okay, I'll contact you when I have time. Gao Mingxian returned a smile. He didn't expect to succeed today. In fact, he never planned to win over Jiang Jinhua today. His purpose was to publicly declare his intentions. Upon learning that Jiang Jinhua had started university, the Gao family couldn't afford to be indifferent. Jiang Deming was adamant about allowing freedom and love. Unable to do anything, Gao Mingxian hurriedly came to the magical city. He understood very well that after graduating high school, once entering university, the first goal was not to study hard, but to find a partner. What kind of looks does Jiang Jinhua have? How could there be a shortage of people pursuing her? So today the Rolls-Royce, the 999 roses, and that necklace were all displays of his own strength. It wasn't meant for Jiang Jinhua to see, but rather for the other boys. Want to pursue Jiang Jinhua? Measure your own strength first. I am the standard. Gao Mingxian cast a faint glance over Chun Hao and the others. The expressions of the boys instantly turned extremely unnatural. A project worth 200 million, the aura of social elites, a Rolls-Royce, an expensive Cartier necklace. None of this was something they could aspire to. Yet even so, Jiang Jinhua decisively rejected the offer. They were not afraid of Tang Luochuan. After all, Tang Luochuan clearly had his sights set on Shenmuya, showing little warmth towards Jiang Jinhua. As long as they did not involve Shenmuya, there would be no issues and no one would be foolish enough to confront Tang Luochuan directly. As for Jiang Jinhua, her relationship with Tang Luochuan was ambiguous. At least on the surface, they were merely ordinary friends, not even close friends. This left Chun Hao and the others with a glimmer of hope, believing they still had a chance. But as soon as Gao Mingxian appeared, that tiny hope was instantly crushed. The man before them exuded a sense of oppression even stronger than Tang Luochuan. Throughout, Tang Luochuan had not even sent a single message. Meanwhile, she was publicly blocked in the classroom by a top-tier wealthy heir, openly declaring his intentions and asserting his claim. Dear classmates, Gao Mingxian's gaze locked onto Chun Hao and the others, who clearly had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they all look somewhat despondent when he appeared? Others, however, were quite candid. Dear classmates, please help take care of my Jinhua. Jinyu's friends are my friends. If there's an opportunity, they'll treat everyone to a meal. Gao Mingxian's high-profile assertion of ownership made those with intentions think twice. Having achieved his purpose, there was no need for him to linger, lest he provoke Jiang Jinyu's aversion. Jinyu, I'm leaving now. The boy smiled slightly, then turned to leave. Jiang Jinyu managed a reluctant smile in return, but after he left, her expression finally showed some impatience. What a lunatic. After muttering a soft curse, she looked around again, and the boys' gazes were much clearer. There was no way around it, they had been overwhelmed. At this moment, the three words flashed through everyone's minds: Tang Luochuan. Chun Hao and the others were preoccupied with this newly acquainted classmate for a simple reason: Gao Mingxian's appearance had stung them all. But they had no means to regain their dignity, so they habitually relied on a third party. That was Tang Luochuan. If that guy were around, it would surely be a spectacle. At this very moment, Tang Luochuan was in a movie theater. He had no idea what the film was about, and the girl beside him was completely absorbed in her own thoughts. He had arranged for Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi to sit in the middle of the theater while he took the best seat in the back row with Shenmuya. Senior, do you think that's a French kiss? Senior, the male lead's posture is so ambiguous. Senior, why did the screen suddenly go black? Why are the male and female leads breathing so heavily? Because it's rated R, she thought. The heavy breathing was simply because they were out of breath, but she couldn't say that while Tang Luochuan kept asking. She didn't believe that this guy didn't understand. Luochuan, stop teasing me. I can't handle this. Don't mess around. Shenmuya finally begged for mercy. Tang Luochuan leaned closer to her sister. I just want to understand. Take it slow. Shenmuya whispered, having only been a little over 24 hours. How could she be settled by a junior? She wanted to save face, but she couldn't get over her own mental barrier. Tang Luochuan remained patient. I meant, sister, can I give you a hug? A younger brother hugging his sister. Pervert. 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 A younger brother. You're just being a rogue. But I really like it. Shenmuya struggled internally. It's just very innocent. You see, don't Westerners hug and even greet with a kiss? There's nothing wrong with that. Tang Luochuan quietly placed his hand behind the girl's seat, wrapping his entire arm around her back. Shenmuya felt her face flush and hesitated. You can't just go crazy. Not crazy. Just a hug. With that, Tang Luochuan's arm wrapped around her shoulder. Then, just for a moment. All right. Shenmuya's whole body stiffened, afraid to move. Senior, why are you? He turned his head, his breath brushing against her ear. I am not shaking. Shenmuya bit her lip, her eyes glued to the screen, but she couldn't grasp a single word of what was happening. Oh. Shenmuya decided to play dead. Tang Luochuan didn't pressure her, maintaining the semi-embrace position. The darkness of the back row became the best cover. Shenmuya gradually relaxed, her shoulders no longer tense, and even. She subtly leaned closer to him. The movie reached its climax, and the male and female leads finally kissed. In the audience, a couple was secretly kissing. Senior, look over there, it's better than the movie. Tang Luochuan pointed to a corner not far away. The two young lovers were already engrossed in each other. Shenmuya followed his finger and glanced over for just a moment before quickly averting her gaze. What is so good about that? Have you ever tried it? No. Me neither. How about we try it? What kind of nonsense was that? What kind of logic was that? Shenmuya felt the arm on her shoulder tighten, even more, holding her tightly. Shall we give it a try, Senior? I want to try. But. Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi are in front, they can't see. But, they're a couple. Who said? I saw those two using student IDs to buy tickets. They could also be a senior and junior. Saying this, Tang Luochuan leaned down, gently pressing his forehead against the girls, their faces mere inches apart. Just once, it would be so much fun. Tang Luochuan continued to entice her. Just once. All right. Shun Muya's lips were softer than she had imagined, carrying a hint of sweetness from the wine. She had no idea what was happening, but Tang Luochuan understood. Love could take its time. Oh, wasn't she the one who didn't want to establish a relationship so soon? No problem. But that didn't stop him from kissing her, nor did it prevent him from sleeping with her. This kiss was not a mere brush. Tang Luochuan took advantage and would not retreat so easily. His tongue gently pried open her lips. Shinmuya felt a bit breathless, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. A few minutes later, Tang Luochuan also grew tired of kissing, leaning back in his seat, breathing heavily, savoring the sweet aroma lingering between their lips, boasting, without shame, "Ha! Thank you, senior, for teaching me how to kiss." Shinmuya had tears welling in her eyes, not from grievance, but more from nervousness and daze. Her mind kept racing. What on earth did I just do? He stole my first kiss. After leaving the cinema, Li Jieqi and Wang Fangfang continued to discuss the plot they had just watched. Tang Luochuan bought ice cream for the two of them, gesturing for them to chat on the side. Neither he nor Shinmuya had watched for more than a few minutes. Shinmuya's mind was filled with the kiss from earlier. I should agree to be his girlfriend now, because we kissed. But he didn't confess. How can I agree? Should I confess? But it's only been a day. What will others think? Seeing someone with a luxury car, spending the whole afternoon together, does that mean I'm his girlfriend? For a whole year no one could pursue Shinmuya. And just like that, a Porsche was enough to seal the deal in one afternoon. I am not that kind of person. The girl firmly believed she could not fall from grace. But riding in a luxury car, it has to be said, was indeed very pleasant. Luochuan, you can't say that. Shinmuya's voice was barely audible, muttering. Tang Luochuan nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything reckless. If senior wants to kiss again in the future, just come to me. I will be the designated kissing brother for my sister. You. Shinmuya felt like she was going crazy if this guy was too much. The car drove away from, heading straight for the school. Tonight, they wouldn't be able to attend the royal court banquet, so he dropped off Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi. Tang Luochuan prepared to take Shinmuya to the restaurant they had agreed upon. At the local restaurant, Jiangnanli. By the time they arrived, the private room was already filled with classmates. Luochuan, over here. Zhang Ming waved enthusiastically, then seeing Shinmuya nodded slightly. Senior Shun. Hello. Shinmuya felt more relaxed seeing so many people. With so many present, this guy wouldn't act, but she was mistaken. Tang Luochuan was sure that as long as he brought Shinmuya along, everyone would think they were in a confirmed relationship. So there was no need for further explanations. He tricked the girl into thinking he wanted to get to know her better. The girl thought that Tang Luochuan was thinking this way, but she couldn't control how other students thought. Many were whispering, hey, everyone is bringing their girlfriends. Tang Luochuan brought a senior. It's obvious he's got it sorted out. Impressive. If I had that much money, I could too. Oh, please, you look like Wu Da. Tang Luochuan is Wu Song. No, he's Shiman Qing. You can tell this guy is a playboy. At this moment, someone jeered. Luochuan, why did you bring the senior? What's the relationship? Shinmuya was hesitant to speak, wanting to see how Tang Luochuan would handle it. Tang Luochuan wasn't pretending to be innocent anymore. He casually sat at the boys' table. She's my girlfriend. What's wrong? Aren't we allowed to bring someone? He had it all figured out, as Shinmuya would definitely not dare to contradict him, especially since they had kissed. How could she refute it? Didn't they kiss? Then what was that kiss for? I. Shinmuya thought he should be a bit more tactful, explaining to classmates that they were still getting to know each other. Well, that was good, first slashing and then reporting. Just as she was about to say something, her phone suddenly rang. A message from Tang Luochuan's sister. I need face. Help me out. Shinmuya understood everything, knew it was all a trap. She clearly knew that saying she was his girlfriend. It was not for face, but Tang Luochuan's domineering possession. She was aware it was all a pit, yet she couldn't help but jump in. I'm not. We haven't started dating, I'm a senior. She thought. Shinmuya replied, just. Her heart was not in sync. The atmosphere at the dining table was still quite lively. Just that afternoon's events were still fresh in everyone's memory. Jiang Jinhua sat at the girls' table, closely observing Shinmuya's every move. In her heart, she had come to a conclusion: the two were definitely together. Then, the next should be herself. It was a good opportunity to observe Tang Luochuan. After all, this was one of the few, if not the only, candidates who could satisfy both her and her parents. But she thought too much. As soon as she entered the room, Tang Luochuan completely ignored her. He went straight to the boys' table, engaging in some pointless socializing. Zhou Qi put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, Luochuan, did you know that while you were gone this afternoon, a rich and handsome guy came to our class? Really? A new student? Tang Luochuan drank his beverage, feeling like the popcorn in his stomach was about to burst, having no appetite at all. Oh, really? New classmate? No, he's pursuing Jiang Jinhua. Isn't that normal? Said Tang Luochuan, yawning, completely uninterested in this kind of gathering. It was just idle chatter. But while he was uninterested, the other boys were chatting excitedly. That guy drove a Phantom. 999 roses, and a diamond necklace. After hearing this, Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. Oh, no wonder when he walked in he found Chun Hao and the others so quiet. So they had been crushed earlier. However, thinking of this, he also prepared to give Shin Muya a surprise. But roses were a bit cliché and necklaces were too expensive and not the right time. A Rolls-Royce, a popular car, not his style. Just then the girl's side suddenly stood up. A girl said, "We're all here, let's drink together." The boys also responded enthusiastically. Everyone stood up, moving to the center to clink glasses. Jiang Jinhua and Tang Luochuan were the last to get up from their tables. Holding their glasses, neither was particularly enthusiastic. Suddenly Jiang Jinhua walked through the crowd and approached Tang Luochuan. "Was the movie good?" "I didn't pay attention." Tang Luochuan looked at the girl while holding his glass, directly clinking glasses with her cheers. And Jiang Jinhua didn't expect him to be so decisive, as she hadn't actually come over to clink glasses. She continued, "How much was it?" Completely making small talk. 78. "How many people is it suitable for?" "Anyone is fine." "What was it about?" "I only saw kissing." Luochuan. Shinmuya, not far away, heard the words kissing and thought this guy had let it slip. "What?" Shinmuya walked over her face. "Shy, don't say that. I didn't say anything reckless." All right. Listen to your sister." Hiss. A few people around gasped. Earlier, between Jiang Jinhua and Tang Luochuan, it felt like the girl was a bit more enthusiastic while the boy was rather indifferent. But now, this damn guy was acting innocent. Jiang Jinhua felt a bit wary. What did this mean? Did Shinmuya not want Tang Luochuan to talk to her? Wasn't it okay to ask about a movie? "Oh, senior, you misunderstood. I just came over to ask if the movie was good, mainly because..." Jiang Jinhua hesitated, wondering if she should acknowledge such ambiguous hints. After all, so she had to be subtle. "Mainly because no one invited me." "Oh, I misunderstood. My apologies," Shinmuya hurriedly apologized. But Tang Luochuan looked at Jiang Jinhua with some surprise. The girl's heart moved. This guy understood. "Exactly, I'm hinting for you to invite me to the movies." Facing the girl he likes, Tang Luochuan naturally exhibited his emotional intelligence. When it came to Jiang Jinhua, however, he was as straightforward as a typical guy, only grasping the surface meaning. He did not delve deeper into understanding or thinking. Yet Shinmuya understood. The girl's subtle thoughts weren't particularly obscure. It was just that her cold demeanor made it hard to guess. "Luochuan, how can you say that?" Shinmuya grabbed Jiang Jinhu's hand and said, "Let's go, ignore him. Let's move aside." Tang Luochuan stood there, still bewildered, with a puzzled expression. "What did I say?" "Just speaking the truth." Jiang Jinhua was pulled aside by Shinmuya, feeling both amused and troubled. "Muya, I'm sorry. I know this isn't the right time." "It's fine, I understand." Shinmuya glanced back at Tang Luochuan and said, "He can't be the only one who I get it. You're great too. Can you teach me?" What can I teach?" "I'm still confused myself." "I can't explain my situation, mainly because..." Jiang Jinhua glanced at Tang Luochuan and continued, "I want to understand him a bit. It won't be too much. But he can be quite excessive." Shinmuya almost blurted out, quickly closing her mouth. Many people wanted to know Tang Luochuan, who almost every classmate was trying to strike up a conversation with him. Some even exaggerated about how Gao Mingxian was in the afternoon, wanting to see how this young Master Tang would react. But Tang Luochuan showed no interest at all. After dinner, the day's activities finally came to an end. Watching Shinmuya and Jiang Jinhua walk into the school hand in hand, he drove back to the hotel. He still had to buy a house and hadn't thought of an excuse to transfer money to his parents. There was still so much to... "Are you two together or not? What did you do in the afternoon?" Wang Fongfong said, "You were sitting at the back of the cinema. Did you kiss? How far has it developed? Does he know any handsome guys? Introduce one to me." Shinmuya felt a bit dizzy from the questions, but a sense of possessiveness was also rising. She could tell that her classmates seemed envious, and she found some enjoyment in that. "It's going well. The progress is quite fast. We haven't officially started dating yet, but it's coming soon." This was already her boldest statement. On the other side, Jiang Jinhua sat in her dormitory feeling quite "Jinhua, do you want some milk tea?" Her roommate Su Yuanyuan turned around with a pack of instant milk tea, pausing as the words were about to slip out. Remembering Jiang Jinhu's family background, she felt that such inexpensive drinks probably wouldn't catch her interest. This girl carried an air of ethereal detachment, rarely interacting warmly with her dorm mates. I don't." "Well, okay." Jiang Jinhu's words just escaped her lips before she suddenly changed her mind. Su Yuanyuan was taken aback. I mean, can I drink it?" Jiang Jinhu's tone softened, losing some of its usual aloofness. "Sure." Su Yuanyuan quickly took out a pack of milk tea from her bag and said, "It's not a great thing, you don't mind it." "It's fine." Jiang Jinhua accepted the milk tea pack with a smile. She seemed to have understood the reason for Tang Luochuan's indifference towards her. That was because he was down to earth. It was easy to see that just from his lifestyle. This guy never put on airs, and neither did Shinmuya. If Su Yuanyuan offered it to Shin Muya, she'd definitely drink it. Jiang Jinhua thought, while looking at the milk tea pack in her hands. The next day, in the morning, Tang Luochuan turned over in the big bed at the hotel and checked his phone, seeing another 100 million added to his account. Tomorrow is the weekend, and he planned to take Shin Muya out to have fun again. It was already past 9, and he sat up. Holidays are great. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Shin Muya. Tang Luochuan, good morning, senior. Time for a kiss. Kiss. This was while Shin Muya was in class, and upon seeing this message, she quickly looked around. No one was paying attention to her. The girl didn't know how to respond, feeling a bit excited. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Jiechi, who was sitting next to her on the computer. Jiechi, I feel like I'm going crazy. She handed her phone to him, feeling aggrieved. What should I do? I didn't agree to him yesterday. But he's so arrogant. Li Jiechi experienced glanced at the phone and sneered. Do you want me to help you? This is the kind of thing Li Jiechi likes to do. He directly took over her phone and started typing. Shin Muya hunched over, afraid others would notice. When she saw what Li Jiechi was typing, she quickly tried to grab it. No, don't say that, it's too embarrassing. What are you afraid of? The more you fear it, the more he revels in it. Just do it. Tang Luochuan lay on the bed waiting for a reply on his phone. Ding, a message popped up. Shin Muya, a kiss is fine, but sister wants to see brother's abs 8-pack. What the hell, what's going on? A contrast. Tang Luochuan was a bit confused, asking himself to show his abs. Shin Muya, does brother have any? Do you still want to kiss? Tang Luochuan, I don't want to kiss anymore. Huh? Are you scared? TSK. Li Jiechi looked at this message with disdain. I thought you were more impressive. Shin Muya scolded. It's all your fault. He must think I'm too casual now. What's wrong with that? You're too submissive. This kid has figured out that you're afraid, so he's pushing his luck. Just as they were talking, Tang Luochuan sent another message. Tang Luochuan's sister, I'll show you my smooth abs. Can you show me your smooth chest? Li Jiechi. Shin Muya. Damn. This is too much. Li Jiechi's face turned red. Who knew this guy had such guts? Tang Luochuan, come on. Hurry up. Is that okay? Tang Luochuan's sister, are you still there? Tang Luochuan, should we find a place to video chat, or should I pick you up now? Let's go to the hotel and have a look. Li Jiechi picked up his phone and sent a voice message directly, fuck off. He then returned the phone to Shin Muya. Shin Muya looked at the chaotic chat window and asked again, Jiechi, what should we do? Li Jiechi rolled his eyes. If it were me, I'd just give in. You definitely can't outsmart him. Tang Luochuan, hearing Li Jiechi's curse, burst into laughter. Huh? Trying to compete with me? You're still too naive. Without waiting for a reply, Tang Luochuan got dressed and headed straight to a nearby real estate office. He had already picked out a neighborhood. In a prime area, a spacious 780 square meter flat, around 60 million. The view was excellent, mainly because it was close to the school, only a 7 to 8 minute drive. It could serve as his first home. Upon stepping out, Tang Luochuan chose his flashy Lamborghini as today's mode of transport. A few minutes later, the car came to a steady stop at the sales office. As soon as he walked in, a salesgirl approached him. Hello, do you have an appointment? Yes, I sent the materials yesterday. My surname is Tang. Tang Luochuan replied. The sales staff nodded, yet her gaze lingered on him. What a handsome young man. She glanced behind him, asking, where are your parents? Are you checking my household registration? Tang Luochuan was taken aback. He had contacted them last night. The other party had requested proof of assets. After all, this was not a house worth a mere couple of million, and they couldn't just let anyone browse. No, I meant, did you? The salesgirl asked. Tang Luochuan nodded seriously, yes. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had seen young buyers before. Couples, married pairs. Just never a guy this young, or rather so inexperienced. Then please follow. The girl led the way, still curious about this young master. She casually asked, is this for your wedding? No, it's a school district house. A school district house. The girl was even more surprised. Could it be that he had a child at such a young age? Perhaps. He just looks well preserved, maybe in his 20s or 30s, and she can't tell. Sir, how old is your child? Our primary, middle, and high schools here are quite famous. Oh, I'm in college. I don't have a child. I'm buying a school district house for myself. The salesgirl was left speechless. Other people's children were already running around, and here was a kid buying a school district house for himself. Speaking of school district houses, who buys one for college? Upon arriving at the model unit, other salespeople were already showing the property to another couple. This house is still quite nice, though the price is a bit steep, said a middle-aged woman with a thick accent from the... Tang Luochuan followed the salesgirl inside, exchanging glances with the few people present and nodding in greeting. Sir, we have 7 units left for sale facing north and south with good ventilation. The salesgirl spoke eloquently, introducing the property to him. Then she asked, where do you study? Tang Luochuan pointed in a direction at the magical city Jiaoda. Oh, a high achiever. The girl smiled. However, these words drew the attention of the middle-aged couple. The man suddenly whispered, Jiaoda? Isn't that the same school as Yaya? The woman also noted the young man. It seems so. Is Yaya not attending classes? How much is your unit on the 12th floor? Tang Luochuan asked. The salesgirl hesitated for a few seconds, looking at another salesperson nearby. The two exchanged glances, relaying information. The current market isn't optimistic, but with national controls, the lowest price I can offer you is 5900. What do you think? 5600. I'll pay today. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. The middle-aged couple had been discussing a minimum price of 5900. We're really in a tough spot. There's really no way to discount. The girl didn't seem like she was trying to deceive him. 5700. Tang Luochuan didn't know how to bargain in his mind. He had no set price. It was purely a matter of you stating a price and me countering. You lower it a bit just to give me some face. That's all. Let me check. Are you sure you'll be paying today? Full payment. Okay, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the salesgirl returned and politely said, Mr. Tang, we did our utmost. 5800. We'll give you 2 years of parking space usage plus a set of home appliances. What do you think? Just when everyone thought this guy wouldn't agree, Tang Luochuan replied, all right. Can I move in tomorrow? Yes. Once you complete the payment, you can move in any time. We'll notify you once the property deed is processed. The salesgirl was nearly ecstatic. This young, handsome guy seemed like a bargain master, but was just randomly throwing numbers. He had indeed struck a deal that resonated with him. If he weren't already married, he would have definitely tried to flirt. Wow, amazing. Today's youngsters are really something. A middle-aged woman couldn't help but exclaim. The middle-aged man nudged his wife. He's from Jiaoda, go ask him. Maybe he knows Yaya. With that thought, the middle-aged woman quickly walked over. Young man, which school are you from? Auntie, I study at Jiaoda, Tang Luochuan replied politely. Oh wow. So young and impressive. My daughter is also from Jiaoda. What year are you in? I'm a freshman. My daughter is also a freshman. What are you studying? Digital media. Oh, my daughter is also in digital media. After saying this, the middle-aged woman was stunned. Could it be this coincidental? Tang Luochuan looked at the two coming here to buy a house, and the daughter was in his class. Such coincidence. The man beside him smiled and walked over. Young man, why aren't you in school today? Oh, uncle, I got called back for a reflection. The middle-aged woman shot her husband a glare. What on earth? Are you losing your mind? Why bring that up? Then she put on a smile and said to Tang Luochuan, don't mind him, my husband isn't thinking straight and doesn't know how to speak. It's okay, that's the truth. Oh, what I meant was, I was indeed called back. While speaking, Tang Luochuan was also sizing them up. He couldn't help but recall Jiang Jinwei. Sure enough, the middle-aged woman said, young man, what is your name? My daughter is named Jiang Jinwei. Oh, Jiang, classmate, yes, I know her. Just as he was speaking, the salesgirl approached. Mr. Tang, you're paying in full. We have the contract ready. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Excuse me for a moment, ladies. No problem, you go ahead, the middle-aged woman smiled. The two were Jiang Jinyu's parents, Jiang Deming and Ma Ying. Another salesperson responsible for them also came over. Uncle and auntie, are you still looking at houses? What do you mean? Ma Ying shot him an annoyed glance. With so much money, you don't even negotiate. Besides, she looked at Tang Luochuan's departing figure. My daughter might not even need us to buy a wedding house here. Someone else might buy it for her. Ha ha. Ma Ying was a typical affluent woman and quite talkative. Jiang Deming looked at her with disdain. Stop talking nonsense, you see everyone as your son-in-law now. The Jiang family was well off, but not the kind of corporate president most people imagined. The Jiang family's rise began with Jiang Jinyu's grandfather making astute investments during the early reform period. After earning their first pot of gold, he did not stop. Rather, he established a solid financial foundation for the Jiang family through prudent investment and financial management. By the time it reached Jiang Deming's generation, the family business had reached new heights. He founded an investment company, expanding the business scope, yielding substantial returns over the years. Interestingly, both generations of Jiang entrepreneurs maintained a rare simplicity. However, this simplicity turned into an obsession with wealthy upbringing in Jiang Jinyu's case. The family had already reached a higher level, and the elders were determined to raise their only daughter to be a true princess cherished by many. Thus, Jiang Jinwei had never endured much hardship since childhood, as she was the only child and a daughter. Her parents hoped she would marry into a good family. If we were to speak of the Jiang family's assets, it would amount to at least 2 to 3 billion. Moreover, they have a significant amount of cash on hand, easily being able to produce 1 billion. Jiang Deming is astute and places great importance on cash flow. He would not easily allow his pockets to run empty. However, having money does not equate to being foolish. When it comes to a house worth over 50 million, he will negotiate if possible. However, he did not expect the emergence of Tang Luochuan. It truly astonished the two, for in Jiang Deming's mind, this house was only worth 54 million based on the market. Sigh, this kid doesn't know how to negotiate. Jiang Deming sighed. Ma Ying pulled him forward, saying, come on, let's see if he really intends to buy. I need to tell Yaya she has quite an impressive young man in her class. Jiang Deming was being pulled along by his wife, still mumbling, "Look at you, why are you in such a rush? The kid is buying something, why are you jumping in? What do you know?" Ma Ying turned back and glared at him. With Yaya's personality, if she can't find a partner during her 4 years of university, what will she do? Aren't I just doing some preliminary investigation? Jiang Deming scoffed. Yaya has good taste as she won't miss out on the good ones naturally. Nonsense, that girl has no idea who she's following. With her high standards and low abilities, does she even have taste? Think carefully about what kind of person your daughter is. It's a struggle just to have a conversation. I have to keep an eye on her. As they spoke, they had already followed Tang Luochuan to the signing area. The female salesperson was smiling broadly as she handed over the contract, looking at Tang Luochuan as if he were the god of wealth. "Mr. Tang, please take a look. This is the purchase contract for 58 million to be paid in full at once." Tang Luochuan took the pen and signed his name in an elegant flourish, having practiced it beforehand. It couldn't be written in a slow, meticulous manner. Ma Ying nodded vigorously from the side, saying, "The handwriting is quite good. It has a foundation." "Oh my, do you think this is selecting a calligraphy teacher?" Jiang Deming was both amused and helpless. After signing, Tang Luochuan took out his phone to prepare for the transfer. Ma Ying was quick to grab her husband, saying, "Hurry, take a picture and send it to Yaya." "What are you taking pictures for?" Jiang Deming complained, but his hands obediently pulled out his phone. "Respect the child's privacy, be mindful. I'm just taking a picture of his back." At that moment, Jiang Jinyue was sitting in her classroom, staring out at the rain. After the chaos caused by Gao Mingxian yesterday, her world had quieted down considerably. But it wasn't completely quiet. Her background had spread, and many people knew she was from a wealthy family. Therefore, those with average conditions and abilities no longer pursued her. However, there were still some outstanding boys and some from decent families who extended their olive branches towards her. Sigh. The girl sighed. She still yearned for love. She looked down at her phone and had added a few friends. This boy comes from a good family, but he's a bit ugly. This one is also decent and good-looking, but he's a bit short. This one is too pretentious. This one has talent and is quite humorous, but he thinks too highly of himself. This one is even more boring than I am. Jiang Jinwei didn't know what kind of person she was looking for, as she felt a bit hesitant to chat with Tang Luochuan. Every time they exchanged a few words, the other party would retort. Just as she was thinking, her parents suddenly sent her messages, all filled with photos. She quickly opened them, and they were all photos. "This is it." Jiang Jinwei looked at the photos, her heart skipped a beat. That familiar back belonged to Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinwei, "Mom and Dad, how do you know Tang Luochuan?" "Mine, turns out he really is your classmate. He came here to buy a house. We just met and chatted for a bit." Jiang Deming, "Do you have his WeChat?" Jiang Jinwei, "I do." "Mine, great. As long as you have it. I think the young man is quite talented with an extraordinary demeanor and looks. He has bought a house. It seems he plans to settle in the Magic City. You should spend those 4 years getting to know each other. The young man is quite good. Mom will help you choose wisely." Jiang Jinwei, "You don't need to interfere. Mom is just offering a suggestion. It's just that we happen to run into him. In school, you won't see someone buying a house, and your dad's business is something you can't help with. You need to find a partner." Jiang Jinwei couldn't help but think that with her talent, she could easily drag down the family. Some matters require talent. Jiang Jinwei is a noble princess untouched by the mundane world, sending her into the secular world to seek help and build connections. In her mother's words, she can't even produce a sound after a long time. And Jiang Deming is well aware that in order to invest in good projects, it's not about begging to invest. Those who seek you are often high risk. You must have the ability to discern. Quality projects are what the investors are given the opportunity to partake in. A crowd of wealthy individuals scrambling to get in. You need connections to have opportunities. How do you build connections? Drinking and dining are indispensable. When you were young, you could still drink a bit, accompanying leaders' clients after this one and that one. But the matters involved are too complex. He doesn't want to watch his daughter follow in his footsteps, because he understands that in a man's drinking party, it's about drinking capacity, eating, drinking, and having fun. If a woman wants to join, it's about trading her body. In this circle, there are too many wealthy people, and Jiang Jinyue's only advantage is her looks. In the family group, Jiang Jinyue, "Did he buy a house?" "Mine, it's 58 million. Your dad says it's overpriced by 4 million. But this kid didn't even blink." "Off." Jiang Jinyue quickly opened her moments. At this point, Tang Luochuan should have posted something to show off. But his moments were completely empty. There was nothing at all. After a long while, she felt conflicted. She ultimately sent a message. "Jiang Jinyue, Mom and Dad, I'll handle my own matters. I quite like this boy, but you both must not casually speak to him." Ma Ying looked at the message from her daughter, her eyes lit up, and she quickly shoved her phone in front of Jiang Deming. Look. Yaya said she likes him." All right. Jiang Deming maintained his composure outwardly, but couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. Let the child handle her own affairs, and let's not interfere. What do you mean by interfering? Ma Ying put away her phone and rolled her eyes at him. I'm providing strategic support. At this point, Tang Luochuan had already completed the payment and received the keys. However, the property certificate wouldn't be available for a while. Uncle Annie, how did you come? Do you want me to give you a ride? Tang Luochuan was just being polite. No need, we have a driver. Young man, where are you going for lunch? How about coming to my house? I'll cook for you. The other party's excessive enthusiasm left Tang Luochuan a bit bewildered. Was it just because he was classmates with Jiang Jinwei? No, I have other matters. What other matters do you have? Aren't you not even attending school? Ma Ying, straightforward as ever, blurted it out. Jiang Deming poked her from behind and then smiled, saying, Luochuan, don't take it to heart. Your aunt isn't thinking straight, as she's confused. Come over and sit for a while. You are Yeye's classmate, and we hope you can look after her more. Give uncle a face. Oh, once you graduate, if you need any help, just come to me. His words were quite diplomatic, yet still a bit sudden. Tang Luochuan thought for a moment he indeed had no pressing matters left, just furniture and appliances. But the prerequisite was to arrange for off-campus living from the school. Currently, he could still stay at school. While lost in thought, Ma Ying's hand had already reached out. Gripping the other person tightly with a face full of enthusiasm, she pulled him forward. Luochuan, I've been managing in Modu with your uncle for many years. We're familiar with the situation here, so if you ever want to start a business or do something, just let us know. You and Jean, you should get along well, as you are both classmates. Young people have their ways of making friends. Don't be shy. Tang Luochuan listened with ambiguity. He understood the earlier part and had his own matters to discuss with them. As for the suggestion not to be shy, it was his daughter who was shy, always looking coldly at others, but he felt uncomfortable just seeing her. However, she was indeed beautiful. That was undeniable. Before he knew it, they had arrived at the nearby parking lot. Tang Luochuan realized he couldn't escape. They insisted on treating him, and he actually had a good impression of this couple. Unlike Jiang Jinwei, who was so cold, he found it strange that such a warm and hospitable couple would have a daughter who seemed sub-zero. He took out his car keys. Uncle, Auntie, I'll follow behind you. It wouldn't hurt to get to know some wealthy people, and he was also curious about Jiang Jinyu's upbringing. He thought it would be interesting to send her a message later to tease her. Upon seeing Tang Luochuan's car, Ma Ying smiled even more brightly and pointed at the emblem. Oh, this is a Lamborghini. Right. Yes. Ha ha. Tang Luochuan was touched by the couple's friendliness. Auntie, I'll be joining you for lunch. They'll send a message to Jiang classmate to tempt her. Ha. Great, let's go. Jiang Deming patted his shoulder from behind and led Ma Ying towards his Maybach. At lunchtime, Jiang Jinyu finally had friends, her dorm mates Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian. It was also because of yesterday's milk tea that this little princess finally stepped into the mundane world. The milk tea was exceptionally delicious, and her roommates were very enthusiastic. Yuanyuan Jinyu. A guy from the management department asked for my WeChat yesterday. Should I give it to him? He also said he would treat me to dinner. Lu Xian said, a bit proud. Su Yuanyuan's eyes lit up immediately. What does he look like? Handsome. He's okay. A nice person. I casually mentioned I wanted to watch a movie, but didn't have a video membership. He helped me pay for half a year. That's pretty good. Jiang Jinyu frowned, thinking good looking. Paying for a video membership. What's so great about that? He said he would treat me to dinner. What's so special about him? Lu Xian, what do you think? Is he good? He's okay. So I wanted to ask you all for some advice. Jiang Jinyu felt that perhaps she did not understand such a pure love and continued to ask, what impressed you about him? This question left the other two stunned, as it was not something usually asked. Impressed. He just seems nice, quite considerate, and gentle with me. Jiang Jinyu. The boys around her were all like this. There were not just a few pursuing her. Even back in middle school, they were all considerate and gentle, otherwise how could they chase girls? Even those who were not pursuing her treated her very well, being quite patient. He's coming. Lu Xian suddenly leaned closer to the two girls, feeling a bit excited. Several boys suddenly walked over from the opposite side. The boy at the front had clearly dressed up intentionally. He walked straight over, not paying much attention to Su Yuanyuan, but couldn't help but glance at Jiang Jinyu twice. His gaze shifted from shock to envy, and finally turned to regret. This girl was almost too stunning. Xian, do you have time for lunch? Can I treat you and your friend to a meal? How many of you are there, Zhang Wenxiang? Lu Xian asked cautiously. The boy named Zhang Wenxiang glanced back at his group of friends behind him. Oh, there are 4 of us boys and 3 girls. When he mentioned the 3 girls, Zhang Wenxiang paused noticeably, wanting to see the reactions of the other 2 girls. They were from the management department and didn't know Jiang Jinyu, only having heard about the incident with Tang Luochuan yesterday. Su Yuanyuan maintained a smile and deliberately pushed Lu Xian forward. At that moment, Jiang Jinyu wasn't being cold, she was merely standing there in a daze. She wanted to see how others dated, especially those who started from pursuing someone. Zhang Wenqiang's 3 friends stood beside him with their heads close together, murmuring. Their eyes, however, couldn't help but frequently glance towards Jiang Jinyue, unable to hide their amazement. Today they were encouraging Zhang Wenxiang to arrange a dinner, not just to support their friend. They had heard that Zhang Wenxiang was pursuing a girl, so they urged him to invite the girl's roommates and friends for some fun. In truth, they all had little schemes in mind, thinking of hosting a small social event, perhaps meeting someone they found attractive. Who would have thought that they would encounter someone as stunning as Jiang Jinyu? With her clear and cold features that could not hide her stunning beauty, she naturally exuded an aura that left them slightly dazed. This was definitely an unexpected delight. Zhang Wenxiang also felt a bit regretful. Aloof Xian was already fairly good-looking, but who knew she had such an astonishing roommate? Is that okay? Zhang Wenxiang asked. Lu Xian turned to look at Jiang Jinyu and Su Yuanyuan. Su Yuanyuan tugged at Lu Xin's sleeve and blinked hard, meaning yes. Jiang Jinyu hesitated a bit. She didn't want to join such a dinner, but thought about wanting to be friends with the two. The reason was that cup of milk tea. It was because she finally blended into ordinary life. So she also hoped to change, no longer carrying the halo of a bun princess, but to be an ordinary college student. Jiang Jinyu. I have no objections. All right then. Lu Xian felt that as the one being pursued, she should step forward. We can just eat something casual. We have self-study later. No worries, we can come to self-study a bit late. We won't be going. Just check in and head back to the dorm. Zhang Wenxiang took the umbrella from the girl's hand, kindly holding it for her. The other boys also walked over. Hey beautiful, let me help you. A tall boy stood in front of Jiang Jinyu, extending his hand, hoping for a chance. Jiang Jinyu shook her head. No, I can manage myself. Then can I carry your bag? Another boy approached. The girl held her bag tighter. I'm not tired. Thank you. The girl's indifference left the three boys at a loss. They had never encountered someone so unapproachable. 7 of them headed towards the school cafeteria. This cafeteria not only served large portions, but also had a dedicated small stir-fry section on the 5th floor where students could come to enjoy a little treat. The 6th floor housed guest rooms. Many students were dining here, and Jiang Jinyu was the center of attention wherever she went. It was easy to notice, including the 3 previous admirers from her class, Chun, Hao Zhaokai, and Sun Lei, along with Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. Chen Hao exclaimed, what the hell is going on? What does Jiang Jinyu mean by this? Zhao Kai sneered, we 3 are competing fairly, and then that guy yesterday just threw us a warning. Today Jiang Jinyu is dining with another boy. I feel like it's not about the money. Sun Lei asked, then what is it for? Zhao Kai replied, it's aimed at the 3 of us obviously. Look at those boys, do they seem wealthy? Chen Hao felt a bit depressed. Yeah, I was shocked by that guy with the surname Gao yesterday, but thinking back, it doesn't seem to be like that. When it comes to dating, it doesn't matter if you have money. If Jiang Jinyu likes him, that's all that matters. And I can tell Jiang Jinyu doesn't like that guy. Besides, we aren't broke either. It's all about skills. Zhao Kai and Sun Lei echoed, all about skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were also puzzled. What is she doing? A friend. Zhang Ming stroked his chin. Zhou Qi chuckled, I think it's a revenge on old Tang. Forget it, she has nothing to do with old Tang. Wait, let me ask old Tang what he's up to. Zhou Qi said as he made a video call. The call connected. Tang Luochuan was busy cracking crabs. Old Tang. Wow, enjoying some good food, huh? Zhou Qi teased him right away. Tang Luochuan wiped his mouth. Got something. Want to grab a drink tonight? Zhou Qi said mysteriously, guess what I just saw? What? Zhou Qi turned the camera to show Jiang Jinyu's back. Our class Jiang Jinyu is dining with boys from another class. What? On the other end, Tang Luochuan, holding his phone in one hand and a crab in the other, froze completely. Ma Ying, who was plating dishes nearby, had already heard this. Oh no, impossible. Our Jinyu isn't that casual, she must be with regular classmates. She hurried over, and sure enough, on the screen Jiang Jinyu was surrounded by 3 boys. The 3 boys were vying for her attention, but the girl remained unmoved, keeping her distance. It was evident they were together for a meal. This little girl. Stupid girl. Luochuan, don't mind it, it's definitely a misunderstanding. Ma Ying became anxious. Tang Luochuan set down the crab leg. Well, I don't seem to mind at all. Annie, your cooking is really good. Ma Ying ignored the compliment, picking up her phone to dial, while asking Luochuan, do you know those boys? I don't know them. Aren't they from your class? No. Zhou Qi on the other end was also confused. Old Tang, where are you? Who was that auntie? Oh, I'm at Jiang's house for dinner. That auntie was Jiang Jinyu's mother. Zhou Qi exclaimed. He'll hang up now. After ending the call, Zhou Qi fell into deep thought. What does this mean? Tang Luochuan went to Jiang Jinyu's house for dinner. Jiang Jinyu is dining with other boys. Wow, it's so chaotic. For something like this, a normal person would find it hard to believe. Tang Luochuan obviously just got to know Jiang Jinyu. How did he end up at her house? Jiang Jinyu has always been cold to everyone. Oh, why suddenly is she dining with a group of boys? Zhang Ming with keen eyes said, hey, aren't those Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian? Maybe they're friends of her roommate. Just like us with Luochuan, we also got close because of Luochuan. So that's how Jiang Jinyu ended up with them. That makes some sense, but Um, Old Zhang. Do you know where Where? At Jiang's house. The fifth-floor cafeteria, the small stir-fry shop. Today the owner was very happy, as there were many more customers. Jiang Jinhua was seated with several others around a small round table. Su Yuan and Lu Xin sensed something was off. The shop was indeed busier, but the extra customers were all from their class. Were the boys from their class just that fond of the food here? On the other side were Chunhao Zhao Kai Sun Lei and their respective roommates. At another table sat Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi alone. Old Zhou, this doesn't seem right. Luo Chuan didn't say he was going after Jiang Jinhua as Zhang Ming spoke. Zhou Qi had an expression that said he had seen through it, all posing mysteriously. You have to take it one bite at a time, step by step. At school, old Tang first wins over senior sister Shun, and outside, Haha winning over Jiang Jinyu's family. And finally, he made a gesture of a leopard's paw clenching a fist. I want it all. Well, that's true. Going to someone's house for dinner right after meeting is really. Jiang Jinhua had just sat down when her phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm having dinner with classmates. What classmates? Just my roommates. What about those boys? Are you monitoring me? No. It was Luo Chuan and a classmate on video. EY accident. Tang Luo Chuan. Right, I invited Luo Chuan over for dinner. Oh my, he's such a nice young man. Handsome and articulate. You must have a good chat with him. Tang Luo Chuan came to our house for dinner. Jiang Jinhua suddenly stood up, startling everyone. Chen Hao upon hearing this quickly whispered, what the hell, Tang Luo Chuan? Are we still relying on our own skills? Zhao Kai also felt a bit uneasy. Let's see how it goes. This is a bit tricky. Ma Ying was still busy praising the other party. Jiang Jinhua slowly sat back down, feeling a mix of emotions, excitement, happiness, and a bit of worry. He didn't even tell me. I was the one who invited him. Why would I need to tell you? You still haven't explained what's going on with you. Oh, my side is just a friend's roommate inviting us for dinner, and I happened to be invited along with another roommate. Ma Ying understood someone was pursuing her roommate and invited Jiang Jinhua and another girl along. It's fine, just get along well with your classmates. Ma Ying felt relieved and quickly hung up. Luochuan Yeya's roommate is dating. That young man also invited Yeya along. Tang Luochuan, while gnawing on a piece of rib, nodded repeatedly. Oh, is that so? That's great. Jiang Jinhua usually doesn't talk much. Having friends is a good thing. Yes. It's good that you think that way. Hearing Jiang Jinhua say it herself, Tang Luochuan went to her house. On the other side, Chun Hao and the others were somewhat regretful about coming to eat here. Their intentions were obvious, yet they were somewhat overstepping. However, the key still lay in Jiang Jinyu's attitude. Zhang Wenxiang and the others seemed a bit out of it, looking blankly at Jiang Jinhua. Who went to your house? A male student asked. Su Yuan seemed to have learned some huge gossip, a hint of excitement in her voice. Tang Luochuan, he went to your house. Tang Luochuan. That name sounds familiar. Who is he? Zhang Wenxiang, not from their department, hadn't paid. Lu Xian explained. He's the super rich second generation from our class, the one who caused quite a stir at school a couple of days ago, the one who rented the car. Renting a car? Oh, I remember. So what happened? Is it true? Another male student asked. In reality, this matter had mostly stirred up a sensation within Tang Luochuan's own academy. That day, 3 luxury cars had appeared simultaneously right in front of their teaching building. Students from other departments had only heard a little about it and didn't pay much attention. Su Yuan, looking proud, said, and then Tang Luochuan directly bought 3 luxury cars. Porsche, and a flashy sports car. This girl didn't know much about cars and couldn't tell the difference between the Porsche Taycan and the Panamera. As for that Lamborghini, if it were a solid color, the girls might recognize it. But since it was a flashy color, it was hard to distinguish. No one paid attention to whether Su Yuan knew anything about cars. They were shocked by her description. No way, you must be kidding. Several boys didn't believe it at all. They'll show you the video, I recorded it yesterday. Su Yuan hurried to prove her point. Lu Xian also pulled out her phone. I have one too. The 2 tables next to us are our classmates. Over there, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. You are Tang Luochuan's roommate, right? Zhang Ming was called out and raised his head awkwardly. Yes. Quick, tell us, did Tang Luochuan really buy 3 luxury cars? Lu Xin's eyes lit up like searchlights. And did he really go to Jiang Jinyu's house? Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze scanning back and forth between Jiang Jinhua and Shin Mai. Well, Luochuan is indeed very wealthy. He directly spent over 600 on a game. But whether he went to Jiang classmate's house, you can ask Jiang classmate herself. At that moment, Jiang Jinhua was furiously sending messages to Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinhua, did you go to my house? Jiang Jinhua, what did you talk about with my parents? Jiang Jinhua, I heard you bought a house. Jiang Jinhua, why did you buy a house? Jiang Jinhua, are you going to reply or not? Jiang Jinhua, what did my parents say? Jinhua. Lu Xian hurriedly asked the girl next to her. Did Tang Luochuan really go to your house? I always thought you two were a good match. Su Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes, that guy is so handsome. And so wealthy. And very humorous. Humorous. He always bickers with me. Jiang Jinhua lowered her head, looking at her phone, feeling anxious. She was eager for an answer. But this guy just wouldn't reply. Bicker with you. Hitting is a sign of affection. It's just the playful banter of a couple. Did he go to your house to propose? Don't joke, he's developing a relationship with senior sister Shun. What does it have to do with me? Oh my. Su Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and pretended to be wise. He's a top-tier rich second generation. It's normal for him to marry more than one. He's probably afraid of making things awkward between you and senior sister at school. Developing outside of school with you. This logic didn't make much sense, but at this moment, especially when Jiang Jinyu's mind was in a mess, it started to sound reasonable. Does this guy have an interest in me? Thinking this, she turned to Su Yuanyuan. Really? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would he go to your house for a meal? What's he after? Good food at your house. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinhua suddenly put down her phone. Steady. Yes, that's it. Then why doesn't he tell me? Isn't there still senior sister Shun? There has to be a sequence of precedents. That makes sense. The boys nearby felt their scalps tingle. Zhang Wenxiang and a few boys over here were filled with sorrow. They had just watched the video, and although they were reluctant to believe it, the facts were laid bare before them. The surrounding environment was clearly the school, and the cars were real, not AI generated. So this beauty had long had someone she cared for. Su Yuanyuan wasn't bad, but without comparison, there was no harm done. Excluding the beautiful clouds, having seen the good ones, the boys looked at Su Yuanyuan with no interest at all. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and his friends picked up their teacups, sipping tea to themselves. They said nothing, and the atmosphere was heavy. They had thought Jiang Jinhua didn't like that Gao Mingxuan, and perhaps they still had a chance. But then came someone even more impressive. Gao Mingxian was a part of society and might not have the opportunity to compete with them every day. But if Tang Luochuan wished, he could slap them in the face every day. When the food arrived, everyone felt no mood to eat. Yet Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi here ordered a few small dishes, not daring to spend too much, and enjoyed their meal. The two felt no pressure. Jiang Jinhua held her phone, a faint smile on her lips. Tang Luochuan had also replied, I'm full, your family's food is really good. Tang Luochuan, auntie, is very warm. Tang Luochuan, I indeed bought a house, happened to meet uncle and auntie. I couldn't refuse their hospitality, but I feel your parents want me to date you. Tang Luochuan briefly replied to Jiang Jinyu's message. The girl looked at the reply, her heart in a mess. Her mother wanted her to date him, but he had to finish his sentence. What does this guy mean, half finished? And then he doesn't say anything. Tang Luochuan was currently sitting on the couch at Jiang's house, looking at the ginkgo in the yard. The old Western-style house was indeed beautiful. Uncle, how much is this house? Jiang Deming was very proud. He had decorated this house himself and had lived in it for many years, considering it a work of art. The market price now is probably over 300 million. A bit expensive, but not bad. Suitable for retirement. A bit. It wasn't just a bit. Tang Luochuan's living expenses for 3 or 4 days could buy one outright. Tang Luochuan realized he had been showing off and quickly said, Uncle, I meant it's very good. Quite nice. Could you do me a favor? Child, go ahead. Could you help me keep an eye out for any old Western-style houses for sale here? I'd like to take a look someday. Oh, I want to get one too. When my parents get old, I'll bring them over to live. This. Jiang Deming's mouth twitched. In his impression, this kid was indeed rich. But that money was definitely given by his parents. He was meant to spend according to his parents' wishes. For instance, spending over 50 million on a house. He didn't believe Tang Luochuan's parents didn't know. They must have instructed him to exercise and train their son. But why did this kid suddenly want to buy an old Western-style house? Your parents' wishes? Oh, they don't know. I want to give them a surprise. Jiang Deming said nothing, just stared at him hard, trying to see a hint of insincerity on the boy's face. Even if it was just a little. But there was none at all. This kid was serious. After a moment, Jiang Deming said, All right, I'll help you keep an eye out here. But chances are rare, so you'll need to wait. Tang Luochuan expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinhua was already growing impatient, glancing at her phone while taking small bites of her meal. Every response was merely a brief acknowledgement. Jiang Jinhua, what are you thinking? Jiang Jinhua, haven't you left yet? Jiang Jinhua, what else did my mom say? After a long wait, Tang Luochuan replied, Just left your place. The house is beautifully renovated. Your family must be quite wealthy. Jiang Jinhua, what else? Tang Luochuan, what? Jiang Jinhua screenshot. The girl directly sent a screenshot of Tang Luochuan's earlier message. Are your parents trying to set us up? Tang Luochuan, oh right. So this is your parents' intention, I see. Seriously, are you playing with me using vague language? Jiang Jinhua, what do you think? Tang Luochuan, I think your parents are really nice, not the kind of people who look down on others and act like teachers. Jiang Jinhua, and then, Tang Luochuan, I'm driving, let's chat later. Jiang Jinhua. After that, Tang Luochuan stopped replying. What's wrong, Jinhua? Su Yuanyuan noticed she wasn't eating much and thought she might not like the food. Jiang Jinhua glanced at her. Yuanyuan, help me. The girl for the first time handed her phone to Su Yuan with a hint of pleading. Su Yuan took a glance, her expression gradually turning ambiguous. Jinhua Tang Luochuan is just flirting with you. Flirting? What do you mean? You still can't see it. Your parents want you to date him. This guy is just teasing you to make you anxious. Let me see. Can I see it? Lu Xin also leaned over. Jiang Jinhua nodded in agreement, following the principle that more people mean more power. Lu Xin scrolled through the chat history. Jinhua, how did she meet your parents? He met them when he went to buy a house. Everyone. Buying a house. Su Yuan's voice suddenly rose by an octave. The boys around were too shocked to eat, envy consuming them. Did he buy an old rundown place? Or a demolition house in the suburbs? It must be. It has to be. What area is the house in? Lu Xin asked, anxiously, feeling she had a hunch. Someone like Tang Luochuan would never buy something ordinary. It should be Jinggan Mansion. Jiang Jinhua casually mentioned, it's in our chat records we met when buying the house. Jinggan Mansion. A demolition house. A boy couldn't help but ask, feeling the name sounded mediocre. With a clatter, Chun Hao next to them dropped his chopsticks, unable to hold on. His smile was quite unpleasant, feeling a bit helpless. He directed at Jiang Jinyu's table, Jinggan Mansion. All large flats ranging from 400 to 900 square meters. But now it's cheap. The cheapest is 30 million per unit. How big did Tang buy? The boy didn't really want to know the relationship between Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinhua. It was obvious he had no chance. But he couldn't help but feel sour about Tang Luochuan, wondering if this guy took a loan of over 20 million and borrowed a few $100,000 from relatives and friends for the down payment. 700 square meters fully paid. 58 million. It seems Tang bought it at a high price. Lu Xin calmly stated this while looking at Jiang Jinyu's and her parents' chat records. She wasn't indifferent, she was just shocked to the point of not knowing how to express her inner emotions. No one spoke, and Jiang Jinhua frowned slightly. Forget about the house, Xin Yuan, can you help me figure out how to reply? The young lady is indeed a young lady, millions, billions, I've heard it from my father since I was young. Though shocked, there was more joy. This guy definitely deserves me. No, I should be the one who deserves him. Besides, he came to my house for dinner, which means he doesn't mind my family. Su Yuan said. Jinhua too approaches. Either flirt with him if you're confident, or lay all your cards on the table. Lay it all on the table. I can't lay it all on the table. I never said I liked him. Jiang Jinhua was startled by these two words. What was happening to her? Just a few hours ago, she felt they weren't even friends. Now she was asking her roommates to help her pursue Tang Luochuan. Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, he won't pay you any attention. Su Yuan continued, create some opportunities tonight. Invite him out to play. Be a bit more proactive. But don't say everything too perfectly. Still watch his intentions. Oh, what should I do specifically? Tomorrow is the weekend. Let's watch a movie, have a meal. It's best to invite friends along so it doesn't feel awkward. Jiang Jinhua glanced at Zhang Wenxiang and the others beside her. It seemed this was how they did things. She somewhat understood, nodding woodenly. Are you two free tomorrow? Lu Xin and Su Yuan quickly nodded. Yes. Jiang Jinhua glanced at Zhang Wenxiang and the others. The boys, no time. No time. We're not familiar with him. No way. The guys wouldn't go. They were all boys. Would they go just to see Tang Luochuan show off? Trample on her. She glanced at Chun Hao behind her. Full. That. Jinhua, Zhangming, Yuan, you all take your time. Chun Hao and the others immediately stood up, not wanting to stay for even a minute longer. Zhang Ming raised his hand. Jiang class made him free. Zhou Qi also raised his hand. Me too. Can I bring my girlfriend? Su Yuan poked Jiang Jinhua. Agree, it's a good opportunity. I also want to get to know Zhang Ming. Let's go out together tomorrow, and it'll create a chance for you two to be alone. Jiang Jinhua looked at the neatly raised hands of Zhang Ming, and Zhou Qi, glancing at the winking Su Yuan and Lu Xin beside her. Her usually cold cheeks turned slightly red as she steeled herself and nodded. All right, let's go together. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi had already recorded the current situation and sent it to Tang Luochuan. Inside the hotel, Tang Luochuan had just returned, preparing to check out home goods stores online. Upon seeing Zhou Qi's message, he opened it to find the conversation between Jiang Jinhua and Su Yuan from earlier. This woman. Tang Luochuan pondered for a moment. If Jiang Deming and Ma Ying were the kind of arrogant upper-class people, he wouldn't even think about it. Unexpectedly, these future in-laws weren't bad. Jiang Jinhua was just too reserved, but it was quite amusing. Just as he was about to reply to her message, a call came from an unknown number. Hello, Mr. Tang. This is Manager Zhou from XX Bank. Tang Luochuan's heart skipped a beat. The money from his system was all legitimate income. It should be fine. What's the matter? He felt a bit nervous. Mr. Tang, first of all, congratulations. Manager Zhou's voice carried a professional enthusiasm. Our system has detected active funds flowing into your account recently, averaging 100 million per day, and the sources are completely compliant. Additionally, there are several large pending projects in process, and your asset level has now been upgraded to our bank's top-tier private client. The reason for today's call is purely to bring you benefits. From now on, you will automatically enjoy our bank's highest-level private butler service privileges, whether it's high-speed trains, airplanes, airport VIP lounges, or free upgrades at 5-star hotels across the country. All exclusive treatments will be arranged for you with no limit throughout the year. There will also be various high-end gifts, exclusive rights, and customized services, which we will deliver to your home one by one. You just need to enjoy. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but smile slightly, listening to the long list of privileges on the other end of the phone, fully aware of the situation. With money, one is indeed treated well everywhere. He casually replied, "Got it, thank you. I'm at the hotel, let me give you an address, just send it over." Manager Zhou was quickly flattered. "It's no trouble at all. Serving Mr. Tang is our honor. If you have any needs in the future, just call me. I'm on standby." 247. The two then exchanged contact information. Manager Zhou directly sent a link where he could choose exclusive gifts each month. Completely free. The only condition is that this guy's money is in our bank. Tang Luochuan opened the page, still a bit surprised. The gifts offered each month were quite generous. Each month the amount was within 600, but it couldn't be cashed, only items could be selected. From Chanel and Hermes to smartphones, tea, rice, oil, salt, tables, chairs, and tissues. Such tangible gifts were actually the least important. The crucial part was still those exclusive services. For instance, private doctor's memberships at major hotels, exclusive concierge services, and if he wanted concert tickets or limited edition sneakers, he wouldn't have to worry about missing out. The bank would handle it directly. High-speed train and airplane VIP lounges, first-class tickets at half price, but of course it must be first class. This was not a loss for the bank. And his annual interest rate had also been raised directly to 4.5. However, Tang Luochuan was not in the mood to pay attention to these things, and casually selected a few small items. 2 mobile phones and 2 luxury necklaces totaling exactly 6,000. Chasing girls. Chasing girls. Tang Luochuan muttered to himself. He opened his phone, but Jiang Jinhua had not sent any more messages. However, Shin Mayan had sent a few. "Shin Mayan, what have you been busy with today? Shin Mayan, shall we have dinner together tonight? It's my treat." Completely ignoring the matter of abs. "Tang Luochuan, is my sister missing me?" Just after sending it, he noticed the other person was typing. Clearly this girl had been staring at her phone. "Shin Mayan, I'm not as good as you, so stop flirting with me crying. Can't we just get to know each other properly?" In fact, Shin Mayan actually quite enjoyed Tang Luochuan's teasing too. She just felt she couldn't handle it and wanted to resist, but had no way. Tang Luochuan, no flirting is fine, but kisses are a must. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock, a day of classes finally ended. Shin Mayan packed her things, already scheduled to meet a boy at a restaurant at the entrance for dinner. And she was treating. After working part-time during the summer vacation, she had saved a few thousand yuan, and she could afford a meal for 200 or 300. Still wearing the same outfit as yesterday, the black leggings made Tang Luochuan's heart race. Senior. The colorful Lamborghini was very eye-catching. Today was Friday. Many students were also heading out at this time. Everyone wanted to go out and have some fun. After all, there were no classes tomorrow, so they could drink a little and stroll through the night market. "Luochuan, here's something for you." Shin Mayan, showing no signs of being a senior, jogged over and said, "Here, this was given to me by a classmate. Just one. Just one, I couldn't bear to eat it. This candy is quite tasty. I saved it just for you." As she spoke, Shin Mayan's cheeks turned slightly red. This was the kind of love she imagined, where the two were not just flirting, but sharing sweet words. "Then I'll share half with you." Tang Luochuan opened the chocolate and bit one in, "Sister." He then leaned forward, bringing the chocolate on his lips close to the girl's mouth. Shin Mayan felt like laughing, not from happiness, but because she should have anticipated it. This guy never took anything seriously. "I won't eat it, it's for you. Just taste it. There are too many people. It's just candy, not asking you to eat anything else." Tang Luochuan didn't care about that. He directly held the girls back, their faces very close. The candy on the boy's lips had already touched the girl's lips, but Shin Mayan was straining her neck, keeping her head down. Unexpectedly, after kissing yesterday, this guy had become bolder. The taste of chocolate melted on her lips, yet she tightly closed her mouth. No. But ultimately, she couldn't withstand the boy's strength. Perhaps the temperature rose too quickly, and Shin Mayan became dazed. She could only feel the chocolate entering her mouth, accompanied by the softness of the other person's tongue. The sweet taste spread between their lips. "Senior, you've eaten more than half." Tang Luochuan held her close. "Not really." Shin Mayan buried her head in his neck, too shy to look anywhere else, fearing the gaze of others. "Senior." Tang Luochuan gently stroked her back. "My." The girl's voice was very soft. "Can I take you home after dinner tonight?" This almost naked hint was something Shin Mayan understood very well. Her body stiffened, and her mind was instantly thrown into chaos by this guy. For a long while there was no sound. Tang Luochuan squinted his eyes, a sudden smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although the girl didn't speak, she nodded slightly in his arms. He felt it. Then today I'll enjoy the food my sister treats me to. Tang Luochuan released the girl, and they were about to leave. The restaurant was closed, just a 5-minute walk. Just as the two turned around, Jiang Jinhua stood dazedly in the crowd. Why was that Tang Luochuan? Su Yuanyuan seemed to have re-evaluated this man, so impressive. Lu Exine also felt her cheeks heat up. If it were me, my legs would go weak. Jiang Jinhua turned to the two strategists. What should we do? In Longwo, one can marry multiple partners. She wouldn't mind. But the problem was that Tang Luochuan hadn't even acknowledged her. This made her a bit anxious. But boys had quite a large scale, and she just wanted to understand him better and start as friends. Su Yuanyuan said, Yeah, if he offers you candy, will you eat it? If you don't, the chance may be lost. Jiang Jinhua felt her scalp tingle. I don't know. What will happen if I eat it? If you eat his candy, he will eat you too. Just after saying that, Jiang Jinyu's phone rang. It was Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan, I'm with my senior today. Jiang classmate, let's talk tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow? Reply that you're free. Lu Xian quickly said. Jiang Jinyue, I'm free. Tang Luochuan, then will you eat candy? Chocolate. Lu Xian. Su Yuanyuan, have we been discovered? Jiang Jinhua felt very aggrieved. What should I do? This guy is too bad. At this moment outside the W Hotel in Magic City, the hotel manager approached the front desk. Mr. Tang has just sent a message. Arrange it immediately. Prepare water by 9 o'clock, sprinkle rose petals on the window, and send a couple's fruit platter. At a small eatery near the entrance of Magic City University of Transportation, Shinmu Yan held the menu. Based on her usual spending habits, she would typically order 4 dishes and a soup. However, today the girl decided to splurge as she had 5,000 yuan in her pocket, including over 3,000 she saved from working. Order whatever you want. Shinmu Yin confirmed that there were no dishes on the menu that she couldn't afford and then handed it to the other person. Tang Luo Chuan also put down his phone, having just received a reply from the hotel. Everything was arranged. They'll have the couple's lung slices. Tang Luo Chuan began ordering without hesitation, and the nearby waiter quickly jotted it down. Flirtatious eggplant. Passionate shrimp paste. Reversing clouds and rain. Like glue and lacquer. Intertwined like water and milk. Wait. Shinmu Yin snatched the menu back, realizing she had only looked at the prices and didn't pay attention to the names. She thought this guy was talking nonsense. But after snatching the menu, she found that these dishes actually existed. You didn't have these dishes before. Shinmu Yin complained, a little feeling flirted with just by ordering a dish. The waiter explained, there are many young couples near our university town, so we added these special dishes to cater to the market. Well, okay. Shinmu Yin returned the menu to Tang Luochuan. You can order. Don't you have other farm-style stir-fries or sweet and sour ribs? She indicated for him to choose some regular dishes since those names were too strange. The flirtatious eggplant and passionate shrimp paste were still somewhat understandable. But reversing clouds and rain. Like glue and lacquer. Intertwined like water and milk was completely unfamiliar to her. Tang Luochuan stroked his chin and began to search. Shinmu Yin picked up her teacup and started to drink tea. The waiter, familiar with such situations, simply pointed to one dish and gave Tang Luochuan a knowing look. Upon seeing the name of the dish, Tang Luochuan couldn't help but smile, secretly giving the other person a thumbs up, and said, let's add one more, the pillars supporting heaven. That's all. As the tea just entered her mouth, Shinmu Yin heard this dish name and immediately spat it out, splattering it all over Tang Luochuan's face. Senior, that's a bit excessive, Tang Luochuan said, maintaining a straight face as he pulled out a tissue. You can deliver it to my mouth, but you can't spray it on my face. Tang Luochuan. Shinmu Yin stomped her feet anxiously. Stop talking. The waiter secretly gave a thumbs up and politely said, they'll go place the order right away. Please wait a moment. While waiting, Tang Luochuan took a moment to reply to a message he sent to Jiang Jinyu. He could consider this girl now. At least Jiang Deming and Ma Ying were very genuine and not the kind of people who look down on others. Tang Luochuan, are you coming? What time are you free tomorrow? I heard there's a drone show at the construction square until 11 p.m. Are you going? At this moment, Jiang Jinyu was having dinner with her roommates. Su Yuan looked at her with envy. Yue, you look so elegant while eating, taking small bites and savoring each one. It's particularly graceful. Huh, really? Jiang Jin, you didn't think she was anything special. She naturally exuded a goddess-like aura, composed and calm in every move. At the same table, the other two girls leaned slightly forward, appearing casual and relaxed. Only she sat up straight, taking small bites of food with grace. Even ordinary meals seemed to exude elegance. But the next second her phone rang. Jiang Jinyu's goddess-like aura vanished instantly as she hurriedly picked up her phone. He's pestering me again. But after reading the message, Jiang Jinyu pondered for a moment. This is fine. He's inviting me to see the drone performance. It's over at Construction Square. You all can go with me. What do you mean fine? Su Yuan swallowed hard. Did he say what time? 11 p.m. Exactly. He's doing it on purpose. We won't even be able to return to school by 11 p.m. He definitely wants to keep you out overnight. He's got you figured out. Jiang Jin, you frowned slightly. Is there such a thing? Perhaps. Tang Luo Chuan doesn't mean it that way. Maybe he just genuinely wants to treat you. Su Yuan thought they were overthinking. Let's just ask him directly. How to ask? Jiang Jin replied. Give it to me. Su Yuan reached out for the phone. It'll help you. Jiang Jin, how many pieces of candy do you have? Tang Luo Chuan, 1 piece. Jiang Jin, all for me. Tang Luo Chuan, half, for each. Jiang Jin, break it apart. Tang Luo Chuan, melt it down. Jiang Jin, but the school doesn't allow entry after 9 p.m. And if we play until 11 p.m., we definitely won't make it back. Tang Luo Chuan, the hotel I booked has someone available 24 hours. Su Yuan took a deep breath and returned the phone to Jiang Jin, her face flushed. I can't handle this, Jin. Sister, I'm powerless. Looking at Su Yuan chatting on her behalf, Jiang Jin, felt a bit dizzy. I'll just focus on being myself. As she spoke, she sent a message. Jiang Jin, if you are upright, you need not fear shadows. Let's meet at noon tomorrow without fail. Yes, that's how you say it, just be yourself. Su Yuan also agreed with this message. Tang Luo Chuan, all right, tomorrow I'll see just how upright you are. What does that mean? Lu Xian couldn't help but grab the phone and send him a voice message. Go to hell. Tang Luo Chuan was currently smiling broadly, having already ordered several dishes. Shinmu Yin looked at his expression and knew without thinking that he was chatting with someone. Is it Jin Yu? The dishes are ready. Tang Luo Chuan hurriedly put away his phone. Let's eat. He picked up his chopsticks, just about to take a bite. The girl also picked up her chopsticks and intercepted his. Is it her? Yes. I. Seeing Tang Luo Chuan flustered for the first time, Shinmu Yin found it quite amusing. The two of them switched their states. The girl continued. I've noticed for a long time that the way she looks at you is off. She even mentioned it to me during your class gathering yesterday. What? She wants to get close to you. Shinmu Yin released her chopsticks. Tang Luo Chuan. Her voice suddenly turned serious. I like you too, and I know you must have many women, but I'm serious. I'm not just playing around. Tang Luo Chuan put down his chopsticks, his expression also serious. I will take responsibility. I'm not someone who is casual. Moreover, most of the chaotic matters in families stem from money. You can rest assured that there won't be such issues with me. As long as you're with me, I'll take responsibility to the end. A meal was quickly finished. The two chatted happily, and this feeling finally fell into Shinmu Yin's rhythm. A sense of sweetness and happiness welled up, especially the moment she sat in the Lamborghini. Shinmu Yin felt as if a spotlight had suddenly shone on her. Students passing by all stopped in their tracks, some even raised their phones to take pictures. Some people covered their mouths and whispered to their companions. Several girls looked at her with envy, their eyes practically overflowing, staring at her, then at the car and back at her. Her vanity shot up like a rocket, and she couldn't help but smile, quickly suppressing it to pretend to be calm. She thought to herself, so this is what it feels like to be seen in a luxury car. It's too intoxicating. The feeling of being envied was truly wonderful. No, I must be composed. I can't act this way. The car is his. He is wealthy. How can I be so vain? Just as she thought this, a hand reached out in front of her holding the latest smartphone. Sister, this is for you. Shinmu Yin stared at the phone, her heart racing to her throat, her heart pounding. The little bit of composure she had maintained, that tiny shred of dignity resisting the allure of money, shattered instantly. The car belongs to someone else. But this phone is a gift for her. A phone worth around 10,000 yuan would take her 4 to 5 months of saving without eating or drinking to afford. Even asking her parents would barely suffice. Her father earns over 6,000 a month and her mother 5,000. That would just about cover one. He just gives it to her. The feeling of getting something for nothing is too exhilarating. The girl thought secretly while her face contorted with conflicting emotions, her lips instinctively trying to decline. Isn't this inappropriate? Actually, when I kiss you, you become my girlfriend. Muyen, I was just teasing you before, don't take it to heart. Just at this moment, Tang Luo Chuan reigned in his playful demeanor. It was not the time for teasing. While teasing could enhance feelings, when it came down to it, he had to be sincere. He understood. Confirming the girlfriend status, then handing over the phone paired with the luxury car beside them along with his own good looks. With this combination, the other party had no reason to refuse unless they were blind. Shinmu Yin didn't dare reach out to take it, but the boy directly placed the phone on her lap, and she didn't even push it away. She looked down at the phone on her legs, reached out to touch it, and then softly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Actually, this was a gift from the bank. I got two. Tomorrow we'll give that girl one too, so you both owe a bank event lottery. Know if you have over 100 million in savings, they give it to you. You can choose the color. Ew, I got both of you starry orange." Don't dislike it, okay? Shin Mu Yen. Dislike? Why would I be bored enough to dislike this? Is the phone the main point? Didn't he just say over 100 million in savings? She felt a shortness of breath. Previously, she had seen rich people with fortunes in the tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. But what did that have to do with her? She had never felt a thing. Those numbers were too far removed from her life. But if she found 100 yuan on the ground, she'd be overjoyed for an entire day, because that money going into her pocket would genuinely belong to her. The car started heading towards the hotel. Along the way, the girl held the new phone still unopened. Her heart raced as she knew why they were going. She would definitely surrender to the other party. She just didn't know what it hurt. Following him, Shin Mu Yin would never take the initiative to show her ID, nor would she ask how big the bed was, or if the hotel view was nice. Not a single word about the hotel would she mention. Just following the boy was her most agreeable attitude. Ma'am, please show your ID. Without realizing it, they had already arrived at the hotel front desk. Shin Mu Yin looked up blankly at the receptionist. ID, we need to verify your identity. Let me find it. She quickly rummaged through her bag. In fact, she had brought it when she left. In short, she was still somewhat prepared. Handing over her ID, she secretly took in the hotel environment. It then dawned on her that the hotel was indeed luxurious, but what shocked her more was what she had just done should be what is called checking into a hotel, right? My God, I'm with a boy. Checking into a hotel. Perhaps too conservative, just thinking about those two words made her feel ashamed, but it also felt thrilling and tense. I've grown up, I can check into a hotel now. Tang Luochuan gently wrapped his arm around her waist, took the ID from the receptionist, and handed it to the girl's sister. It's done. Let's go up. The elevator door slowly opened in front of them, and the mirror-like metallic interior reflected their figures. She was half wrapped in his embrace. So this is what it feels like to be held by him. Shin Mu Yin couldn't help but look more at the reflection of the two in the metallic interior. The elevator door closed, and Tang Luochuan pressed the button. The numbers began to fluctuate. The boy's hand began to slide down. Shin Mu Yin gritted her teeth, her heart firming up. Let him touch. Just let him do it. I'm not afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, just let him touch. Finally, Tang Luochuan's hand landed on her perky rear, giving it a light pat, whispering in her ear, call me husband. Shin Mu Yin trembled slightly at the pat. She was already a bit dazed. Hearing this, she felt as if she was about to suffocate, her body heating up and her breath becoming difficult. Call me sister. Tang Luochuan pinched her again, as if reminding her. Husband. Give your husband a kiss. Oh. Shin Mu Yin stood on tiptoe, gently kissing the boy's cheek that was reaching towards her. Pop. At this moment, she had been completely putty in his hands. Whatever he said was fine. In the room. The moment they entered, the girl sensed an air of intimacy. She was no longer using her brain, being pushed down by the boy to sit at the edge of the bed. You sit for a bit. There are drinks in the fridge. If you're thirsty, I'm going to take a shower. The girl didn't respond, just nodded. At this moment, let alone drinking, even moving her legs felt laborious. She didn't dare to go anywhere. After the shower, will we? The sound of the shower running in the bathroom added a few more layers of intimacy to the dim yellow light in the room. The girl imagined the scene that would unfold. Would he just pounce on me as soon as he comes out? Or would he sit beside me and kiss me first? Or take off his clothes first? Or, sister, can you bring me the shampoo? Suddenly a shout came from the bathroom. What? The shampoo, it's on the table, bring it over. Oh, let me see. Shin Mu Yin stood up, feeling her legs wobble, and walked to the desk. The bottle of shampoo was right there as she just reached out. Shin Mu Yin discovered a small box next to it. Ultra thin. Her heart raced wildly, mixed with curiosity. She didn't take the shampoo. Instead, she picked up the small box, secretly checking the product information. Did he buy this? Is he going to use this later? How many are in here? She stood there in a daze, her mind starting to run wild. But a moment later, a hand reached out and snatched the small box away. Tang Luochuan was right behind her. Shin Mu Yin hurriedly turned around, and upon seeing the boy, she realized he was only wrapped in a bath towel. Are you washing? I washed yesterday. Tang Luochuan began to open the box in front of the girl, taking out a small package, gently tearing it open. That's good. Shin Mu Yin watched him, observing his series of movements, until she saw the transparent item and how the boy demonstrated its usage. The temperature in the room gradually rose. After a long time, Shin Mayan lay on the bed, her eyes hazy, seemingly having cried, Luochuan. How many are in this box? 10. Are we done using them? Stop joking. I beg you. Just, all right. The next morning, the two of them woke up quite late. The hotel delivered a sumptuous breakfast, freshly baked croissants, eggs Benedict, and cold cuts of cheese. There were also juices and coffee. Additionally, there were Su-style noodles and soup dumplings. Tang Luochuan got up first while the girl remained lying down, exposing her smooth back. Since she didn't bring pajamas, He kindly covered her with the blanket. In the living room, he sorted the food, reserving a portion just for the girl. He checked the account, and the new 100 million had already arrived. He then transferred 3.99 million to his mother. His mother, Zhu Xiaomei, evidently received the mobile notification quickly. The phone call came in immediately. Luochuan, what's going on? Where did you get the money? Mom, I was just about to tell you I won the lottery. 5 million, and after taxes I got 4 million. I kept 10,000 for myself, the rest is all for you. Lottery. Zhu Ziyumi's first reaction was to believe it, as there was no other explanation. If he had transferred her 399 yuan, claiming it was earned from a part-time job, she could understand. But 3.99 million. For an 18-year-old boy, how could he earn so much in just a few days? Winning the lottery. Oh my. This child. Zhu Xiaomei was evidently shocked by such a large sum of money becoming somewhat incoherent. After a while she organized her thoughts. You must keep the money safe. You kept 10,000 for yourself, right? Remember not to flaunt your wealth. Her first thought was still about her son, giving him a reminder. Tang Luochuan smiled and said, got it, Mom, don't work too hard with Dad. I know. I'll let Dad know in a bit. Where's Dad? He hasn't. Luochuan, you said more than 3 million is good. Mom will save it for you, and when the time comes we can buy a bigger house. If you want to stay in Shanghai, this will be enough for a down payment. They chatted for a bit about the lottery and the 3.99 million. Zhu Xiaomei then asked, how have you been lately? Can you adapt? Of course I adapt really well. I have made a lot of good friends. That's good. How's your study? Is there pressure? None. I feel very relaxed. He was directly brought back. Could he not feel relaxed while playing all day? No wonder my Luochuan is so excellent. My son has grown up in an instant. Zhu Xiaomei was quite pleased at the shock brought by the 3.99 million was not small. But what she cared more about was this biological child. After all, he was born from her. Of course, I grew up overnight. Tang Luochuan implied something and stole a glance at the situation in the bedroom. I even helped my classmates. So good. Of course I helped my classmates grow up too. They matured overnight. Stop bragging. You little rascal, don't be so smug. Be grounded and work hard. How is this bragging? It's true. Yesterday my senior sister kept saying I was amazing and really amazing. Saying this, Tang Luochuan was amused. All right, Mom, don't worry, I'm doing well. All right, hearing your tone, oh, your dad's up, I'll hang up. Okay. Tang Luochuan smiled wryly and hung up the phone. His dad always did this, sleeping in on holidays. It wasn't until close to noon that Shen Mayan finally got up. The breakfast had long gone cold, and the girl dressed her complexion pale. Are you all right, Mayan? I'm fine, just. Shen Mayan pressed her waist. My back hurts. Then let's stay here for a couple of days. I'll take you back tomorrow afternoon. No need. Shen Mayan fell into a dilemma. She actually felt quite good in this situation. However, she couldn't handle it for now, or if this guy came again tonight, she felt she wouldn't have to attend classes for the next week. Didn't you make an appointment with Jin Yu? Sitting at the table, Shen Mayan. Tang Luochuan ordered room service again, having the hotel send over hot food. So what do you think? You don't have to worry about that. Jin Yu is great. We get along well, I'll handle it. If she accepts you, she should be I promised you, don't worry. I will definitely do it. Tang Luochuan held the girl's hand. Lunch was only eaten by Shen Mayan, but she truly couldn't leave. Tang Luochuan had arranged to meet Jiang Jinhua for lunch. Just stay here and rest in the afternoon, don't leave. Stay with me for 2 more days, so I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon, and we can go explore the night market and watch the drones. But my back really hurts, Shen Mayan said, a bit aggrieved, hinting to him that she couldn't take any more excitement. Tang Luochuan smiled and said, got it, rest well. I won't be reckless. In his mind he thought, hee, of course I'm going to be reckless with someone else. The car started. There were quite a few people out to play today. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and Jiang Jinhua along with 2 roommates. However, Tang Luochuan still drove the Lamborghini, as even the 2 Porsches couldn't fit so many people. The others suggested they just take a taxi. The colorful Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Jiang Jinhua had just arrived with her roommates and Zhang Ming. Thinking of this guy's nonsense from yesterday, she felt her face flush. Wow, Lamborghini. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Hey, let's take a look. The front passenger seat is yours, right? As she spoke, she nudged Jiang Jinhua with her elbow. The latter didn't respond as she quickly walked over, and the first thing she said was, where's the senior? I have something to say to her. Tang Luochuan was taken aback for 2 seconds. Perfect, I'll take you to see her in the afternoon. She also has something to say to you. I understand she understands too. Actually, there's no need to say much, but it's just that I don't know if you understand. What do you mean understand? Do you know about eating candy and booking a room? Facing Jiang Jinhua, Tang Luochuan wouldn't flirt ambiguously. He carried a rogue demeanor. She was different from Shen Mayan. Shen Mayan was a senior, but a little woman. A rogue demeanor would repel her. Pretending to be a puppy was the best choice to evoke her maternal instincts. Jiang Jinhua was the cool, dominant female lead, To make her unable to respond, he could only act like a rogue, pretending to be a puppy in front of her. She would only think of you as trash. Call her sister. The response would definitely be get lost, don't disgust me. To maintain his dominance, he needed to keep her under control. Facing Tang Luochuan's shamelessness, Jiang Jingyue showed no hesitation, having prepared all night. Of course I know kissing and sleeping. I'm willing to be in contact with you, but you also need to show your worth. Hiss, Tang Luochuan took a step back. All right, student Jiang. After not seeing each other for a night, you've grown a lot. The two got into the car, and Tang Luochuan transferred 1,000 yuan each to Zhang Ming, and Zhou Qi reimbursing them for today's travel expenses. Hey, race, a gift for you. Tang Luochuan pulled out his phone from his bag. Jiang Jinyu's expression grew tense. Was he going to give her candy? Instead, it was a new model phone. What is this? Jiang Jinyue glanced at it, and took out her own phone as she already had one. Senior sister Shun has one too. You each get one. Are you considering me yours already? Isn't that a bit early? Jiang Jinyu's personality was straightforward. Giving the same gift to two girls meant that Tang Luochuan was already 100 confident. Love it or leave it. Tang Luochuan didn't indulge her, casually tossing the phone to the front as he started the car. When it came to Jiang Jinyue, neither cars nor money sparked her interest. The girl was unusually calm today. Throughout the ride, Tang Luochuan initiated several topics, but she responded coldly to each. The atmosphere turned awkward. Lunch was on Jiang Jinyue at a restaurant near the construction square. Su Yuan and Zhang Ming were chatting animatedly, while Zhou Qi brought his girlfriend along. Only Lu Xian, who established a relationship with Zhang Wenxiang yesterday, chose not to join the lunch. The main reason was Tang Luochuan. She didn't want to be overshadowed and preferred to avoid unnecessary tension. Jinyue, why don't you sit at that table? He'll sit here with Zhang Ming and the others. Su Yuan deliberately created an opportunity for the two to interact, and the restaurant had split the tables. Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinyue didn't mind, as there were only the two of them at their table. Tang Luochuan, what did my parents say to you yesterday? Jiang Jinyue was the first to speak after sitting down. Tang Luochuan seemed to have anticipated her question and replied, nothing much, they were quite warm and offered food, just some casual chat about family matters. Oh, what do you think? I think it's fine, Tang Luochuan said, losing patience after the coldness during the ride. She was not like Shenmuya, who could uplift her mood with just a few teasing words. I just want to get to know you first, and I certainly don't want to get into a relationship so quickly. That makes sense. Makes sense. Jiang Jinyue put down the menu, her brows slightly furrowed. She expected a defense, a probing question, or at least a bit more emotional fluctuation rather than this. Perfunctory acknowledgement. Jiang Jinyue urgently sought his stance. What about you? What do you think? Tang Luochuan genuinely pondered her question. Taking things slow was fine, but how slow? A week? A month? Or a year? I basically go with the flow. I have no specific plans, but I will respect your opinions. Start by getting to know each other. Jiang Jinyue looked at his expression, sensing he wasn't joking, and felt a bit relieved. Let's eat first. Sure. As lunch began, they both struggled to find topics. Zhou Qi observed the two and whispered to his table. What's going on? Aren't they chatting? Zhang Ming was grinning while whispering to Su Yuan. Upon hearing Zhou Qi, he looked over. The atmosphere was indeed a bit stifling. Tang Luochuan felt a tinge of regret. Initially, he thought Jiang Jinyue was cold, assuming her family would be equally unapproachable. But after interacting, he found Jiang's parents to be warm and pleasant, and he naively believed that Jiang Jinyue would gradually warm up too. She did show some change, but it was far from enough. That intrinsic self-awareness and clarity could not simply be altered by a few words from others. One had to endure hardship and pain to truly understand. He was willing to provide emotional value, speaking with a hint of teasing and coaxing, eagerly awaiting her engagement and response. However, each time he threw out a line, he only received her bland, emotionless replies, not even a hint. After several attempts, he discovered that she remained as calm as a deep pool, showing no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. He offered emotional value, but got no echo in return. Even the most passionate heart, even the best at flirting, would lose motivation in front of such indifference. Tang Luochuan sensed a gaze and turned to look at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming blinked and nodded, gesturing for him to find a topic. Tang Luochuan shrugged, indicating that he had been trying all along. This guy was the ultimate topic master. Tang Luochuan, what do you like to do in your free time? Perhaps it was too dull. Jiang Jinyue threw out this question. Tang Luochuan repeated what he had told Shenmuya. Without skipping a beat, he listed a plethora of hobbies and interests. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi gave him a thumbs up, indicating that this approach was clever. Jiang Jinyue remained nonchalant, savoring her food before responding, quite diverse. What about you? Tang Luochuan asked. Horse riding, visiting exhibitions, globetrotting. Tang Luochuan nodded, waiting for her to continue. That was it. Just these 3 words, like an interest section on a resume. The topic fell flat again. Tang Luochuan took a sip of water, his gaze drifting to the adjacent table. Zhang Ming was making Su Yuanyuan laugh, almost collapsing onto the table, while Zhou Qi and his girlfriend were cuddled together, looking very intimate. He felt something was off. He was being led by this woman and needed to regain his footing. Hey, can you stop being so cold? If you want to connect, let's have a proper conversation. But this is me. If you can accept me, you should adapt to me. Then you should adapt to me too. Adapt to your ambiguous teasing. That's not teasing, it's a subtle expression of liking. Isn't dating about discussing these mundane matters? These aren't mundane. They concern future life, career, and planning. Don't we need to clarify these? But these things need to be worked out. There are no certainties about the future. Isn't it all about exploring together after being together? Besides, your family is wealthy, and I also have money. Shouldn't we worry less about these things? Is that all you aspire to? Damn. Tang Luochuan was frustrated. This was all he aspired to, not wanting to start a business or be a boss. In simple terms, it was all about making money. Talk of ideals. His ideal was to reap without toil. Even if he wanted to change the world, it would be a gradual process. For now, he just wanted to enjoy life. However, Jiang Jinyu's aspirations were too high. After 18 years of a comfortable life, mere material satisfaction no longer brought her joy. She was ambitious, and her partner had to be even stronger. At that moment, Tang Luochuan realized they were not suited for each other. Upon hearing "damn," everyone at the other table straightened up and looked over. Are we falling apart? It's over. Jiang Jinhua frowned even more. Can you please speak properly? Tang Luochuan was speechless, looking at the food on his plate, continuing. We aren't suited. Oh, let's finish our meal. You do your thing, and I'll head back to the hotel. Not suited. Jiang Jinhua set down her chopsticks lightly, her heart jolting. She had tried her best, but couldn't understand why it had come to this. Yes, not suited. Tang Luochuan shoveled another bite of rice. You find your domineering CEO, and he'll find my sweet senior sister. We can just coexist peacefully. You. Jiang Jinhua took a deep breath, her chest heaving a few times, but ultimately suppressed it. Tang Luochuan, do you really have no patience? I do. Tang Luochuan said sincerely. You said I was being a rogue for offering you candy, and when I gave you a phone you said I was being controlling. When I talked about the future you said I had no aspirations. What the hell am I supposed to say? Being classmates is quite nice. We've at least connected, you were right. Just getting to know each other revealed that you're FM 985 and AM 520. Forcing us together results in nothing but static. Yesterday, Tang Luochuan realized that his attempts to flirt with her were all in vain. In just a few minutes they finished their meal. Tang Luochuan stood up saying, I'm heading back first, you all have fun. Luochuan, how about we explore a bit more? Zhou Qi stood up, trying to keep him around. Tang Luochuan shook his head. I'm tired, didn't sleep well last night. This meal is on me. I owe no one any favors. With that he walked away without looking back, leaving Jiang Jinhua, who sat by the table looking despondent. Watching the boy's departing figure, the girl had only one thought. He shouldn't be like this. How could he do this? Why is he acting like this? Stepping outside, Tang Luochuan's mood remained unaffected. Incompatibility simply meant incompatibility. There was no real conflict between them. It was just that in their interactions as potential partners, they truly had nothing in common. Not to mention the issue of money. Even if he were broke, he disliked being led around by the nose. Moreover, this kind of relationship felt too cold and too rational, making him uncomfortable. Love requires mutual effort. If one party feels uncomfortable, then there is something wrong with the relationship. In the afternoon, Shin Mayan learned that the two had broken up, and she felt somewhat surprised. She thought Jiang Jinyu's looks were similar to hers, and her family background was also decent. They should have been able to converse well, but in reality, it was not the case. How have you been resting? Tang Luochuan sat by the bed, gently stroking her forehead. Pretty good. Luochuan, I'll stay tonight, but I have class tomorrow. Shin Mayan initially wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear to part with her first love, and ultimately decided to stay and accompany him. Alright, I understand. I'll use one tonight, is that okay? As he spoke, the boy leaned in and kissed the girl's cheek. Shin Mayan was half-hearted, saying nothing, merely nodding silently. Just after that, Tang Luochuan's phone rang. It was a message from Zhang Ming. He had left, but the other side was not without progress. Zhang Ming and Su Yuanyuan seemed to be getting along well, and Zhang Ming texted to inform him that he should be quite close to Su Yuanyuan. Tang Luochuan, congratulations. Zhang Ming, the atmosphere is even worse now. Oh, it feels like Jiang Jinyu's surroundings have turned icy. Lao Tang, what a great girl, why don't you give it another try? Tang Luochuan, I can't be a sycophant. I've already done enough of that today. Oh, I was left speechless trying to make conversation. He didn't want to deal with that side of things anymore. He had something more important to attend to, which was the system's rewards. He suddenly remembered that the system said there would be extra rewards for handling a girl. But why hadn't he received any notifications? Opening the system panel, he realized that the system had indeed given him a prompt, but he had been too tired from the previous day's activities. After it was over, the two had fallen asleep right away. At this moment, he looked at the various special abilities in the system. Tang Luochuan carefully read through them and found that there were 5 he most wanted to exchange. Ultimate AI System Body Enhancement, Infinite Energy, Extreme Brain, Computing, Black Card Privileges. These 5 corresponded to Ultimate AI System, a powerful AI assistant. Body Enhancement, Extended Lifespan and Health. Infinite Energy, Energy Control backed by the government, expanding power and connections. Extreme Brain, Computing enhances one's learning ability, not only school knowledge, but also the capacity to instantly analyze the optimal choice in complex situations. Black Card Privileges, this makes things more convenient. Whatever he wants, a phone call, and he can spend money. Others can do things for him. At least he wouldn't have to personally handle buying or decorating a house. Actually, AI and Extreme Brain Power should ideally work together. Tang Luochuan looked at these 2 options, feeling quite hesitant. AI might provide him with a plan similar to controllable nuclear fusion, but he definitely wouldn't understand it. If the 2 couldn't work together, no matter how impressive the technology, it would be beyond his grasp. He felt like a mere tool, unable to take the lead, unable to further optimize. As for body enhancement, he was already young and healthy. He hadn't yet reached old age. Energy. Could produce infinite energy. Foreigners would definitely want to eliminate me. I don't want to be protected like that. Then I'd have no freedom. And it would be easy to expose the system, which would be the end. Black Card Privileges provide a consumption limit of 5 million daily, which isn't a lot. But mainly it's about the privileges. Much more efficient than banks. But it's not needed right now. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Luochuan decided to choose Extreme Brain Computing, focusing on enhancing his learning ability and IQ first. Using this as a foundation, he would then handle other girls before selecting AI assistants. Maximizing advantages. System prompt host selection successful. Extreme Brain Computing has been activated. Affect brain neuron activity increased by 500, information processing speed enhanced by 1000, logical analysis ability, memory, spatial imagination, and language comprehension all significantly strengthened. Learning any knowledge is now 20 times more efficient. Passive effect, photographic memory ability to draw inferences from one instance and related understanding. Active effect, deep thinking mode, can enter an overclock state in a short time to analyze complex problems in parallel and derive the optimal solution. Tang Luochuan felt a buzzing in his head, as if a cool liquid was pouring in from the top of his head, instantly flowing throughout his body. He closed his eyes, experiencing this marvelous change. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed different. He could see the floating dust in the air. He could hear the subtle sound of the service staff pushing the cart against the carpet in the corridor. He could smell the lingering scent of shampoo from Shun Mayan's hair. Even more astonishing was that his brain was automatically processing this information, categorizing, analyzing, and storing it. Luochuan, what's wrong with you? Shin Mayan noticed his unusual behavior and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Tang Luochuan came to his senses and held her hand. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. He looked out the window, the skyline of the magic city glimmering golden under the sunset. However, an enhancement in ability does not equate to a change in character. If some tech mobile were to gain this ability, they would surely be the first to drive technological advancement. But Tang Luochuan, he continued to lay low, planning his grand scheme to woo girls. After that, Tang Luochuan disappeared, and he was gone for 4 days. During these 4 days, he contacted furniture stores and renovation companies. It was originally a well-furnished house. He only made slight modifications. For now, he had only prepared 4 beds, a sofa set, a television, a washing machine, and a refrigerator, and an esports room, which would take another 2 to 3 days to finish renovating. Additionally, there were still plenty of empty spaces for future planning. During these days, Shin Mayan would rush to the hotel whenever she had free time. The management in her sophomore year was not as strict, unlike freshman year where they checked dorms daily. Their relationship quickly heated up, and the news about Jiang Jinyue and Tang Luochuan's breakup spread rapidly. For Jiang Jinyue, this was not good news, but for some boys, it was a huge blessing. The period of punishment was over. Today was Tang Luochuan's first day back at school. A tank worth 700 drove into the campus, the new car Tang Luochuan had bought. Everyone knew BBA, but this car was probably less recognized. He had already been here for 9 days, and so far had spent less than 80 million. Having money is really troublesome, he said, casually pushing open the car door as he stepped out. In lecture hall 601, Tang Luochuan was the first to arrive. He randomly found a corner to sit down and opened his computer. He didn't want to study, but just casually flipping through the textbooks, it was hard not to remember anything. When acquiring knowledge became so effortless, and he possessed an absolute advantage far beyond others, the desire to show off and act cool couldn't help but surface. No, I need to keep a low profile, Tang Luochuan thought, but his body was honest, spending another 10 minutes reviewing the first semester of freshman year. He had already grasped more than half of it. Perhaps because of the changes in his brain, his sleep time had notably decreased during this period. With just 4 hours of sleep daily, he could stay awake for the entire day. Students arrived in the classroom one after another. Almost everyone who entered instinctively paused their gaze on Tang Luochuan for a few seconds. This boy who had vanished for 4 days and was accompanied by the legend of luxury cars returned to school, naturally becoming a topic of discussion. Would this guy cause any more trouble? Many girls, while looking for a seat, unintentionally gravitated toward the corner where Tang Luochuan was sitting. Some chose seats diagonally in front of him, occasionally stealing glances. Others simply sat right next to him, their elbows nearly touching, clearly hoping to strike up a conversation. Finally, a girl with a ponytail mustered her courage and shyly said, "Tang, it's been a while." "Oh, hi." Tang Luochuan looked up at the girl before him without any impression of her. "What are you studying?" "I'm playing." Tang Luochuan wasn't in the mood to look at study materials. He had only glanced at them a few times, his mind clear as day. "So what games do you usually play?" Another stylishly dressed girl leaned over, exuding a strangely pungent, yet pleasant fragrance. Just some card games." "Oh, like what?" "Landlord." "Huh." Several girls surrounded him, trying to chat casually without being too obvious. Until a commotion at the door signaled a group of people entering. Jiang Jingyue unwillingly walked into the classroom, surrounded by boys. The news of her unfinished business with Tang Luochuan had spread throughout the department, not just in their class, but also among seniors from other classes and even other grades who began to shower her with attention. Jiang Jingyue, still looking like usual, stepped into the classroom and immediately spotted Tang Luochuan, whom she hadn't contacted for days. A hint of resentment brewed inside her, clearly unwilling. Glancing at the seating arrangement, she deliberately chose a seat far from him. The boys felt a bit awkward. Jiang Jingyue remained expressionless as she sat down, opening her textbook and laptop. She unscrewed her water bottle and poured a small cup of water. Her movements were swift, tinged with a hint of defiance. It was clear to everyone that her mood was far from pleasant. "Jingyue, want to go watch a movie together?" Chunhao was getting into it again. In his mind, Jiang Jingyue held a higher status unaffected by someone like Tang Luochuan, the playboy rich kid. "What movie?" Jiang Jinyu's voice slightly elevated. Her gaze involuntarily glanced back. She wanted to see how Tang Luochuan would react to her words. Would this guy get jealous? Would he be unhappy? If Tang Luochuan apologized right now, she would come here and say sorry. Jiang Jinyue felt agitated. Chunhao's eyes lit up. This was the first time the goddess had looked at him. Let me check. It's called The Pursuit of the Bund Princess." Chunhao said the name and was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even booked tickets yet. It wasn't exactly a popular film, just a niche romance. But it was suitable for watching with a girl. Only the film's title was too suggestive. Jiang Jingyue frowned tighter, turning her face to look at Chun. "How are you doing this on purpose?" "No, that's just, should we change it?" Jiang Jingyue straightened up as if talking to the air. "Let me see if I have time tonight, we'll see." She didn't dare to agree outright, as she was still waiting for Tang Luochuan to apologize or show jealousy. If she agreed immediately, everything would be over. Last time she went back, Su Yuan and Lu Xian scolded her for acting aloof and lecturing the boys. Why would they pay you any attention? Jiang Jinyu's peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Luochuan. If he wasn't looking at me, it was definitely intentional to irritate me. If he was sneaking glances, then there was still hope. But what Jiang Jingyue didn't expect was that Tang Luochuan was staring at her intently. "What's with this girl showing me her discontent?" he muttered in his heart. As soon as she entered, Jiang Jinyue's gaze met his, and then she rolled her eyes at him without saying a word. Her earlier movements of grabbing her book, her laptop, and opening her water bottle were all a bit too forceful. Tang Luochuan genuinely feared that this girl might suddenly throw her notebook at his head. He should have known better and chosen physical enhancement instead. And he wasn't shy about it. If he wanted to look, then look. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi arrived, as well, clearly having not slept well the night before. When they saw Tang Luochuan, they intended to sit down, but found no available seats. The two casually found a spot to sit down, but unexpectedly Tang Luochuan stood up and sat next to them. "What's wrong?" Surrounded by beauties and still not happy, Zhang Ming teased with a laugh. Tang Luochuan replied, "Please, they're all wearing perfume. Go take a whiff, it's overwhelming." Zhou Qi hooked his shoulder and whispered, "Jiang Jingyue has been secretly cursing you these past 2 days. I heard it." "What did she say?" she said. Zhou Qi babbled a bunch, and Tang Luochuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Jiang Jingyue not far away. Did this woman curse that fiercely? Did she actually say that? And Jiang Jingyue had also noticed the boy's new seating position, which was now closer to her. He must be doing this on purpose. Definitely. He wants to talk to me, but can't bring himself to do it, so he quietly moves closer by switching seats. And Zhou Qi must have helped me. He's seen how down I've been these past 2 days. If Tang Luochuan knew, he would definitely feel sorry for me. And he says he doesn't care about me. Jiang Jingyue thought more and more that this was the case, her heart already quietly staging an entire drama. However, the habit of wanting to sleep as soon as class begins has not changed, especially since this knowledge is something he has already mastered. His only moments of clarity come from chatting with Shunmu Yen. Students who can attend this university are not academically poor. Even Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi are attentively listening. Of course, whether they can understand and how much they grasp varies from person to person. Yet the attitude towards learning remains serious except for Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinyu. Upon hearing one statement, he can predict what the professor will say next, showing complete disinterest and feeling that it is a waste of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu listens for a while, takes some notes, and then sneaks a glance at Tang Luochuan. Is he distracted because of me? He must not be doing well these days, probably thinking about how to mend our relationship later. The girl begins an internal dialogue with herself, but it feels more like a self-strategy. No one tells her that continuing to think this way will lead her to fall for this boy. After 3 morning classes, the last period is still self-study. Returning to the fixed classroom, this feeling becomes even more awkward. This is because Jiang Jinyu's seat is right in front of Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyu hurried back, not even waiting for Su Yuanyuan or Lu Xian. She needed to sit down first, leaving Tang Luochuan awkwardly stranded. But the boy had no idea how turbulent her inner world was. Just after replying to Shun Mayan's WeChat message, she informed him she'd be joining their class for self-study later. For sophomores having grown accustomed to campus norms, it was common knowledge that teachers rarely supervised self-study sessions. Even regular classes were largely left to students' own discretion. Only freshmen fresh out of high school still clung so rigidly to rules. Jiang Jinyu kept her head bowed, eyes fixed on her textbook. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Tang Luochuan's pair of B27 Uptown low-top sneakers, priced at 980 yuan. He was the only one in class wearing them. Lao Tang, what brand are those? Zhou Qi bantered as he drew near. Tang Luochuan replied, Dior. Huh, what kind of name is that? Dior. Haha, seriously. A few boys chuckled and returned to their seats. Jiang Jinyu sat perfectly upright, sensing Tang Luochuan pass by her side. She felt him take his seat behind her, felt the desk behind her nudge forward ever so slightly. He did. Just then Shun Hao leaned over again, glancing briefly at Tang Luochuan before offering a warm smile back. Yeah, I'm back. Tang Luochuan nodded in reply, then slid his chair beside Jiang Jinyu and pulled out his phone. Jinyu, take a look. What do you think of this restaurant for dinner tonight? I'll treat. And for the movie, you pick anything. Or we could even stroll through the night market. How about it? Jiang Jinyu glanced at his phone screen. A Western restaurant with an average price of 500 yuan per person, respectable enough. Yet she felt no interest whatsoever. Shen Hao? Before she could gently decline, a voice rang out from the doorway. Luochuan. It was Shen Mayan. All eyes turned toward her, her complexion radiant, utterly unbothered by the gazes of juniors and seniors alike. Her cheeks glowed faintly, her spirit shimmered with quiet confidence. She had already done everything expected of her. She was Tang Luochuan's woman now. There was no longer any need to conceal it. She simply awaited graduation, then jobs, then marriage. Every detail had already been settled in her heart. She strode forward, cradling her laptop. Zhou Qi rose. Lao Zhang, let's go sit over there. Zhang Ming glanced at the seats. Make way for senior sister. Why don't you just go yourself? You're not coming with me. I'll be so lonely. Zhou Qi protested. Zhang Ming grumbled under his breath as he stood. I'll even sleep beside you tonight. Whoa, no way. You two didn't get that wild while I was gone. Tang Luochuan blurted, startled. Get lost, just kidding. Zhang Ming shot him a glare before following Zhou Qi to another spot. No one was surprised by Shun Mayan's arrival. Everyone knew Jiang Jinyu and Tang Luochuan's relationship had ended in discord. Rumors had already spread that Shun Mayan and Tang Luochuan had become intimate. Though she'd once enjoyed a protective circle, it proved fragile. Tang Luochuan's fleet of luxury cars had effortlessly shattered it. No one dared challenge him. Jiang Jinyu's gaze remained locked on Shun Mayan. On her face, she saw unmistakable happiness. Jinyu. Hello. Shun Mayan murmured softly as she passed by. Jiang Jinyu offered a slight nod in return. Senior sister, hello. She assumed the senior would simply walk on, but instead Shun Mayan lightly tapped her shoulder. Was it comfort? Encouragement? Tang Luochuan shifted aside to let her sit closer to the wall. Our arts department is hosting a freshman welcome gala in a couple of days. Would you like to join? As the freshman representative, Shun Mayan opened with that very question. Meanwhile, Chun Hao still held his phone aloft, gesturing animatedly. So, what do you think? This one, or maybe another? He realized too late that she wasn't listening. Yet once his fawning instincts ignited, they refused to subside. I have no talent. I can't sing or dance. I'll just watch. All right then, I'll reserve you an ex. Shin Mayan blinked slowly, her large dewy eyes gazing up at him. Tang Luochuan whispered into her ear, preferably somewhere pitch black. Naughty, her voice, though playful, carried far enough to pierce the nerves of girls seated ahead. I'm afraid I don't have time. Jiang Jinyu declined the invitation flatly. Chun Hao instantly understood. The obstacle wasn't lack of charm, but Tang Luochuan himself. How about we go sit somewhere else? I know a great script-killing parlor. I don't play them, and I don't like them. Jiang Jinwei refused again, her voice icy and chilling. Shen Mian immediately fell silent, discreetly shooting Tang Luochuan a glance. At that moment, another figure entered. The doorway framed a woman in an oak-colored structured blazer, a black silk slip dress, and white German training sneakers. She paused in the threshold, her gaze sweeping across the classroom, locking precisely onto Tang Luochuan's Shen Mian beside him and Jiang Jinwei seated in the front row. Excuse me, is Jiang Jinwei in this class? Su Wantong. Every student's eyes converged on the woman standing at the door. Even Shen Mian couldn't help swallowing hard, so beautiful. Jiang Jinwei stared intently. She had never seen this woman before. Yet the woman's gaze fixed upon her held unmistakable scrutiny and something sharper hostility. I am Jiang Jinwei, rose her voice cool and clear-laced with quiet bewilderment. And you are? A faint humorless smile curved the woman's lips, her presence commanding, magnetic and utterly unyielding. Su Wantong. Dance College, Shanghai Theater Academy. As she stepped forward, her smile remained unchanged, but her tone shifted, sharpening like a blade. Guoming Xuan's childhood sweetheart. The classroom fell silent for several long seconds. Tang Luochuan looked momentarily bewildered. Though Zhou Qi and others had mentioned the incident, he hadn't witnessed it himself and had paid it little mind. Others, however, had lived it firsthand and remembered every detail vividly. Shen Hao suddenly stood. What do you want with Jinwei? Clearly she hadn't come to make friends. This was a declaration, a show of force. He had no choice but to step forward. Your boyfriend? Su Wantong cast a dismissive glance at Shen Hao. Jiang Jinwei shook her head quickly. No. The denial seemed directed less at Su Wantong than at Tang Luochuan sitting behind her. Do you have business with me? Jiang Jinwei asked calmly. Su Wantong's smile stayed warm, but everyone present now sensed her aura eclipsing all others. I heard Guo Mingxian visited campus a few days ago. To see you, Su Wantong said, withdrawing her gaze to meet Jiang Jinwei's directly. He brought roses and a necklace. He did. I refused them, Jiang Jinwei replied evenly. If that's why you've come, you may leave. I hold. Then tell him so, face to face. Su Wantong pulled out her phone and extended it. I'll cover the call chart. Who do you think you are? If you won't call him, you must feel something for him. Stop finding trouble here and go back to your own school. Jiang Jinwei refused to back down. Shen Hao prepared to step forward. Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome here. Su Wantong suddenly pointed at the other party. Little brother, stop being a simp. That little sister doesn't even like Gao Mingxuan, and you don't even qualify as a spare tire. Hearing this, Shen Hao was momentarily stunned. Did the other party see through him at a glance? His situation was quite awkward. You? Jiang Jinwei wanted to say something. She had never been treated this way in her life. She felt utterly humiliated. Shin Muyan couldn't help but stand up. Don't cause trouble here. Hurry up and leave. Who are you? I am her senior. Su Wantong chose a seat and sat down. Senior. I shouldn't be here, but my childhood sweetheart has been taken by this Jiang Jinwei. You let me. Just hit her. Seriously, stop pretending to be a queen. There isn't much meat in your chest. Jiang Jinwei, just hit that whoever. Hurry up. Suddenly a voice broke the stalemate. Tang Luochuan sat with his legs crossed, twirling a pen in his hand, his tone filled with impatience. Yo, the handsome guy has stood up. Su Wantong chuckled softly, looking at Jiang Jinwei. Your little lover. Hee. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. This woman was a bit overbearing, but she didn't curse, so he could endure it. What are you laughing at? Sister, I think you are also quite nice. Don't be with Gao Mingxuan, be with me. I will support you. Everyone. Is Tang Luochuan hitting on anyone? Su Wantong chuckled lightly at this moment. It was a test of who could keep their cool. She pretended to be surprised. Why? Because Gao Mingxian definitely doesn't care about you, and that's why you came to cause trouble. Tang Luochuan hit the nail on the head, and Su Wantong's expression changed. It was indeed like this. In Long Country, one could marry multiple partners, so she shouldn't care. Her relationship with Gao Mingxian wasn't even childhood sweethearts. They just knew each other for many years, with her secretly in love. A few years ago, Gao Mingxian was still quite warm to her whenever he saw her, but it was limited to the interactions between their families. A sibling-like relationship. In the past 2 years, Gao Mingxian went abroad, and she waited for a long time. Finally, he returned. But as soon as he got off the plane, he went straight to Jiang Jinwei. Jiang Jinwei was someone she knew. Although they had no connections, Su Wantong regarded her as a potential rival. Su Wantong's face showed some reluctance as she took out her phone and handed it to Jiang Jinwei. Should I hit her? Jiang Jinwei looked back at Tang Luochuan. During the moment of saving the beauty, how could Tang Luochuan not know? However, this girl left him somewhat puzzled. Just hit her. Just don't fall in love with me after hitting her. You. Jiang Jinwei was directly stunned, thinking that at this moment the boy would be gentler. Unexpectedly, he was still so shameless. Shinmu Yin shot him a glare. Don't add fuel to the fire. Tang Luochuan explained. If she doesn't hit, this girl won't leave, ah? Su Wantong was stunned, and after a few seconds she asked, who are you talking about? No, no, no. Sister, you are very beautiful. Tang Luochuan waved his hands repeatedly. This will be done soon. Jiang Jinwei didn't take the phone from him, but took out her own phone instead. Turning to look at Tang Luochuan, tears finally fell. What should I say after hitting her? Everyone looked at her, and the girl felt like a clown. But most people were just watching the fun. Tang Luochuan pinched his throat and used a feminine voice. You just say. Brother Mingxuan, I miss you. There is a little fox spirit here called Su Wantong. Tang Luochuan. Shen Mu Yin almost broke down. Ha ha ha. The class instantly burst into laughter. Jiang Jinwei couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and forcibly suppressed her urge to laugh. In such a tense atmosphere, this kid suddenly made it a bit funny. Only Su Wantong stared at him in confusion. She believed she was a few years older than the few people in front of her, being 21 this year and currently in her internship. Her family background was not worse than Jiang Jinyu's. More importantly, she relied on her aura and composed confidence, definitely able to suppress the others. But suddenly a Tang Luochuan appeared, and this guy didn't take it seriously at all. Tang Luochuan stopped messing around. Shen Mu Yin was so angry he stomped his feet. Tang Luochuan took Jiang Jinyu's phone and directly dialed the number. Leave it to me. Shen Mu Yin worriedly said, don't do anything reckless. I'm not reckless. The call connected and Tang Luochuan turned on the speaker. Hey Jinwei. The boy on the other end was a bit excited, which made Su Wantong quite unhappy. Mr. Gao, right? I am Jiang Jinyu's classmate Tang Luochuan. Gao Mingxian was taken aback for a moment. Tang classmate. Is there something? Tang Luochuan's smile gradually widened as he saw this woman bully Jiang Jinyue, feeling somewhat angry. It's a pity that he and Jiang Jinyue didn't come to an agreement. In terms of looks, figure, and family, she was pretty good, but her personality was a bit dull. She needed to experience some pain to learn to pursue love. Then she could change. Oh. Tang Luochuan was about to burst out laughing. He glanced at the time. Class was almost over. Shen Mu Yin felt something was off while Jiang Jinyue was eagerly waiting to hear what he would say. Everyone knew this guy wouldn't hold back with kind words. Even Su Wantong was a bit nervous now. Sorry, I slept with both Jiang Jinyue and Su Wantong. Just wanted to tell you. Goodbye. Ha ha. After speaking, he hung up the phone. He directly shoved the phone into Jiang Jinyu's hand, waving his hand. Lao Zhou. Let's go, it's time to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the school bell rang. Let's go. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming immediately got up. The three boys ignored everyone and ran wildly towards the door. They disappeared from everyone's sight. As the three ran, Zhou Qi couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, no way. Lao Tang, you are so fierce. Tang Luochuan. Ha ha, look at that girl's expression, it makes me angry just looking at it. Zhang Ming. You are too ruthless. How can you explain this? Anyway, Jiang Jinyue won't be able to explain it. Tang Luochuan. I don't care. Jiang Jinyue also gave me a cold shoulder, and I don't like this Su Wantong either. Screw it, I'm not afraid of causing trouble. At worst, he'll just get kicked out. Tang Luochuan finished his mischief and ran away, leaving three bewildered girls. Shen Mu Yin thought, why is he like this? It was a shock that caught her completely off guard. Jiang Jinwei thought, why is he like this? It was a shock mingled with a hint of secret delight. He actually cares about me. Su Wantong thought, why is he like this? It was a perplexity, feeling suddenly attacked, and then frantically considering how to explain it to Gao Mingxian. The entire class began to rise one by one, glancing around at the three dazed girls, and then looking at the three who had long disappeared down the hallway. Then they prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Chen Hao also stood up from Jiang Jinyu's side, looking at her with a sense of disillusionment. If she were his girlfriend, he would have turned against Tang Luochuan regardless of how rich the guy was after such provocation. This had already touched a man's bottom line, which is being cuckolded. But that wasn't the case for her while he was just a simp. If Tang Luochuan were poor, he could have fought back with a few words, but unfortunately this guy was wealthy. More critically, he was utterly indiscreet, and none of the three women contradicted him. Especially Jiang Jinyue, who didn't contradict him. Was she secretly pleased? Looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, Chun Hao sighed, just a simp. Indeed, in the end, he had nothing. He said no more and quietly left. In the cafeteria, Tang Luochuan switched to eating mode. Wait for me, I'll get a card tomorrow. This meal was still treated by Zhang Ming, who had recently given Tang Luochuan and Zhou Qi 1,000 each. It was impossible to spend it all. Yet Tang Luochuan still didn't have a meal card, so it was only natural for Zhang Ming grinned. Bro, in the future you give us each 2,000 yuan a month, and we'll treat you to meals every day. A meal isn't worth much, alternating treating each other can even earn some back. Tang Luochuan shook his head. Dream on, eat quickly. After we finish, I need to go back to the dorm and take a nap. Those three women will come to hold me accountable soon. You think you can just play around and not take responsibility? I wasn't really sleeping. What if Gao Mingxian comes to trouble you? Him? Humph. Tang Luochuan was unconcerned. He want for the time being Su Wantong is his simp, he avoids her like the plague. Jiang Jinhue doesn't like him. Why would he come? To let Su Wantong cling to him? Or to make Jiang Jinhue dislike him even more? He paused, and then said at most. He might privately seek me out to talk. Zhou Qi frowned slightly. Isn't that more troublesome? No, I have a protective talisman. What protective talisman? Jiang Jinyu's parents, I heard the Gao and Jiang families have close ties. Would Gao Mingxian dare disrespect her parents? Besides, I'm still a kid. How dare he bully me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi couldn't help but twitch their mouths. What the hell does him still a kid mean? Tang Luochuan was puzzled. He had made such a judgment in an instant, realizing that their relationship was complicated. But this line of thought seemed to be his brain's instinctive reaction. However, before they had finished their meal, a few girls had already approached. Shin Mu Yin pulled Jiang Jinhue over, who was still a bit shy, seemingly reluctant to engage. But her body was honest, and Shin Mu Yin didn't have to exert much effort to bring her over. Behind them were Su Yuan and Lu Xian, Jiang Jinyu's roommates, who had also witnessed the commotion today. However, the two girls had differing opinions. One thought Tang Luochuan was acting like a domineering CEO, forcefully claiming possession, while the other thought it was a rogue's behavior, taking advantage of girls. Yuan. Before Tang Luochuan could say anything, Zhang Ming immediately stood up, giving up his seat. You can sit here. Seeing Su Yuan and Zhang Ming, Jiang Jinhue felt even worse. That day out was supposed to be her time with Tang Luochuan. Now these two had gotten together. Although they were still in the ambiguous phase and hadn't fully established a relationship, it was clear that Su Yuan had already fallen. Moreover, it was inextricably linked to Tang Luochuan. Every time Su Yuan returned to the dorm, she would murmur, Zhang Ming and Tang Luochuan are roommates. Tang Luochuan would take care of her right. As for Lu Xian, after finishing Zhang Wenqiang's meal, they broke up. She wasn't foolish and sought a suitable boyfriend around Tang Luochuan. It's just a pity that Zhou Qi already had a girlfriend. Su Yuan was not polite, sitting next to Zhang Ming, while her gaze couldn't help but wander toward Tang Luochuan, then back to Jiang Jinhue. Shin Mu Yin calmly said, Luochuan, clarify your words. Before she finished speaking, Su Wantang's voice came from behind. Yes. Clarify your words. She had chased after them. Tang Luochuan took a sip of porridge. Senior, this afternoon my furniture will arrive at my place. Can you help me order it? You don't have class at 2, right? They'll arrive at 2:40. I was talking about what just happened. Clear it up. Shin Mu Yin was a bit anxious. She still had a good impression of Jiang Jinhue. Whether they dated or not didn't matter much. It was just that Tang Luochuan was speaking carelessly, making their relationships very tangled. I actually quite like Jiang, classmate. Tang Luochuan spoke directly. Jiang Jinhue began to act shy again, turning her body elsewhere as if she hadn't heard, but biting her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from laughing. Then she muttered softly, liar. However, before Tang Luochuan could finish, he looked at Su Wantong again. I also quite like this sister. After all, she is from the Shanghai Drama Academy, with such a great figure. How nice it would be for the 4 of us to live together. Sister, don't stick with Gao Mingxuan, be my sim. No, my girlfriend. Many around heard this, and regardless of whether they knew him or not, found it hard to believe. Feeling a sense of shattered worldview, their gazes focused on him. What are you talking about? Su Wantong gritted her teeth. Boys in Longhua are usually reserved and have never seen such bold confessions. Weren't you pretty awesome just now? What's wrong? Can't I pursue you? Do you know who Gao Mingxian is? He's not someone a poor student like you can compare to. Ugh, my buddy is richer than your Gao Mingxian. Remove the poor label. Zhou Qi put down his chopsticks and suddenly said. But then he glanced at Tang Luochuan nervously, saying softly, I'm right, aren't I? He truly couldn't determine who was wealthier between the two. Tang Luochuan was laid back and free-spirited, while Gao Mingxian was a societal figure with a few more years of experience, exuding a greater sense of pressure. Although this sense of pressure primarily stemmed from that Rolls-Royce and the awe that first-year students had for successful figures in society. It was all superficial. Tang Luochuan wasn't serious at all. His charm was off the charts, and they were all classmates, so naturally there was no such pressure. Tang Luochuan blinked, indicating that the other party was indeed correct. You shameless. Su Wantang's chest heaved with anger, and her exquisite face finally lost its composure. Is having money that impressive? What kind of identity does Gao Mingxian have, and what kind of identity do you have? Do you think that with a little money you can compare with brother Mingxian? Do you think I am the kind of woman who seeks wealth? Su Wantong took a deep breath and said, I care very much about my reputation, and I know how rich kids like you think. Don't think that having money allows you to do whatever you want. The Magic City Drama Academy is a school that only the children of wealthy families can afford. Su Wantang's family may not be comparable to the Jiang family, but it is still beyond the reach of an ordinary family. So she has seen her fair share of rich second-generation kids. No, sister, listen. You should be happy now. You can explain your innocence to Gao Mingxian, and smear Jiang Jinyu's relationship with me at the same time. Just think about it, you now have a freshman brother pursuing you, and you can also tarnish Jiang Jinyu's impression in Gao Mingxuan's heart. It's a win-win situation. Right. Tang Luochuan analyzed it decisively. Shin Mayan was confused and stared at the boy for a few seconds before saying, Luochuan, your schemes are really deep. However, Su Wantong took it in. At this moment, Gao Mingxian had made several calls, but Jiang Jinwei didn't answer a single one, and she didn't dare to answer either. But what the boy said seemed to make some sense, though his mention of having slept with her was indeed somewhat unsettling. Then go ahead and call. Su Wantong's tone softened a bit, and she said this to Jiang Jinwei. Let her call. No way. They were not fools. Her explanation was just one side of the story. How could Gao Mingxian believe it? He might even blame her for being reckless. Jiang Jinwei was stunned, looking at Tang Luochuan in astonishment, wondering whom this guy was playing tricks on. Call and clarify, Tang Luochuan said. How do I clarify? Just say I was talking nonsense and that you and I were together. They had already shared a warm bed, but Su Wantong didn't. So what? Are you saying you and I weren't together? Isn't that implying you care about Gao Mingxian? Eager to explain. Zhou Qi could only feel his gums aching, wishing he could bite them to pieces. Damn, it's you who are trying to achieve two goals with one move. Jiang Jinwei didn't want to fight, but she felt cornered. It was indeed as he said, she was eager to explain herself to Gao Mingxuan, making it seem as if she cared about him. But Tang Luochuan was just being a rogue. I don't care about him, but I also don't want. Stubborn as a dead duck, whether you want to fight or not. You're not responsible. Who says I'm not responsible? If I slept with you, I would be responsible. Shin Mayan released Jiang Jinyu's hand, feeling a bit confused. I need to sit aside and rest for a while. Su Wantong, however, felt somewhat pleased, thinking this was a good relationship. With this, Jiang Jinyue was forced to admit their relationship truly a blessing from heaven. She looked at Tang Luochuan with a softer gaze. Now that's more like it. Go ahead. Otherwise it would all be a misunderstanding. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Yuan watched the excitement without caring about the chaos. She didn't care about Jiang Jinwei explaining anything to Gao Mingxian. She just wanted to see if Jiang Jinwei would passively admit to this fabricated relationship. She didn't call, but Gao Mingxuan's call came in. Jiang Jinwei pondered for a moment. I will explain everything clearly. I am innocent with you. Saying this, she answered the phone. Jinwei. Gao Mingxuan's voice was filled with suppressed urgency. What was that phone call about just now? Who was that boy? Brother Mingxuan. It's like this, that was my classmate. Then why was Su Wantong there? Did she come to trouble you? Were you talking to that boy with Su Wantong? Miss Su didn't. Then what about you? You didn't either, right? Jinwei, don't let these young kids deceive you. I am just friends with Wantong. Unlike you, I have no feelings for her. He shouldn't have said that, but after saying it, Jiang Jinwei was left speechless. Brother Mingxuan, I am not in the kind of relationship with Tang Luochuan that you imagine. Jiang Jinwei said, then glared at Tang Luochuan in frustration. Tang Luochuan smiled, waiting for her next sentence, certain she would say something. Sure enough, Jiang Jinwei quickly added, her voice light and crisp. Moreover, I have always only seen you as a brother. Paha. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. What kind of explanation was this? Everyone present believed it except for Gao Mingxuan, who definitely wouldn't buy it. A man full of doubts about the girl he likes being involved with someone else, probing deeply. The girl first says, it's a misunderstanding, which could still be passed off. But then she adds, I don't like you either. Who would believe that? They would only think she's trying to fool him, that she must have gotten involved with that man, which is why she rejected him. Sigh, so stubborn. Shin Mayan couldn't help but sigh. As a girl, she could see that Tang Luochuan still had some feelings for Jiang Jinwei. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu's mind was filled with thoughts of Tang Luochuan. She was just being stubborn and not saying anything. Jinwei, you. Gao Mingxuan's voice noticeably dropped. Are you angry with me? Is it because Wantong came to find you? I am not angry, Brother Mingxuan. I just want to clarify. Clarify. Gao Mingxian interrupted her, his tone becoming more aggressive. If you weren't with that guy, then why did you refuse me? You know my feelings, or are you just deceiving me? Have you already gotten together with him? Jiang Jinwei finally realized how deeply she had been manipulated. She looked at Tang Luochuan resentfully, her teeth gritting in frustration. Tang Luochuan understood that if he didn't step in and say something, the girl would truly hate him. He walked away from the table, approached Jiang Jinwei. Hello, you don't need to worry about Jinyu's affairs. I will take care of her. You and your sister Wantong just live your lives. Jinwei, why did you lie? You did. You like me in your heart. Tang Luochuan stopped pretending this was indeed the truth. There was no point in continuing to deceive. Too many jokes made it seem like he loved to lie. The boy grasped her hand. If you like me, say it boldly. Don't just ignore Gao Mingxian. What exactly do you want? Do you think everyone in the world has to listen to you? Saying this, the boy suddenly pinched her cheek. The girl dared not resist, her lips pouting. The people around were startled. Is he going to kiss her? So thrilling. A domineering declaration. I have as much money as he does him, even more arrogant than he is. Nonsense, who's afraid of having money? I heard this boy throws around houses worth over 50 million. Even if we graduate, no matter how excellent our grades, how many years will it take to save for a down payment? Su Wantong felt a bit embarrassed. This boy was too charming. Tang Luochuan looked at the girl, trembling all over his gaze deep. Don't kiss. Zhang Jinyue wanted to resist, but realized Tang Luochuan's intentions. If this kiss happened, she wouldn't be able to escape. Just owe me for now. Tell your brother Mingxian whether you like me or not. But you said it's not appropriate. I now think you are very cute and suitable. Is that okay? Then what are your plans? Again, my plan is for you to give me 5 kids. How about that? Zhang Jinyue felt weak all over, being seduced too intensely. She whispered in a begging tone, the country only allows 3 children. Can we just have 2 less? 3 children. Tang Luochuan was stunned for half a second, then laughed even harder. This woman, even at this moment, was still tangled up in national policy. All right, 3 children it is then. He released his grip on Zhang Jinyue's cheek and playfully ruffled her hair. So are we settled on this? Only then did Zhang Jinyue realize what she had said, her entire face turning crimson, burning from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. Tang Luochuan glanced at his phone. The call was still ongoing. However, Gao Mingxian was silent on the other end, presumably furious. Tang Luochuan didn't want to stir up more trouble, speaking in a calm tone. Mr. Gao, this is Tang Luochuan. I am Zhang Jinyue's classmate, and regarding matters of the heart, which should be pursued mutually, I hope you won't bother my girlfriend in the future. I won't hold the past against you. He actually didn't care much about it. Back then he hadn't had such an ambiguous relationship with Zhang Jinyue, but he still said this to give Gao Mingxian a warning. Yet the anticipated anger didn't materialize. Instead, Gao Mingxian responded lightly, haha, good. Little brother, congratulations. Zhang Jinyue is a good girl, precious since childhood. I hope you can take care of her. Gao Mingxian's words carried a sting, not take care well, but take care of her. He was very familiar with Zhang Jinyue's family. The girl received a monthly allowance of 2,000, totaling 2 million a year. Gao Mingxian didn't have any virginity complex. Everything was based on profit. However, in his circle, the expectations of a wealthy daughter were quite high, which constrained the boys. It wasn't like marrying an ordinary girl, where one could choose to marry multiple partners afterward. Marrying someone of equal status meant one had to consider the girl's feelings afterward. After all, the girl had her own confidence, which was why Gao Mingxian didn't dare to pursue Su Wantong first. He wasn't foolish. He could see Su Wantong's beauty and knew of her affection for him, but he didn't dare to make a move. He was afraid the Zhang family wouldn't approve. Such family unions weren't just about 2 individuals or 2 families. They involved 2 interest groups, and even getting a divorce afterward could be troublesome with parental opposition and shareholder resistance. There were company stocks, equity divisions, and so on used as leverage. Thus, Gao Mingxian thought deeply about it, but wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait until Zhang Jinyue spent some time with the boy, and naturally, she would find his frugality unbearable. She would find his spending philosophy intolerable. Zhang's parents would definitely oppose. How could they bear to see their daughter marry a poor boy? Even if he wasn't poor, how many people in the country with over 100 million in assets were of suitable age? He didn't believe the boy was also a billionaire. Zhang Jinyue was just naive, filled with unrealistic fantasies about love. Thank you for your kind words. Tang Luochuan sensed the underlying tone in Gao Mingxian's words, but didn't mind. He only hoped the call would end, and they would never meet again. He naive, Gao Mingxian muttered as he hung up. He didn't know if the other party heard him. Tang Luochuan and the others certainly did, although the voice wasn't loud, it was clear. Naive. Looking at the phone that had just ended the call, Tang Luochuan smiled. I hope you always think so. He returned the phone to Zhang Jinyue and gently reminded, classmate Zhang, you must keep your word. Don't moralize me. When did I moralize? You admitted it yourself. You are Is pinching your face a threat? Oh, come on, our Yaya keeps her word, right? The food is getting cold. Su Yuanyuan quickly intervened. Lu Xian immediately stood up and pulled Zhang Jinyue to sit beside her, whispering, don't hold out, you can't win against him. He's about to toy with you like a dog. Just listen. Zhang Jinyue lowered her head and didn't reply. Shen Mayan looked at her, seemingly seeing herself from that night at the hotel. So I was like this back then, she thought to herself. At this moment, Tang Luochuan looked at Su Wantong. Sister, the conversation is clear now, you can rest assured. Su Wantong opened her mouth looking puzzled, and after thinking for a moment, she said, are you using me to... Did you manage to win Zhang Jinyue over? Yes. Huh. No, what does this have to... You also gained something, right? Zhang Jinyue has nothing to do with Gao Mingxian now, as she is my girlfriend. Aren't you happy? Su Wantang's heart raced, as she had found it quite enjoyable watching this guy flirt with Jiang Jinhua. You should thank me. Oh, thank you, Su Wantang said foolishly, yet she didn't feel like she gained anything. After the girls left, they finally finished their meal. Older sister, I want to talk to Tang Luochuan alone for a Jiang Jinhua already began to set rules for herself, which was to spend time alone with Tang Luochuan, first greeting Shenmayan. Upon hearing this, Shenmayan immediately nodded sure. From now on we are all one family. Yes, one family, Zhang Ming nodded. Tang Luochuan remarked, what does that have to do with you? After leaving the restaurant, Tang Luochuan sent Shenmayan an address along with the door number. In the afternoon, their second-year classes ended early just as his hotel stay was over. The car had also been arranged to the new house, and in the afternoon someone from the furniture company was coming to deliver goods. It was just right for Shenmayan to go over and help him check the delivery. Shenmayan had also heard that he bought a house, but that was just a number, albeit an astonishing one. However, a number is just a number, and it didn't resonate deeply. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Jinhua walked alongside Tang Luochuan and asked, what are you really thinking? You ignored me this morning. You were the one giving me the cold shoulder, Tang Luochuan replied. But you just left that day. I was very sad. Tang Luochuan added, why do you go to school? To improve myself. To learn knowledge. Right, it's because you don't understand. If you don't understand, you need to learn more. I am already with senior sister Shun. This is my successful example. So, you shouldn't follow your old ways. Even a dog wouldn't pay attention to you. Then where do I start learning? First learn to kiss. Jiang Jinhua suddenly stumbled, nearly falling. The boy quickly supported her waist. No. Can't we learn something else first? Then learn to hug and kiss. Or lying down to kiss. That's knowledge for middle school. You're only in first grade of elementary school. It's not suitable for you. In a couple of days, it'll teach you college level. And even advanced PhD level with plenty of variations. Wu Tang Luochuan hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Jinhua covered his mouth. Stop being ridiculous. The boy pried her hand away and leaned closer with a smile. Look, your face is red. This is the feeling of being in love. Is your heart feeling itchy? After his comment, Jiang Jinhua felt it and nodded despite trying to maintain her composure. Tang Luochuan suddenly leaned in his face, almost touching hers, and said, call me brother. The girl immediately turned her face away, biting her lip, but didn't refuse. Let's go to a place where Tang Luochuan looked at her shy and timid appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulders naturally. Let's go, we'll take you to a nice place. The two walked slowly along the tree-lined path in the campus. Before long, they arrived at a small pavilion in a corner of the campus, surrounded by bamboo groves, making it. Jiang Jinhua felt a bit dazed. In crowded places she felt shy, but in this moment with fewer people, the boy in front of her seemed somewhat dangerous. This is too secluded, Jiang Jinhua murmured. Do we need to go to the square to kiss? The words kiss flashed in the girl's mind. Was she finally going to give her first kiss? She had kissed her pet dog, her little niece, and her little nephew. She had kissed her grandparents and parents on the cheeks, but never kissed a boy on the lips. Tang Luochuan sat in the pavilion, pulling the girl into his embrace, seated on his lap. Jiang Jinhua focused hard on looking ahead, her expression quite unnatural, with fine sweat beading on her cool face, her breathing rapid. Bow your head. Call me brother. Jiang Jinhua felt like a puppet biting her lip. This was such a stark contrast to her usual aloof goddess image. Brother. Say it all together. Brother. Jiang Jinhua uttered those words almost in a gasping tone, her breath directly blowing onto the boy's face. Tang Luochuan's lips curled up slightly as he wrapped his arms around her waist, causing the girl to stiffen. Before she could react, his head leaned in. A soft and sweet lip met her own. After 2 or 3 seconds they parted, and Tang Luochuan whispered, was it fun? Jiang Jinhua felt a thrill, as if she had been teased, offering a shy smile and then continue. At this moment, Tang Luochuan was not the little puppy in front of Shenmayan, but rather the good brother in Jiang Jinyu's eyes, leading her step by step into a sweet entanglement. Jiang Jinhua felt as if she had discovered a new world sitting on the boy's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. For a long time, they whispered sweet nothings. I want to kiss a little longer. The girl gradually took the initiative, relieved that no one else was around. As you wish. Tang Luochuan complied. At that moment, Jiang Jinhua realized he was right. It was only after they got together and entered the stage of love that she could appreciate the boy's tenderness. All of this was unpredictable. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Luochuan casually walked back to the dormitory, planning to rest for a while. The taste of the girl still lingered on his lips. Hey Lao Tang, where are you going? Zhang Ming suddenly came. Where to? Going to class. The lunch break is over. What the hell? This? There was no choice. He had lost his lunch break, but he wasn't sleepy. However, he still needed to return the same way, first to the girls' dormitory to pick up his 2 girlfriends. Jiang Jinhua stood in the first floor hall, her body straight, feet together, waiting for Tang Luochuan. Every movement she made exuded a touch of elegance while Shun Mayan leaned against her shoulder, wrapping her arms around Jiang Jinyu's waist. The two girls were whispering and laughing. The little pervert is here. He even said I should apply for a day student status. Shun Mayan spotted Tang Luochuan from far away. Day student? Isn't it a bit early? But he really is very gentle. No, he is very rough. Oh, he was gentle at first. Shun Mayan realized she had misspoken. Senior, don't forget to go to the house this afternoon. I've arranged it with the furniture company for $240. All right, let me give you both some pocket money. Pocket money? Shun Mayan took out her phone knowing that the amount would definitely be over 10,000. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Shun Mayan was taken aback by the Jiang Jinyue had the same expression. She knew the other party was wealthy, and her monthly living expenses were also 2,000. But if she were a boy giving her girlfriend living expenses, it would only be a maximum of 10,000. But this guy, Jiang Jinyue asked, aren't your parents managing you? You spend like this. I'm not spending recklessly. Take it, this is all I get for a month. You two save some. Tang Luochuan thought for a moment. He made $1 billion a day. Giving his girlfriend 100,000 a month seemed a bit stingy when compared, but they were still students with no extra expenses. Shun Mayan held that new phone swallowed hard. What this woman valued most was her dignity and restraint. The most common phrase her parents told her was that poverty does not diminish one's ambition. No matter how rich others were, as long as she worked hard and earned her money cleanly, she wouldn't need to lower herself or envy others. It's all nonsense. Shun Mayan looked at the money in her hand. She was only 19, her greatest wealth was just a few thousand in her pocket, which included money earned from working hard during a summer job. She knew how difficult it was to earn money. After working 8 or 9 hours a day during the summer, a female student had saved over 600 in 2 months. She even gave a little to her family, which was already her proudest accomplishment so far. Knowledge could change fate and effort could change life, but it couldn't reach the level of Tang Luochuan. Luochuan, this is too much, Shun Mayan said. Tang Luochuan looked at her, but did not respond. Normally Shun Mayan would have added that she couldn't accept it. But a few seconds later Shun Mayan didn't say anything else. After all, it was too much of a blow shattering her. Tang Luochuan deliberately teased her. So do you want it or not? It's just too much. Shun Mayan said, observing the boy's expression silently, putting her phone away, and asked, every month? Yes, every month. Oh, Shun Mayan stopped saying anything else, feeling embarrassed, completely mortified. Should she accept it? This was a question she dared not answer. She definitely wanted it, but she knew that Tang Luochuan understood her personality. He might continue to tease her, saying, if you don't want to, just give it to me. In the face of 1000, she couldn't stand being teased. And then there was Jiang Jinyue. Shun Mayan pulled the girl Jinyue. Luochuan's intention. How about it? She knew Jiang Jinyue didn't lack this little bit of money, fearing that the other would say, I don't need it. If that happened, her situation would become awkward. How could she not accept it? I want it. Why wouldn't I? Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinyue agreed directly. In reality, Shun Mayan didn't have money. Receiving so much made her feel like a gold digger, which made her a bit uncomfortable, but she couldn't resist the temptation. On the other hand, Jiang Jinyue was wealthy. This amount of money was not considered materialistic for her, so she felt more at ease. Shin Mu-yin felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, yet she still turned to Tang Luochuan and said thank you. An inner sense of guilt lingered, but she couldn't help herself. Tang Luochuan understood this and promptly said, I will handle the leave of absence for you two. Let's talk later. Jiang Jinyu replied haughtily, pulling Shun Mu-yan's hand as they quickly left. As the boy walked ahead, he didn't stray too far, nor did he stop to wait for her. Shin Mu-yan turned back and deliberately made a funny face. Jiang Jinyu finally softened her expression, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth as she secretly glanced back at him. Tisk, these two. Tang Luochuan looked at the swaying figures ahead, unable to suppress a chuckle. Not far away, Chun Hao and others were also heading toward the teaching building, but his heart felt shattered like a QR code. The afternoon classes were relatively calm. Around 2 o'clock, Shin Mu-yin left the school and headed to Tang Luochuan's apartment to open the door for the furniture company. In the classroom, Tang Luochuan still chose a seat right behind Jiang Jinyu. Next to the girl were Su Yuan and Lu Xian. The few of them were listening intently when Tang Luochuan couldn't help but poke the girl's back with his pen. Jiang Jinyu pursed her lips, carrying a slight pride of I have a boyfriend, occasionally pushing back against the desk behind her. Pay attention in class. The professor had already noticed the issue and reminded them in a deep voice. Only then did Tang Luochuan withdraw his pen, pretending to take notes seriously. In fact, after enhancing his brain, he had already mastered everything taught in class. Meanwhile, Shin Mu-yin arrived at the community where Tang Luochuan's house was located for the first time. Standing at the entrance of the community, Shin Mu-yin looked up at the towering glass curtain wall buildings. She thought she might have taken a wrong turn. Jingan Mansion, she murmured to herself, looking down to double-check the address. A house worth over 50. How can there be such a difference compared to a 1 million house? She asked herself a seemingly foolish question. It was mainly that she couldn't accept the reality. The security guard approached polite, yet vigilant. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Oh, it's like this. Uncle, my name is Shinmu Yen. I'm here to help my boyfriend pick up a package. And to open the door for the furniture company. Is your boyfriend a delivery person? Which building are you going to? No, he bought a house here. His name is Tang Luo Chuan. Please wait a moment. The security guard hurried to verify, and indeed there was such an owner. Sigh. A flower among cow dung. The young security guard sighed, making assumptions. He was well aware of the situation in this community where many older men had younger wives, and he had grown accustomed to it. Many wealthy individuals owned a set of houses here to support a mistress. Of course, their mistresses were legal. After marrying more than one, if the wives did not get along, they would live separately. Please wait a moment, I will make a call to check. The security guard picked up the phone and spoke to Shinmu Yen outside. Shinmu Yen obediently nodded. It was also her first time visiting such a strictly secured community. Most of her friends and relatives back home lived in places where anyone could enter freely. The call was quickly made and Tang Luo Chuan answered on the other end. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tang, this is the property management of Jinggan Mansion. May I ask if Miss Shun is here to pick up a package and to open the door for the furniture company? Is that correct? Yes, just let her in. Okay. The security guard responded, but felt a bit shocked as the voice on the other end sounded quite young. After hanging up, he walked out. Miss, the package station is to the left at the entrance. All packages are there. After you pick up the package, I will open the door for you. Okay. Thank you, Uncle. I'm 26 this year. Oh. In a moment, a box of packages was brought out, and the property management kindly lent a small cart. The furniture company had also arrived. The community had only 4 buildings, but the area was not small with a meticulously designed green environment. Shinmu Yen hazily entered the community, pushing the borrowed cart, her feet on a path paved with large slabs of black granite. She couldn't help but slow down, not because she was tired, but because she was stunned by the sight before her. Is this a community or a park? What lay before her was scenery she had only seen in documentaries about Suzhou gardens. Several giant Chinese firs flanked the entrance, their branches twisted like dragons, the crowns neatly trimmed and rounded, each standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall. She couldn't identify the types of trees, but she knew she had never seen such things planted in a community. Even in parks, she had never seen ones this large. The path meandered forward, flanked by meticulously stacked taihu stones with water gently flowing between the rocks, merging into a green pond. In the pond swam several koi, red as fire and white as snow, leisurely weaving among the lotus leaves. Shinmu Yen felt somewhat enchanted. Is this the community my boyfriend bought? Is he going to use it as a marital home? Shinmu Yen, how shameless can you be? She took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within her. After entering the elevator, the doors opened again. Only then did she realize there was only one household on the entire floor. In front of the huge entrance door stood several uniformed individuals, staff from the furniture company. Hello, may I ask if you are Miss Shun? The lead manager warmly approached. Mr. Tang instructed that you are fully responsible for the acceptance. We are the company's delivery team, and here is today's list. Ah. Shinmu Yen held the small card in one hand and received the list with the other. In school she was a senior, but outside she was just a little rabbit. Shouldn't this be a delivery service? But upon seeing the list, the girl was bewildered. This sofa. 20000. She swallowed hard. Is that an RMB? Yes. The manager maintained a professional smile. Miss, please open the door. We will go in and arrange everything according to your requirements. Once we finish arranging, we will check everything one by one. Oh, okay. Shinmu Yen felt shocked, curious, and confused. Please, come in. She forced herself to calm down using the password Tang Luo Chuan had given her to unlock the door. Everyone be careful. As the door opened, everyone fell silent for a moment. The workers also gasped in admiration, while Shinmu Yen was captivated by the sight before her. It was truly breathtakingly beautiful. The floor-to-ceiling windows spanned the entire living room. Sunlight poured in, flowing across the Italian imported marble floor. The river view poured into her sight unobstructed, as if the entire city lay beneath her feet. Isn't this the kind of home for a domineering CEO and a sweet, naive princess in dramas? She had watched her fair share of such dramas. These idol dramas with their stunning visuals set trends in modern young people's aesthetics. But some things were just meant to be imagined, like mansions. And at this moment, those things were right before her eyes. Ding, her phone rang. It was a message from Tang Luo Chuan. Tang Luo Chuan, wife, you take care of the arrangements. As long as you're satisfied, I've already paid the money. Tang Luo Chuan, damn, this teacher is really annoying, assigning homework even in college. Didn't they say there's no homework in college? After a few more complaints, Shinmu Yen couldn't focus on any of it. In her heart, only the first sentence remained. Wife. He called me wife. You take care of the arrangements. He asked me to arrange it. Can I have the final say? And he said as long as I'm satisfied. A sense of the protagonist's mindset emerged as Shun Mu Yin felt a surge of joy, experiencing a sweet feeling of being deeply pampered. Hee Shin Mu Yin chuckled, foolishly puffing out her chest. Then I won't hold back. Hello, can this small sofa go over here? That small coffee table can go to the right. Thank you. Shin Mu Yan's smile was sweet and her attitude was courteous. The workers complied. At that moment the manager approached. Miss Shin, let me check the items with you starting from the first on the list. Feel free to voice any dissatisfaction. Okay. There were indeed quite a number of items. From the genuine leather sofa in the living room, the handcrafted marble coffee table, to the solid wood dining table and chairs in the dining room, and the customized soft-pack bed in the bedroom. Shin Mu Yin truly exhibited the demeanor of a hostess, carefully checking each item. She was worried about any omissions. However, after a while she felt like cursing. Why does an ugly-looking oil painting cost over 3,000? Why does a single small sofa cost 19800? I could buy one online for 200. And that Italian handcrafted soft-pack big bed in the master bedroom, priced at 7,000. Shin Mu Yin looked at the bed, which was indeed large, its only advantage. Tang Luo Chuan had specifically instructed her to check whether the bed was cramped for 3 people. It definitely wouldn't be cramped, but if it were 7,000, she would still find it expensive. Yet it was actually 700,000. At this moment the manager pointed to a floor lamp and said, Mr. Tang thought this floor lamp was quite beautiful, so we ordered 6. We placed 2 in the living room and 1 in each of the 4 bedrooms. Oh, always. 5,000, right. Shin Mu Yin glanced at the price of the floor lamp, internally complaining about Tang Luo Chuan being a spendthrift. 6 floor lamps cost 5,000. No. You're looking at the unit price. Shin Mu Yin. She followed the manager, checking as they went, her gaze sweeping across every exquisite arrangement in the house. Her mind was filled with the image of Tang Luo Chuan casually saying, I've already paid the money. She felt both sweet and astonished, realizing that his idea of decorating the house was truly lavish. The workers nimbly set up the last dressing table in the master bedroom, and the manager bent down to check off the final item on the list. Looking up, he saw Shin Mu Yin gazing out, lost in thought, at the river view through the floor-to-ceiling window, and he smiled, casually commenting, Miss Shin, you've truly put a lot of thought into this wedding house arrangement. Mr. Tang has good taste, and your choices are particularly suitable. The house paired with these furnishings is simply a perfect match. They knew well that wealthy people don't just have one house and their friends are also affluent. By establishing good connections, they could introduce a few friends or come back to find them when other houses are being renovated. They could still make a profit. Wedding house. Shin Mu Yin felt as if she had been hit. She had envisioned getting married someday. She imagined herself 10 years later in a 120 square meter big house in the suburbs of Magic City. Although burdened with a mortgage, there was hope for life and work was smooth. She would also have 2 lovely babies. After 20 years of hard work, she would pay off the loan and save enough for the down payment on a second house. When she got older, each of her 2 children would have their own house. But now, is this really her wedding house? Although Tang Luo Chuan hadn't said it was at this moment. Shin Mu Yan's small vanity was stirred. Experiencing this was quite nice. With a hint of pride, she smiled and said, My fiancé has quite the eye. The difference between boyfriend and fiancé is significant. Shin Mu Yin, you truly are shameless. You weren't like this before. You should treat money as dirt, striving through your own efforts to gain recognition and realize your life's value, not depending on a man. Deep inside, a voice of shame reminded her, but another voice of desire and satisfaction rebutted. I've already slept with him. I like him. What's wrong with me indulging in this? Although I wasn't like this before, that was because I had never experienced it. Thankfully, this belongs to Tang Luo Chuan. If it were someone else's, I would be jealous. Shin Mu Yin stood by the $5,000 floor lamp, her fingertips gently gliding over the velvet edge of the lampshade. Miss Shin will take our leave now. If you have any questions later, feel free to contact us. The manager handed over a business card, his smile respectful. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The door gently closed, and the large flat suddenly fell silent. Shin Mu Yin stood alone in the center of the living room, the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window warming her. She spun around, her skirt flying, then flopped down onto the $2,000 genuine leather sofa. She buried her face into the cushion, chuckling softly. Fiancé. So embarrassing, but so happy. This time she whispered it out loud. There was no one else in the room, so she didn't have to worry about being overheard. At this moment, she even had the names of her children planned out. Suddenly her phone rang again. It was a video call from Tang Luo Chuan. He must have just finished class. Luo Chuan. The girl answered the call and saw the person she longed for. Mu Yin, how did it go? Is everything arranged? Could you put my package in the bedroom? Are you still commuting? Then will you let me come over? Shin Mu-yin asked. No, of course. We can stay here for the next 2 years. It's close to school. Not far from the city center. Yes, after we get married, we can move to a bigger place. Still moving, eh? Shin Mu-yin elongated her tone. She had no doubt about his financial capacity, but happiness had come so suddenly. The girl beamed with a happy smile then. Let's talk about it after we get married. Are you still commuting? This time she responded without hesitation. Given these conditions, why would she return to squeeze into that single bed? The dormitory was smaller than a toilet, unless she was out of her mind. All right. Tang Luo Chuan replied, his gaze suddenly becoming lecherous. Don't forget my package. Take it to the bedroom before opening it. I'll chat with you. I'll hang up now. Okay. Shin Mu-yin maintained her smile and composure, at least not appearing overly excited in front of the boy. She set down her phone and surveyed the room again, taking a deep breath before suddenly shouting excitedly, wow, I'm going to move into a big house. He even said he wants to marry me. Wow, how beautiful. Shin Mu-yin, how is your life so good? No. She suddenly lowered her voice. From now on, I'm Mrs. Tang. I must be elegant. Right? I must be elegant. I want to give him 3 children, all sent to international schools. Ha ha. Mrs. Tang, what nonsense are you shouting? Suddenly Tang Luo Chuan's voice came through the phone. Although he had just said to hang up, neither of them. Tang Luo Chuan was about to press the phone only to hear her mumbling over here. He heard it all clearly. No. You heard wrong. Shin Mu-yin wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. Although only the two of them heard, it was still socially mortifying. I was just knocking down the wall next door. We don't have a neighbor, Mrs. Tang. Shin Mu-yin's face instantly burned, going red from her cheeks to her neck. I won't talk to you anymore. Why? I'm going to put away the package. You little thing. Tang Luo Chuan watched the call end, and a sly smile tugged at his mouth. He glanced at Jiang Jingyue in the front row and whispered, "Yeah, we'll go to the academic office to apply for commuter status later." Go ahead, Jiang Jingyue said, flipping through her book, but unable to focus. She understood the boy's implication, yet she had not made up her mind. Mayan asked you to go with her. She wants you to keep her company. Tang Luo Chuan offered, though he did not mention that he had arranged it himself. He even used Shun Mayan as a shield. I just became good friends with Yuan and Lu Xin. Daytime can help strengthen relationships too. During lunch break, we won't go home, well, stay at school. We can occasionally sleep in the dorm, just keep the room reserved. Did Senior Mayan say that? Yes. Think about it. You and she are both mine. If she goes with me and leaves you at school, Senior Mayan will feel guilty. Would she feel at ease if you didn't go? She certainly wouldn't sleep well. With a few sentences, Tang Luo Chuan had morally coerced her. So can I share a room with Senior Mayan? The girl meant to sleep separately, but 2 girls sharing a room would indeed be suitable. Sure. Tang Luo Chuan agreed. But there was an unspoken second half he did not voice, that he would also share a room with Senior Mayan. Then fine, let's go handle it together. Evening, in Counselor Wang Zhengwo's office, he looked at the application form with a sour unease. In principle, commuter status was permissible, but with conditions. Those whose hometown was Modu could qualify if renting a parental signature was required. But Tang Luo Chuan had bought a house, 58 million. He had also spent over 8 million on furniture. Wang knew this not because he had pride, but because Tang Luo Chuan was standing beside him flaunting it. It pierced him like a splinter. Really, counselor? My place at Jinggan Gongwan cost 58 million. The furniture arrived today and cost me 8 million. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the details and you'll know it's true. The property deed hasn't come through yet. When it does, I'll show you. If you still doubt it, come with me. Wang Zhengwo waved his hand weakly and said, all right, Luo Chuan. I won't go. My heart couldn't take it. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just. Wang Zhengwo sighed. He was unwilling to believe it. Still reasonable and fair, he signed the application. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Luo Chuan, what are your plans for the future? Wang Zhengwo was curious, what plans could such a wealthy student possibly have? If he intended to start a business, which industry would it be? He wanted to know. I plan to marry Jingyue and Mayan first. Tang Luo Chuan admitted, then added, perhaps he'll start a business. What if you fail, eh? Fail, eh? Tang Luo Chuan thought for a moment. He still had a system reward called infinite energy. Perhaps it meant oil, rare earths, and such. But to conceal the system's truth, he might need to buy a mine. Well, in the energy sector, you shouldn't lose money, right? Wang Zhengwo's heart suddenly churned. He cursed inwardly. Jiang Jingyue, still enraptured by talk of marriage, frowned when she heard the word energy. Going to do something that big? Wang Zhengwo probed. Solar panels. I think oil. Take that application and get out. Wang Zhengwo nearly swore. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Wang, when Jingyue and I get married, I'll be sure to invite you. I might not be able to afford a gift, besides why invite you? To broaden my horizons. No, that's not it. Heh, you worked hard for your money. I don't want a wedding gift. Tang Luo Chuan grinned. Wang Zhengwo felt another prick at his heart and ground his teeth. Go, hurry and leave. All right, goodbye, teacher. Outside, Tang Luochuan swaggered, waving the application form. Jiang Jinhua snapped, can you speak? Teacher Wang was beside himself because of you. It's fine. Teacher Wang may earn little, but he has a generous heart. Tang Luochuan kissed the application form. Oh, at last, he could be a commuter. Suddenly, Teacher Wang's voice came from behind the door, edged with anger. Tang Luochuan, lower your voice. If you don't leave right now, I'll revoke it. All right, I'm leaving. Shen Mian's application was much simpler. She had a good relationship with the counselor. After filing a report, her commuter request was signed in an instant. The three gathered in the first-floor lobby of the teaching building. Tang Luochuan prepared to head back. No. As freshmen, you have evening self-study. They'll accompany you for the session. Shen Mian spoke up. Tang Luochuan wore a mischievous grin. Why can't we sneak out of self-study, and then? Hey, no, you must attend. After you return on October 1st, there will be fewer sessions. This is to train your discipline and to serve as a buffer from high school to university. You must not indulge yourselves. Shen Mian spoke with solemn authority, leaving no room for argument. She added, also Luochuan. At school you. She looked around, there were few people nearby. At school, call me senior, or just Mian. Don't call me wife, it's awkward. Understood, Mrs. Tang. Huh. Jiang Jinhua was also stunned to hear that title. What nonsense are you saying? Shen Mian feigned a slap. Tang Luochuan quickly blocked her. You started it, admit it. I was. Shen Mian panted, cursing her own lapse. Why hadn't she hung up? Nevertheless, at the senior's request, Tang Luochuan still went to the self-study session. Everyone studied earnestly. Tang Luochuan likewise spent 20 minutes and managed to cover 30% of the material for the second semester of freshman year. Yeah, do you have any talents? Shen Mian sat at her laptop, tapping the keys. I can play piano, folk dance, the waltz, I can sing, and I know a bit of guitar. Jiang Jinhua replied. Shen Mian paused mid-keystroke at the litany of talents. Behind her, Tang Luochuan's hand poised to doodle circles on her back, with a pen stopped as well. Shen Mian draped an arm around Jiang Jinyu's shoulders, glanced back at the scheming Tang Luochuan, and said, you can do so many things. Perfect. Isn't the freshman welcome party in a few days? It's on Friday. As a freshman, go on stage and give a performance. Tang Luochuan muttered, how did your parents raise you to know so much? Shut up. Shen Mian, slipping back into her senior role, said, focus. Yeah, look, here is the program list for the welcome party. They'll sign you up. There are too few freshman acts. Jiang Jinhua was not vague. What about dancing or singing? Let's sing. Shen Mian scrolled on the computer screen. There are already several dance performances this year. The school specifically invited several professionals from outside to enhance the quality of the gala. Oh, that works. However, Tang Luochuan sensed something was off and immediately asked professional schools. Yes, and there are a few young artists, although they are not famous. Mainly because our school's level is average. Professional. Tang Luochuan repeated these two words. Is there any school around here more professional than the Shanghai Drama Academy? This remark immediately raised a bad premonition among the group. Let me check. Shen Mian hurriedly clicked on the program details. As the PDF file slowly unfolded, when the detailed list of special guests came into view, her movements suddenly froze. Group Dance, Silk Road Rainbow Dress Performance Unit, Shanghai Theater Academy Dance Department, Main Dancer Su Wantong. Jiang Jinhua leaned closer to the screen, and upon seeing that name, her back instinctively straightened. How did the school invite her? Shen Mian felt a bit awkward. No wonder she came today, or it's probably because the school has a collaboration with her. Tang Luochuan encouraged, it's okay, I'll go to the kitchen and put laxatives in her food. I guarantee she won't dance well. Are you serious? Shen Mian widened her eyes. Don't mess around. Tang Luochuan looked innocent. I was joking. At most, I'll just put thumbtacks in her dance shoes. Tang Luochuan. Both girls spoke at the same time. Everyone in the class turned their attention to them. Tang Luochuan quickly waved his hands. Okay, I won't cause trouble. He then addressed his classmates. Study hard. Study hard. Jiang Jinhua raised her chin. Mian, you must sign up. Are you sure you want to sign up for the program? Shen Mian felt that Jiang Jinhua was a bit stubborn. Tang Luochuan said she wants to take revenge. Jiang Jinhua rolled her eyes at him. Piano solo. Claire de Lune. Debussy. Shen Mian's eyes lit up. It's completely different from their group dance style. Tang Luochuan pondered. Van Debussy. The dancing style is quite different. It's Debussy. French composer. Jiang Jinhua, annoyed, poked his arm with her pen. Can you be serious? Really? How was I supposed to know this Debussy is not that Debussy? The boring self-study finally ended. Tang Luochuan drove the tank 700, taking the two back to Jinggan Pavilion. A house of over 700 square meters still surprised Jiang Jinhua a bit. At this moment, she also felt that moving out was a wise decision. Her family owned several properties in Magic City, and aside from the one where her parents lived, the rest were vacant. Plus, it was far away, as she wanted to be independent after entering university and didn't want to live with her parents. Oh right, hey, raise a small gift for you. Tang Luochuan was thinking about his delivery as soon as he got back. Several boxes had already been placed in the bedroom by Shin Muyan. They just hadn't been opened yet. What is it? Shin Muyan followed behind, quite curious. Jiang Jinhua walked at the back, secretly observing the decor, not bad taste. So the expensive ones have Miss Jiang, your standards are quite average. As he spoke, Tang Luochuan walked into the bedroom, a 90-square-meter room, which was spacious for 3 people. In the afternoon, Shin Muyan even secretly lay on the bed for a while. Mainly she just enjoyed it. Tang Luochuan opened the box and took out the items. Look, each of us has a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace costing over 8,000 each. Shin Muyan was genuinely surprised. She reached out to take it and first handed it to Jiang Jin. Take it. She handed over the second one and then hugged her own. Thank you, Jiang Jinhua said softly. I really like it. Shin Muyan licked her lips and imitated Jiang Jinyu's calmness. I like it too. But open it already. How can you say you like it without seeing it? Tang Luochuan continued to rummage through the delivery. The 2 girls opened the boxes to find 2 exquisite necklaces. They'll help you put it on. Shin Muyan kindly offered to help Jiang Jinhua wear it. Thank you, sister. The 2 girls got along harmoniously, and Tang Luochuan smiled suddenly while looking at the delivery. But not because of the harmonious relationship. Instead, it was because another delivery box was labeled confidential shipping. Those who understand, understand. Here, take this too. Tang Luochuan handed over 2 more items. Shin Muyan's eyes sparkled. These are cat ears for cosplay. This one is pink, and there's a blue one too. Yeah, which one do you want? Sister, you choose first. Then I'll take the pink one. Okay. And this? Tang Luochuan handed over 2 cat tails. Hey, is there still this? Shin Muyan took it and placed it on her small, but to measure it's quite professional. Tang Luochuan laughed. Of course, it must be professional. And this? Without turning his head, he handed over 2 more items. Shin Muyan cat paws. And this? What is this? What is this? The 2 girls looked at a small piece of fabric in their hands momentarily, not understanding what it was. It looks like a bikini, Jiang Jinhua casually remarked. Tang Luochuan finally threw each of them a piece of clothing. Wear this first, later. We also have nurse sailor and wedding dresses. Shin Muyan stared at the last piece of clothing, which could hardly be called clothing. It was semi-transparent and quite form-fitting. Tang Luochuan, you. What is this? Shin Muyan held up those pieces of fabric, wanting to question. Tang Luochuan directly interrupted and pointed at the small triangle in Jiang Jinyu's hand. Jinhua, you were half right. This is not a bikini, this is a thong. Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinhua could only feel the object in her hand burning. It was as if her hand had been stained. She shook it twice and threw it directly on the ground. What the hell, I spent over 200 to buy 8 pieces. I won't wear it. How could I possibly wear this kind of clothing? Jiang Jinhua was so angry she stamped her feet. Tang Luochuan picked up the clothing from the ground. You're not a good student anymore. What good student? Shin Muyan also hurriedly tossed the clothing aside. Hearing the words good student, Jiang Jinhua looked at him with a difficult expression. This is already at a professor level, right? No, for me it's only at the graduate level. I haven't even graduated from my master's degree. Shin Muyan was stunned, but she seemed to have somewhat accepted it. After all, they had a relationship. Thinking about that kind of thing didn't seem shameful at all. Master, what is a PhD? Jiang Jinhua whispered, immediately regretting it. Wasn't she just walking into a trap? Tang Luochuan's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Jiang Jinyu's face turned red at a visible speed, spreading from her cheeks to her ears, and finally, even her neck was tinted with a light blush. Why don't you just die? Hey, if I die, who will accompany you to pursue a PhD? Though Shin Muyan didn't catch the specific content, she guessed about 70 to 80% of it just by looking at Jiang Jinyu's reaction. She cleared her throat, trying to regain the authority of a senior. Luochuan, let's put on the necklace. These clothes can wait for later. When is later? Just later. Tang Luochuan sighed, looking as if he had been let down. I spent over 200 on this, you know. I spent the entire night picking. My eyes are about to go blind. This nurse outfit comes with a stethoscope. The sailor suit is a classic JK style, and this wedding dress. The 2 girls caught onto the key point simultaneously. Tang Luochuan pulled out a white lace dress from the bottom of the box. It used minimal material, but was exquisitely designed. It was called a wedding dress, but it resembled some sort of playful version of cosplay. I thought, we will eventually get married, so let's practice a bit. He said it with such justification, and this one is the most expensive, over 60. Jiang Jinhua held her forehead. A wedding dress over 60? Keep it for yourself to wear then. Tang Luochuan lay on the bed with a look of despair. Oh, life is meaningless. Even such a small request cannot be fulfilled for me. What's the point of living? The 2 girls looked at each other, seeing the pitiful, yet shameless expression. One of them, that must be Shin Muyan. She glanced at the clothes in the delivery box, each simpler than the last. Hey, wearing this is too embarrassing. Just wear it in front of me, you won't be wearing it outside, it will add some spice, how interesting. Shinmu Yan's him was long with a curve. How about you go out, Jinyu? Ill. Give it a try. She boldly decided to go out. The two had been shameless the previous days at the hotel. This was nothing unusual. Tang Luochuan immediately sat up, his eyes glinting like a hungry wolf in a snowy mountain at night, glowing with a ghostly green light. Really? Then he glanced at Jiang Jinyu, his tone demanding, you go out. Me? Jiang Jinyu pointed at herself, incredulous. You want me to go out? Then why did you call me here? You're not cut out for this. Tang Luochuan stood up and pushed her towards the door, eager to shove her out. Go do whatever you want. Go do your homework. His urgency in pushing her out annoyed Jiang Jinyu. The girl shook off his hand. Why should I? Oh, for your own good. Tang Luochuan held back a laugh. He didn't actually want to drive her away, instead he was manipulating her. You are so reserved and demure. You don't know how to date. But hey, I respect your thoughts. You're still just a kid. You're the kid. I'm an adult. You haven't even fully grown up. You can't compare to Mu Yan. Who said that? You look down on people. They sell it online, it's legal. Why should I be embarrassed here? What should I do? I can't force you, can I? Ill. Jiang Jinyu clung to the doorframe, refusing to leave. I want to try too. Come in. Tang Luochuan immediately stepped aside. His provoking method was quite effective. The two girls stood in the room, and Tang Luochuan deliberately dimmed the lights a bit. I'll pick this. This fabric is great. Jiang Jinyu took out a maid outfit. Tang Luochuan nodded vigorously while Shenmu Yan had already put on her ears and tail, looking a bit excited. I'll go with this cat girl outfit. This night felt exceedingly long. Tang Luochuan successfully helped yet another classmate grow up. The bed was divided by the blanket Jiang Jinyu used, clearly separating them. The two girls snuggled together, falling asleep in each other's embrace. Tang Luochuan looked at the separated blanket, a slight smile on his lips, feeling exhausted, and the separation suited him just fine. Boys understand her. After the fun, they all felt like Lu Shihui. A night without words. The next day, a reward of 100 million arrived. Tang Luochuan's balance broke 10 billion. Jiang Jinyu woke up the earliest. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Shenmu Yan beside her, and her heart skipped a beat. After all, she had shared a bed with her best friend before, that was nothing. But at this moment, she realized Tang Luochuan was behind her. The girl secretly turned over and saw the handsome face of the boy, and his bare upper body. It was the first time she had shared a bed with a boy. Her heart raced, beating wildly. Last night had been too late, and the lighting was dim. She didn't think much of it at first, but when the morning sun shone and she regretted it. Had she been too casual? But she had already given herself, and her waist was still a bit sore. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions as she stared directly at him. After a while, Tang Luochuan seemed to notice her gaze. He opened his eyes, meeting the girl's gaze. What's up? Waking up so early? The boy smiled, wanting to pull her into an embrace. Jiang Jinyu's expression was icy. If you betray me, I will castrate you. Understand? Understood. Then you can hug me now. Tang Luochuan froze for half a second, then burst into laughter, stretching out his arm to pull Jiang Jinyu along with the blanket into his embrace. Was I awesome last night? Jiang Jinyu, held by the boy, buried her entire head in his chest, and after a few seconds of delay, she quietly replied, quite awesome. After breakfast, the car started. Tang Luochuan's Porsche Panamera drove into the school amidst the death warnings from countless students, especially the male students. Accompanied by the two most beautiful girls in school and driving a luxury car. Everyone dropped the pretense, envy, jealousy, hatred, all written on their faces. Yeah, after class in the morning. Come to the 5th floor for the last self-study session. There's a piano there, let's check the program. Okay. The two girls made their plans, and Tang Luochuan casually led Jiang Jinyu into the classroom. Everyone stood and saluted them. The whole class knew that Tang Luochuan was a day student, and Jiang Jinyu also wasn't in the dorm last night. What happened was self-evident. But just thinking about Jiang Jinyu lying on Tang Luochuan's bed still pricked the hearts of many boys. Not only did he score a beautiful girl, but he did it so quickly. However, some hoped that Jiang Jinyu had just gone home last night. So many began to deceive themselves, the boys. Jiang Jinyu is so reserved, so aloof, how could she be so casual? Right, she lives on the bund, she must have gone home. Clearly Jiang Jinyu is wealthy. Even if she didn't go home, she could book a hotel room, but Tang Luochuan definitely didn't spend the night with her. They just started talking. How could it happen so fast? These thoughts were merely wishful thinking, lacking any logic. While girls thought, does Tang Luochuan's standard have to be so high? If I just stare at him, will he notice me? I'm average looking, I've dated 4 boyfriends, I'm no longer a virgin, but I don't know if I can do it. A girl with a score of 3 in appearance was pondering. Tang Luochuan glanced at this girl with a score of 3 and quickly averted his gaze. After just finishing breakfast in the early morning, he had grown accustomed to Shenmu Yan and Jiang Jinyu. But looking at this girl made him feel a bit nauseous. For a moment, she felt a surge of excitement. He looked at me. He must secretly like me. At around 10 o'clock, Su Wantong took the minibus once again into the campus. Leaning against the window, her spirits were certainly low. She had just been resolutely rejected by Gao Mingxian yesterday, causing quite a stir with no outcome. Of course, it wasn't completely without effect. She helped Tang Luochuan win over Jiang Jinhua. She played the role of a matchmaker. Not much, Su Wantong replied, casually gazing out at the scenery with a heavy heart. So how are things with your brother Gao? Pretty good. Hey, I advise you not to hang all your hopes on one tree. If he doesn't agree, it's his loss. I heard he studied abroad for a few years, right? Stop being so naive. Her friend sneered, dramatically adding, calling him Geijai. How cringeworthy. He doesn't care about you, don't cling to him like that, you're so beautiful. Su Wantong understood this principle, but what attracted her wasn't Gao Mingxuan's looks or wealth, but his gentlemanly demeanor and talent. Perhaps Gao Mingxuan's demeanor was simply too genuine. After studying abroad for years, not to mention one's identity is self-created, he truly embodied this saying. A monthly living expense of 2,000 isn't a small amount, yet he managed to exaggerate it. Among friends, they were all from well-off families, but none were extraordinarily wealthy. He described them all as elites from various fields. Clearly a second-rate school, yet he showcased the Ritter-Ni elite vividly. However, this foreign second-rate university could also deceive many. It's no wonder people back home didn't understand. Its name is Manhattan Central University, which sounds prestigious, specifically designed to hoodwink the uninformed from the Dragon Country. The vehicle stopped in front of a certain teaching building. Su Wantong stared at it in surprise. Why here? Her friend explained, it seemed there were too many people in the practice room yesterday, so we are here today. Su Wantong was quite familiar with this teaching building, having just caused a scene there yesterday. How awkward. A girl stepped down from her high heels. She hoped she wouldn't run into Jiang Jinhua. Especially that boy, she absolutely must not encounter him. Sister. Crap. Hearing that voice, Su Wantong closed her eyes and cursed softly. It was such a youthful, melodious call of sister, but she recognized it was that shameless boy. He appeared like a character from a cartoon each time he showed up, leaving one in a mix of emotions. You. Hello. Su Wantong turned around just in time to meet Tang Luochuan's harmful eyes. Why are you here again? Didn't we make things clear yesterday? You and your brother Gao. Hey, Su Wantong quickly interrupted him. Several female classmates nearby had already turned to watch with curious eyes. She glanced at the Panamera behind Tang Luochuan and quickly sought a topic. Is that your car? Huh. Tang Luochuan turned back to look. Oh, right. Did you rent it? Bought it. You're so young, buying a car on loan. Can't you just focus on studying? Don't you have classes? Hurry back. Did a donkey's hair get into your ear? Which ear did you hear me say it was bought on loan? Get going. Su Wantong urged him to leave, fearing he might disclose yesterday's events. However, this class happened to be physical education, and Tang Luochuan had just stepped down to grab his water bottle from the car. Wantong, who is this handsome guy? Several female classmates surrounded the Panamera immediately. They had seen wealthy people before, but a rich and handsome one was a first. Hello, sisters. My name is Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan spoke loudly, putting on an attitude that suggested he was quite approachable, while his gaze scanned for attractive girls. The dance academy girls truly were all stunning, but unfortunately each one was quite the challenge. Comparatively, Tang Luochuan found Su Wantong to be the most foolish one. If she weren't foolish, how could she play the role of a sycophant with her looks? At this moment, Su Wantong also regained her composure, finding the boy before her not simple. Looking at the car, she once again assumed a big sister attitude, crossing her arms and asking, did you buy it yourself? Huh. You little rascal. Shenmu Yin stared at the computer screen, the host's script barely registering in his mind. Behind him to the left, Jiang Jinyu's fingers hovered above the piano keys yet to fall. To his right, Su Wantong had her legs propped on the railing, her body leaning forward in a graceful arc, but her gaze was sharp, darting like a knife towards the piano. Everyone remembers the order of performances for tomorrow night, right? Shenmu Yin forced out a disingenuous smile, turning to the others. The room was filled with people. 7 or 8 performances taking place in this spacious classroom. Though crowded, the dance studio was large enough, the width equivalent to 2 or 3 regular classrooms. They also didn't disturb each other. Hearing this, everyone halted their actions, all confirming they remembered. The few performances they were responsible for accounted for only a quarter of the whole, but they couldn't afford any mistakes. If anyone needs anything, just let me know, and I'll coordinate. Shenmu Yin smiled at everyone, and when his gaze met Su Wantong's, they both nodded slightly. They didn't say much to each other, letting yesterday's events go. However, that was easier said than done, as a Rolls-Royce had stopped in front of the teaching building. Gao Mingxian had arrived. The events of yesterday had kept him restless. The Gao family urgently needed $1 billion to relieve their immediate crisis. Su Wantong's family claimed their worth was over $1 billion, but cash they couldn't produce. But the Jiang family was different. The loan is due soon. Paying back this billion will buy us some breathing room. Gao Mingxian felt a twinge of discomfort. Not long ago, his father had suddenly called him back to the country, causing him to abandon several foreign girlfriends. Fortunately, being abroad meant he didn't have to acknowledge his several illegitimate children. For the Gao family, a billion wasn't much. But his father and Jiang Deming were completely opposite. They had overextended themselves, pouring out money. The loans were nearly maxed out with no returns yet, but payments were due. At this moment, the family had little cash flow, and initially borrowing some money could help in an emergency. However, one couldn't keep borrowing forever. Jiang Deming, recalling their old friendship, had already lent them 50 million. Out of consideration for their years of friendship, he had never mentioned repayment. Yet, Gao Mingxian knew his return was not to help the family improve the project. He lacked that ability. Instead, it was to fulfill the marriage alliance with Jiang Jinyu. Every step must be taken cautiously. If everything falls into place, even if the project fails, the Jiang family could still repay the loans. The 50 million owed to the Jiang family would also be wiped clean. He knew that although Jiang Deming and his father were friends, if his family truly defaulted, they would certainly sue. Businessmen are all the same. Fifth floor practice room. It was unclear how Gao Mingxian had found out, but several assistants behind him hurried in with coffee and pastries. The moment the door to the room swung open, the man's sinister expression suddenly transformed into a warm smile. Jinyu. He spotted Jiang Jinyu coming over with a confident, graceful stride. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you. I brought some snacks for you and your classmates. The man remained impeccably dressed in a fitted suit with a meticulously styled hairstyle. His smile was gentle, yet his gaze was predatory. That Tang Luo Chuan, a mere freshman, he didn't take him seriously at all. At worst, he could just step outside and find a few thugs to scare him off. Brother Mingxian. The voice didn't belong to Jiang Jinyue, but to Su Wantang, who was rehearsing. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Mingxian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, just as Su Wantang had when she heard Tang Luo Chuan's voice. You're here too. Gao Mingxian's tone was devoid of emotion, even tinged with disgust. He could appreciate the other's looks and figure, but at that moment Su Wantang was just a nuisance. Brother Mingxian. Su Wantang gracefully leaped down from the railing and quickly walked to Gao Mingxian's side. Why didn't you let me know you were coming to visit? Su Wantang wore an expression of innocence, cuteness, and purity. Gao Mingxian wanted very much to reach out and pat her head, showering her with sweet words. But he had no choice but to feign indifference. Oh, I came to see Jinyu. Oh, Jinyu, darling people. Su Wantang's voice slowed, growing sharp. I already have a boyfriend. I'm just treating her like a sister. Su Wantang's smile faded her expression, saying, I don't believe you. What about me? You too. Gao Mingxian's expression stiffened as he glanced at his assistants, exuding an air of dominance. Are you blind? Distribute the snacks, will you? Oh, the assistants were all young, fresh out of college. They had thought following a CEO would lead to a good job, but it turned out to just be menial labor. They had to endure disdain every day. Jiang Jinyu suddenly stood up, and Shenmu Yin seemed to have a tacit understanding with her also walking over. Yue, shall we go to the restroom? Okay. This reason couldn't be easily denied. The two girls decided to stay in the restroom until class was over. They would eat lunch and return to the dormitory, and he wouldn't wait all day. Who is this? Gao Mingxian's eyes lit up upon seeing Shenmu Yan, a stunning beauty. It was hard not to be moved. Shenmu Yan's face was cold, ignoring him completely, as she took Jiang Jinyu's hand, preparing to leave. Jinyu, I'll treat a few of you to lunch later, just to show my respect. No other intentions. Bring your little boyfriend along. Gao Mingxian spoke up. No need. Brother, thank you for your kindness, but I won't take your things. You should get back to your work. Jinyu. Gao Mingxian blocked her. Don't be so heartless. I have a boyfriend. I know I'm not suggesting anything else. Gao Mingxian thought quickly and came up with a reason. I just want to see what your boyfriend is like. I'm worried you might be deceived. There are all sorts of people in college, and you can't read a person's heart. Hey, brother-in-law, I don't like what you just said. I'm a simple person. Tang Luo Chuan, having learned Gao Mingxian was coming, hurried back. Many people noticed the Rolls Royce, and when gym class started, a few girls had nothing to do but stroll around the school. They happened to bump into him. Su Yuan and Lu Xian immediately informed Tang Luo Chuan. Upon seeing the boy at the entrance, Gao Mingxian froze for a moment, his wariness rising significantly. Not to mention, this kid was indeed good-looking. If it came to dating, just based on looks, he matched well with Jiang Ji. Little brother, you must be Tang. What was it? Luo Chuan. Brother-in-law. Oh, hello. Jinyu is my childhood friend's sister, so don't think I'm overly worried. After all, I have to consider her well-being. It's fine. Brother-in-law, I've met Uncle Jiang and Aunt Ma too. They're keeping an eye on things. Uncle Jiang. Ma. You've met Jinyu's family. Tang Luo Chuan nodded, proudly stepping up to wrap an arm around Jiang Jinyu's shoulder. Yeah, uncle and auntie are urging for a marriage too. This was an outright lie. But when out in the world, he could just boast he didn't have to live with Gao Mingxian. Moreover, this kid kept calling him brother-in-law, which made Gao Mingxian feel uneasy. Gao Mingxian scrutinized the boy, expecting him to be a hot-headed kid who would be furious upon seeing him with Jiang Jinyu. He thought he would feel inferior after he left, creating a rift with Jiang Jinyu. He believed his maturity and composure as a member of society would be an advantage. But this kid was unexpectedly more composed than he was utterly unfazed. He was putting on a front. Tang Luochuan glanced at the coffee and pastries on the nearby table, released his grip, hurried over, and distributed them. Everyone enjoy. This is from Jiang Jinyu's brother, my brother-in-law. Don't be shy. Still trying to play cool with me. Tang Luochuan found it amusing internally. I want to see how you'll get down from this stage. Gao Mingxuan's expression stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal, but a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. Have you met the parents? He chuckled lightly, his tone laced with scrutiny. Jinyu is such a significant matter. Why hasn't Uncle Jiang? Just as Jiang Jinyu was about to speak, Tang Luochuan interjected, wrapping an arm around her shoulder with a gentle squeeze. Oh, we just met. When the time comes for the wedding, I will definitely send you and Uncle Gao an invitation. He spoke earnestly as if it were indeed the case. Gao Mingxuan's lips twitched, about to say something more when his gaze swept over to a bald bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard understood, immediately stepping forward with a forced smile. Hey, young man, can we have a word? Tang Luochuan raised an eyebrow, about to respond, but the bodyguard had already reached out to his shoulder. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. How about we step outside for some fresh air? What are you doing? Shen Mayan immediately voiced her displeasure. Let go of me, or I'll call the police. Jiang Jinyu also stepped forward to push the other person slightly. Let's talk if there's something to discuss. Oh, come on, don't be so tense. I just want to chat with the young man. The bodyguard grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Old Zhang. Gao Mingxian feigned displeasure, furrowing his brow. Don't scare him. Young Master Gao, I just thought this young man looked good and wanted to get to know him. Tang Luochuan's mind raced, suddenly recalling something, his lips curling into a smile. All right. This kid was indeed as he had described, very naive. When he wanted to act up, his expressions couldn't be hidden. Luochuan, are you all right? At this moment, Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming rushed over, and Tang Luochuan shook his head. It's fine, I just have a small matter to discuss with this bodyguard brother. Let's go. To the restroom. Zhang Ming sensed something was off and quickly patted Zhou Qi's shoulder. He'll go find the teacher. Hurry. Restroom. The bald bodyguard was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the young man to be so cooperative. He had intended to half-push the person out to find a quiet corner to talk, but unexpectedly the other party took the initiative to suggest the location. Yes, the restroom. Tang Luochuan smiled innocently. Brother, I really need to go. You don't mind, do you? Gao Mingxian squinted. This development was beyond his expectations. He initially thought to give this kid a warning to make him back off, but unexpectedly the other party climbed up the ladder instead. Old Zhang, be careful with your limits. He instructed casually, yet his tone contained a hint of approval. Understood, young Master Gao. The bald bodyguard grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Young brother, please. Luochuan. Jiang Jinyu tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. She understood Gao Mingxuan's methods all too well. She had seen him deal with boys who had bothered her when they were younger, and none of them had a good outcome. It's fine. Tang Luochuan patted her hand, gently leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Remember to collect my body later. All my inheritance will go to you. You? Jiang Jinyu stomped her foot in anger. How could he still be joking at a time like this? Shen Mayan had already taken out her phone. I'll go with you. No need. Can you even go into the men's restroom? In the corridor, the bald bodyguard held on to Tang Luochuan tightly, afraid he would run away. Young brother, where are you from? Qianshui City. Oh, so you're not honest, huh? Saying this, the bodyguard ruffled his hair. You've even touched young Master Gao's woman. Haha, I just slept with her yesterday. Old brother, where are you from? What's it to you? Oh, Tang Luochuan suddenly stopped halfway. What's wrong? Kid, keep walking. The young man ignored him, glancing at the ground, then looking at the blind spot of the camera. This area is clean. Tang Luochuan said nothing further, finding a clean spot, slowly sitting down, and then lying back. If Jiang Jinyu finds out you hit me, she'll definitely hate Gao Mingxian. Oh, this feels good. Tang Luochuan lay on his side, directly clutching his stomach. What do you mean by that? You hit me hard, knocking me to the ground. All right. Tang Luochuan suddenly got up again, taking out his phone. Let me show you something. It was a banking app of his showing an extra transfer of 50 million. I have 50 million pocket money in this card. I'll tell you the truth. If you continue to act tough, I'll just go out and hire a hitman, not to kill Gao Mingxian, but to deal with you. Do you believe it? Just a few coins and I'm risking my life. Saying this, he lay back down again. Another 7 days of sick leave? How relaxing. Ouch. Ow. You hit me. Oh. The bald bodyguard was frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He had seen many scenes with Gao Mingxian. Some were scared stiff, some boasted bravado, and some threatened with connections. But he had never seen anyone voluntarily lay down like this while adding sound effects. The key was that this kid really had 50 million to hire a hitman. Bullying an ordinary citizen wasn't an issue. A beating could be smoothed over by young Master Gao. The problem was that he didn't expect this kid to have money too. His family must be exceptional. Kid, what does your family do? National secret. Tang Luochuan continued to bluff, but he could only do so because the money was real. It was hard not to believe him. The bodyguard's face turned ashen as he grabbed Tang Luochuan's collar. Are you messing with me? Keep it tight. Tang Luochuan's voice was loud and many students were already attracted over. Regardless of whether they knew each other, they were all young and full of vigor seeing a schoolmate being bullied by an outsider. Everyone instantly united in indignation. What's going on? Hey, they're bullying someone. Everyone come out as someone is bullying our school. The students from their own school, making a fuss whether it was about jealousy or fighting that was an internal matter. As the old saying goes, if your own school is bad, you can only scold it. Dare someone else to scold it. Soon the corridor was filled with male students. Jiang Jinyue and Shun Mayan also rushed out seeing Tang Luochuan clutching his stomach. Luochuan. Jiang Jinyue's eyes turned red upon seeing such a scene. She immediately ran over. Shun Mayan was even more anxious, holding a canvas bag ready to smash it towards the bald bodyguard. Zhou Qi quickly stopped her senior sister. Don't know, I've already informed the teacher. ICNM. Shun Mayan's tears were already falling. Jiang Jinyue squatted down to support Tang Luochuan. Are you alright? Ouch. It hurts. Yet at this moment Tang Luochuan fully utilized his experience of falling while playing football. He covered his face to prevent his expressions from being inadequate. He clutched his stomach, indicating where he was injured. He lay on the ground, rolling slightly to show he was indeed in pain. The corridor was packed, and no matter how formidable the bodyguard was, he could only surrender at this moment. The other side had too many people, and several tall and burly senior students immediately surrounded him. There were even more people behind, at least dozens of them. It's a misunderstanding. Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't touch him. Tang Luochuan frowned, tightly displaying a pained expression. Nonsense, I saw everything in the classroom just now. I have witnesses. You were the one who fell down yourself, and there are no cameras here. On what basis do you say I hit you? Just because there are no cameras is why you acted. Jiang Jinyue looked at Tang Luochuan, who had no sweat at all, but wore a painful expression. Her heart sank to the bottom. She stood up, glaring fiercely at the other party, Gao Mingxian. You better give me a clear explanation. You touched my man. From this day forward, the Jiang family has no friend like you. Gao Mingxian was also taken aback, looking at the bald bodyguard. The bodyguard shook his head vigorously. No, Xiao Gao. I was just trying to scare him. And I haven't even scared him yet. Generally speaking, so-called intimidation is nothing more than verbal provocation, insinuating that one possesses wealth and power, urging the other party to be more sensible and cautious. Some naive college students, upon seeing the fierce look of the bald bodyguard along with his aura of mingling in society, would mostly take it seriously, living in fear day and night. If it really comes to a head, the other party might find a few thugs waiting at your school gate. They wouldn't physically assault you, but would intimidate you, at most slapping you once. Or they might casually ruffle your hair as an insult. If it came to blows, they wouldn't be afraid of going to jail. But as a college student, if you fought back, it would easily be classified as mutual fighting. Moreover, with Gao Mingxian backing them, who is already a scum of society, even if they went in, they would still have money and protection when they got out. But there was no one like Tang Luochuan, who was shameless yet wealthy. What's going on? Make way. At this moment, Wang Jiangwo and several teachers rushed over, followed by a group of security. Gao Mingxian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Su Wantong beside him also looked worriedly at this scene, feeling somewhat disdainful of this approach. She never expected that the Gao Mingxuan, whom she held in high regard, would actually instruct his subordinates to do such things. Everyone disperse. Disperse. Wang Jiangwo squeezed into the crowd, seeing Tang Luochuan on the ground. His expression changed drastically. Luochuan, what happened to you? Teacher Wang. I'm fine. Tang Luochuan weakly waved his hand. It's just, my stomach hurts a bit. Maybe it's an internal injury. As he spoke, he painfully curled up a bit, causing Jiang Jinyue to tear up, while Shun Mayan tightly clenched his canvas bag, wishing he could rush up and hit him again. Internal injury. The bald bodyguard nearly jumped up. What the hell are you pretending for? I didn't even lay a finger on you. Enough. Wang Jiangwo sternly stopped him and turned to Gao Mingxuan. Excuse me, sir, who are you? Gao Mingxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I am a friend of Jiang Jinyu, and this is my assistant. I think there's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? This is a misunderstanding. Call the police. You all are not allowed to leave. Wang Jiangwo was also anxious. One of his students had been beaten, and the other party was too arrogant. Wait. Tang Luochuan suddenly shouted, "Teacher Wang, don't call the police, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." He is Jiang's classmate's brother, although not related by blood. But the families know each other, and I don't want to escalate this. I choose to endure. I can endure. The bald bodyguard became more anxious, unable to explain himself. Tang Luochuan took a deep breath, slowly sitting up. "Big brother, what do you need to be satisfied? I'm not going to pursue your responsibility anymore. Can you just let me go? Why do you have to frame me?" "No way, Luochuan. We have to call the police." Shen Mian was so angry, he could hardly stand still. At this moment, Gao Mingxian also didn't know whom to trust. This guy was acting too convincingly. "How about this? I'll pay you. I don't lack money. No need. For Jinyu Sake, I let this punch go." "What the hell?" The bald bodyguard looked at Tang Luochuan in this state, knowing that the other party must be feeling extremely pleased. I really didn't hit him. He was uneducated, just a thug leader. Organizing his words and logically explaining things took a lot of effort. For the first time, the bald bodyguard felt helpless, but secretly noted this dead. "Damn it, I suffered because I'm uneducated. You all can leave now. I need to go to the hospital." Tang Luochuan reached out, and Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi hurriedly helped him up. When these words came out, the surrounding students were all moved. Look at this person's character. He's been beaten like this and still isn't pursuing it. Tang Luochuan is truly a good person. The bald bodyguard nearly spat out blood. What kind of green tea talk is this? Wang Zhengwo also stepped forward to support him. "Luochuan, you really won't pursue it." "I won't pursue it. One should let go of grudges when possible." "Good child, I underestimated you. You have vision. You have courage. You have tolerance." Wang Zhengwo praised him repeatedly. Tang Luochuan definitely wouldn't call the police if it escalated. He was afraid his lies wouldn't hold. The key is he still needs to take a sick leave. As for whether the bald bodyguard would retaliate, he wasn't afraid. He had secured Jiang Jinyue and received the system's second reward. After thinking for a long time, he originally wanted to choose the ultimate AI. But high school was too hard, and he still wanted to have some fun. As for infinite energy, he didn't need it for now, so he chose body enhancement. The ultimate limit of humanity. What delighted him was that the enhancement not only brought health, but also athletic talent, self-healing ability, immunity to diseases, and combat talent. Plus, with the enhancement of his brain, he would learn anything quickly. "Want to cause trouble for me? Then they're doomed. You all hurry and leave." Wang Zhengwo looked coldly at Gao Mingxian. "And I will notify the security office from now on. You will never be allowed in." Gao Mingxian suppressed his anger and shot a disdainful look at his bodyguard. He couldn't comprehend why this bald Zhang usually understood these matters well. Why did he act out? That punch was probably not light, and his image in Jiang Jinyu's mind had completely collapsed. At this moment, Su Wantong was also in a dilemma. She liked Gao Mingxian, but she could still distinguish right from wrong. "Mingxian Gu," Su Wantong quietly called out behind him. Gao Mingxian was now filled with anger, unable to continue confronting these students, but daring to face Su Wantong. "Get the hell out. Stop bothering me." Gao Mingxian no longer pretended, calling out, "Let's go." He then left with several assistants. The bald bodyguard carefully walked out from the crowd. He was not a professional bodyguard, but a thug. The kind that bullies the weak and fears the strong doing some dirty work. At this moment, he was genuinely afraid these kids would take care of him. A real professional bodyguard only handles security and wouldn't initiate confrontation. Gao Mingxian and his group left the teaching building with downcast expressions, with the sounds of mocking from students behind them. The bald bodyguard, Old Zhang, followed behind, his face full of grievance. "Shut up." Gao Mingxian suddenly turned around and slapped him across the face, saying, "Useless. I told you to intimidate him, not to lay a hand on him." "I really didn't." The bodyguard continued to explain, but after all the explanations, he only had that one line. Gao Mingxian sensed something was off, but still didn't believe it. He's just a student. Can he be so clever? So shameless? To have such thoughts? Can he dare to use it? He has 50 million in his account. The bald bodyguard suddenly recalled that the other party had once shown him. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Gao Mingxian's expression darkened. "Really, I saw it with my own eyes." I don't know about that, but it looked pretty real." Gao Mingxian took a deep breath, walked out of the teaching building, and kicked the nearby trash, and then turned and said, "I don't care who he is. You check it out. If he has no background, you understand. Don't worry. He won't have such good luck outside of school." On the other side, Tang Luochuan was taken away by several male classmates. Zhang Ming drove his Panamera, taking Tang Luochuan and Zhou Qi away from the school. Although Shen Mian and Jiang Jinyue also wanted to go, they were rejected by Tang Luochuan. The reason was that they still had to prepare for the welcome party. "Old Zhang, the nearest third-class hospital is the Third People's Hospital. I'll navigate for you," Zhou Qi said nervously. "Okay." However, Tang Luochuan suddenly sat up. "No. It's almost mealtime. Let's go eat barbecue first. It's on me. This afternoon we'll go to my house for gaming. My esports room is ready. And I have a few notebooks. I'll give you each one." Once he finished speaking, the car fell silent. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming didn't pay attention to what he said, but looked at Tang Luochuan, who had just been on the verge of dying, suddenly acting as if nothing had happened. They felt somewhat shocked. Luochuan, you aren't experiencing a revival, are you? Revival, my foot, I was just acting. Huh, acting. Yeah, just ahead, take a left turn to I know a good barbecue place. At noon, Shun Mayan, Wang Fongfong, and Li Jieqi along with Jiang Jinyu as Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian surrounded a table. Yeah, it's fine. This afternoon we'll go to the hospital to see him. Shin Mayan hugged her shoulder. Jiang Jinyu was still silently sobbing, not just because Tang Luochuan had been beaten up, but also because the real culprit was her former brother Gao Mingxian. This sense of tearing made her uncomfortable. Just then Tang Luochuan sent a message along with a photo in meeting. Come back early this afternoon. Photo. In the photo, he was sitting with Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi drinking some alcohol and eating barbecue. Shin Mayan, what does this mean? Didn't you go to the hospital? Tang Luochuan, no, I'll call the instructor this afternoon. Asking for a few days off. Tang Luochuan, I'm fine, the bald guy didn't touch me. I laid down myself. But you have to keep it a secret. Shin Mayan stared at the phone screen, repeatedly zooming in on the photo of the barbecue stall. Then she secretly showed it to Jiang Jinyu. The latter's eyes also revealed a shock. Jiang Jinyu whispered, should we report him as good students? Or? Shin Mayan quickly stopped her. He's our boyfriend, Sai. Let's not talk about it. Yaya Mayan, hurry up and eat. Li Jiekai nudged the dishes on the table, glancing at the necklaces around the two girls' necks, and casually said, new necklace. 4-leaf clover. Ah, yes. Shun Weian quickly took the opportunity to chat. It was given by Loquan. Wow, Li Jieqi also stopped pretending, feeling more comfortable this way. At that moment, Su Wantong walked over with She stood beside the several goddesses looking at Jiang Jinyu. Do you have something? Jiang Jinyu asked. Su Wantong suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry. The several girls were somewhat confused. Shun Weian spoke up. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Wantong stood up. I'm apologizing on behalf of Brother Mingxian to both of you. The expressions of the 6 girls were quite interesting, each with their own confusion. Li Jieqi bluntly said, you're truly being self-important, you've gone too far. You beat our Luochuan, and a simple apology counts. You should bring a gift and come to apologize. Oi. Shin Mayan rolled her eyes inwardly, realizing this person still had intentions toward Tang Lu. Su Wantang's face turned pale, as if she were the one who had done something wrong. No problem. I'll apologize, I'll bring a gift. Where is he? In that hospital? Muyan, tell her. Li Jieqi immediately said loudly. Shin Mayan and Jiang Jinyu looked at her with a mindset of wanting to kill Li Jieqi. Which hospital? How would they know? Shin Mayan picked up her chopsticks, not looking at her, ready to eat. Forget it, Luochuan said he won't hold it against them. That won't do. How can they just walk away after hitting someone? Good people are bullied and good horses are ridden. Li Jieqi was anxious to the point of wanting to slam the table. Su Yuanyuan, Wang Fongfong, and Lu Xian all chimed in. Shin Mayan said, this matter has nothing to do with you, you don't need to apologize. We won't pursue this. Damn, a whole family with such a carefree attitude. Li Jieqi was directly speechless. But, Jiang Jinyu suddenly said, if you want to apologize. If you have the ability, let Gao Mingxian apologize. Anything else is not accepted. This was purely making it difficult for Su Wantong. If she could summon Gao Mingxuan, she wouldn't have come here to embarrass herself. To hit someone and just leave. Send a girl over to apologize, disgusting. Li Jieqi kept on complaining. But Su Wantong said, he didn't send me, Brother Mingxian wasn't like this before. Jiang Jinyu, you should know, I just felt there was a misunderstanding. Jiang Jinyu and Shun Mayan's faces turned red, thinking, there's a big misunderstanding. Tang Luochuan is simply extorting people. But the other party wanted to threaten him, and it was indeed true. Miss Su, I truly feel sorry for you. Gao Mingxian is not even worth a finger of Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyu's voice carried a fierceness. To be a woman to this extent, it's a disgrace to women. I'll tell you the truth, the Gao family invested poorly. They owe a mountain of debt. The debts are due, and if they can't pay back, they'll go bankrupt. My dad lent them 50 million out of old feelings. Does he think I'm too young for my dad not to tell me about such matters? Tell me, why is Gao Mingxian so proactive in looking for me? Is it really because I'm better than you? He likes me more. Jiang Jinyu's words struck like a thunderclap, silencing the girls at the table instantly. The affairs of the upper-class society truly are troublesome. Su Wantang's face turned pale as she bit her lip tightly, saying, I don't know, but what do you still want to help him? How much money does your family have? Jiang Jinyu asked. Su Wantang stopped speaking as she knew this was not just Jiang Jinyu's baseless accusation. But now that it had come to this, she felt a bit ashamed. Tears fell once more. I'm sorry. The girl didn't know what else to say and could only apologize. Yet she didn't even know why she was apologizing. Was it for her ignorance? Or was it for being embarrassed? As if this could ease the awkwardness. After venting her anger, Jiang Jinyu felt much better. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No. That's good, at least you haven't lost your virginity. That's not a loss. But it's not his fault for I never said being in debt was wrong, just that his intentions are not pure. If Jiang Jinyu thought for a moment, feeling it was her duty to remind the other party if his debt crisis is severe and time is pressing, he might try to win you over. You need to be careful. What do you mean? Su Wantang wiped her tears, not quite understanding. She was not as perceptive as Jiang Jinyu. Her artistic flair was only in learning dance, while Jiang Jinyu was well-rounded, having absorbed much from being around her father. Even fly meat is still meat. Unless absolutely necessary, he shouldn't resort to such measures. Be wary if he suddenly treats you well. Jiang Jinyu sighed. If it really came down to it, Gao Mingxian wouldn't be able to handle Jiang Jinyu. He would have to resort to the most unscrupulous means, which is to deceive. Someone like Su Wantang, who is infatuated with love, is the easiest to fool. Her family may not be as wealthy as the Jiang family, but he could find a pretext. For instance, love or engagement, setting up a pig-killing scheme. Killing a few pigs might just be enough. Even if it's not enough, if the company goes bankrupt, he could take the money and leave still able to live a carefree life. Okay, thank you. Su Wantang left with a hint of confusion and a last glimmer of hope regarding. On the other side, Jinggan Mansion. Damn. The exclamation came from Zhou Qi. Both roommates were stunned by the opulence of the house as soon as they walked in. Thanks to Brother Tang for helping us skip class. Thanks to Brother Tang for letting us play games together. Zhang Ming clasped his hands and rubbed them together. He then reached out to touch a decorative piece in the living room. Brother, how much is this worth? That one's cheap, over 7,000. And this smaller one, 22,000. Huh, why is the smaller one more expensive? With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain. Hurry up and start gaming. Tang Luo Chuan said, leading the two into the esports room. A desktop computer and 3 laptops. You two can take the computers with you when you leave. They're a gift for you. Tang Luo Chuan casually mentioned. The two didn't respond, staring wide-eyed at the Alienware logo on the computer. After a long pause, Zhou Qi swallowed, saying, brother, this seems a bit excessive. We've only just met. Zhang Ming also had some sense. Yeah, we just want to play around. You guys aren't playing tonight. If you have time, we can play together. Just take them. Tang Luo Chuan said nonchalantly. Zhou Qi cursed, almost as if scolding himself for being greedy, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Brother Tang then. Hee. He'll take this one. Then. He'll take this one. Zhang Ming approached, carefully, gently touching the back of the laptop. Just then Zhou Qi's phone rang with several classmates messaging him to ask about Tang Luo Chuan's condition. Luo Chuan, what do you think we should do? Everyone is very concerned about you. Tang Luo Chuan replied, just say I'm in a coma. Without Tang Luo Chuan, the school felt incomplete. At the very least, it was much duller. This guy had caused quite a stir in just a few days of school. Yet everyone was curious as to why Jiang Jinyu and Shenmu Yin weren't particularly anxious, with no signs of sadness on their faces. Meanwhile, the school was quietly changing. In just one day's time. The next day, at 7:30 a.m., Jiang Jinyu stretched and was the first to get out of bed. She glanced at Tang Luo Chuan beside her, her eyes filled with disgust. Who gets beaten up and injured, then ends up in the hospital, yet still looks so lively. She suddenly thought of a term Su Yuan had told her to describe boys. A stud dog's waist. She rubbed her back, which felt like it was about to fall apart, and leaned over Tang Luo Chuan, gently patting Shenmu Yin on the other side. Senior, it's time to get up. The time is up. Shenmu Yin only felt a pang of pain in her eyes, realizing it was Friday, and there was a welcome party that night. Clearly Tang Luo Chuan wouldn't be going. But that guy had been like he was on drugs last night, going on endlessly. Give me 2 minutes to recover, Shenmu Yin replied softly. Huh. Jiang Jinyu had just responded when she felt movement beneath her. There was a barrier of Tang Luo Chuan between her and Shenmu Yin, and at that moment the boy had already woken up. Looking up, he was greeted by Jiang Jinyu's chest. Jinyu, when it droops down, it's still quite. Shut up. Jiang Jinyu reflexively punched his chest quite hard. Ugh. Tang Luo Chuan felt a bit winded. The bald guy didn't touch me, and you nearly took my life. The three got up, and Tang Luo Chuan went downstairs to buy breakfast for the two. To save time, the two took their breakfast to eat in class. Afterward, the car started. He needed to drop off his girlfriend, but it was only to the other side of the road. He definitely wouldn't enter the school. After finishing everything, Shenmu Yin took her lunchbox to class. The moment the lunchbox was opened, it attracted quite a few classmates. During this time, everyone noticed that Shenmu Yin's quality of life had improved significantly. The lunchbox is divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer contains soft and glutinous crystal shrimp dumplings and golden lava buns. The middle layer is adorned with delicately cut fruit platters. The top layer holds a bowl of thick bird's nest porridge garnished with a few goji berries. Mu Yin, is it this lavish in the morning? Oh, did Luo Chuan buy this for you? Tsk tisk, is it delicious? Which place is it from? Shenmu Yin chewed slowly, understanding that others were not envious, but rather admiring. It's from Yin Gue Porridge House. Her voice was soft, slightly shy, as being too ostentatious did not sit well with her. "Oh, I see," a girl replied casually, 188 for 1. "You've tried it too?" Shin Mu-yin casually asked, trying to find a topic to bond with her classmates. The girl shook her head, just passed by. Shin Mu-yin. Other girls noticed the necklace around Shun Mu-yin's neck. "Mu-yin, what kind of necklace is this?" "Oh, it's Van Cleef Arpels, a small brand." "Is that so? If that's the case, I need to look it up." "Don't be afraid to tease us. It was a gift from Tang Luo Chuan, right?" Shin Mu-yin lowered her head even further. Yes, this feeling of being watched was quite uncomfortable. The boys knew to keep their distance while the girls were overly curious, all wanting to know what it felt like to be with Tang Luo Chuan. Yet her greatest feeling was, her waist hurt. The girl who had been paying attention to the necklace finished searching, looked at her phone, and compared it with the necklace on Shun Mu-yin's neck. She looked back and forth several times. Shin Mu-yin quietly tucked the necklace into her clothing. The girl said nothing else, turning off her phone screen. "Ah, it's better not to search. A searching only makes it more hurtful." "How much is it? 6,000, 8,000, or 10,000? However, some curious people came over to ask. The girl made a gesture of 8, mouthing 80,000. In Tang Luochuan's class, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi stayed up until after 10. The two of them, their faces slightly flushed, stood up preparing to visit Tang Luochuan. The reason for their embarrassment was that Jiang Jingyue was looking at them with a gaze that seemed to say, "What fools." How could she not know whether Tang Luochuan was injured or not? Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi had taken the initiative to volunteer to take care of the hospitalized Tang Luochuan. As the two passed by Jiang Jinyu's seat, the girl disdainfully let out a sound of disdain. Tch. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi did not look back and quickly fled with their new game books in hand. Just as they reached the first floor, "Zhang Ming," a girl suddenly called out to the two. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi turned around to see a girl with a decent appearance standing there. She was holding a small piece of cake with a red heart drawn on it. Zhang Ming straightened his chest, reminding himself that he had Su Yuan and couldn't mess around. Zhou Qi also signaled him to stay calm. "Don't make any mistakes, you have a girlfriend now." "I know," Zhang Ming replied, suddenly putting on what he thought was his most handsome smile, and lowered his voice in a magnetic tone. "Hello, is there something you need?" Zhou Qi looked at him incredulously, his lips twitching as he mouthed in MLGB. "It's obvious she's flirting with you." The girl shyly handed him the cake. "You can take this." "Oh, beautiful lady, I'm sorry," Zhang Ming responded, each word filled with emotion. "As for me." The girl suddenly interrupted, "Is Luochuan okay?" "This is for him." "Oh." Zhang Ming was taken aback, realizing she couldn't possibly be looking for him, and his voice returned to a normal tone. "Oh, he's fine." "That's good, please tell him. Take care of his health. I am Li Xin from the medical school." "Oh." Before he could finish, several other girls approached. Each holding their own small gifts, mostly snacks, and other inexpensive items. They eagerly handed them to the two. "Make sure Luochuan takes care of himself. Don't let him move around too much. I am Zhao Yining from the aviation school." "I am Qin Yu from our department. Make sure he stays healthy. Thank you both." One by one, they introduced themselves, all filled with concern for Tang Luochuan. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming had no choice but to accept the gifts, as it seemed they couldn't leave without doing so. In the end, they had to go to a nearby supermarket to get a few plastic bags to pack everything before setting off. By the time they arrived at Tang Luochuan's house, it was already 11 o'clock. Upon seeing the two, Tang Luochuan was utterly confused. "Where have you two been shopping?" "Luochuan, it's like this." Zhou Qi panted, "Something's off at school." "What's wrong?" "Look." Zhou Qi pulled out his phone and opened several group chats, yesterday's chat records. "All the classmates are very concerned about you." I know. I wanted to thank them later. But today only the girls are concerned about your health." "Oh, what about the boys?" "They're concerned about when you're going to die. Whether you're actually going to die or not." This incident gave many girls a reason to get to know Tang Luochuan, as there's nothing wrong with classmates showing concern for each other, even though it was mixed with personal feelings. But the boys weren't stupid either. Yesterday, it was because a classmate was bullied by outsiders from another school that they united against a common enemy. But today, seeing the girls they liked showing such concern for Tang Luochuan, how could they not feel jealous? Tang Luochuan squinted his eyes, appearing very innocent, yet helpless. That bald guy is going to get dealt with sooner or later. But the school seems even more dangerous now. Zhang Ming asked, "Are you going to respond to the girl's concern?" "What the hell should I respond? After I do that? When I go back to school next time, am I supposed to go in standing up and come out lying down?" The few continued to play games. Meanwhile, the welcome party continued as planned, and Jiang Jingyue had also prepared everything on her side. The group prepared to change into formal attire. As night fell, the freshman party began. The program list had long been distributed, and everyone was focused on a few key events. Host Shun Mayan Piano Solo by Jiang Jingyue. Nothing else mattered. It was purely about creating a lively atmosphere, and of course the most important aspect was to see beautiful girls. Once Jiang Jinhua changed into her formal dress, her elegant demeanor immediately stood out. She seemed to suit and adapt well to this outfit. After all, she had been exposed to such things since childhood. However, no matter how much makeup she wore, her delicate face couldn't hide its coldness. On the other hand, in stark contrast to her demeanor, was Shen Mayan. To fit the theme of the welcome event, she changed into a red gown, had her hair styled, and was running around backstage in her flowing skirt. There was no choice. Besides being the host, she was also an officer in the arts department. She was in charge of the backstage work, fearing any mistakes would occur. However, in the eyes of those backstage, there was nothing but envy and jealousy. It was hard to imagine that two girls belonged to the same man. Most of the people here were students from the same school. The boys were handsome, and the girls were beautiful, making it hard not to compete for attention. Who is that host in the red dress? A boy quietly asked his companion. She's a second-year sophomore. Shen, is that so? Should I go ask for her WeChat? Forget it. Why not? She has a boyfriend. College relationships are just like that. Asking might open up opportunities. If she breaks up, a girl with such beauty is worth the wait. Bro, you don't know her boyfriend is a freshman. Oh, he's incredibly rich. Keep a low profile. I heard his necklace alone costs around 80 to 90,000. Let's just watch. Then, what about the girl playing the piano? Asking for her number would be fine too. Is also Tang Luochuan's woman. Damn. The boy frowned. Where is that Tang Luochuan? I want to deal with him. His companion sighed with a bitter smile. I want to as well. Sigh. Just then a figure walked past them, carrying a scent and an ethereal aura. The light fabric brushed past their noses, making their hearts flutter. Su Wantong bit her lip. She still felt a bit uneasy, but when it came time to perform, she had to muster the strength to go on stage. However, with her heavenly makeup, the ethereal quality combined with her aggrieved expression evoked a sense of I can't help but feel pity for her among the boys. This sparked their protective and possessive instincts. The girl's face was quite recognizable. Even Jiang Jinhua, seeing this look, felt her heart race. Beautiful women also appreciate beautiful women. People rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. At this moment, Shen Mayan and Jiang Jinhua were the beauties of the world, while Su Wantong was the fairy from heaven, benefiting greatly from her outfit. As the party was about to start, Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming took turns protecting Tang Luochuan, who wore a cap and mask as they walked to the backstage. Hey, no entry for outsiders. The hurried Shen Mayan immediately spotted the three. Senior sister, we brought the goods. What goods? Zhou Qi poked Tang Luochuan. This guy? Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Tang, said Shenmu, in her tone unfriendly, yet her expression betrayed her as a smile began to rise. Just a moment ago, she and Jiang Jinyu were troubled, feeling a bit regretful that her boyfriend was not by her side during her shining moment. But unexpectedly, Tang Luochuan had secretly come. However, she quickly noticed, aren't you afraid of getting caught? The girl hurriedly reached out to adjust his mask, wanting to hold the boy's hand, but hesitating. Tang Luochuan leaned in a bit closer. Senior sister, you look gorgeous. Shinmu Yin tugged at his clothing, quickly leading him to the side. Find a place to hide, or go to the audience area and find a corner. Don't run around. But I want to be closer to you, sister. Stop pretending to be a puppy. I don't believe it anymore. You. Be honest. Just then Jiang Jinyu walked over, holding an unopened cup of milk tea. She walked up to the trash can and tossed it in without noticing the few people around her, simply greeting Shinmu Yin with a blank expression. She cast a cold glance at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. Young lady, you are wasting food. You threw away the milk tea without even opening it, said Tang Luochuan playfully from under his cap. Jiang Jinyu was stunned, but she recognized that voice all too well. Looking at the boy's outfit, it was obviously new and of a slightly luxurious style. But in that posture, she quickly realized who it was. What are you doing here? As she reached to take off the boy's mask and took a glance, it was indeed Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyu's brows curved slightly, unable to hide her joy, and adjusted his mask for him. She even adjusted the wire on his nose, fearing that he couldn't breathe properly with the mask on. Came to hear me play the piano. Of course I must support my wife's performance. Who's your wife? Jiang Jinyu softly pouted, then glanced around. Be careful, don't let anyone catch you. It's fine, I'll hide, but you throwing away a cup of milk tea without even drinking it. You unhappy? Then I'll pick it back up. It was given by another boy. Wait. Tang Luochuan immediately grabbed her wrist. Another boy. Yes. There were indeed bold people who were not subtle about their intentions, waiting to catch the plate that Tang Luochuan was serving. Just as someone had said before, girls like Jiang Jinyu and Shinmu Yin are worth the wait. Even if he could not have them now, just the thought that at some moment in this life they once belonged to him was a great satisfaction. Jiang Jinyu's charming smile gradually appeared on her otherwise aloof face. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were somewhat dazed. Was the pure lotus transforming into a hibiscus? Give me a kiss and I'll leave. Tang Luochuan pulled down his mask a bit, pointing to his cheek. Shinmu Yin felt a bit reluctant, fearing someone might see them. Hurry up or someone will come. Jiang Jinyu knew this guy wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. They had only been talking for a day or two, but she truly enjoyed this feeling of having a man. The first standard of being a woman was having a boyfriend. Otherwise, in Jiang Jin-Yu's heart, she still considered herself a child. Surprisingly, this time Jiang Jin-Yu was particularly open. Perhaps due to the guilt in her heart today, she wanted to make it up to him. The girl gently tiptoed. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi stared without blinking, putting aside everything else. Just the chance to see a girl like Jiang Jin-Yu kiss a boy was a kind of enjoyment. So envious. Zhang Ming sighed. On the other hand, Zhou Qi was utterly despondent, thinking of his own girlfriend, and couldn't help but compare to Tang Luochuan. Shen Muyin quickly added a kiss before adjusting his mask. Go to the lounge over there. Don't come out randomly. The windows over there can see the show. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi, please keep him company. Sure. But if you want to keep things under wraps, you mustn't act recklessly. Although the group was interacting in a corner, someone still noticed. Su Wantang had been focused on Jiang Jin-Yu and Shin Muyin from the very beginning. Other boys might just be drawn to their beauty, but as a girl she felt uncomfortable about today's events. Especially Jiang Jin-Yu's words seemed to shatter her psychological dependence on Gao Mingxian, the person she had been missing every night for years while studying abroad. Perhaps it was just a matter of living in her heart. But at this moment, she clearly saw Jiang Jin-Yu and Shin Mu-Yin kissing a boy. There was no need to think twice. It was Tang Luochuan. Isn't he supposed to be in the hospital? Su Wantang wasn't clever enough to guess that he was faking illness. She stationed herself in a corner, wanting to see what was going on with this Tang Luochuan. Shin Mu-Yin and the others were just about to leave when they spotted Su Wantang half hidden behind a corner. Tang Luochuan was also stunned by her appearance. Is this heaven? Shin Mu-Yin looked down, pretending not to see, and added, she's just flying. No one spoke. Su Wantang stood there without stopping anyone. As they brushed past each other, Su Wantang's gaze locked onto the boy's eyes. Even though he wore a mask, she could still recognize him. However, since she wasn't a student of Jiaoda, she felt no obligation to meddle. Yet this boy with his unpredictable thoughts certainly caught her attention. What is he doing here? What exactly is going on? In that fleeting moment, as they passed, Tang Luochuan's eyes met hers. The boy's face revealed only his soul-stirring eyes. A fleeting glance. Vanished in an instant. Su Wantang stood frozen, a sensation akin to being struck by lightning surged through her. It wasn't nervousness, but an indescribable stirring. She had seen Tang Luochuan in his mischievous moments, seen his arrogance, but had never witnessed him like this, showing only his eyes exuding a lazy yet captivating aura. In those eyes there was no mockery, no jest, just a moment of calmness in their gaze that made her heart race. Oh, Wantang. Suddenly Shen Mu-Yin turned around. You go wait in the guest room, the show is about to start. Don't wander around. She wanted to quickly disperse the girl, fearing she might say something to Gao Mingxian privately. She could only silently pray that she hadn't recognized him. Okay. The show was starting. Tang Luochuan sat in the lounge, which was really just a storage closet, gazing outside through the window. On the other side, Gao Mingxian sat at his desk reviewing the accounts. He had little knowledge and couldn't make much sense of it, but he understood the summarized results. It was dreadful, but he lacked vision. His understanding was limited and the project was doomed to fail for him. The only way to get money was either to borrow or to scam. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and searched for the chat box. The first was naturally the pin Jiang Jin-Yu, followed by a few friends he hung out with. Then there was Su Wantang, who often messaged him. He first sent a message to Jiang Jin-Yu, Gao Mingxian. Today it was my subordinate's fault. I've already taught him a lesson. This was not my intention. The message was sent, but it failed with only one prompt. The other party is no longer your friend. In the past, Jiang Jin-Yu had endured because of her parents' friendship with his family, not wanting to make things too awkward. But now she could no longer hold back. So absolute. Gao Mingxian pondered for a moment, not thinking too much, and sent a message to Su Wantang. Gao Mingxian, Wantang, I'm sorry. Actually, I've always had feelings for you. Today I was just too stressed, panicking for a moment, which led to my rude remarks. I hope you understand. Gao Mingxian, I have always regarded Jin-Yu as a younger sister, just like my own sister. You should understand. Family is very important to me. At this moment, Jiang Jin-Yu is performing a piano solo on stage. No one is appreciating the music. They are all students. Not everyone has the same background as the Jiang family or such refined taste, yet everyone is utterly captivated. Everyone is admiring each other's looks. Jiang Jin-Yu, dressed in a gown, sparkles under the lights like a myriad of stars. The girls can't help but fantasize about how wonderful it would be if this person were theirs. Meanwhile, the boys are also imagining this goddess being pinned down by Tang Luochuan. I can't accept this. As the piece concludes, applause erupts, though it is not overly enthusiastic. Then came the more heart-wrenching moment, as Shun Mayan appeared again with the male host. The boys saw yet another goddess pinned down by Tang Luochuan. If only I could be like Tang Luochuan. Envy and jealousy spread among the boys, but most managed to stay composed. However, the name Tang Luochuan gradually began to circulate. In truth, quite a few people are still unaware of the specifics. But in such a large gathering, news spreads rapidly from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100. In the storage room, Tang Luochuan looked proudly at the stage. He raised an eyebrow at Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming, saying, "How about it?" Zhang Ming replied, "Yes, yes, yes, you're impressive." Tang Luochuan smiled and said, "I meant, how was the performance?" Zhou Qi remarked, "I don't know, but both of them are your wives. I'm so jealous." "Hey, don't say that having too many women can be troublesome, ha." Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Ming glanced at the hammer in the corner, asking Luochuan, "If you died here, how long would it take for someone to find out?" "What? Danger is right beside us." "Ha ha." Zhou Qi looked out the window and suddenly laughed. "Don't be too proud. The next one might not be your wife on stage." Now let us invite the Shanghai Drama Academy to present the program, Silk Road Glamour, performed by Su Wan. After Shin Mayan quickly announced several names, she and the male host exited the stage. The stage lights dimmed abruptly as the pipa prelude inspired by Dunhuang style flowed through the speakers, immediately silencing the whispers from the audience. The spotlight slowly illuminated the stage entrance, where shimmering golden-edged drapery first stepped into the light, like flowing clouds brushing by, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Behind the curtain, Su Wantang's face was pale as she had just put her phone down. The screen still displayed 2 messages from Gao Mingxian. The boy's sudden show of affection was exactly what Jiang Jinhua had predicted. The words, "Be careful, he might suddenly treat you nicely," kept replaying in her mind. Her years of persistence seemed to be wavering. "Wantong, it's your turn," the backup dancer reminded her. Oh, Su Wantong snapped back to reality, stepping on beat as she made her entrance. As she stepped into the spotlight, lifting her skirt and moving gracefully, she transformed back into the main dancer, radiating brilliance, her eyes filled only with flowing charm, revealing not a trace of personal thoughts. In the storage room, Tang Luochuan and the others were also nodding in admiration. Although they didn't understand dance, they could still recognize high standards at a glance. This appreciation was limited to their admiration for each other's professional abilities. "Looks great," Tang Luochuan casually remarked. "Absolutely beautiful," Zhang Ming added. Tang Luochuan, chewing on a piece of gum, appeared relaxed. "I meant the dance. I've only seen this kind of thing in games." It was his first time seeing it live. Quite impressive, and no wonder it's from a drama academy. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure on stage, admitting that Su Wantong truly shone brightly, making it hard to look away. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were already mesmerized, nodding repeatedly. "Wow, that figure, that dance posture, professionals are truly different." Yet Su Wantong on stage was already in a chaotic state of mind. Gao Mingxuan's insincere messages, Jiang Jinyu's piercing reminder, and the captivating gaze of Tang Luochuan from backstage all tangled together. Along with her years of efforts, resembling a clown, all mixed together, leaving her restless. In a difficult move, executing a spin, while rising on her toes, her foot slipped slightly, and a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She stumbled uncontrollably, almost falling flat on stage. A slight commotion arose from the audience, and even Tang Luochuan in the storage room couldn't help but sweat nervously. Oh no, did she make a mistake? He had no other thoughts. He simply regretted that such a good performance had a flaw. Shin Mayan and Jiang Jinhua backstage also felt a pang in their hearts. Both had to admit at this moment that regardless of their personal feelings towards Su Wantong, her professional skills were indeed commendable. Otherwise, why would the Shanghai Drama Academy, with so many people, choose her? Jiang Jinyu's expression began to show concern. Having trained in folk dance for over 10 years, she knew all too well what mistakes after high-speed spins could mean. It was highly likely that Su Wantong had twisted her ankle, likely a serious inward sprain. Just when everyone thought the performance was about to falter, Su Wantong managed to execute a perfect fish pose, relying on the muscle memory ingrained in her. She flawlessly covered up the mistake without a hint of pause. Only she knew that the pain in her ankle had with every rise on her toes, every leap, and every shift of her center of gravity, it felt as if countless needles were stabbing at her injury. Damn! In the small room, the 3 boys couldn't help but laugh, even unconsciously applauding. Tang Luochuan genuinely exclaimed, "Impressive." "Indeed impressive," Zhang Ming added, leaning against the windowsill. "This is just too awesome. Seeing it live is truly different." As the last note fell, she bowed with all the dancers. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, more fervent than all previous performances combined. On the other side, Jiang Jinhua couldn't help but clap as well. True professionals are indeed remarkable, and she had underestimated Su Wantong. Yet she sincerely admired how easily Su Wantong had recovered from the earlier mistake. But all of this was not as easy as it seemed. Once off stage, Su Wantong finally let go of her strength. Her companions quickly supported her swaying body, their voices frantic. "Wantong, what's wrong? That last moment scared us to death." Su Wantang's face turned pale from the pain. Sweat began to trickle down her forehead, and Shin Mayan hurried over, asking, "What's wrong?" It hurts. Su Wantong collapsed into their arms, her voice filled with grievance. It wasn't just because of her ankle, it was more about the pain in her heart. It hurts so much, she suddenly started to cry loudly. Her companions were bewildered, and dance bumps and bruises were common, and sprains were even more ordinary. But Su Wantong had never cried so heartbreakingly before. She merely used her sprained ankle as an outlet to release the pain she had been carrying inside. Shenmu Yin lifted the hem of the other's skirt with a foot, revealing a slightly swollen ankle. Quick, take her to the hospital. The girls showed no hesitation. Call 120, someone asked. Shenmu Yin scanned the room and looked at Jiang Jin Yue. Yue, go call Luo Chuan. Okay. Jiang Jin, you did not delay, for there were no deep grudges among girls. She and Shenmu Yin were certainly not the type to kick someone when they were down. In the small supply room, Tang Luo Chuan was happily chatting with two friends. The door to the supply room was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Jinyu exclaimed, Luo Chuan, Su Wantang is injured. You need to take her to the hospital. Can't we call 120? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. But I can't be exposed. You wait downstairs, drive back. Oh, okay. Tang Luo Chuan was pushed out of the supply room by Jiang Jinyu. His tank 700 was parked downstairs. After a short while, several girls helped Su Wantang downstairs. The girl's right foot was slightly swollen, and she had tears on her face as she glanced at the others. Tang Luo Chuan, still wearing a mask, puffed out his chest and said, Hello, who called the ride? Jiang Jinyue, upon hearing this, angrily lifted her skirt and kicked his calf lightly. At this time, you're still acting. There's no one else. I kept it from you. Her words made the other girls laugh, while Su Wantang looked at him with a pitiful expression, and the words from the other made her feel a little less sad. Open the car door. Su Wantang sat in the back, while two close friends got into the car. Tang Luo Chuan didn't hesitate and sat in the driver's seat. Jinyu, are you coming too? You guys go ahead. I still have to receive an award later. Oh, come on. Tang Luo Chuan rolled his eyes and stepped on the gas, speeding off. Inside the car, the air was quiet. Thank you. Su Wantang was the first to speak, not knowing why she wanted to say something to him. Tang Luo Chuan, oblivious, directly asked, Should I call your Ming Xian brother? Since you're injured, he should be quite concerned about you. No need. Hey, just call him. One female friend suddenly said, then quickly covered her mouth. Maybe not right now. She meant well, thinking that Su Wantang liked Gao Mingxian, and calling him over was appropriate. However, recalling the unpleasantness between Gao Mingxian and Tang Luo Chuan, she swallowed her words. It's fine, I'm not that petty. I won't hold it against him for hitting me, it's nothing. Tang Luo Chuan smiled, wishing that the scoundrel would bring that bald bodyguard with him. I'll find a place to deal with him. His eyes held a hint of malice, as he couldn't possibly swallow this anger. But what he wanted was not just for the other to back down, but to be thoroughly afraid. Tang, you are really magnanimous, one of the girls whispered. Tang Luo Chuan waved his hand. That's nothing. Didn't I hear you were hospitalized? Oh, I'm mentally affected, but physically I'm fine. Mainly seeing a psychologist. Oh, I understand. The two female companions were left stunned by his words, while Su Wantang felt conflicted inside. Should she call or not? Jiang Jin used single perspective, but it didn't seem unfounded. Su Wantang bit her lip and finally locked her phone. Let's not call for now, she said softly but with determination. We'll see what the test results say first. Tang Luo Chuan glanced at the rearview mirror and didn't say anything more. The car quickly arrived at the hospital, and the two girls took Su Wantang to the emergency room. Tang Luo Chuan took her ID and went to the side to help pay 2,000 yuan. Su Wantang was smoothly admitted to the hospital. After the doctor's examination, there were no major issues. After taking a few x-rays, she just needed some time to rest. In the ward, Tang Luo Chuan held her ID and walked to the bedside. I'll leave it here for you, I'll be going now. The other showed no signs of stopping, just putting on a brave face. Hey, how much is it? I'll pay you back. Tang Luo Chuan thought for a moment and waved his hand. Oh, forget it. It's nothing. His tone carried a hint of indifference. Not saying much more, Tang Luo Chuan simply added, Rest well. Thank you. Su Wantang gazed at the boy, and a sudden thought arose in her heart, wondering if he could stay to take. But during her contemplation, the boy had already left. In the hospital, Su Wantang spent the night with her two. The next day, another Saturday, Tang Luo Chuan arrived at school, having only attended a few days of classes. Early in the morning, he was called by Jiang Jinyu to go for a morning run. I'm not going. I'm still injured. Tang Luo Chuan turned over, wanting to embrace Shenmu Yin beside him, but ended up empty-handed. When he opened his eyes again, Shenmu Yin was already getting dressed. Luo Chuan, you can't be this lazy. Come run with us, it'll be good for you. I don't want to. Tang Luo Chuan reached out to grab the half-worn pants of the other. Shenmu Yin lifted it up and turned to slap his hand away. But once the pants were fully on, Tang Luo Chuan immediately sat up. Shark pants. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm coming. I'm going. Jiang Jinyu rolled her eyes. The clothes were bought online together by the two sisters, and they lived together, often exercising together. Tang Luo Chuan hurriedly dressed and checked his bank balance over 1.3 billion. Jiang Jin Yu also finished changing her abdomen tight and toned with a faint hint of abs. The three of them went downstairs and had just run for a while. How did Su Wan Tang do last night? Jiang Jin Yu suddenly asked. Tang Luo Chuan casually replied, nothing much. The doctor said it's not serious. Not paying much attention to the matter, suddenly Tang Luo Chuan's phone rang. It was a call from his mother. Tang Luo Chuan told the two to keep running while he found a bench in a corner of the park to sit and answer the phone. Luo Chuan. Zhu Xiaomai's voice was very excited. I have good news for you. What is it? Our hometown is going to be redeveloped, and I plan to move our household registration back there. To Grandpa and Grandma's place. Tang Luo Chuan's grandparents were still in their hometown, and his father's household registration was also there. Initially, to allow him to attend school, he and his mother's registration was in the neighboring town. That area was developing quite well with good schools. Yes, news has come from Tongjia village. It's happening in the next few days. It's too sudden. When you come back this time, Aunt Lee said she would introduce you to a partner. Wait. Mom, didn't we say we were talking about the relocation? Why did you suddenly switch to introducing a partner? I'm only 18. I'm still a kid. What kid? Zhu Xiaomei retorted. Let me tell you, many people know about our relocation and have come to propose matches. The money you gave last time, I didn't dare to mention it outside. If it got out, there would definitely be more. Come back on October 1st. I'll have Aunt Lee take you to meet someone. Oh, Mom, I'm in the middle of something. You're dating? Zhu Xiaomei was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, it doesn't interfere with the family. Oh, just take a look. Tang Luo Chuan didn't reply, looking over at the two girls not far away who were no longer running, but doing morning exercises. Shinmu Yin gave a sweet smile, while Jiang Jin Yu's face always looked like a creditor, making it seem like someone owed her money. The boy let out a long sigh. Let's talk about it later, don't rush. Hey you little turtle. Let me finish speaking first. Zhu Xiaomei, hearing her son about to hang up, immediately bristled. Only her, his own mother, could truly reign in Tang Luo Chuan. Tang Luo Chuan jolted upright, instantly sensing his mother's rising ire. All right, go on. Come home for a visit. I'm not forcing you to marry anyone, but at least tell the girl from your university. If you're unwilling to consider this match at home, I won't pressure you. But Aunt Lee and Aunt Wang have been dropping by every other day. I can't keep declining politely forever. Fine. Tang Luo Chuan reluctantly agreed. Oh son, I must tell you, out of all the matches suggested, I've only approved one. Meng Fani from Mengjia village. Do you know her? She was your high school classmate. Oh haha, Tang Luo Chuan chuckled faintly. Are you pleased now? Ha. We'll talk when I get back. Good. I'll be waiting when you return. After hanging up, Tang Luo Chuan rested his hand on the arm of his chair, paused in thought, and then transferred 200,000 yuan to his mother's account, adding the note, a bit of profit from stock trading. Prize money from the university's science and technology competition. He improvised a flimsy excuse, eager to get her to accept it without question. As for Meng Fani, he certainly remembered her. Not a moonlit ideal, not a first love, merely a distant, almost forgotten high school beauty. And not just a high school classmate, they had shared the same grade in middle and even elementary school. Tang Luo Chuan reflected he'd spoken with her most often only during elementary school. But as she grew older, her thoughts grew more complex, and so did the circle of admirers surrounding her. After middle school, they'd barely exchanged a word. So, the village was demolished. That's why the matchmaking, he murmured to himself, untroubled by the notion. Let things unfold as fate wills. At breakfast, Tang Luo Chuan suddenly announced to the two young women, I'm heading out this afternoon to reserve a Rolls-Royce. I spoke with the dealership earlier. They said a new shipment arrives today. I'll go take a look. Even Jiang Jinyue, a scion of immense wealth, found herself reassessing him anew. Luo Chuan, did your parents just send you living expenses again? No, I haven't even touched the last. Tang Luo Chuan replied offhandedly and truthfully. His mother had given him 6,000 yuan 3 months ago, meant to cover his entire semester. Not a single cent had been spent. You haven't spent any of it yet. Shin Mayan stared speechless. But you shouldn't squander money recklessly. I've noticed something important. Tang Luo Chuan declared with solemn conviction, the Rolls-Royce is the definitive emblem of a successful man's swagger. Porsches and BMWs simply lack that final unmistakable gravitas. Hai Mingxian truly has taste, huh? At the mention of Gao Mingxuan, Jiang Jinyue's expression froze, cold, unreadable, resolute in her refusal to hear that name again. Shanghai No. 3 People's Hospital. Su Wantong's hospital room overflowed with visitors. Several classmates had arrived with their teacher, bearing fruit baskets and nourishing tonics to express their concern. Su Wantong's parents had rushed over, accompanied by several relatives. In the quiet hum of the room, everyone offered warm words and tender care. Wantong, the university will cover all medical expenses. And please rest well. Return to us once you've fully recovered. A female teacher whispered gently beside her bed. Su Wantong smiled faintly in gratitude. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, everyone. Just then hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Wantong. Her name rang out before its bearer appeared. Gao Mingxian had arrived. His voice alone betrayed frantic urgency. Yet when he pushed open the door, the anxiety etched upon his face carried an unmistakable tinge of practiced distress. Two immaculately dressed assistants trailed behind him, each holding exquisitely packaged bird's nest and imported fruit, an entrance staged with theatrical precision. Su Wantong's parents rose at once, faces alight with deferential smiles. Mr. Gao, you've come all this way and brought such generous gifts. Several classmates who knew Su Wantong well exchanged knowing glances, eyes flickering between the two like sparks across dry tinder. Oh my, Wantong must be overjoyed. Her beloved brother Mingxian has arrived. Look at you, you're utterly dazed. Who would have guessed? Brother Gao truly cherishes you. He's practically beside himself with worry. Your heart throbs here. Does your mood feel lighter now, eh? With teasing half-serious barbs, the girls probed the raw edges of Su Wantong's fraying composure. Gao Mingxian strode swiftly to the bedside, voice thick with feigned concern. Wantong, I heard you were injured. I nearly lost my mind. I sent you messages non-stop after last night's gala. No wonder you never replied. Are you all right? Su Wantong remained silent, her gaze wide and trembling, not with relief, but with dread as Jiang Jinyue's words echoed anew in her mind. Without that warning, she might never have perceived the shift. Yet now, armed with that insight, she recognized how abruptly his demeanor had changed. I'm fine. That day, I'm truly sorry. Gao Mingxian sat beside the bed, his expression disarmingly sincere. Su's parents watched, their smiles broadening uncontrollably. Su Bingxiang clapped Gao Mingxuan's shoulder warmly. Xiao Gao, Wantong's talked about you endlessly. Neither your aunt nor I hold half the influence you do, so please cheer her up. Her father made his intentions unmistakably clear. Gao Mingxuan's prestigious family background marked him in his eyes as the perfect son-in-law. And fortuitously, his daughter's judgment aligned with his own. No further persuasion needed. Brother Mingxian, you needn't apologize. I'm fine. I'm just... Su Wantong paused, searching for the right words. Just exhausted. Her inner turmoil ran deep, precisely because Jiang Jinyue had seen through it. Uncle Aunt, I'm deeply ashamed. 2 days ago I failed to care for Wantong properly and spoke unwisely. It was entirely my fault. She's still angry with me. I sincerely apologize. Gao Mingxian wielded his charm deftly, admitting the incident outright, openly, without evasion. Oh, children quarrel. It's perfectly natural. Even married couples bicker constantly. Your aunt and I argue every few days. Nothing to fret over. Li Haixia gently placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Wantong, don't sulk. Look how thoughtful he is, coming all this way to visit you, bringing such thoughtful gifts. Talk with brother Mingxian. Don't be petty. I understand, Su Wantong replied softly, her voice flat and hollow, devoid of warmth. Li Haixia gave the young man a meaningful glance, then ushered the others out. Classmates, teacher. We'll step outside for a moment. Later my husband and I will treat everyone. Thank you all for your kindness. Once the room emptied, only Su Wantong and Gao Mingxian remained. He sensed the awkwardness. The sharp sting of his own harsh words from that day still lingered. Wantong, I'm sorry. Brother Mingxian, Jiang Jinyue told me your family's financial chain is on the verge of collapse. Is that true? Her voice floated light as mist, yet it struck him like thunder. Jiang Jinyue knew. No wonder. Gao Mingxian sat motionless beside the bed, staring blankly at the wall, his eyes chilling for 2 seconds before shifting into wide-eyed disbelief. Jinyue. His voice dropped slow and measured. Did she truly say that? Yes. There is a minor issue, but nothing so dire. What does a student know? Clearly I misjudged her. Brother Mingxian, now isn't the time to lie to me. Inside, Gao Mingxian sneered. Exactly the time. To hell with honesty. He drew a slow, steadying breath. Why would I lie to you? She surely claimed I pursued her for her family's wealth. Well, I won't deny I admired her. After all, we've known each other for years. But now I see clearly. Leaning forward slightly, his tone softened with practiced sincerity, and his hand reached tentative towards Su Wantong's. When she instinctively recoiled, he withdrew his hand seamlessly, a shadow of resentment flickering across his eyes, swiftly masked by tenderness. Wantong, you understand me better than anyone. Why would you believe her? The Jiangs and Gao family have been close friends for generations. Yes, her family is wealthy, but Gao Mingxian does not rely on marrying into fortune to survive. Our company has encountered a brief setback. Several joint ventures developed complications, causing temporary liquidity strain. But it's only temporary. My father is already negotiating with new investors. Within half a month, everything will stabilize. There's no question of financial collapse. Gao Mingxian let out a sudden wry, almost sorrowful laugh. Fine. If you trust her over me, there's nothing more I can say. The target of the scheme, Su Wantang's youth, has become a joke. Su Wantang was thrown into disarray by his heartfelt performance, feeling both trust and suspicion. Indeed, why should she trust Jiang Jinyue and doubt the boy she has liked for so many years? Yet the unease in her heart could not be suppressed. Everything was too strange. Gao Mingxuan's attitude had changed too quickly, absurdly so. Even in the past, he had never been this concerned about her. The atmosphere in the hospital room gradually became heavy. After a moment, Gao Mingxian suddenly spoke. Wantang. I like you, let's be together. Be my girlfriend. His gaze was intense, his tone exceedingly sincere. I promise I will never see Jiang Jinyue again. This look he had perfected at having deceived countless people. He thought he had it all figured out with someone like Su Wantang, who was lost in love. But to his utter disbelief, the gaze she directed at him was not one of surrender, but rather one of increased gravity. A direct confession. This only fueled her suspicions further. Her mind was a chaotic mess, yet she knew she couldn't easily nod in agreement. Brother Mingxian. I haven't thought it through yet, let me consider it, okay? When the answer she had been waiting for years finally lay before her, she hesitated. Gao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze on his face, and after 2 seconds he managed to pull his expression back to gentleness. It's okay, you just focus on resting, there's no rush. We're not in a hurry. Once Gao Mingxian left the hospital room, the warmth in his expression vanished completely. He leaned against the corridor wall, his fingers whitening from the pressure, his eyes swirling with resentment. He had thought that Su Wantang was already devoted to him. As long as he loosened his grip, she would surely rush to him immediately. But that'll consider it felt like a slap across his face. Consider? Why hadn't she considered it before? Who was she putting on airs for now? Gao Mingxian knew all too well. It wasn't that Su Wantang had grown coy, as she had truly begun to doubt. And all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Jinyue. If she hadn't prattled on, how could Su Wantang have suddenly become so difficult to manipulate? If it weren't for the financial issues at home, why would he lower himself to coax a girl he had once looked down upon? Mingxuan, how did it go? Li Haixiao rushed over to ask when she saw him come out. Gao Mingxian smiled faintly. Annie, it's nothing. Wanang just got a bit scared earlier. I even confessed to her. I'm going now. He could only say this much, knowing that Su's parents had a good impression of him, and it would be beneficial to press Su Wantang a little through that connection. As for the financial issues he had already explained, the more it got tangled, the murkier it would become. Su Wantang would surely be uncertain. As long as he proved that the finances were stable, everything would fall into place. The only one who could accurately grasp this information was the cunning old man Jiang Deming from the Jiang family, who was too shrewd. He had gotten too close to his father. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Haixia's smile grew wider. Mingxuan, don't take it to heart. Wantang just got hurt and must be feeling down. Once she is discharged in a few days, shall we arrange for you and your parents to discuss this properly? Sure. Auntie, I'm leaving now. Once Gao Mingxian left, Su's parents returned to the hospital room. Su Wantang was pretending to be asleep, listening intently to her parents' conversation. Li Haixiao said, that boy from the Gao family said he likes our daughter. What do you mean by likes? They have mutual feelings. Our daughter is not lacking. Su Bingxiang replied. Of course, how could our daughter be lacking? I said to wait until Wantang gets better. Let's put this on the agenda, get engaged and register. Once Wantang graduates, we will hold the wedding immediately. All right, that works. Su Wantang kept her eyes tightly shut, yet her lashes trembled uncontrollably. Her parents whispered nearby, their words drilling into her ears. Engagement, registration, marriage upon graduation. Words that once made her heart race now only suffocated her. She had liked Gao Mingxian for so many years, from innocence to eager anticipation, believing that as long as she waited for him to turn around, she could have all the sweetness in the world. But now, when that day truly arrived, she felt nothing but coldness, falseness, and suffocation. In the City of Magic, at the Rolls-Royce dealership. Normally, without a deposit, the other party would not reserve a vehicle for you. But Tang Luochuan's name had been circulating in nearby luxury car shops. That day, 3 luxury cars, a Porsche and a Lamborghini, had already been shared among the employees in the circle. Mysterious, young, and extravagantly generous to the point of being unreasonable. This was the unified impression all salespeople had of him. As he saw that familiar figure walk through the door from afar, the manager immediately approached, wearing just the right amount of deference. Young Master Tang, welcome. Oh, no need to call me young master. Just call me by my name. Tang Luochuan, dressed casually, appeared composed. Several female sales staff couldn't help but steal glances, their faces blooming with flirtatious smiles. But upon noticing the girl behind him, the smiles faded. A girl who looked exceptionally attractive yet somewhat naive was curiously surveying the shop and each displayed vehicle. Wao Shenmayan insisted on coming along. She had never been to a 4S dealership to pick up a car, but she knew from Zia Hongshu that collecting luxury cars could be photographed. And there was a grand car delivery ceremony. In the $1 million Zia Hongshu community, that was a life She envied, so she had to come and experience it today. Luo Chuan, she took a few small steps closer to the boy, her hand resting against his, gently tapping it, whispering, I didn't embarrass you, did I? How could that be? Bringing you out is quite impressive. Tang Luo Chuan wrapped his arm around her waist, looking at the manager. Where's the car? It's all ready. It's all ready. The manager nodded repeatedly. The configuration you mentioned over the phone, we specifically reserved the latest model for you, and the protective film hasn't even been removed. Please follow me. Shen Mian held her small canvas bag, biting her lip, as she followed Tang Luo Chuan forward. Not far around the corner, an SUV was parked there. There was indeed a grand car delivery ceremony, but the sign read, Congratulations, Mr. Tang, on your new car. The vehicle was covered with a black car cover obscuring its true appearance. What kind of car is this? Shen Mian asked. Tang Luo Chuan replied, Cullinan. Aren't you supposed to buy a Rolls Royce? Hee, you can take a break. Shall we take a photo together? The manager gestured invitingly. Tang Luo Chuan pointed at the sign. Can you add the words Miss Shun to it? This is my wife. It would be awkward not to include her. No problem, I'll print it right away. Xiaolu, hurry up. Can I post on my moments later? Shen Muyan asked with a playful smile, nudging the boy with her shoulder, eagerly looking at him. Tang Luo Chuan also nudged her with his shoulder. Of course, I'll keep this car for our child, not for Jiang Jinyu. Haha, do you really believe that? By the time our child grows up, over 20 years will have passed, and the car would have been returned long ago. Shen Muyan reached into her bag. Her little red book post had been thought out long before. She had generated the words using AI several times, just waiting for the chance to show off. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. The luxury brand was quickly changed, and the two stood in front of the car, while the sales personnel helped take photos and videos. Tang Luo Chuan had one arm wrapped around the girl, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Originally, Shen Muyan was supposed to come, and he had also invited Jiang Jinyu. But that guy didn't come, thinking it was a waste of time, saying his family wasn't without a Rolls Royce, and showed no interest whatsoever. After the photos were taken, it was Shen Muyan's turn to perform. Her fingertips quickly tapped on the phone screen, pulling up the exquisite filters she had saved, snapping pictures of the unveiled Cullinan from left to right. She even took 3 close-ups of the iconic Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament. Finally, she pulled Tang Luo Chuan in for a group photo, deliberately framing their interlocked hands with the car emblem, the smile on her lips never fading. The manager watched with a smile in his eyes and kindly handed over a customized car key gift box. Miss Shin, your photos are truly beautiful. This car suits both of you perfectly. Shen Muyan felt her cheeks warm with praise. She said, Thank you, manager, while her hands didn't stop quickly editing the photos together. With the already polished caption paired with the photos, her finger hovered over the send button as she turned back to Tang Luo Chuan. Am I really sending it? Tang Luo Chuan leaned against the car and raised his eyebrows with a smile. Send it, go ahead. Let that sour-faced girl see. Sour-faced. Shen Muyan was stunned for a few seconds, then immediately realized who he was referring to. It must be Jiang Jinyu. She pursed her lips and laughed, tapping to send the post on both moments and little red book. The caption didn't mention the car price, only stating being favored is an undeniable tenderness, accompanied by close-ups of the car, their group photo, and that exquisite box of car keys. A traditional display of little red book style flaunting. After Shen Muyan sent the post, she held her phone close to her chest, recalling how she used to comment mockingly on those flaunting wealth on little red book. But now that she had the chance, she had finally become the person she once despised. Just 2 seconds after posting, her phone vibrated non-stop, with WeChat messages chiming, and the likes and comments on Little Red Book surged instantly. Shen Muyan lowered her head, scrolling through, her smile growing wider as classmates asked if she had picked up the car with Tang Luo Chuan. Friends envied her for being treated like a little princess, while a previously unfamiliar alumni commented, Yin must be so happy. Tang Luo Chuan walked over and hugged her. Once you have your driver's license, I'll gift you one. As long as someone in my family can drive, I'm fine with sitting in the passenger seat. Shen Muyan bit her lip, feeling shy, wanting to snuggle closer to the boy. Ahem, suddenly the manager of the 4S shop coughed from the side. The girl instantly jumped back, a bit flustered. Having been with Tang Luo Chuan for so long, she had become accustomed to such intimacy. She didn't even realize when she stopped avoiding people. I really have a sore throat. Ahem. You two continue. The manager covered his mouth, gently patting his chest. Tang Luo Chuan rolled his eyes, sigh. Let's go home now. At that moment, Jiang Jinyu was sitting in Tang Luo Chuan's gaming room, playing a game. This seemingly aloof girl displayed a contrasting side. She was an esports expert, yet also a messy girl. Next to the gaming desk was a can of cola with a straw inserted. In Jiang Jinyu's words, it was, I never drink directly from the can. Suddenly her phone rang. Jiang Jinyu picked it up and glanced at it. It was a group chat from her dorm. Su Yuan replied instantly, wow. Cullinan. Yue, you're so lucky, and Luo Chuan is so pampering. Lu Xin also chimed in. Muyan just posted on moments their couple photo is so sweet, why weren't you there? TCH. Jiang Jin, you took a sip of her drink and replied, I don't want to go, it's boring, I'm playing games at home. Su Yuan, Miss Jiang, is indeed different, which house are you in? Jiang Jin, you at Tang Luo Chuan's house. Su Yuan, can I see it? I've only heard about it, never seen it. Lu Xian, I want to see it too. Jiang Jin, you pondered for a moment, then got up and casually took some photos around the living room, kitchen, and balcony. Her photography skills were much simpler with no filters, no angles, and some pictures even turned out blurry. It looked quite haphazard. But after posting a few photos, Lu Xian and Su Yuan exploded with excitement. Lu Xian, wow. I know it's over 700 square meters, but I didn't expect it to be this beautiful. Su Yuan crying, I want to go. They had a concept of the area being over 700 square meters, but had no imagination about such decor. Jiang Jin, you swiped her finger across the screen, watching the continuous exclamations from the two, casually replied, let's invite you over for dinner someday. Su Yuan, is that okay? This is Tang Luo Chuan's house. Lu Xian, did Zhou Qi break up with his girlfriend? Jiang Jin, Su Yuan, it's fine, Tang Luo Chuan dotes on his wife the most. Jiang Jin, Lu Xian, what nonsense are you thinking? After sending, she tossed her phone aside and sat back in her gaming chair, continuing to play, though her mind was a bit elsewhere. She was still thinking about Su Wan Tang. She wasn't concerned about the other person, but didn't want someone like Gao Ming Xian to succeed. Just as she thought of this, Shun Mu Yin and Tang Luo Chuan returned. You, give me a like. Did you go see the car? The Rolls Royce is so beautiful. Shun Mu Yan's voice came over. Jiang Jin, you smiled slightly, feeling a bit uneasy about relationships in the past. But now being with Tang Luo Chuan, although she couldn't say what the future would definitely hold, Shin Mu Yin as a friend truly made her feel warm. At the very least, their relationship was very good. Looking at Jiang Jin, now she was curled up in the gaming chair, dressed in a simple t-shirt and shorts, her feet casually resting on the edge of the chair, her knees drawn up to her chest. She was nestled comfortably in the chair, devoid of her usual cold demeanor, revealing that she truly felt at ease here. Jiang Jin, you took a sip of her drink. Sister, you go ahead, I want to play a bit longer. Tang Luo Chuan walked over and couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. Oh dear young lady of the Jiang family, is this how you usually look at home? What's it to you? The identity I have outside is one I gave myself. Jiang Jin, you didn't lift her head, retorting, yet her tone bore no real annoyance. She was not the kind of person who couldn't smile or was flawless in demeanor. Her aloofness was always just for show to outsiders. After spending time together, Tang Luo Chuan truly understood what she had said earlier, and he increasingly felt that they needed to properly plan their future. Otherwise, who would have thought that Jiang Jin, who appeared dignified and poised in public, exuding the aura of a noble lady, could be so relaxed and carefree in private? Your contrast is great, which is why you initially said you wanted to connect first. But, Tang Luo Chuan said, drawing closer to the girl and playfully touching her foot, but I like it. Jiang Jin quickly withdrew her foot, looking at him with a proud expression, and said defiantly, don't say that. I'm just socially anxious. Tang Luo Chuan released his grip on her foot and pinched her cheek, instead saying, call me brother. Jiang Jin pouted again as she was pinched, her expression one of disdain. My game is about to start. Tang Luo Chuan arrogantly replied, if you don't call, I won't let go. Jiang Jin did not resist, saying, is your hand pinching my toes? You said the fairy's feet don't smell. That's what Senior Mu Yen said. Then what about your stink? I just have a stinky face, not stinky feet. Let go. The game is starting. Rank matches. I won't let go. You deserve to lose. Your account. Tang Luo Chuan immediately let go, looking at the screen. Play well. You two can keep arguing. Should we go out for lunch or order takeout? Shin Mu Yin watched the scene with delight. 3 students, financially independent, naturally bred, 3 social loafers. Tang Luo Chuan bought a lot of furniture, but the kitchen only has a refrigerator. The stove is built into the house. The range hood came as a gift. But if you rummage through his kitchen cabinets, you won't find a single spatula, a pot, or a drop of cooking oil. Let's order takeout, Tang Luo Chuan said, picking up his phone and sitting down. If you want anything, just say it. Jiang Jinyu's fingers rapidly moved across the screen, without lifting her eyes, spitting out a few words: sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried vegetables, no onions. Shin Mu Yen lounged on the nearby lazy sofa, massaging her waist and swinging her legs. I want those crab yellow soup dumplings and taro ice, less sugar and less ice. Tang Luo Chuan browsed the takeout app, raising an eyebrow as he complained, 2 ancestors, one is picky about food and the other is a dessert addict, only I still indulge you both. While saying this, his fingers deftly added both their orders to the cart and casually added a portion of spicy crayfish barbecue and ice-cold beer for himself. Just as he finished ordering, a friend request popped up on WeChat with a note: hello, I am Meng Fani. Introduced by Aunt Li. Tang Luo Chuan glanced at the 2 people beside him and stepped out of the esports room. He hesitated about whether to accept the request. If he didn't, it would put his mother in a difficult position. His mother too had agreed to it without consulting him. But if he accepted his impression of this girl was mediocre, even slightly negative. Jiang Jinhua and Shinmu Yin were definitely school beauty levels, but their attitudes were very clear. Perhaps there are shameless people like Zhou Ziyu who fantasize behind the scenes. But he was sure he wouldn't see them having any real flirtation with other boys. As for Ming Fani, he had seen her in high school eating with other boys, and it was quite a few of them taking turns. However, he couldn't be sure if anything truly happened. Tang Luochuan was now picky. Since he had money, why not be choosy? When he was broke, he had to be cautious with girls who had a 7 out of 10 looks. A 9 out of 10 girl might not even be within reach. But now he didn't have to look, 9s were automatically gravitating towards him. After thinking for a while, Tang Luochuan decided it was best to accept and have a simple chat. If it was just a misunderstanding, the girl seemed decent and he could consider it. If not, then goodbye. At least he fulfilled his mother's request. He clicked to accept, and after a few seconds the other party did not send a message. Tang Luochuan didn't mind. Just as he was about to close the screen, another friend request came in. Note, I am Su Wantong, thank you for yesterday. Accept me, and he'll give you 2,000 yuan. Damn. Paying back. Tang Luochuan hesitated again. Wasn't this girl interested in him? Perhaps others would think that this was being overly sentimental. But Tang Luochuan was certainly not. He flipped through previous friend requests. Actually, during this time, dozens of girls had requested to be friends through various means. Some were from his class, some from his department, and others from different departments. It wasn't through group chats, it was more like friends inquiring. Who knows which guy in class shared his info with others? It shouldn't be. Tang Luochuan didn't know that Jiang Jinhua had talked about the Gao family. With Su Wantong in his eyes, she was just a love-struck sister. That was someone brainwashed and foolish. Why would she need to pay back? After accepting, he remained silent, directly putting his phone back in his pocket and turning back toward the esports room. As for the money being transferred, as long as he accepted it, it was fine. Besides, he wasn't obligated to cover her medical expenses. Ming Fani and Su Wantong had not proactively sent messages to the boy. It seemed the girls were all waiting for him to take the initiative. But Tang Luochuan was even less anxious. He was currently sitting on the sofa eating with the 2 girls while watching a movie. Oh my. Wow. Yo. The 3 were watching an action movie, and the exciting scenes led the 2 girls to exclaim in awe. You 2 are something else. You can even do voiceovers while watching a movie. Shinmu Yin slapped the other's thigh. Did you not see? They're about to kill him. What can I do? Can I save him? It's just a movie. Just after saying this, Tang Luochuan's phone rang. He opened it to see it was Su Wantong sending him 2,000 yuan. Without saying a word, he directly clicked to accept the payment and added, "You're welcome." He then put his phone down and took a sip of beer. On the other side, Su Wantong quickly replied with a "thank you," but she had a vague feeling that there might be more communication. After waiting for a while, the other party did not reply. She didn't feel too disappointed as their interactions weren't deep. At this moment in the villa, Shinmu Yin leaned against the boy's side and brought up a small request she thought was excessive. "Can I have a sip of beer?" Tang Luochuan didn't mind and handed her a new can of beer. Jiang Jinhua looked at Shinmu Yin and reached out with her cup. "Sister, pour me a cup." "All right. We'll share this bottle." "Huh." Tang Luochuan watched the 2 as if they were children sneaking sips of adult drinks. "It's fine, just drink as much as you want, who cares here." He then grabbed a few bottles of fruit wine. "Here, this is good. Just a bit stronger." Shinmu Yin took a small sip and grimaced, saying, "Not good at all." Tang Luochuan pushed her cup, forcing her to drink it all. "You're an adult now, you have to drink this stuff. Who still drinks calcium milk?" "Woo." Shinmu Yin was forcibly made to drink a cup. Jiang Jinhua smirked, "I'm all in." Saying this, she downed her drink in one go. Shinmu Yin raised her thumb. "Impressive, let's have more." Tang Luochuan sat aside, making space for them, not expecting that both girls would start drinking. He felt delighted inside. They'll both be drunk later. TSK. Oh my, I haven't tried this yet. Huh. Smart as I am. Of course, he didn't expect that the real contrast was just beginning. Half an hour later, Shinmu Yin tightly grasped Tang Luochuan's collar and sternly said, "Call me sister." Tang Luochuan was pulled and unable to move, slumped on the sofa with a look of despair, his eyes coldly scanning the 2 drunken individuals before him, yet he obediently replied, "Sister." "Yes, sister." Jiang Jinyu over there held a wine glass, humming as she walked unsteadily. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. The great river flows east. The stars in the sky point to the Big Dipper. Tang Luochuan suddenly wanted to laugh. Shinmu Yin held on tighter, pointing her finger at him drunkenly, saying, "Did I make you laugh? Little brother is not behaving." "Yes, sister." "Huh, right?" Tang Luochuan lowered his head, trying to suppress his laughter, and muttered, "Damn, what an unexpected gang. Sister, come on. Let's dance. Tell me who dances better, me or Su Wantong." Jiang Jinyu tugged at Shinmu Yin's arm, pulling her up. Shinmu Yin boldly declared, "Of course my sister dances better. What is Su Wantong even?" "Hick." Jiang Jinyu urged, "Dance now. The vast horizon is my love." Shinmu Yin exclaimed, "Hey, Jiang Jin, you chimed in under the endless green hills flowers are blooming. Shen Muyin responded, wow. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? Jiang Jin, you asked. Shen Muyin replied, what do you mean? Jiang Jin, you continued, what kind of song is the most joyful? Shen Muyin exclaimed, what exactly do you mean? Tang Luo Chuan's expression twisted as he bit his lip, struggling to contain his smile. Yet he felt a bit bitter inside. Oh, why were these two girlfriends like this after a bit of drinking? Hey, why are we even doing a skit now? The boy sighed and poured himself a drink. He initially thought of taking them back to the bedroom to warm the bed. But this was good. As long as they didn't tear the house apart, it would be fine. However, he wasn't idle either. His phone had already been set up beside them, recording everything during their drunken antics. Luo Chuan, am I beautiful? Shen Muyin joyfully bounced around. Tang Luo Chuan clapped in cooperation. Yes. Keep going, I assure you two will become famous. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and checked the video. After more than half an hour, the two finally tired out and collapsed on the sofa, falling asleep. The living room finally quieted down. Only the gentle sound of the evening breeze blowing through the curtains remained. Tang Luo Chuan brought out a blanket from the bedroom and covered both of them. He squatted beside the sofa, watching their flushed cheeks, long eyelashes gently resting down. Usually one was cool and aloof, the other gentle and charming. At this moment, they slept drunkenly, their brows and eyes holding a hint of youthful cuteness. Tang Luo Chuan couldn't help but reach out his finger, gently scratching the tips of their noses. Two little girls. Just as he sat back on the sofa, his phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Meng Fan. Tang Luo Chuan. Tang Luo Chuan glanced at it and quickly replied, yes, it's me. He didn't plan to chat much since he had no special feelings for Meng Fan. Just a few exchanges were enough to appease his mother. However, Meng Fan replied quickly, I heard you were studying in MOD too. Tang Luo Chuan, yes, at Jiaoda. What about you? Tang Luo Chuan actually wanted to end the conversation quickly, but gradually realized that Meng Fan was quite good at chatting. Meng Fan, is your family being relocated? Tang Luo Chuan, yes. Meng Fan, how many people are in your family? Tang Luo Chuan, 5 grandpa, grandma, parents, and me. Meng Fan, hey. Do you remember Wang Chong from elementary school? Meng Fan, by the way, do you remember the candy store at the entrance of our elementary school? I passed by a few days ago, and it's still open. The owner recognized me. You bought a piece back then and shared a bit with me. Meng Fan, also in middle school you blocked a basketball for me once. Oh, I still remember the time it hit your back. I secretly gave you a band-aid, and you said I was being dramatic. The girl chatted lightly, and Tang Luo Chuan seemed unable to find an opening to end the conversation. Moreover, the childhood anecdotes she occasionally mentioned easily piqued Tang Luo Chuan's interest. Those sealed childhood memories surged forth, making him feel a bit nostalgic. At first, when asked about the relocation, Tang Luo Chuan felt a hint of discomfort and was unwilling to discuss, but then he thought about it and decided not to dwell on it. After all, he now held a considerable fortune. During this period, money had reshaped his perception. In his eyes, the matter of relocation was hardly something worth worrying about. What he felt more was a reluctance to leave his old home. Meng Fan, shall we meet during the National Day? Or should we go back together? Tang Luo Chuan thought of saying we aren't suitable, but hesitated. So annoying. My mom too insisting on this. In the end, they agreed to meet during the National Day and would see what happened then. If the girl insisted on pursuing him, he certainly wouldn't accept it. Because it felt too forced, it would make him resist. However, to say he had a childhood sweetheart, Tang Luo Chuan thought carefully, he did have one. They were close during elementary and middle school, but in high school that bond didn't progress at all, and gradually, especially as they grew up, the boundaries between boys and girls became clearer, their circles completely diverged, and as time went by, the distance naturally widened. A few days later, after resting for quite some time, Tang Luo Chuan finally completed his sick leave and prepared to. With only 7 days left until the October 1st holiday, he glanced at the balance on his phone. 2,095 million, and felt no ripple of emotion, driving his BMW X7 toward the school. As the car entered the campus, he specifically took a detour to park in a secluded corner where the branches and leaves of the poplar trees perfectly concealed the vehicle. Just as he got out of the car, he sensed a few people watching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Ziyu. What a coincidence. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they are giving me another 7 days off? But such frequent breaks would surely displease the school. He had only attended for a total of 23 days, with a 7-day luxury leave and 11 days of sick leave. He had hardly attended classes at all. Hello. Upon meeting arrival, there was no extra hostility this time. Zhou Ziyu took the initiative to greet him. There wasn't any deep-seated hatred now that Tang Luochuan's family background was so affluent that they could only look up to it. Even if Zhou Ziyu and the others felt unwilling in their hearts, they could only sigh in despair. Any trace of animosity had long been worn away by the disparity of wealth. Hello. Tang Luochuan replied with an awkward smile, stepping aside to let them pass. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Jinhua had already been through a self-study session. This group of freshmen discovered that self-study in college was not monitored by anyone. They could even choose not to attend. Unlike high school where teachers enforced discipline. "You're here quite early." Jiang Jinhua maintained her indifferent expression, showing little favoritism even toward her boyfriend in campus. Tang Luochuan quietly walked over, ruffled her hair, and sat behind her, starting to draw circles on her back. The girl smiled faintly and remained silent. Jiang Jinhua turned back and swatted his hand that was drawing circles, saying, "Su Wantong added me as a friend." "Oh, she added me before too. Why? I had no idea." "You don't need to know. I lent her 2,000 yuan for medical expenses when she was hospitalized last time, and this is her way of repaying me." "We didn't chat about anything." "Oh really?" Jiang Jinhua was too lazy to check his phone. Su Wantong adding her was still to confirm the Gao family scheme, but Jiang Jinhua had no way to prove it. She couldn't possibly ask her father to intervene. How could Jiang Deming make an appearance for such matters? Even if he did, Jiang Deming would definitely say he didn't know anything. A person like her father would never seek trouble for something he didn't want to deal with. Others might suffer, but that was just his way of handling things. In recent days, Tang Luochuan discovered two intriguing things. One was that Su Wanong had actually started liking every one of his posts. The other was Meng Fani, who had been in good contact before, but suddenly went silent. Yet he would not take the initiative to contact her. After chatting for a few days, he just felt something was amiss. Her obvious intent to find something to talk about could, however, lead to a naturally flowing conversation. Not thinking much of it, Tang Luochuan decided to take a break. Jiang Jinhua meanwhile looked at the chat on her phone. "Su Wantong, hello classmate. Sorry to intrude, but I want to ask again, is what you said about Gao Mingxuan's family true?" Jiang Jinhua replied succinctly, "Whether it's true or not, you can figure it out yourself. I can't explain it, nor do I have the ability to prove it. But my father indeed told me to stay away from him." Su Wantong was lying in her bedroom at home. Her foot had healed, but she continued to feign pain, mainly because her parents were urging her to get engaged to the Gao family. Looking at Jiang Jinyu's reply, Su Wantong lost her mood and opened her moments. The first post again was from Tang Luochuan, who understands the struggle of an 8 a.m. class. Coffee sustains life, cramming until dawn, fighting to avoid failing in midterms. The accompanying photo was perfectly staged, an open textbook, a steaming cup of Americano, and a hand holding a pen with the background blurred just enough to vaguely see the classroom's desks and chairs. Su Wantong stared at the photo for a while, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the screen as she liked it again. Is he really that diligent? The girl thought to herself. Su Wantong stared at the photo for a while, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the screen as she liked it once more. In his moments, 8 or 9 out of 10 posts were about studying hard, either accompanied by a sunset in the library with the caption, "Today's study check-in," or hastily handwritten notes with the caption, "Advanced mathematics is too difficult, my brain is going to explode." Occasionally he'd post pictures of food and walks, all exuding a sense of taking a break amidst busyness. But Su Wanong vaguely remembered at the welcome party he had that carefree demeanor, and when he was playing the fool with Gao Mingxuan, he didn't look like someone who would stay up late studying. She flipped through Tang Luochuan's previous moments and realized these hard work posts had almost all started after he began school with a stable frequency of one a day, as if he were completing some fixed task. But, she recalled, hadn't this guy just taken a sick leave not long ago? Back to those days when he was beaten by the bald bodyguard, he was still at the library reading until after 10 p.m. How could that be possible? Just as she pondered, her phone vibrated with a message from her mother. "Wantong, is your foot feeling better? The Gao family has inquired again, saying they want to meet both families during the National Day holiday to discuss the engagement." Su Wantong furrowed her brows and replied, "It still hurts, let's talk later," then tossed her phone aside. Her mind was filled with Jiang Jinyu's words and the stark contrast in Tang Luochuan's moments, leaving her feeling a mess. She needed to find an opportunity to come clean to her parents, but she wasn't ready to face the confrontation yet. In the classroom at Jiaoda, Jiang Jinhua looked at Tang Luochuan's moments, and after connecting with Su Wantong as a friend, she realized that the latter had liked many of Tang Luochuan's posts. Girls are often sensitive, and such matters began to raise doubts in her mind. "Tang Luochuan, you're quite something. Up early for class. Finished taking the photo. You owe me that coffee." Jiang Jinhua glared at him and took the Americano from his desk. "Oh, come on, they say people in Shanghai love coffee, but you don't even add sugar. It's so bitter." Tang Luochuan responded with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Jinhua looked at her coffee. Clearly, he had taken a few sips after taking it. She didn't mind sipping it through the straw, the taste still lingering from the boy's lips. "Yeah, does this count as an indirect kiss for us?" Tang Luochuan suddenly asked. Cough, cough. Jiang Jinhua was caught off guard and choked on her coffee. "What nonsense are you talking about? You bring it over, I want another sip." "Hurry up." The girl pretended to hesitate for a moment, but inside she felt a little excited. An indirect kiss. Sharing a straw? How ambiguous, how romantic. But seeing the twisted straw that Jiang Jinhua had bitten, Tang Luochuan suddenly felt disgusted and pushed it back to her. Better you keep it for yourself. Or are you still rejecting me? Jiang Jinhua pushed the coffee toward the other person's face and asked, are you going to drink it or not? Tang Luochuan quickly leaned back against the chair, hands resting behind his head, and replied, I want drink it. Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinhua stood up directly, bringing the coffee to his lips, and insisted, you must drink it whether you like it or not. What have you done to the straw? You are so picky, your skin is thicker than a city wall. Jiang Jinhua slapped his chest and placed the straw to his lips, saying, drink it. Drink quickly. Tang Luochuan gently supported her waist, dodging the incoming straw, refusing to open his mouth. The two were flirting playfully. They left the onlookers dumbfounded. The previous Jiang Jinhua was definitely not like this. A boy in the front row secretly turned around, his eyes wide open, forgetting to move the pen in his hand. A classmate beside him leaned over and quietly mouthed, that's Jiang Jinhua. The boy nodded vigorously. How did she change so much? She used to not like talking, right? She just didn't like talking to us. Damn it, do you think? Is there any chance that Tang Luochuan hasn't slept with her? Definitely not. How could the goddess be? The boys knew very well that since they were living together, how could nothing have happened? But no one wanted to believe, especially seeing Tang Luochuan's hand resting on the girl's waist. They wished they could rush up and chop off that hand, protecting Jiang Jinhua behind them. Not just them, more than half of the class was secretly eyeing this side. In the past, Jiang Jinhua always kept to herself in class, either reading or working through problems at her desk, her expression always neutral. It was hard to imagine her playfully bickering with someone, let alone flirting. The boys wanted to strike up a conversation, but her cold demeanor discouraged them. The girls thought she was too aloof, hesitant to approach. They observed from a distance, feeling she was like the moon in the sky, beautiful yet unattainable. But now who could have imagined that the aloof goddess Jiang would be bickering with Tang Luochuan, blushing playfully, hitting him, showing her cute side. A few girls in the back huddled together, covering their mouths and giggling, so sweet. My boyfriend would never do this. Are you dating? Yes. Silly, why not wait for Tang Luochuan? Don't joke, do you think I can wait? College time is still early. I think Tang Luochuan has a thing for virgins, so don't give yourself away too easily. Wait, maybe one day Tang Luochuan will have time to interact with us. That makes sense. When people are at a dead end, they tend to fantasize. Now everyone was at a dead end, unable to pursue Jiang Jinhua or get close to Tang Luochuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinhua didn't care about the gazes around her at all. Seeing Tang Luochuan refusing to open his mouth, she pinched his chin and forcefully brought the straw to his lips, saying, I will count to 3, and if you don't drink, I will pour the coffee on your textbook. 1, 2. Tang Luochuan, with his chin pinched, looked at the girl, scrunching her nose in frustration, feeling quite helpless. Drink. He opened his mouth and took a small sip from the straw. This scene drove the boys crazy. The goddess saliva. Even if she spit on my face, I would be willing. Chun Hao was even more frustrated. Tang Luochuan is such an idiot. Who cursed at me? Tang Luochuan immediately turned his head, and everyone quickly looked down, pretending nothing had happened. Damn, I said that out of excitement. Chen Hao stared at his textbook, quickly pretending to study. Recently, he had joined several groups for various campus activities. He also noticed an interesting phenomenon in other departments and classes. People flaunted what they had and envied others living openly and plainly. But in their class, the boys were all incredibly low-key, as if they were deliberately hiding themselves. Like Chun Hao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei, a group of the class wealthy kids. In other classes, which one of them wasn't flaunting limited edition sneakers or taking their girlfriends to high-end restaurants, showcasing their exquisite lives in their friend circles and class groups. But in their class, these guys rarely updated their social media, practically hiding their small advantages deep within. Not long ago, Chun Hao's mother bought him an Armani jacket for over 6,000 yuan. According to the usual international norm, he intended to take a few detailed photos, subtly revealing the price tag, and pair it with a caption like "Mom bought it, casually feels average," to project a false sense of modesty and wait for a wave of envy. However, after pondering for a long time, just as he was about to edit his post, he casually scrolled through the class group and saw someone sharing a screenshot of Shun Mayan's post. Tang Luochuan had gotten a Bugatti Chiron, a festive car delivery ceremony, a luxurious key gift box, and the caption was filled with undeniable sweetness. What the hell is this? This face-slapping plot is like firecrackers. Enough gunpowder and a thick skin, only then can it make noise. Ordinary people posting about Lanzhou ramen or riding shared bikes wouldn't be compared to Tang Luochuan, nor would they be thought of as showing off. But if his Armani jacket was posted, there would definitely be people who couldn't help but compare him to Tang Luochuan. Because there weren't many capable people left. But the gap was simply too large, and he was unwilling. Luochuan, you got the Chiron right. Chun Hao, sitting not far away, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Tang Luochuan, who had just been messing around with Jiang Jinyue, glanced at him, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. He hadn't posted about it, it was Shen Mayan who did. He also wanted to be low-key, but his capabilities wouldn't allow it. Yeah. Tang Luochuan felt awkward, whatever he said now would be inappropriate. Admitting it openly would be seen as showing off, while being dismissive would be viewed as humble bragging. He didn't believe these people were merely envious or admiring. Who wouldn't feel jealous? Well, that's nice. A short, awkward conversation came to an end. Yeah, let's have dinner together. The restaurant has new dishes, a girl suddenly called out softly. Yes, let's go together. Yeah, I joined the arts department, and our leader is Senior Mayan. You should join too. The more the merrier. Tang Luochuan only had two friends left beside him, Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. But his wealth inadvertently helped Jiang Jinyue make many friends. I haven't been to school for a few days, and your popularity has improved so much. Tang Luochuan was puzzled. Jiang Jinyue smiled slightly at everyone and said, thank you all very much. But she knew in her heart that it wasn't about making friends with her. She didn't feel that approachable. They were just using her as a stepping stone to get closer to Tang Luochuan. Especially in the arts department where Shen Mayan was also present, now the vice president. By the time she reaches her junior year, she would be the president, and with Tang Luochuan's girlfriend in that department, it was almost full. 1, 2 million. A club. Not interested. The morning classes quickly came to an end. Tang Luochuan let Jiang Jinyue go eat with his roommates and friends. After all, one must give the other enough personal space. As for himself, he was about to go eat with Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. At that moment his phone suddenly rang. It was his mother. He'll take this call. You guys go ahead. Tang Luochuan waved his hand and then picked up the phone, walking towards the other end of the corridor. We'll wait for you on the first floor. Zhang Ming shouted and then left with Zhou Qi. In the corner of the corridor, Tang Luochuan answered the call. Mom. What's wrong? Luochuan, his mother Zhu Xiaomei, sounded somewhat weary. What happened? Hearing his mother's voice, Tang Luochuan felt a jolt of apprehension. It didn't sound good. Zhu Xiaomei sighed and said, our family isn't breaking up anymore. Oh, I thought something had happened. If we're not breaking up, then good, I won't have to change my household registration. My dad is doing well. And my grandparents? They're all good. Just that thing I mentioned to you before. Zhu Xiaomei seemed to hesitate, as if there were some unspoken issues. Meng Fani, I talked to her. But it was just ordinary. This woman thinks too much. Mom, if you're worried about appearances, I'll meet her during the National Day holiday to make small talk. That'll also be a way to give a nod to Aunt Li. No, Zhu Xiaomei said. Aunt Li came to find me today, and this. How should I put it? You can just say it, but Mom, I have to tell you I'm not interested in this girl. Not being interested is better, but, Aunt Li said. This kid is dating Jianhua. Jianhua, your mother's cousin's son. Zhu. Tang Luochuan was stunned. This Zhu Jianhua was the grandson of his maternal grandfather's younger brother. He would call him uncle. The relationship was average, with his mother being more familiar with them, while his side of the family hardly interacted with them. At most, they would run into each other on the street and exchange a few words. Well, that's fine, it doesn't matter. Tang Luochuan thought it was no big deal. He never liked her anyway, so why bother? But the next moment, Zhu Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. What she said was indeed a bit absurd. They're getting married during the National Day holiday. What? Tang Luochuan doubted his hearing. Wait, Mom, when you told me to interact with Meng Fani, was she already seeing someone? Zhu Xiaomei replied. Your side of the Tang family isn't breaking up, but my Zhu family is. Sai, isn't this urgent? Jianhua is in Modu as well. They apparently discussed it and decided to get their marriage certificate, first moving their household registration over. When the relocation happens, they'll get extra money. Oh. Tang Luochuan was bewildered. It seemed they were treating him as a backup. Having seen rich people being treated as backups before, how had he ended up in this situation after becoming a wealthy person himself? These two really are something. Just for a bit of relocation money, they're willing to get married so casually. Zhu Xiaomei said, trying to ease her son's discontent. But Tang Luochuan wasn't upset. It was just a girl. He never liked getting married to someone else. It was fine. He had no ties to her. They weren't even a couple, so he couldn't interfere. These two. Forget it. Mom, you can go to the wedding later. He's a distant relative. Ooh, I won't be going. Son, you're not upset, are you? What would I be upset about? Tang Luochuan was driving his Lamborghini Cullinan. Shen Muyin and Jiang Jinyue were both hanging out with him. There was also Su Wantong, who kept giving him likes. That seemed that this sycophant sister wanted to win him over. He was enjoying it. It's all good, Mom. Tang Luochuan started to fabricate a story. I made some money in the stock market and earned a bit from virtual currency. They'll transfer it to you later. Remember to check it out. You made money again. Yes. They'll transfer you 1, 2 million. What stocks did you buy, and what's this virtual currency? Oh, I'm off to eat. The afternoon classes are quite busy, and I've been studying really hard lately. I need to rest at noon. All right, son, you go ahead. Don't take it to heart, okay? Sure. Tang Luochuan had no idea how to trade stocks and had never dealt with any virtual currency. What could he explain? He would definitely slip up. He casually transferred 1.2 million to his mother and hurried to the cafeteria to join Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. He had to join them. He still hadn't gotten his meal card. Pointing at those two, he relied on them to support him. The afternoon only had one programming class from 3 to 4. He had plenty of time during the lunch break. During this period, the school also started various club registration activities. But Tang Luochuan didn't want to join any, even if he liked soccer and basketball a little. It wasn't to the extent of joining a club. Luochuan, aren't you going? Zhang Ming had already packed up and was ready to check out what clubs were in the arts department. Because there were many pretty girls there. Why go? Tang Luochuan rolled over on his bed. Although he had moved out of the dormitory, his bed space was still reserved. He had paid a lot for the accommodation. For the club. Not going. To boost senior Mu Yan's popularity. Tang Luochuan rolled over again, turning his back to him. I heard it's about to get overcrowded there. At that moment, the student union's arts department was indeed packed with people. Even many sophomores wanted to switch clubs. Shin Mu Yin and several student union officers were busy beyond belief. Today, the freshmen have to hold a class meeting to elect class officers. It's so annoying. Shin Mu Yin quietly complained to a classmate beside her. Many had registered in the past 2 days, mostly girls at first. Each of them had the mindset of everyone knows, believing that Tang Luochuan would definitely support Shin Mu Yan's work. He would join some club in the arts department or even the student union. But they were mistaken. Tang Luochuan just wanted to relax. Right now, he was sleeping soundly in the dormitory. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyue was waiting outside with her registration form. Since Tang Luochuan didn't support it, she definitely would. The girl smiled and waved greeting Shin Mu Yin. Shin Mu Yin also chuckled and nodded, discreetly slipping over to her side, whispering, "Where's your boyfriend?" Sleeping in the dormitory. Jiang Jinyue had a faint smile on her face, as if there was something unspoken. The conversation between the two girls was amusing. If Tang Luochuan ever did something odd, they would refer to him as your boyfriend to avoid admitting he was theirs. Once Tang Luochuan behaved well, they would start calling him my boyfriend, my partner, my Luochuan. It wasn't that they disliked him, it was just a little joke between the two. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyue said, "Sister Mu Yin, I think the best part of dating Luochuan is that we can become good friends." "I feel the same way." Shin Mu Yin nodded. Jiang Jinyue smiled lightly. "So why should we still involve him? Why don't we just form a group and live together?" Shin Mu Yin replied, "Haha, then who will have the babies?" Jiang Jinyue said, "I'll raise them, you can give birth." Shin Mu Yin replied, "I want." Jiang Jinyue teased, "Your butt is big. You must give birth to a son." Shin Mu Yin retorted, "Jiang Jinyue, behave yourself, you weren't like this before." The two girls were secretly giggling, and others couldn't hear what they were saying. Suddenly, a middle-aged female teacher walked around the corner of the hallway. "Mu Yin." "Teacher Qi." Shin Mu Yin quickly replied upon seeing her. She was the music teacher and also responsible for the school's arts programs. Teacher Qi approached first, sizing up Jiang Jinyue. "Oh, what a beautiful young lady. Here to register for a club." Jiang Jinyue quickly straightened her posture. "Yes, hello, teacher." "Hello." Teacher Qi just greeted her, and it was hard not to notice such a beautiful girl. But she had business to attend to and continued, "Mu Yin, our arts department has secured a collaboration with the Modu Drama Academy, primarily responsible for the National Day performance. This performance mainly involves shooting videos for publicity, not an arts performance. The last welcome party went well. Your senior from the 3rd year is busy with an internship. You'll be in charge of this." Oh, okay." The teacher seemed to notice Shin Mu Yan's condition and asked, "Aren't you happy?" "Not at all." Shin Mu Yan hurriedly covered up, "It's quite good. She is merely the vice president of the literature department, but indeed busy with the responsibilities that now rest entirely on her shoulders as a junior." Who else could it be? It must be Su Wan Tang and her group, as their performance at the welcome party left a profound impression on both the school leaders and fellow students. Collaboration between the two sides is inevitable. Inviting them was also aimed at enhancing the artistic level of their school. Su Wan Tang and her companions were not just students, but more like teachers guiding others. All right, their person in charge is Su Wan Tang. You should connect with her, you know her, right? They'll send you her WeChat. Originally, I planned for them to come tomorrow, but they are quite eager. They'll come over this afternoon. I know. I know. Shin Mu Yin took out her phone and received the WeChat contact sent by Teacher Qi. Jiang Jinyue curled her lips into a playful smile. Oh, it seemed this woman couldn't escape from it. Su Wan Tang was now very anxious, particularly anxious. Her parents were urging her to discuss the engagement with the Gao family, but she wanted to escape and didn't have the courage to be honest with her family, fearing they wouldn't believe her and would scold her. She even developed a fear of Gao Mingxian. The events of that day left her with a shadow in her heart. Especially the appearance of the bald bodyguard made Gao Mingxian seem like a gangster boss from a TV drama. On the surface, he seemed harmless, but in private, he was indeed ruthless. Her mind was chaotic. Her first thought was to escape, and her second was to flee to Jiaoda. Although it seemed like Tang Luo Chuan was being beaten that day, she always felt something was off. It seemed that the boy had a strong sense of security. The next day, he came back as if nothing happened to sneak a look at the welcome party. Is this kid just pretending? This thought lingered in her mind. In the afternoon, Jiang Jin, you finished her registration. Class began promptly at 3. But she found that Tang Luo Chuan was not there. At this moment, the teacher was calling attendance on stage. Zhang Ming. Here. Chen Hao. Here. Jiang Jinyu. When the teacher called Jiang Jinyu and no one responded, all Jiang Jinyu could think about was where Tang Luo Chuan had gone. Not only was attendance being taken, but they also had to scan a QR code on the learning platform. Had this guy skipped class? Jiang Jinyu. The teacher raised her voice and called out again. Only then did she react. Here. Tang Luo Chuan. The crucial moment had arrived. Jiang Jinyu looked around and indeed didn't see that kid's figure in the computer room. But suddenly a shy voice came from afar. Here. The voice was somewhat hesitant. Jiang Jinyu immediately turned around and saw Zhou Qi with his head down covering his mouth as if he had done something shameful. Zhou Qi didn't want to, but their good brother Luo Chuan had given him and Zhang Ming 4,000 each. They were responsible for attendance and lunch this month, and there was no way to give too much. The QR code for the learning platform was scanned using the phone that Tang Luo Chuan had used before, which was a new purchase made by Zhu Xiaomei for her son to go to college. It was worth around 4,000 yuan. Jiang Jinyu's heart sank. If this was discovered, what would happen? But the teacher seemed to be going through the motions and quickly called the name of the next student. No one would really care. Tang Luo Chuan had previously been a good student. Attending class was no big deal. But now he couldn't focus. He had already spent over an hour learning Java. Then he made time to learn C language, Go language, PHP, and even went through front-end JavaScript, React, and Vue. It wasn't out of interest, but rather because it was too simple to learn. After the brain enhancement, not only was his memory improved, but also his learning ability, comprehension, and application skills. Especially in comprehension and application. He saved time on practical operations and learned to be a master instantly. In the afternoon, Tang Luo Chuan sat in a pavilion on campus preparing to buy some gifts for his mother to send home. He also picked out 2 bags to give to his 2 girlfriends. Doubao, help me edit this picture with notes. He asked Zhang Ming to send a photo of the textbook. He wanted AI to add notes to his photo, continuing to post a false image of diligent study on his social media. Although his classmates all knew it was fake, it didn't matter. It was mainly to appease his mother. The AI was quick and sent back a neatly annotated photo of the textbook in just a few seconds. Tang Luo Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips at the printed-like handwriting in the image. He tapped to open his social media, and the caption was still the same old phrase, immersive problem-solving. The wind carries the scent of knowledge. Hitting send in one smooth motion. He had just put his phone back in his pocket when a notification popped up, and he knew without looking that it was almost certainly Su Wantang. Sure enough, when he opened his social media, Su Wantang's avatar was right at the top of the list of likes timed per. Tang Luo Chuan scoffed, not taking it to heart, and lowered his head to continue browsing luxury goods online, pondering which color to choose for the bags he had picked for Shinmu Yin and Jiang Jinyu. Hey, the bunny girl got torn the other day. Oh, I need to buy another set, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Su Wantang had just finished liking the post and was standing on the tree-lined path on the Jiaoda campus with classmates holding the location information sent by Teacher Qi. Will I run into him? Su Wantang felt uneasy. Why was she so concerned about a boy she had only met a few? Was it just because he drove her to the hospital? But the feeling was strange. A sense of pride deep within her seemed to have been shattered by him. That pride was that generally boys would fawn over her. She was a top student at the Mo Du Drama Academy, ranked first in her major. With stunning looks. Even if Gao Mingxian had his tricks, he had always been polite to her before his eyes, even revealing a hint of desire. It was just suppressed for some reasons. Some boys wouldn't pursue her simply because they were self-aware, knowing they couldn't catch up. But this Tang Luo Chuan maintained a very good relationship with her. She liked and even commented on several of his posts, yet he didn't reply at all. He took 2,000 yuan, politely said a word, and then disappeared. Bookworm. Su Wantang thought of this word, one of the types of boys she disliked the most. Completely clueless about romance, and only focused on studying. But he doesn't seem like that. Yet on social media, this guy studies all day. Is he a split personality? She walked along the sign with several classmates beside her. Just as they turned a corner, a girl pointed ahead at the wisteria flower pavilion and said, "Isn't that Tang Luo Chuan?" Upon hearing that name, Su Wantang immediately looked over, her heart even stirring with excitement. It really is him. Seeing the boy, she suddenly felt safe. Clearly he was the one who got beaten, but why does he give me a feeling of being able to protect me? This feeling was quite subtle. Wantang, let's go. Oh, you guys go ahead. I have something to do. What business do you have at his school? Trying to flirt with a handsome guy. Don't you have your gal gidge? Stop it, it's not even a thing yet. Who says I like him? Everyone. All the girls were certain in their hearts that Su Wantang had fallen for someone else. In this situation, everyone looked at Tang Luo Chuan not far away. It was clear whose words they were referring to. Then well, go ahead, you hurry up. The classmates no longer asked questions and quickly left. The wisteria flowers draped down, filtering the delicate sunlight that fell upon Tang Luochuan's casually crossed long legs. Tang Luochuan had already ordered 2 Chanel items, sent a set of skincare products back home for his mother, bought some supplements for his grandparents, and winter clothes for the 3 of them. Is there someone I forgot? Never mind. His father's name Tang Hai did not even cross his mind. As soon as he opened the game, he heard a faint sound of footsteps in front of him, hesitant stopping at the entrance of the pavilion. In an instant, Tang Luochuan looked at her in confusion. Su Wantong. What are you doing here? What a coincidence. Su Wantong twirled her long hair, hesitant about whether to enter. She curiously sized him up. Aren't you supposed to be in class? I did well in my studies and the teacher said I don't need to attend anymore. Really? Is that true? I suppose so. Su Wantong moved closer, sitting next to the boy a meter apart. Thank you for taking me to the hospital last time and for covering my medical expenses. Oh, it's nothing. Why are you here today? Our school has a collaboration with the arts department of Jiaotong University, and teacher Chi asked me to come over to coordinate the National Day performance. Oh, Tang Luochuan focused on his phone, selecting a character. Su Wantong felt she needed to find a topic. Has Gao Mingxian been bothering you again? I'm actually looking forward to it, but Yaya said there are some issues at his home. Haha, he should be busy, but that little bald guy will probably come. Then why don't you take precautions? You could report it or get some security. It's fine. The school and the community are very safe. I'm considering hiring a few bodyguards to protect Yaya and Mu Yin, mainly for commuting to and from school. As for me, Tang Luochuan trailed off, missing that little. What else did Yaya say? About the Gao family. Yeah, their family is on the verge of collapse. That little scoundrel is preparing to con your family out of money. He must still be flirting with other girls. Just a guess. Tang Luochuan didn't hold back, saying whatever came to mind. Little scoundrel. Su Wantang's mouth fell open in surprise, trying to laugh, yet finding it hard to believe. It was the first time she heard someone refer to Gao Mingxian like that. But my parents want me to marry him, Su Wantong said tentatively. Tang Luochuan simply replied, if you don't want to marry, then don't. Just be clear with your parents. I have no evidence, but the Gao family is more persuasive in this kind of business. Do you have a way? Only then did Tang Luochuan glance at her, then shook his head and fell silent. You're so capable, so why can't you give me some advice? Miss Wantong, if you don't want to marry, no one can force you. But this isn't something that can be decided in a day or two. Everyone knows I like him. This isn't about dating, it's about marriage. Let me tell you something. A few days ago, my mom wanted me to go on a blind date. At first, this blind date went quite well, but what happened in the end? Just a few days later, she decided to get engaged to another guy. Suddenly, right? So for things you can decide for yourself, don't worry about what others think. Although this girl's actions were disgusting, the rules allow it. The rules allow it. Su Wantang's voice trembled a bit, but she was different from Meng Fani. She had genuinely liked him. She didn't have Meng Fanya's kind of boldness or lack of shame. The Su family is different from ordinary folks. Rich families have more rules, and that's just how it is. A demolition household could win Meng Fanya's heart, but not catch her eye. Let me try again. Su Wantong picked up her phone, feeling timid inside, not daring to face her parents directly. There are always parents like that, with too strong a controlling nature, making their children afraid to refute them since childhood. However, this time Su Wantong figured it out and immediately sent a message to her father. Dad, let's hold off on the engagement. I'm not ready yet. I want to wait until after graduation to discuss it. And about the Gao family, please ask your friends around you for more. After sending the message, Su Wantong put away her phone and turned on silent mode. She didn't want to see her father's reply right now. However, Tang Luochuan was quite talkative and teased, what? Now that the Gao family is in trouble, you don't want to agree to the engagement. If the Gao family had no issues, would you agree? This question left Su Wantong in a daze. She even regretted sending that message. Tang Luochuan, why are you so mean? What did I do? You're making me think clearly, and now you're calling me materialistic. Hey, I was just asking. But Su Wantong didn't take it well, because it really struck a nerve. However, Tang Luochuan's question made her think through it, and she immediately said, if he has always liked me, and I would be willing to give everything, but now it's not the time. He previously ignored me, but now he suddenly shows interest. There must be an issue. Therefore, this relationship is fake. She felt her answer was quite good. At the same time, she thought Tang Luochuan was enlightening her, and she suddenly regarded the boy in front of her as profoundly inscrutable. But Tang Luochuan wasn't thinking that deeply, he was just casually asking, preferring straightforwardness. He looked at the girl in surprise. I remember, when you came to our class to trouble Jiang Jinyue, you said you two were childhood sweethearts. How come now? He used to ignore you. How could you act so well? Did you brag back then? UTM. Su Wantong couldn't hold it in anymore and directly grabbed his waist. Even the most composed person couldn't maintain their decorum in front of him. Tang Luochuan skillfully dodged a few times, but was still caught by her. Hey, men and women should keep their distance. Will you take me out for a spin? Why? I don't have time. Just for a bit. Su Wantong pinched him with 2 fingers, feeling the taut muscles on his abdomen. Sister, this isn't right. Ooh, we're not suitable for each other. What nonsense are you talking? I'm not interested in you. I'm just in a bad mood and want to relax for 30 minutes. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Luochuan looked at her with disdain. Fine, 30 minutes. Not a second more, and you're paying for the gas. Okay. Su Wantong was both angry and amused. You wait here. I'll go get the car. Tang Luochuan stood up and walked out of the pavilion towards the parking area. Su Wantong watched his retreating figure, pondering, why did I suddenly lose my temper? This guy's words are too sharp. Pretending to be sick, pretending to study. This guy is quite interesting. Before long, Tang Luochuan's BMW X7 slowly drove over. Su Wantong hurriedly walked up and asked, was that Porsche from last time also yours? Yes. Your family is doing quite well, huh? It's all right. Su Wantong opened the passenger door and sat in, instinctively smoothing her skirt. She turned her head to look at Tang Luochuan, who was driving. Curiosity bubbled up inside her. What could his family possibly do? Driving such a nice car to school, his parents must be quite bold. But then she thought and felt a twinge of envy. Her own parents were overly strict, meddling in everything. To outsiders, she seemed strong-willed and opinionated, but at home, she almost always listened to her parents. The car smoothly exited the university gate, merging into the afternoon traffic of the bustling city. Tang Luochuan was driving at a leisurely pace, cruising along the riverside road by the Huangpu River. Behind him, a Cadillac was silently following. After a long silence, Su Wantong finally spoke softly. Tang Luochuan, I've always been curious about one thing. Tang Luochuan held the steering wheel, eyes still on the road ahead, casually replied, go on. Do Jiang Jinyu's parents approve of you two being together? They probably do. I met them last time, and we had a good chat. Why? It's nothing. The Jiang family is so wealthy. If they like you, it means you're not bad yourself. Of course. Not humble at all. The strength doesn't allow for humility. Hey Gao, that kid drove the X7 into school this morning and just came out now. Bald bodyguard Lao Zhang sat in the Cadillac, staring intently at Tang Luochuan's car. He hadn't settled the score from last time and was determined to take revenge. More than a decade ago, he would have taken care of this already. But now, with the crackdown on crime, the social order had improved, and the survival space for people like him had been gradually compressed. The era of solo battles was long gone. The best way out was to rely on someone wealthy doing the dirty work, and in case of trouble, someone would cover for you. Just give him a simple lesson. Gao Mingshuan's voice came through the phone. Lao Zhang replied in a low voice. It seems like there's someone else in his car. I don't know who it is, or what do you think? It doesn't matter, it's probably Jiang Jinhua or some other girl. I've basically lost my chance with Jiang Jinhua. Remember, don't make too much noise. Just give him a beating and make him apologize. The company's situation is tense. Oh, we can't afford any major troubles. All right, make sure to send me the footage to watch. Understood. After hanging up, Lao Zhang looked towards the slowly setting sun. It was almost 5 o'clock and the sky was gradually darkening. He wasn't in a hurry, just leisurely following along. It was difficult to act in the crowded downtown area. He had to wait for a quieter place to strike. In the car, Tang Luochuan suddenly asked, do you know if there are any places selling snacks around here? What snacks? Yiping Shaoshi, Jin Whiting, Jiwei Yash. Su Wantong casually listed a few upscale snack shops she frequented. Tang Luochuan replied, stinky tofu from Changsha, grilled cold noodles, grilled squid takoyaki. Mu Yan sent me a message saying she wanted to eat. Let me see if there's a night market nearby. Su Wantong quickly took out her phone to navigate. Tang Luochuan mumbled to himself, this girl has such a craving, it's making me hungry too. He'll treat you later, don't be polite with me. Su Wantong remained silent, listening to the boy complain about his girlfriend, and at that moment, she felt an unexpected warmth. She couldn't help but laugh. Treat me. You're so rich, and you're treating me to this. Hey sister, are we eating just to fill our stomachs? Is it just snacks? It's about the feelings. Why are you still nitpicking about that? Tang Luochuan's down-to-earth attitude left Su Wantong momentarily speechless. It's rare for someone to talk to me like this, she murmured softly, suddenly finding this boy more and more likable. Tang Luochuan raised an eyebrow. What? Is it illegal to talk to you like this? Should I be shot? Ha ha. That mouth of yours is going to get you in trouble one day. Su Wantong rapidly swiped on the navigation and soon raised her eyes, saying, there really is a place about 10 minutes away by car, though it's a bit off the beaten path, surrounded by construction sites. Yet there are tons of snack stalls, over 100. Everything you mentioned is there. Let's go. We're heading there. Let me open the navigation for you. Okay. Tang Luochuan drove, and 50 meters ahead was the intersection. Suddenly, Su Wantong's navigation announced, turn right ahead. Damn. Tang Luochuan jolted and fortunately reacted quickly, swerving the steering wheel. The car made a sharp turn, veering into the right turn lane just before crossing the solid line. Su Wantong was jolted by the sudden turn, clutching her chest. You scared me to death. At that moment, inside the Cadillac behind them. Damn. Bald bodyguard Lao Zhang couldn't help but curse. Did he notice us? Is he trying to shake us off? A subordinate in the driver's seat hurriedly asked, Brother, this is a straight road. What do we do? Damn it. The bald bodyguard slapped the back of the subordinate's head. Do we look like good people? Are you talking about traffic rules now? Keep up. The Cadillac slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement, then turned into the right. Brother, if we get caught for a traffic violation. The driving subordinate felt a bit guilty. Damn it, are we discussing principles now? Minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. Outside the series of construction sites, a newly opened alley lit up, lined with hundreds of snack stalls on both sides. Tang Luochuan parked the car by the roadside and got out first. Wow, this is nice. Su Wantong, however, looked around in a bit of a daze. It was her first time in such a place. Usually her visits to night markets were to trendy spots. But such a down-to-earth place was indeed rare, and what surprised her even more was that in this desolate area around the construction sites there were so many people. Is it clean here? Su Wantong asked. Tang Luochuan chuckled lightly, thinking this woman was being a bit fussy. He immediately replied, I bet you $1 billion. You won't die from eating here today. Oh, I've never been to a place like this. Su Wantong smiled, awkwardly feeling it. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Tang Luochuan waved his hand, urging her to follow. What do you want to eat? Su Wantong, dressed in all-white casual clothes today, looked at the surroundings and worried about getting her outfit. But with the boy's warm invitation, she couldn't refuse. She carefully watched her steps, keeping pace with him, casually saying, golden foil saltwater duck, or white truffle pizza. You can forget about that. Tang Luochuan suddenly stopped, turning around to poke fun at her, wondering where on earth he could find that. But he stopped a bit abruptly, and Su Wantong was too busy watching her feet to notice he had halted, leading to a hey. Su Wantong wasn't heavy enough to knock over Tang Luochuan, and for a moment her center of gravity shifted. Tang Luochuan quickly reached out to catch her waist, his palm touching something soft and warm. Neither of them spoke. Su Wantong reflexively grabbed his hand, resting on her waist. I am fine. Oh. The girl quickly stood up straight, her cheeks flushing. She couldn't help but steal a glance at him, noticing that his face was also gradually turning red. Over here. Tang Luochuan quickly pretended nothing had happened and casually pointed nearby. There are no snacks like you mentioned, just some stinky tofu, grilled squid, grilled oysters, and fried pancakes, fried noodles. Starch sausages. What do you want to eat? Whatever, I don't know. Su Wantong's mind was filled with the images from earlier, leaving her unsure of what she wanted to eat. Tang Luochuan continued forward, his voice no longer frivolous. All right, I'll buy some. Arriving at a small stall, Tang Luochuan directly scanned the QR code. Boss, 1 medium portion of stinky tofu, extra pickled mustard greens. 15, right? Yes. The boss, a middle-aged woman, glanced at him, heard the payment notification, and immediately started. This whole process seemed particularly interesting to Su Wantong, who leaned in curiously to watch how the tofu was fried. It smells so good. Just 1 portion. Aren't you going to eat? Why wouldn't I eat? Snack streets are meant for sharing a portion. We should eat together. Oh. Su Wantong's previously fading blush arose once more together. Tang Luochuan explained, of course, we can't just settle for this one place. There are more ahead. If we get 2 portions, we won't be able to eat much. Grilled cold noodles, starch sausages, grilled scallops, oysters, and drinks. Let's only order 1 of each. This way we can try more. It sounds reasonable, but don't you find it strange? Su Wantong felt a bit confused in her mind. Takeout portions would come with chopsticks for the number of people ordered. Does she have to share utensils with Tang Luochuan? The girl felt somewhat nervous, but didn't dare say much, fearing it would reveal her lack of experience. However, the truth was she hadn't seen much of the world. When the stinky tofu was served, the boss lady kindly inserted 2 toothpicks. Only then did the girl realize using the toothpicks to eat, each having their own. Why do I feel like you're about to boil over? Tang Luochuan took the stinky tofu and glanced at the girl, who was blushing intensely. No, just a bit hot. After saying this, she fanned herself with her hand a few times. Tang Luochuan handed her the food. Go on, eat. Oh. The girl picked up a toothpick, speared a piece of tofu, and immediately lit up. It's delicious. I've had stinky tofu from Changsha, but it was all from shops. This one is also quite good. Shops. They're all scams for people like you with money. It sounds like you're implying I'm poor. I'll have another. The two of them strolled forward. Outside the night market, the Cadillac finally arrived. Damn, this kid drives so recklessly. Bald old Zhang cursed as soon as he got out of the car. Bro, there are even more people here. A guy with yellow hair walked up, looking at the bustling night market. Bald old Zhang looked around. Don't look for people, look for the car. His car is eye-catching, a BMW X7. Plus there are construction sites all around. Once he leaves the night market, he's done for. Inside the night market, the two bought a few more snacks and 2 cups of drinks. Su Wantong was excited about the food. There's a ring toss game over there. Wow, there's even fortune-telling. How sheltered are you? Tang Luochuan laughed. Su Wantong pouted, muttering, don't laugh at me. If Jiang Jinwei came, she'd be just as clueless. That's true. Tang Luochuan had just asked Jiang Jinwei if she wanted to eat something. She was also in a daze. It was still Shin Mayan who helped her order a few more portions. At this moment, Su Wantong felt a bit anxious. Glancing at the drink in Tang Luochuan's hand, she snatched it. I'm going to check out the ring toss. Hey! Tang Luochuan wanted to say something, but the girl had already jogged ahead. That's mine. The boy sighed, only to find the girl had already bitten on the straw. He couldn't help but mutter quietly, do daughters from wealthy families all like to bite straws? Tang Luochuan, come here. Su Wantong waved her hand as if she discovered something interesting. What's up? Look at that. Tang Luochuan followed her finger, and there was a toy, a low-quality imitation. Isn't it interesting? Su Wantong bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. Tang Luochuan chuckled. Do you like it? Like it? The boy set aside the food in his hands. The ring toss was too easy for him. This could be considered a form of exercise. With his strengthened body, his aim was naturally commendable. Boss, bring me 60 rings. Tang Luochuan shouted. The boss immediately came over. Young man, 25 yuan for 60 rings, 35 yuan for 80 rings. 35 is a better deal. Tang Luochuan glanced at the prizes and said, I can't fit it in my car. Oh, what do you mean? Just buy 60 rings. Okay. The boss didn't say anything more, directly counting out 60 rings. Tang Luochuan also scanned the payment. After getting the rings, he first handed Su Wantong 10. You try first. Okay. Su Wantong nodded proudly to her. This seemed very simple. The items in front were small, but close. The ones in the back were far, but big. With her naked eye, she felt it would be easy to ring. Here we go. Su Wantong confidently threw the first ring, but the plastic ring drew a graceful arc in the air, flying directly past the entire row of prizes. She was greedy and aimed for the largest prize, but ended up throwing it too far. Let's try again. Su Wantong targeted the biggest prize, not caring about the cheap imitation of Labubu. Throwing it again, this time it went even farther. The boss stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at her, feigning kindness. Little girl, your hand is unsteady. You need to keep it level. This guy was purely pretending to be kind. There was no way he would let Su Wantong win. 9 rings thrown down, not one hit, and now it was the last one. Su Wantong looked at the nearest prize, deciding not to be greedy. At least she wanted to break even. The toy car in front was only a few centimeters big, obviously made of cheap plastic, worth 5 yuan for a pair, probably with wheels that wouldn't even move. Holding the last ring, Su Wantong was focused, her arm gently extending forward, about to throw it, only to suddenly pull it back, hesitating 3 or 4 times without daring to throw. Just throw it already. Tang Luochuan felt a little dizzy from the spinning. Wait for me to aim. It's only a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Su Wantong glared at Tang Luochuan, her cheeks still flushed. What's the rush? Don't you understand what it means to strive for perfection? Saying this, she leaned slightly forward, her brows furrowed, her eyes locked onto that little car, her wrist gently lifted. Plop! The plastic ring grazed the edge of the toy car and landed heavily on the ground, bouncing twice before rolling to the boss' feet. Su Wantong's face instantly fell, her mouth pouting as if she could hang an oil jug. Tang Luochuan could scarcely resist the impulse to pinch her cheek at that adorable expression, yet since she was not his girlfriend, he swallowed the thought. Su Wantong felt a surge of indignation, unable to understand why prizes that seemed so close were so hard to win. Luck? Skill? Or perhaps the rings had magnets? As she pondered, a red ring suddenly flew out from beside them and landed squarely on the knockoff Labubu. Su Wantong turned abruptly. Tang Luochuan had thrown it. The owner at the stall stiffened. There was nothing remarkable in the technique, yet the very first throw was so precise. A freak of luck. Tang Luochuan soon proved it was talent that answered the doubt. Without pause, he hurled ring after ring, 1, 2, 3, in swift succession. Exclamations rose from the crowd, astonishment, admiration. There is a master here, he throws so steadily. Look, the owner's face has gone pale. The stall owner's smile twitched and froze. By habit, he kept a courteous grin for customers. But his eyes held not only disbelief, but a keen, furious intent. The youngster had already thrown more than 10 rings, and every single one hit. If all 50 rings in his hand found their marks, this would not merely be a loss on one sale. This could ruin the night's takings. The crowd gasped. Luochuan, you're incredible. Su Wantong clapped like an excited child. She had slipped from calling him Tang Luochuan to the more intimate Luochuan without noticing. The scene stunned her, each throw, true rings flying and finding their targets. Hit. Another one. The big ones in the back are being snagged. The crowd swelled, drawn to the spectacle. Owner'll take 8. Can that young man help me win them? Yes, young man, I'll give you 200 yuan. Just help me snag 60. He'll pay 25 for 60 rings and give them to the young man to play with. I don't want anything else. I just want to see the owner lose money. The owner clutched his payment code and stammered, "Today. It's closing time. I'm done for the day." What kind of business was this? If it kept up like this, he would be ruined in days. Scared already, he backed down. He chickened out. "See folks," the owner gave up. "This isn't staged. Phones went up recording or streaming live." Tang Luochuan had thrown 50 rings, and all had landed. The owner sighed as their gazes met. The owner's face showed embarrassment and pain, yet he dared not lose his temper in public. "Brother, this is a small trade. I'm truly sorry. I'm closing up. Take the things you want. Leave some face for today, so we may meet again," the owner said. "I'm just playing," Tang Luochuan replied. "I know how hard it is to make a living. Just give me 3 of those knockoff Labubu toys. I don't want the rest." Applause rippled through the crowd at his words. The young man has perspective. "Owner, what are you waiting for? He's wearing designer brands." "Owner, he doesn't need your petty money." The owner's taut face relaxed as he hurried to thank him. "Young man, you're kind-hearted." "Kind-hearted. I'll get them for you right away. Please wait," the owner stammered. He had feared the boy might make trouble, but seeing him so straightforward, he hastily dug 3 Labubu toys from the mountain of prizes, bagged them, and kept thanking him. "Thanks, brother, thanks. You're a stand-up guy." "It's nothing. I'm off then," Tang Luochuan said, taking the toys without lingering. He had only wanted a brief thrill. As a child, his father had taken him to fairs where stalls like this were everywhere. There were disc sellers, ring toss games, even animals to be won, chickens, ducks, small dogs. He was merely reliving a slice of childhood joy. The young man handed a plush to Su Wantong. "This is for you. Those 2 are for my girlfriends." She took it, her heart fluttering. She and his girlfriends would receive the same gift. She alone indulged such thoughts. Tang Luochuan produced another plush and glanced at it. "This is a knockoff Labubu," he said. "Impossible," Su Wantong said, eyeing the toy slightly larger than her palm. "A genuine one this size would cost thousands." Tang Luochuan pointed to the tag. "They've labeled it plainly genuine. Ladudu." "Huh." Sure enough, the toy's tag read Ladudu rather than Labubu. Hearing him, Su Wantong reached for the label and could not help smiling. She was about to tease him when she noticed his handsome profile. Tang Luochuan remained bent over the toy, studying it with an intense focus that made the cheap imitation seem strangely important. A stray curl at his brow stirred in the breeze. Her gaze locked on him, her smile faded, her expression growing earnest and then softening. There was a peculiar magnetism about him, ordinarily flaky and sharp-tongued, yet in moments of unguarded seriousness, all his cynicism vanished, revealing an arresting allure. Tang Luochuan put the plush away, noticed her look, and said casually, "Let's go, had enough fun. Back to school." He corrected himself, sensing a mischoice of words, and adjusting quickly, though he felt no real wrongdoing. Su Wantong, however, felt as if she were falling in love. Strolling the food street together, playing ring toss, one boy and one girl. Any onlooker would assume they were a couple. The sensation was beautiful, but he did not belong to her. That thought brought a rush of sorrow and anger. She had messaged her father and then dared not check her phone, afraid of what his harsh words might say. Yet her urge to resist flared stronger. "Tang Luochuan, have you brought Jiang Jinhua or Shinmayan here before?" "No." "Then have you brought other girls?" "Does my mother count?" "Ha, I mean young women. I mean my mother when I was a child. She wasn't even 30 then." "Girls of the same age?" Tang Luochuan knew where she was going with the question, yet answered honestly, "No, this is my first time." "Oh, your first time, and it's with me," as she said. "Hey, that's my line," he shot back. Su Wantong wore a subtle smile, casting a meaningful glance at the other person before turning her head away, resembling a spoiled little wife. "Let's go." "Sure." Tang Luochuan followed, behind, one hand holding 2 dolls from the bag, the other hand holding the remaining food. "Oh right, you finished my drink. Are you going to drink your portion?" Su Wantong paused, turning back. At this moment, she no longer felt embarrassed. Instead, she hoped for a bit more ambiguity, looking at the boy, wishing to see some change on his face. However, to her disappointment, she perceived no trace of emotion, only an honest demeanor. "I won't drink." Su Wantong said no more and walked lightly toward the door. At that moment, it seemed she had obtained what she had always longed for. She realized that what she had once been obsessed with was not Gao Mingxuan, but rather the longing for a beautiful love. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Gao Mingxian could bring her that feeling, but now she understood that it might be. As the two reached the door, Tang Luochuan had also finished the half portion of juice in his hand, tossing the empty bottle into the trash can. The car was not far away, and they walked side by side. "Tang Luochuan, what type of girl do you like? Jiang Jinhua and Shin Muya are not the same type, right?" Su Wantong asked curiously. "Type doesn't matter, being happy together is the most important. But she has to be beautiful and clean. I have a cleanliness obsession. What a flaw. I have this condition, why not look for someone better?" "Oomph." Su Wantong laughed disdainfully, though her smile, clean, beautiful. She met those standards herself. The evening breeze carried the aromas of the night market, stirring Su Wantong's hair. She secretly calculated, then casually asked, "What if someone is both beautiful and clean and can talk with you? Would you take a second look? A few seconds later, all that greeted her was silence. I meant. Su Wantong attempted to explain, hoping to ease the awkwardness. The boy suddenly reached out to stop her. Wait here, don't move. Huh. Su Wantong looked up again, gazing at the boy's charming profile. However, Tang Luochuan's expression seemed somewhat tense and excited. An old acquaintance, bald Xiaozhong. Who? Su Wantong followed his gaze and noticed a few glowing cigarette butts beside their car. 4 men were sitting on the curb smoking. One of them shone particularly bright under the streetlight. It was clearly bald Xiaozhong, a subordinate of Gao Mingxian from not long ago. The men also noticed the situation and extinguished their cigarettes, walking towards them. Call the police. Su Wantong stepped back, gripping the boy tightly. Let's go back to the night market and call the police. There are many people over there, they won't dare to do anything. Tang Luochuan clenched his fist. He had been learning combat techniques recently. His physical condition and learning ability were beyond that of normal humans. This was a good opportunity to practice. But it wasn't that simple. If he got shot, although it wouldn't be fatal, several shots could lead to serious injury. Stay back. Ill. Talk to them. Tang Luochuan strode forward, and Su Wantong anxiously stomped her feet, her high heels leaving several small dents in the mud. Are you crazy? They are 4 of them. Bald Xiaozhong and the others didn't expect this kid to actually walk towards them instead of running away. Well, that saves us some trouble. He wiped his bald head and spat by the roadside. The yellow-haired subordinate walked in front, feeling for a wrench tucked behind his pants. Bro, should I just take care of him? Boss Gao said to just teach him a lesson and you guys record it. I want him to bow down. And also wet him with some urine on the side. Bald Xiaozhong was thrilled just thinking about it. Soon they met face to face. Kid, we meet again. Did you come looking for me on purpose? Of course. Saying this, Lao Zhang placed a hand on his shoulder. Bro, we didn't get to chat last time. Let's have a good chat today. Tang Luochuan furrowed his brow. How did you find me? He glanced back at Su Wantong, suspecting any situation at this moment. 1, these guys were lying in wait, just waiting for him at the school gate. 2, a coincidence. 3, Su Wantong, did she tell you? Tang Luochuan needed to verify if this woman had deceived him. Bald Xiaozhong looked back, and upon recognizing Su Wantong's face, he thought to himself, it's actually her. Gao Mingxian was chasing Su Wantong, and he understood. He had initially thought Tang Luochuan was just casually bringing someone out, but it turned out to be Su Wantong. Kid, you're actually with Miss Su. This isn't a good place. Come with me. Saying this, he grabbed the collar of the other person and pulled hard, but the person didn't budge. Just when he was puzzled, Su Wantong ran over. You all. Let go of him. I'm calling the police. Miss Su. This has nothing to do with you, and of course it has nothing to do with Boss Gao. Besides, you two are getting married. Don't cause trouble for Boss Gao. He is your fiancé, understand? Lao Zhang's tone carried impatience. Su Wantong retorted, Miss Su, let me clarify again, your parents have already spoken with Boss Gao today. This matter is not up to you. You have an engagement and are out mingling with another man. Lao Zhang seemed to find a reasonable excuse and continued, I'm doing this to seek justice for Boss Gao. Slap. Before he finished speaking, a lightning-fast slap suddenly landed, directly hitting the other person's cheek. Bald Xiaozhong stumbled, losing his balance, and the hand that held onto the other person's collar also loosened. He fell heavily to the ground, dazed, feeling stars in his eyes and a burning pain on his left cheek. However, no one dared to move. Normally, his little brothers should have jumped in. But everyone could see clearly that this was not just a slap, this was a heavy blow. They had never seen a single slap with such great power. The yellow-haired subordinate just stood there in shock, watching as Tang Luochuan's slap sent his big brother crashing to the ground. He wasn't unwilling to fight, he was simply in shock. Puffed. Bald Xiaozhong felt a sweet taste in his mouth, then spat it out. It was a pool of blood-red saliva accompanied by 2 molars. Damn you, I can't even speak clearly now, he muttered, covering his mouth. Tang Luochuan rubbed his wrist. Lao beating, did you really think I couldn't deal with you? Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward again, delivering a side kick that struck the yellow-haired subordinate's head. The movement was too quick, the opponent had no time to dodge and was directly kicked aside. With a thud, the yellow-haired guy crashed onto a cement bag several meters away. Dust rose around. Tell me you guys are out here messing around. You can't even handle a college student. How much is Gao paying you? Tang Luochuan pulled out his phone, looking at the 2 remaining people. I'm going to call a lawyer. I'm willing to spend no 10 million for a lawsuit. Not to win. Just to drag it out until Gao Mingxian thinks you're a burden and gives up on you. And then, Tang Luochuan's gaze suddenly turned fierce. They'll hire a bunch of scum like you to go after your families. Tang Luochuan held up his phone, the cold light from the screen reflecting on his half-smiling face. The 2 remaining thugs exchanged nervous glances, their legs starting to tremble. They had heard of threats like I'll ruin your whole family for money before. But when it came from a college student dressed in designer clothes and driving a BMW X7, it sent chills down their spines. because this guy was genuinely wealthy. Bro. One of the guys with dyed green hair stepped back a half step. We were just joking. I only make 800 yuan a month. I was wrong. I'll follow you from now on. Get lost. And you? Tang Luochuan glanced at the other person. That guy looked like he was about to cry. Bro, I said we shouldn't break traffic rules. It was so much better when we were going straight earlier. It was clear this guy was more like a forced participant. Bald old Zhang was startled by Tang Luochuan's words. Thugs were not terrifying. What was scary was when a thug had knowledge. A cultured thug struck them. They often intimidated college students because the latter were young and inexperienced, easily deceived. On the other hand, Gao Mingxian was their backing. Furthermore, many people had a weak sense of legal awareness. Many people only pursued winning or losing in lawsuits, and the word dragging was something he had only heard from previous bosses. Sometimes if you had money, you could drag the lawsuit until the other party ran out of money or time, and when they couldn't afford it anymore, you would win. This kid is a tough character. Bro. I. Old Zhang trembled at the thought. He definitely wouldn't want to fight. He had come over purely to offer himself up. Fortunately, that slap had landed on his face. He was dazed for a few seconds. If it had been his head, he would have likely fainted. I was wrong. Bro, I was wrong. Old Zhang, much older than the other party, could only concede at this moment. Tang Luochuan maintained a calm expression and activated the recording, asking Gao Mingxian sent you here. This. Lying will have serious consequences. Yes, it's just that we were asked to scare you, and we were told not to harm you. Why? Because he felt that you embarrassed him last time. What's the situation with the Gao family now? The Gao family is nearly finished. Gao Mingxian is very anxious, so. Alright. Old Zhang began to spill the beans as if seeking credit. He has an unmarried fiancée in Nanhang. He has one in Yinjing as well, and another in Xincheng. Plus, abroad he has 2 illegitimate children with 2 foreign women. Bro. You have a generous heart. Don't harm my family. My daughter is only in 4th grade. My mom is ill. I'm just a worker. I was wrong. Originally, someone like old Zhang had no morals, but family was the soft spot of a normal person. At this moment, he wouldn't think about any past feelings. They were all people who relied on their skills to make a living. Working hard, earning a salary was only natural. However, he was really afraid this kid would go after his family and even threatened to find a group of thugs like himself. Get lost. Tang Luochuan put away his phone, standing still as he sent the video to Su Wantong. The few of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling to leave. The other 2 hurried over to lift the almost unconscious blonde guy. Wow. So much money. He was in a semi-unconscious state and seemed to see a sky full of cash. He even tried to grab it with his hands. Alright, just say you didn't find me today. Understand? Huh. Old Zhang looked a bit confused. I said tell that guy surnamed Gao that today he didn't find me and Su Wantong. Don't worry, I will never say you betrayed him. Wow. You. Alright. That's about the gist of it. Get lost. The few quickly got into the Cadillac and fled in a panic. In the evening breeze, Su Wantong tightly gripped her phone, and her previously relaxed mood suddenly plunged into despair. Why did it turn out like this? Let's head back first. Su Wantong didn't move, just looked up at him. The glow of the street lamp fell on his face, outlining a clear jawline. The fierce expression from earlier was still imprinted in her mind, but at this moment his clear gaze inexplicably gave her a sense of reassurance. Can you protect me? Su Wantong asked sincerely without any thought before uttering this sentence. It was purely instinct. At this moment, only a boy could provide her with some sense of safety. But Tang Luochuan hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not agree. She had nothing to do with him. Why should I offend Gao Mingxian for a girl I have only known for a few days? But on the other hand, everyone has a protective instinct. Seeing a cute little child often awakens a girl's maternal instincts. Seeing a distressed beauty, boys often fantasize about being the hero who saves the damsel. Of course, there are also others who are just sycophants. After saving her, they get labeled as good guys, but now Tang Luochuan couldn't ask her, would you give yourself a good guy card? Because he hadn't thought about pursuing her, he just felt soft-hearted looking at her pitiable state. Tang Luochuan pondered for a moment. What he could offer was not help, but advice. You should clarify things with your parents. I believe they will definitely protect you well. Don't be timid. By doing this, he wasn't neglecting her. At the very least, it counted as a form of concern. However substantial help was beyond his capabilities, it wasn't as simple as treating to a meal or shopping and spending a few hundred or thousand. That would offend a local rich kid. Tang Luochuan was not afraid, but wasn't foolish either. He would take revenge on the bald guy for his grievances and for their coveting Jiang Jinyu. But he wouldn't take revenge on deceiving Su Wantong. The car started again. Soon they arrived at the school, and Su Wantong's father had also received that video. The earlier messages were quickly replied to. Su Bingxiang Wantong, I have temporarily postponed the engagement. I have already contacted several friends I know, and I need to confirm the situation with the Gao family thoroughly. This matter cannot be decided based solely on one side's words. Moreover, since you have known Gao Mingxian for so long, we need to further understand his character. Su Bingxiang, in the past I was strict with you, not allowing you to be willful, not because I don't love you, but because I was afraid you would go down the wrong path. You were willing to share your concerns with your dad, which is great. In the future, if there's anything, don't hold it in. Your parents will always be your support. Looking at her father's reply, the girl's tears finally couldn't help but fall. Having been raised under strict parental guidance, she had never been so honest with them. But only at this moment did she realize that behind those seemingly harsh demands lay her parents' unspoken love. Luo Chuan. Huh, I had a great time with you today. Of course, my skills at attracting girls. Well, the way I chat is not something everyone can handle. Su Wantong heard the other person slip of the tongue, but in her good mood, she didn't hold it against them, and even wished to hear more of their blunders. However, it seemed she had forgotten why she was here today. She followed Tang Luochuan to the rehearsal room of the Literature and Arts Department. Shen Mayan and Jiang Jin, you were sitting at a small table playing a game. Jiang Jin, you scoffed. I told you we don't need to wait for him. He's probably off having fun with Su Wantong. Let's eat first. They had already arranged for 2 meals to be brought in. The classroom door was suddenly opened and many eyes in the room turned toward the entrance to the pair of attractive individuals. Luochuan. Shen Mayan stood up, just about to ask why they were late. Jiang Jin, you suddenly said, Luochuan, I'm hungry. Oh. Tang Luochuan hurried over, hearing this. I brought you both something delicious. Jiang Jin, you glanced at Su Wantong, a competitive spirit rising within her. What did you bring that's so good? Just some snacks still warm, Tang Luochuan replied. Jiang Jin, you took one of the grilled cold noodles and looked at the other snacks. Is there caviar? Do you believe I'll give you a slap? Shh. Tang Luochuan playfully flicked her forehead. They don't sell that here. Where am I supposed to buy that for you? Shen Mayan remained silent, quietly opening her lunchbox as she sensed that Jiang Jin, you was acting strangely. Normally Jiang Jin, you didn't speak much, clearly showing off in front of Su Wantong. I want you to feed me. Jiang Jin, you indeed made her request known. Feed you? Tang Luochuan was holding a stick of starch sausage. Jiang Jin, you stole a glance at Su Wantong, who was pretending to look at her phone, and raised her voice a bit. Exactly, aren't other people's boyfriends always feeding them? Didn't you see that online? As she spoke, she felt a bit smug, but upon turning her head, Tang Luochuan had already bitten one end of the sausage and was holding the other end towards her mouth, mumbling, Here, eat. Ah, Jiang Jin, you blushed, quickly retracting her neck. You? Don't mess around, I meant with chopsticks. After you feed me, feed Shen Mayan. If you can't use chopsticks, then this is how it is. Eat it or not. Shen Mayan kept her head down, frowning, as there were still many people in the room. If I'm not eating, you all can eat by yourselves. Su Wantong suddenly laughed, her confidence returning after receiving her father's support. Who are you performing for? A single dog, huh? Jiang Jin, you understood that she didn't have any deep-seated grudge against the other person. If everyone could coexist peacefully, she wouldn't bother arguing with her. But today Tang Luochuan had taken her out, and it seemed Su Wantong had also fallen out with Gao Mingxian. Is she trying to chase after Tang Luochuan? The girl felt upset. If Su Wantong hadn't caused her trouble in the first place, if she hadn't gotten involved with Gao Mingxian, if that bald man Zhang hadn't bullied Tang Luochuan, she could have turned a blind eye. But all of that had happened, and now she felt a bit unhappy. Hearing the term single dog, Su Wantong laughed even more happily, as she needed that single dog identity right now. She couldn't wait to cut ties with Gao Mingxian. Jinhua, didn't I apologize to you? Are you still holding a grudge? Su Wantong, as if possessed by a spirit, sat on the nearby table, kicked off her shoes, and swung her bare feet. Tang Luochuan chuckled inwardly. This girl could only bully someone younger than herself. She had just been crying, and now she was putting on a show in front of Jiang Jinyu. If apologies worked, why would we need the police? Sister, you like Gao Mingxian, right? I figured it out. Should I play matchmaker for you? Jiang Jinyu's words were laced with sarcasm. Sure enough, Su Wantong's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. No need for you to worry, oh, just keep an eye on your own guy. Luochuan. What? Tang Luochuan had just finished the entire stick of starch sausage, and Jiang Jin, you wasn't eating anyway. Thank you. Today's setup was spot on, Su Wantong said, licking her lips afterward. Tang Luochuan's expression immediately froze. Shen Mayan, who was quietly eating, choked a bit and coughed. Cough. Tang Luochuan hurriedly said, Make yourself clear. That's just a ring toss. Yeah, I didn't say anything else, Su Wantong replied, pulling out that stomach medicine, and added, Also thank you for the little gift. Jiang Jin, you felt her ears were sullied, but fortunately Tang Luochuan explained, though she was shocked by Su Wantong's boldness. Seeing the gift in the girl's hand, Jiang Jin, you complained, Did you buy that specifically for her? I got both, Tang Luochuan said, grabbing a bag from the side, revealing another stomach medicine. Jiang Jinyu glanced at it. I and Shen Mian are your girlfriends. Why is hers the same as mine? Tang Luochuan responded, oh no. It's a classic mistake. Life is unpredictable. Love you both. Suddenly Tang Luochuan with an expressionless face wrapped his arm around Jiang Jin, Yue gently kissed her cheek, and calmly said, eat quickly, don't starve. I'll head out first. Where are you going? Calm down, you all can argue. Tear it up as much as you want. He didn't want to deal with this nonsense, I'll let them sort it out however they wished. But he suddenly understood that some girls who seemed cold and magnanimous could be incredibly petty when it came to After saying that, Tang Luochuan walked out, leaving several girls looking at each other in bewilderment, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Many must have seen some short videos online of two dogs barking fiercely at a metal fence. But once the fence was removed, the two dogs immediately fell silent. Right now, Jiang Jinyu and Su Wantong were in the same situation, watching the boy leave. Both fell silent, and it was Shen Mian who stood up to ease the tension. Jinyu, how about we call it a day for now, Su? After saying that she wanted to laugh at her own muddled words, what did it mean to call it a day? Did that mean to continue fighting another day? Su Wantong didn't reply and walked over to find a few classmates from her school. Jiang Jinyu wore a cold expression, looking quite victorious, and calmly sat down to continue eating, as if she had gained some significant advantage. After leaving the classroom building, Tang Luochuan went straight to the dormitory. There was an event for the literature and arts department tonight. Jiang Jinyu and Shen Mian would probably take a while longer to leave. He decided to find Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming to hang out for a bit. On the other side, in the academic affairs office, Wang Zhengwo sat with the department head, feeling quite anxious. Teacher Wang, things aren't very stable at the school right now, the department head said, handing him a cigarette. Wang Zhengwo cautiously accepted it, realizing how serious the situation was. They were using the term unstable, but he knew who the department head was referring to, the notorious Tang Luochuan. Director, do you think there's a problem? The director frowned deeply. You might not know, but school leaders have also recently a trend of extravagance has emerged in the school. This trend needs to be addressed properly. But it's not that serious, is it? You don't understand, several students have taken out online loans just for the sake of appearances. Your class, Tang Luochuan, is a very typical negative example. But Tang Luochuan hasn't taken out online loans, he couldn't even afford those things with a loan. I know. The department head took a deep breath of smoke, slowly exhaling, and spoke with exasperation. I know Tang Luochuan hasn't borrowed, but let's speak candidly. These young students, now 18 or 19, are at an impulsive age. All they think about is dating, and Tang Luochuan's presence undoubtedly raises the cost of romance. The director's words left Wang Zhengwo speechless. Indeed, it is true. The Dragon Kingdom itself allows for multiple marriages, so it is not surprising that Tang Luochuan has two girlfriends. Many girls use Tang Luochuan as a standard when looking for boyfriends, which they will surely find impossible. Among them, some are willing to give it a try, while others know they are not worthy. However, even if they feel unworthy, once a boy leaves a mark in their hearts as a sample, the girls will inevitably raise their expectations for boys. Thus, many boys are suffering. Often you can hear girls express, Tang Luochuan bought his girlfriend an 8,000 yuan necklace, bought her a phone, and lives in a luxury apartment. He has luxury cars picking him up, and I can't even ask for a nice meal. Shen Mian's necklace costs over 8,000 yuan, and I can't even ask for one that costs 1,000. How unworthy am I? My requirements for you are not high. Tang Luochuan bought a house for 58 million yuan, and he paid in full. Can you buy a house in Modu for 8 million yuan in the future? Just half the down payment is fine, just borrow a little less. I'm quite understanding, right? Half of 58,000 is 9 million. Asking a boy to come up with 9 million as a down payment is already quite understanding compared to Tang Luochuan. So director, what do you mean? Wang Jingwo asked. The department head extinguished his cigarette. Tell him to be a bit more low-key in the future, and also give him a few more days off for the National Day. Wang Jingwo frowned. He understood what this meant, giving him time to reflect at home. That's not good, director. We have no reason to do that. The luxury car incident has passed, and I see him on social media. I think Luochuan is very studious and ambitious. Enough. The department head impatiently interrupted. You find a way, just come up with some excuse. Say he has been a bit ostentatious. It's for his own good. Many boys in the school look down on him. Let him rest at home for half a month during the National Day. That's settled. Side director. The department head waved his hand. Do you know? Some online loan companies have already come knocking. If these students don't pay back the money, they'll post notices at the school entrance. They'll spread it online. If it's just 1 or 2, I wouldn't need to care. But if it's over 10, what will people say? Why does this happen at our school? Ugh. Fine. Tang Luochuan was unaware that he had just received a half-month vacation. At this time, the literature department had already finished coordinating with the drama academy. In fact, this was also an early internship arrangement by the drama academy for third-year students. Next year during the official internship, if everything goes smoothly, Su Wantong is likely to come here as an intern dance teacher to teach and gain experience. Returning to the villa, Tang Luochuan asked the two girls what their plans were for the National Day. Jiang Jinhua said she would go out with her parents, and upon hearing this, Tang Luochuan canceled his plans to date her. Previously calling them uncle and aunt, he probably now has to treat them as prospective in-laws. It would be uncomfortable to be together. I'm going back to my hometown. There are several weddings in my hometown. I estimate I won't go anywhere. Just attending banquets. Also, my brother said he would bring his girlfriend back. Shen Mayan said, her eyes slightly raised with a hint of pride. You have an older brother. Tang Luochuan had never heard her mention a brother. Yeah, he's 4 years older than me. He works in our hometown. While Tang Luochuan rubbed his chin, actually, if you're in your hometown, I could go visit you. Shen Mayan's hometown is in Suzhou, not far from Modu, just a 2-hour drive. Compared to his own hometown Quanshui City, which is only 180 kilometers away, it's not far. Jinhua, where are you going to play? Is it far? Not far, I'm not going abroad. Where to? Xinjiang. You should go to bed early. Tang Luochuan rolled his eyes inwardly. She indeed hasn't gone abroad. But he wasn't planning to go, he still needed to spend a few days with his parents. It seemed that his parents also had some weddings and engagements to attend, such as Meng Fani and Zhu Jianhua's. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Previously, Meng Fani chatted with him online, and he actually didn't want to meet her. But now he really wanted to see her. He wanted to see what kind of girl she was, how she could be so decisive. It's just that the holiday isn't long enough. Otherwise, I could play a few more days. Tang Luochuan mumbled, suddenly asking, so how should we spend the night? Shen Mayan's face turned red upon hearing this, while Jiang Jinyue's cold expression was filled with anger. What are you talking about? Spending the night. It's just normal rest, okay? Jiang Jinyue corrected his wording. Tang Luochuan leaned closer and wrapped his arms around her waist. It's all the same. Shall we play tonight? Jiang Jinyue did not speak, lowering her head. At this moment, she felt timid. After all, in her view, such matters should be initiated by the boy. As a girl, she felt it was enough to respond modestly. Is that okay? However, Tang Luochuan insisted on her giving an explicit answer. Jiang Jinyue's palm gently pressed against his chest, shifting the topic to Shen Mayan, her voice very soft. Sister, do you think it's okay? Shen Mayan stepped back a bit. I've been busy all day. Upon hearing this, Tang Luochuan knew she was waiting for him to push forward. If Shen Mayan disagreed, there would certainly be a follow-up. I'm very tired after a long day. Let's do it another day. Then just for an hour. Tang Luochuan reached out with his other hand and wrapped it around Shen Mayan, whispering in her ear, is that okay? The girls' faces flushed, sneaking a glance at Jiang Jinhua. When their eyes met, they instantly understood each other's intentions. Tang Luochuan looked at the two of them, and suddenly the girls subtly nodded, their movements small and hardly noticeable. But this already indicated their consent. Tang Luochuan said, then let's go shower first. Help me scrub my back. Huh. A somewhat suggestive scene surged into the minds of both girls. The showering was fine, but helping him scrub his back wasn't that. Tang Luochuan held both their hands, walking toward the bathroom. He found it amusing. Anyone could tell that both girls were definitely looking forward to what was to come. Yet they still maintained their composure. Moreover, every time they lay down together, it was like Do Bao Ai. You had to give commands, and only then would they respond. He just wished they would be a bit more proactive. They still need training. Tang Luochuan sighed inwardly. A few days passed. The day before National Day, today's classes only lasted half a day. In the afternoon, everyone could leave school early. In the morning, Tang Luochuan checked his phone, 9 billion in balance. To be honest, he no longer knew how to spend this money. If he were to buy another luxury car, he felt it wouldn't be worth it, and the novelty of where he lived hadn't worn off. He didn't like drinking and clubbing. Such places were solely for picking up girls. Not to mention the cleanliness, he was quite picky now. With a net worth in the billions, he sought pure natural top-tier looks and physique with a hint of subtle allure. He found it hard to control those who were too proactive and had a bolder attitude than himself. Thinking of this, a name appeared in his mind, Su Wantong. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan started and drove out of the garage. Shen Mayan and Jiang Jinhua had already gone to school, but today the first class was self-study. Tang Luochuan had already grasped the school rules. No one supervised self-study classes. You could come or go as you pleased. However, he didn't know that while others weren't monitored, he was being closely watched by Wang Zhengwo. On the school playground, Su Wantong led over 100 girls, having just finished rehearsing a group dance. They were preparing for the upcoming shoot, which would be posted on the school's official account as a National Day tribute. Looking at the neatly arranged team and the standard movements, she felt no joy in her heart. Instead, it was the fact that Tang Luochuan had been intentionally avoiding her these past few days. She had encountered him a few times, but this guy spoke only half as much upon seeing her. I never said I wanted to pursue him. What am I afraid of? She thought to herself, unaware that her actions had already caught the boy's attention. The few coincidences were all orchestrated by her. Tang Luochuan watched from afar. How could he not keep his distance? The reputation of the licking dog sister was no joke. She didn't just lick, but was also oblivious to it. As soon as he arrived in the classroom in the morning, Tang Luochuan found snacks on his desk and a cup of hot milk tea. This was the third time Su Wantong had brought him breakfast. Upon entering, the surrounding classmates looked at him with envy. He had no idea how many times he had been envied. With Su Wantong's presence, it seemed that the girls who had been clinging to him had decreased significantly. People always compare themselves to others. When compared to Su Wantong, those girls with lesser qualities naturally shrank back. Tang Luochuan sat down and glanced at the snacks on his desk, as well as a note that read, "Thank you for the snacks and the toy the other day, I really like them. Old Tang, this is the third time Su Wantong has thanked you. I suspect you bought out the entire snack street that day," teased Zhongming beside him. Tang Luochuan was speechless. It didn't cost much for a snack. He wouldn't mind being thanked, but if it happened every day, that would be intriguing. "I won't make a move until this woman sorts things out with Gao Mingxuan." Tang Luochuan lazily sat down and casually opened his textbook. Just as he was about to pretend to study, Wang Zhengwo arrived. With a smile on his face, Tang Luochuan also smiled upon seeing him, his enhanced brain reminding him. This was aimed at him, and it was no good news. "Oh, you, get out here," Wang Zhengwo thought, feeling pleased as he wondered how to keep him home for a few more days. As a result, he had come to the door himself. A car he had never seen before was parked downstairs in the teaching building. Recently, Tang Luochuan either drove the Tank 700 or took a cab with Shun Mayan or Jiang Jinyu. But today he had switched cars. After parking, the emblem of the flying goddess was hidden, but Wang Zhengwo still saw the double R emblem. A quick search online revealed, wow, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. And this guy didn't even show up for the first self-study period. "Hey," Tang Luochuan responded and stood up, preparing to go over. Zhou Qi asked curiously, "Old Tang, what's going on?" Tang Luochuan replied, "Good news." Once he stepped out, Wang Zhengwo wore an expression of, "You certainly didn't disappoint me, you're truly loaded," and he seriously patted Tang Luochuan's shoulder. "Luochuan, why didn't you come to the first class?" "Oh, that. I overslept," Tang Luochuan thought happily in his heart, but still needed to respect the teacher. So he had to pretend to be quite remorseful. "Oh, you can't do that. Is the car downstairs yours?" "Oh, that Cullinan is mine." "Over 9, you don't need to mention the price. The teacher doesn't want to hear it. What you're doing isn't right." Wang Zhengwo scolded, his tone filled with amusement. He knew that students skipping self-study was common, but he basically didn't care. As long as they didn't skip class or weren't discovered, it was fine. They were in college, they needed to learn to be responsible for themselves. However, Wang Zhengwo understood that Tang Luochuan was wealthy, and this kid wouldn't be lacking in the future. So giving him a holiday, Wang Zhengwo felt no guilt in his heart. Go home for a few days after National Day, report back on October 16th. Huh, just 8 days. What more do you want? That's enough. 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 I meant no more. No more. Wang Zhengwo patted his shoulder again, saying, "All right, go back. There's nothing important left this morning." Thank you, teacher." "No need to thank." Wang Zhengwo felt something was off. Why was he thanking him? Was this kid really happy to go home for reflection? As Wang Zhengwo turned to leave, he suddenly felt uneasy. He turned back seriously and said, "Luochuan, don't forget to come back." "I won't forget." Looking at Tang Luochuan's serious expression, Wang Zhengwo felt restless. It was rare for the school to send a student home. Even if it happened, the students would usually be in tears or full of sorrow. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this kid would let loose and truly enjoy himself, forgetting about the school opening. With an uneasy heart, Wang Zhengwo left. Back in the classroom, Tang Luochuan happily started eating breakfast. Why not eat free food? Zhongming leaned over and asked, "Luochuan, what did Teacher Wang say?" "He said I was excellent. So, he let me take a school break and gave me an extra 8 days off." Zhou Qi and Zhongming exchanged glances, both confused. Zhou Qi said, "I've heard of paid leave, but what does school leave mean?" "New policy." Tang Luochuan nonchalantly took a bite of bread and explained, "Maintaining student status, going home to rest. Isn't that just sending you back?" "Why?" As they spoke, the ears of nearby classmates perked up. They were all curious about why this guy had gained another "I didn't come for the first self-study class." "What's wrong with that?" "That's excessive. Many people didn't come. I and old Zhang just arrived too." Many classmates felt that Tang Luochuan was indeed being targeted. At least more than half of the class was sleeping in the dormitory during self-study. The second and third year students didn't come at all. "Oh, I also drove the Cullinan here. I thought it was the last day, so I brought it over." Zhou Qi rolled his eyes. "Serves you right." Zhongming added, 8 days is really not much. It wouldn't be a loss if you got executed." On the playground, Jiang Jinyu and Shinmu Yin stood among the crowd, repeatedly performing the movements. It must be said that both girls were not only beautiful, but also very coordinated. Su Wantong thought these two were great candidates for dance. She observed the two girls intently, both of whom felt each other's gaze. Especially Jiang Jinyu. Over the past few days, she had applied light makeup which elevated her aura significantly. Purely in terms of appearance, she felt she looked better than Su Wantong. But in terms of aesthetics, looking at oneself always adds points. From an outsider's perspective, all three girls had their own merits. However, Su Wantong's gaze kept moving downward until it rested before the other's chest. A teasing smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. What does she mean? Jiang Jinyu was shocked, looking down and seeing her complete instep. Small. Does she think I'm small? Not long ago, Tang Luochuan had joked that only when Jiang Jinyu leaned over could one see that she had some assets. But not much. A bit less than Shinmu Yen. Jiang Jinyu's gaze also swept to Su Wantong's chest, definitely padded. If girls are to compete, then everything will be compared. Looks, height, figure, voice, and so on. Muyan, do you think the 2 ounces of flesh on her chest are real or fake? Although Jiang Jinyu felt the other side was padded, she still lacked certainty. She needed Shinmu Yin to confirm it for her, and she hoped to hear what she wanted to hear.